In the realm where the virtual intertwines with reality, the male protagonist is initially a lovesick villain, fervently devoted to the female lead. He has traversed countless challenges within the game for her, acting as her ever-available admirer, yet he has never garnered her genuine affection. One fateful day, he experiences a profound epiphany, resolving to cease his subservient flattery and embark on a path of self-redemption. However, the female lead suddenly becomes aware of his change of heart, leading her to relentlessly pursue him, reproaching him for no longer being obedient as he once was. After shedding his identity as a sycophant, the male protagonist swiftly enhances his abilities. How will he confront the female lead's unexpected transformation? In this thrilling and fantastical adventure within the gaming world, can he shatter the chains of predetermined narrative and rewrite his own destiny? Will he continue to entangle himself with the female lead, or will he encounter a different kind of splendor on his new journey? All will unfold within this captivating saga of online gaming. Chapter 1. An engagement termination. Is it? Hurry up, Su Hang, Tang family. Today marks the birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Tang family, drawing the prominent families of Su Hang to attend. A striking young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes suddenly trembles, exclaiming in disbelief. After swiftly acclimating to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu feels a sense of despair. He is a fervent enthusiast of online literature, having read no fewer than 800 urban fantasy novels. Yet every time, he faces a hellish beginning. For instance, in his 8th reincarnation, he was cast as a security guard obstructing the protagonist's entrance to a company. It is well known that security guards and bodyguards are perilous roles in urban fantasy tales. His fate was to be sent flying by the male lead, Long Shuai, crashing through glass and meeting his demise on the spot. The last round was even more absurd. The protagonist was Bei Xian Tianzun. As a villain, he didn't even get a chance to speak before being killed with a single slap. System, which book is this? Tang Yu mentally shouted. The system's cold, emotionless voice responded. Upon the system's prompt, Tang Yu rapidly recalled the plot of this particular novel. It follows a familiar trope, with a protagonist named Yi Chun. He hails from a prestigious family in Yanjing. At the tender age of 5, his family was tragically annihilated. After being taken abroad by an elderly man, he was groomed into the most elite assassin. He even established the world-renowned mercenary organization, Long Hun, and earned the moniker Dragon King. Moreover, his medical skills are unparalleled, effortlessly discerning treasures and gambling stones. Along the way, he charms numerous beauties, eventually ascending to the pinnacle of life. Tang Yu's role is that of the eldest son of the Tang family, which is the foremost among the 4 great families of Su Hang, with assets exceeding trillions. To inhabit such a character should be a thrilling experience. Yet, no matter how noble the villain's identity, he is merely a stepping stone for the protagonist. According to the plot, today is his grandfather's birthday celebration. At this banquet, he is to become engaged to the first female lead, Su Muyu. The Su family is also one of Su Hang's 4 great families, albeit the least prominent. Tang Yu has been Su Muyu's devoted admirer, utilizing various family resources to assist her, yet after 3 years, he has not even garnered a glance from her. Unable to bear witnessing this any longer, the elders of the Tang family decided to arrange a union with the Su family. Upon learning of this, the Dragon King, Yi Chun, caused a ruckus at the birthday banquet, whisking Su Muyu away. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the sycophant, was kicked into a vegetative state by Yi Chun and soon thereafter met his end. Is this some sort of poison? Reflecting on the plot, Tang Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. This villainous setup is utterly foolish. A Yale graduate, handsome and wealthy. How could he be a devoted admirer to a woman who constantly scorns him for 3 years? If he were a millionaire, he would have long been cruising in a Cadillac, enjoying life. This won't do. I must devise a plan. Tang Yu's gaze swept the hall. It was his grandfather's birthday celebration, and numerous guests were present. Quickly, his eyes locked onto a young man's face. This man was none other than Yi Chun, quietly seated in a corner with a glass of red wine. Currently, he serves as Su Muyu's bodyguard. Engaging as a bodyguard, those in the know understand the implications. I will not proceed with the engagement, Tang Yu muttered to himself. Just then, a beautiful young woman clad in a blue gown approached. Her grace and beauty were remarkable, yet her gaze was as cold as steel. She regarded Tang Yu with a hint of disdain. It was none other than the first female lead, Su Muyu. Upon reaching Tang Yu, she spoke with an air of indifference. Tang Xiao, please refrain from pursuing me any longer. Let us dissolve the engagement. I will not acquiesce. Tang Yu had grasped the situation. Hearing her words was a welcome relief, and he nodded in agreement. I concur. Perhaps due to his overly agreeable response, Su Muyu seemed momentarily taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unsure if she had misheard him. At that moment, a voice filled with scathing commentary echoed in her ears. Absolutely do not proceed with the engagement. I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. I shall repay your grand virtue in my next life. Hurry and elope with your Yi Chun. It's laughable. His harem requires you. Upon hearing this voice, she furrowed her brows, glancing around. Who was speaking? The voice she heard seemed to mirror Tang Yu's. Yet, he hadn't uttered a word. Could it be her own misunderstanding? What's this? Weren't you keen on dissolving the engagement? Come, let us inform our elders together, Tang Yu urged with a calm smile. As long as the engagement was annulled, Yichen would have no reason to trouble him, right? As the child of fate, all the villain could do is avoid provoking him and lead a carefree life until the conclusion of the novel. What bliss! Very well. Su Muyu nodded in agreement, following Tang Yu to speak with their elders. As they walked, Tang Yu maintained a composed demeanor while his heart brimmed with joy. What a relief! Severing ties with this foolish woman means Yi Chan can no longer trouble me. I must survive until the novel's conclusion. It's a pity, the illustrious first beauty of Su Hang. Becoming part of Yi Chen's harem is one thing, but the Su family's downfall is another, truly a brainless fantasy. As the scathing commentary resumed, Su Muyu was certain that this voice undoubtedly belonged to Tang Yu. For in the corridor, they were the only two present. Regarded as Su Hang's foremost beauty, her allure is complemented by her exceptional intelligence and talent. Upon quickly grasping the situation, a shadow flickered across her face. Yi Chun? She recalled the time when a group of thugs harassed her, and he had intervened to save her. Recognizing his prowess, she had invited him to serve as her bodyguard in gratitude. After becoming her bodyguard, Yi Chun had aided her in numerous endeavors, leading them to form a solid friendship. At this moment, her feelings toward Yi Chun began to shift. How could she, a distinguished daughter of heaven, become a part of a mere bodyguard's harem? Chapter 2. Why not follow the script? Soon, the pair entered a study where the elders of the Tang and Su families convened to discuss the engagement. Upon entering, they greeted their elders in turn. Tang Yu, you arrived just in time. There is something to discuss. I just spoke with your uncle Su and others, and we believe you and Mu, you are quite compatible. We intend to finalize your marriage. What do you think? A middle-aged man with a square face addressed Tang Yu. He was none other than his father, Tang Gangcheng. I believe it is unsuitable. Tang Yu decisively rejected the proposal. The expressions of those present turned peculiar, unsuitable. Hu and Su Hang was unaware that he had pursued her for 3 whole years. Clearing his throat, Tang Yu prepared to articulate his thoughts. Esteemed elders, there is a saying that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I have recently reflected on this and realized that my temperament does not quite align with Muyu's. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. It is best for both parties to exercise their right to choose. Thank you for your concern for us. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yu felt an immense sense of relief. Now I won't be beaten to death. The elders from the Tang and Su families were left dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, Su Muyu's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yu, uncle understands what you were thinking. Is it that Muyu coerced you into saying this? Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you today. Tang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, are you wishing for my demise? It is not that, Uncle Su, I really. Before Tang Yu could finish his explanation, Su Chongshan waved his hand dismissively. No need to elaborate, uncle understands you. Then, Su Chongshan turned to his daughter, visibly angry. Muyu, why don't you tell us how Xiao Yu has treated you all these years? His affection for you is profound and tender. When you fell ill and were hospitalized, he stayed by your side for as long as he did. In terms of conditions and appearance, where does Xiao Yu fall short of you? Yet you compel him to utter such words. You are truly infuriating. Su Muyu, splattered with her father's spittle, was left in a state of shock. What did he mean by coercing him? This fellow was internally reveling in joy, wasn't he? Hurry up and retort. What are you dawdling for? Argue with your father, and let's muddle this affair. We can each lead our separate lives, and I can seek out 10 or 8 sisters for merriment. If you don't speak up soon, I will truly be in dire straits. And do you still wish to elope with your Longwang Yichen? Meanwhile, the voice of sarcasm echoed once more. Seeing Tang Yu still making faces at her, Su Mu Yu's anger flared. How dare you refer to Yi Chan as your own? What does he think of himself? Why should I elope with a bodyguard? Who does he think he is? Moreover, hearing that this fellow intended to pursue 10 or 8 sisters only fueled her ire further. You pursued me for 3 years, and now you're ready to change your heart, just like that? Dad, I did not compel him to say that I support the union. In a fit of rage, Su Mu Yu suddenly spoke up. Su Chongshan, who had been fuming, was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. You're not deceiving me? No, Su Mu Yu shook her head. A hint of color rose to her cheeks as she bit her lip. He has indeed treated me, well, I have been moved by his affections, but I would like to start with dating, if that is all right. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. Point 1 takes life one step at a time. Upon hearing this, Su Chongshan's face broke into a relieved smile. It turned out that it was not his daughter who opposed the marriage, but rather Xiao Yu, who was concerned about potentially burdening her, that had taken the initiative to relinquish the union. This son-in-law was truly considerate. The elders in the room also began to smile, sharing Su Chongshan's sentiments. Just moments ago, Tang Yu had been beaming, but now his expression was more wretched than if he had consumed something foul. He approached Su Mu Yu, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Mu Yu, you need not pressure yourself like this. I understand your thoughts. Su Mu Yu softly bit her crimson lip, replying, but my desire is to start with dating. Xiao Yu, Mu Yu is simply a bit reserved and not adept at expressing herself. Do not assume she does not like you. Girls tend to be SHY. Su Chongshan, with a warm smile, patted Tang Yu's shoulder in encouragement. Tang Yu's face twitched. Meanwhile, a cacophony of frustrated remarks erupted in Su Mu Yu's mind. Are you out of your mind? We agreed to call off the engagement. Who wants to date you? You should follow the narrative of a romantic tale. The Longwang's harem is your rightful place. Please, come to your senses and stop this madness. Hearing these inner thoughts, Su Mu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Seeing him in such a flustered state was quite entertaining. He now appeared far more intriguing than he did in his previous lovesick demeanor. All right, since they seem to have feelings for each other, we needn't worry. Let's go announce this matter. At that moment, old Master Tang spoke up. Everyone chuckled as they left the study. Tang Yu followed Su Mu Yu, lagging behind. Noticing the slight smile on her face, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a round of military-style training on her. Weren't we supposed to forego the union? He muttered through gritted teeth. Yet I have been moved by your sincerity. Su Mu Yu's smile intensified. This was the first time Tang Yu had seen her smile at him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily entranced. He reached out to touch Su Mu Yu's forehead, as if checking whether she had lost her mind. If you feel unwell, we should go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is not a trivial matter, so think this through. Tang Yu earnestly advised, Dear sister, if you are ill, you must seek treatment promptly. If you do not see a doctor, I will have to consult a forensic expert. I am fine. I have made my decision, and we are not even married yet. Su Mu Yu replied nonchalantly. Then I am unwilling. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. That is of no concern as long as it quenches my thirst. It will suffice. Su Mu Yu's laughter grew more jubilant. Seeing him in such a predicament brought her immense satisfaction. She looked at Tang Yu earnestly and said, Moreover, your sudden shift in attitude, could it be that you have a terminal illness and fear burdening me? Tang Yu's face fell into despair, rendered speechless. This woman, why isn't she adhering to the plot? She must have lost her senses. She will truly bring about her own ruin. Yi Chan will surely appear and create a scene. After all, I have finally become a wealthy and handsome antagonist. Am I to lose it all? Curse this narrative. As Tang Yu's complaints echoed once more, Su Mu Yu grew increasingly curious. Would events truly unfold as this fellow's inner thought suggested? Chapter 3. The emergence of the Dragon King. He summoned Tang Yu and Su Mu Yu before him and announced to the gathered crowd, Dear friends and family, I have joyous news to share. The Tang family has decided to unite with the Su family, and from this day forth, Su Mu Yu shall be regarded as half of our Tang family's granddaughter-in-law. Upon the elder Tang's declaration, The guests present erupted into applause, with the Su family members beaming with delight. However, in a corner, Yi Chun, savoring his red wine, suddenly darkened his expression, radiating an aura of menace as he strode purposefully towards Tang Yu. Su Mu Yu was the woman he coveted. Any who dared to interfere would meet a dire fate. At that moment, Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoed. "Oh no, here he comes, and he is bringing his murderous intent with him. How is it still the same? Am I destined to be beaten today?" Su Mu Yu glanced over upon hearing Tang Yu's words and confirmed that Yi Chun was indeed advancing towards them, his demeanor fierce, which left her astonished. The Su family had come to the banquet without bodyguards, yet Yi Chun's presence here mirrored his earlier words. "I do not consent to this marriage," Yi Chun shouted with a cold fury, halting 3 meters away. All eyes turned to him. The guests predominantly from the prestigious families of Su and Hang, with only a few from the Su family recognizing Yi Chun. Su Zhongshan recalled that Yi Chun was a newly hired bodyguard, and, upon witnessing his insolence, his expression soured as he stepped forward and bellowed, "What are you? A mere bodyguard, and you presume to meddle in Su family affairs?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was Su Mu Yu's father, he would have acted already. He was the illustrious Dragon King, commanding respect in foreign lands where noblemen quaked at his presence. He pointed a finger at the members of the Su family, declaring, "The esteemed Su family, a lineage of nobility, is willing to sacrifice a young girl's happiness for the sake of familial prosperity. Do you possess no sense of shame?" The onlookers eagerly commented, "Ah." The classic retort has begun. Interfering in others' affairs is one thing, but soon it'll resort to violence, and in the end, it'll be the Su family that suffers. Ah, the protagonist of a thrilling tale, stepping over the corpses of many to achieve success, treating everyone as mere stepping stones. Tang Yu's sardonic remarks persisted. According to the original narrative, Su Mu Yu was coerced by her family into consenting to the union. In her most desperate moment, it was the Dragon King Yi Chun who intervened and whisked her away, shattering her inner shackles and becoming her sole reliance. Consequently, she fell in love with Yi Chun and became his first consort. Yet at this moment, Su Mu Yu frowned slightly, devoid of any sense of emotion or surprise. After hearing Tang Yu's candid thoughts, her perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Enough. How dare this insignificant bodyguard act so brazenly? Expel him. Su Zhongshan thundered in outrage. In swift response, a tall man clad in a suit, the Tang family's head bodyguard He Jin, rushed over. He Jin, a retired Special Forces soldier, was not only skilled but also fiercely loyal to the Tang family. According to the original plot, he was the first to act and the first to meet his demise. Once he fell, the misfortunes would soon befall Tang Yu. "Do not act rashly," Tang Yu interjected, hurrying to intercept He Jin. "Let's discuss this civilly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and resorting to violence would only mar the occasion." Upon hearing the young master's plea, He Jin paused. "See, Tang Xiao possesses grace, not stooping to the level of such a brute. Were it me, I would have already thrown him out to be fed to the dogs. He is likely trying to steal a woman from Tang Xiao, but does he think he is worthy of that?" Eagerly, Tang Xiao retaliate and put him in his place. The surrounding crowd praised Tang Yu's poise, while simultaneously denigrating Yi Chun. This was a consistent trope in thrilling narratives, inciting the protagonist's fury through bystanders, only for the antagonist to boast before inevitably being dispatched with a single blow. Tang Yu, hearing their remarks, felt an acute panic. "Why are you all shouting so loudly? Can we not maintain a better demeanor? You may find it amusing to insult others, but I am the one who faces the consequences." As expected, upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Yi Chen's expression turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Yu. This was the true instigator. Were it not for his entanglement with Su Mu Yu, the situation would not have escalated to this point. "Why are you glaring at me? I did not insult you." Tang Yu felt a tightening in his chest under Yi Chen's unwavering glare. As the Dragon King, he could easily overpower the entire Tang family security detail. If he were to unleash his wrath, it would not be long before everyone gathered at the Tang family would find themselves at the mercy of their own banquet. Su Mu Yu, having listened for some time, could not help but stifle a laugh. Upon witnessing her smile, Yi Chen's expression softened slightly. He assumed her reaction stemmed from his defense of her, and with a devilish grin, he approached her, saying, Muyu, no one can sacrifice your freedom for their gain. As long as I am here, you can go wherever you wish. Anyone who dares to obstruct you shall face dire consequences. Tang Yu silently stepped back, creating distance, feeling a rush of excitement. Indeed, quickly go up and secure the hand of the lady before departing. In the original narrative, Tang Yu would have already ordered his bodyguards to engage. Now, he sought to restrain them. As long as this man took Su Muyu away, the subsequent events would no longer concern him. Yichen reached out for Su Muyu's hand, intending to lead her away from the Tang family. Yet, before his fingers could brush against hers, Su Muyu retreated a couple of steps, her expression icy as she questioned, What are you doing? Are you insane? When have I ever been sacrificed? After reflecting on her situation, she realized that she was ensnared in a narrative world, where according to the expected plot, she was to elope with this man. The thought of becoming part of his harem repulsed her. Yichen's countenance turned to one of shock as anger flickered in his eyes. This woman dared to reject him? Did she not comprehend that he was the only one willing to betray the world for her when everyone else turned against her? He quickly regained his composure. Smiling at Su Muyu, Muyu, I understand your fears. Rest assured, while I am here, the Tang family will not dare to harm you. He locked his cold gaze on Tang Yu, convinced that Su Muyu's reluctance to accompany him stemmed from coercion. What was a mere young master of the Tang family? In his homeland, he refrained from killing indiscriminately. Were he abroad, a mere command would summon a legion of mercenaries to obliterate the Tang family. You must be delusional. Why should I concern myself with your trivial matters? I've already instructed my bodyguards to refrain from intervention. And you, Su Muyu, are truly heartless, performing such a charade merely to shield him. Tang Yu, feeling despair, thought, I would offer you 1,000,000 to flee and cease tormenting me. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to vanish. You think too much. You are merely a bodyguard for our Su family. From this day forth, you are dismissed. Please leave immediately. Su Muyu's exquisite face bore an expression of anger as she pointed towards the door. Her ire directed not solely at Yichun, but also at Tang Yu. That scoundrel! How can he still be mumbling away? Thinking that he has gotten close to Su Muyu, the more she says this, the sweeter it feels to Yichun in his heart. Look, she is protecting me by intentionally playing the villain. She has me in her heart. As expected of the woman I, the Dragon King, have chosen, she is cultured, sensible, and understanding. Thus, he gazed at Su Muyu with an added tenderness and indulgence. His smile grew more charming and confident as he spoke. Muyu, I will not leave you. With me by your side, you need not worry about anything. The Tang family is insignificant. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tang family wore furious expressions. Su Muyu was so appalled that she nearly spat out her breakfast. Damn it, that look is truly infuriating. I ask you one last time, will you leave or not? Su Muyu exclaimed in anger. If you don't leave, then I won't leave. Yichen's attitude was resolute. He refused to budge. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was intense, and he would never allow his woman to remain in the perilous clutches of the Tang family. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards, Heroine, could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists and was about to rush forward when Tang Yu blocked him once more, advising, Captain, don't act impulsively. It's my grandfather's birthday today, and it wouldn't be good if someone gets hurt. Young master, rest assured, I won't kill him, Heroine assured with reddened eyes. I fear for your safety. This brat is a skilled fighter, Tang Yu whispered. Heroine was taken aback, touched by the concern. Thank you for your care, young master. I, Heroine, have received the Tang family's kindness for many years. I would rather die than watch the Tang family continue to be humiliated. Damn it, if you die, that scoundrel will come after me next. Is everyone here mad? Why provoke him? Tang Yu was completely at a loss. Is it so difficult to play the role of a villain? The members of the Su family were now furious, their own minor bodyguard openly defying them, pushing the Su family into a fire pit. Furious, Su Zhongshan charged forward and shoved Yichun. However, Yichun stood like a mountain, unmoving. In a fit of rage, Su Zhongshan punched Yichun in the face, shouting, You scoundrel, get lost. Do not entangle yourself with my daughter again. I have only one son-in-law in my life, and that is Tang Yu. If you continue to meddle, my Su family will never forgive you. This punch was not particularly damaging, but was highly insulting. A flicker of intense killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. However, considering that Su Zhongshan was his future father-in-law, he silently chanted 2 words: endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, the most essential lesson is to learn patience. With a cold expression, he replied, "Since I am unwelcome here, I shall take my leave." After speaking, he cast a resentful glance at Tang Yu. This scoundrel deliberately stayed out of it, allowing the Su family to deal with him, a clear scheme to use the Su family to force Su Muyu to submit. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid in blood by him and the Tang family in the future. Muyu, remember, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you need me, I will be by your side to protect you. With these words, Yi Chun strode away. Damn, you are truly insane. What does this have to do with me? You want to go against me, right? I understand that you two share deep feelings, but it shouldn't be played this way. Please, Su Muyu, quickly leave with your husband, the kind that carries you away on a high-speed train. Seeing Yi Chen's gaze as he departed, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. Beside him, Su Muyu was equally furious. She had endured his incessant murmuring for half the day, with him calling her your husband at every turn. Unable to hold back, she walked over to Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek, just treating it like kissing a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick to react, blocking his face with his hand, causing her to kiss the back of his hand instead. Damn, are you that malicious? Trying to kiss me? Luckily, my skills are superior. If you manage to kiss me, there would be no way out for you today. The two exchanged fierce glares, and the guests burst into laughter at this comedic scene. His own woman had just kissed another man, albeit on the back of the hand. The guest's laughter further provoked his nerves, for he knew this was merely Su Muyu's way of protecting herself and the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of his identity and strength as the Dragon King. But now was not the time to reveal his identity. He needed to continue lurking and slowly investigate the truth behind the massacre of his family back then. Yi Chen took a deep breath and left the Tang family with resentment. This Tang family has no reason to exist any longer. After the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family hurried to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu, with a bewildered expression, sat on the sofa contemplating life. Damn system, are you messing with me? Today's events have deviated from what was promised. He cursed inwardly. In the original plot, Su Muyu should have looked down on him as sycophant. But today's Su Muyu was clearly different. Her intelligence had evidently increased significantly. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to sacrifice so much. Seeing Yi Chen's shocked and furious expression as he left, Tang Yu understood that he would not let this go. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect brought about by the host altering the plot. What are you laughing at? I recalled something joyous. Joyous? Give me my reward. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This cursed system was becoming increasingly toxic. Following the system's voice, a car key appeared in Tang Yu's pocket. He took a glance at the key and immediately felt drained of energy. Damn it, all I have at home is money. What use is this to me? Now tell me, has the plot already collapsed? Tang Yu inquired once more. If you must ask me, I can only say that I cannot disclose any information. Tang Yu decided to abandon communication with this wretched system. This cursed thing was solely here to drag him down. Just as he was about to think about his next plan, his mother, Xia Hongying, approached him. What are you standing there for? Muyu is leaving. Aren't you going to send her off? Let her go. Tang Yu wished that this woman would leave quickly. Had she followed the plot today, he would have been able to enjoy life peacefully by now. And he was still angry at the Su family? They truly messed up today by allowing a mere bodyguard to cause chaos. Tang Mu frowned. Yes, it wasn't just rude. It was downright disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly grasped his mother's arm. Mom, we can't let this slide. In my opinion, this marriage should be called off. Otherwise, where will the Tang family's face go if this gets out? He felt great joy within. As expected of a mother, she truly understood the situation. The Tang family, 100 years of honor. How can they easily back down? Tang Mu gently tapped Tang Yu on the forehead, smiling. I see your feelings for Muyu. And we in the Tang family do not care about face. Your happiness is what matters most. Muyu is indeed a wonderful girl. Together, she will surely be a good helpmate for you. Seeing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, Tang Mu stood up decisively. Enough, stop pretending. I understand your little thoughts. I wish you both happiness, And remember to visit old Master Wang this afternoon. After saying this, she strode away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of bewilderment. Life is truly becoming more and more burdensome. Chapter 5. The Loyal Lackey. Just as Tang Mu left, the captain of the bodyguards, Heroine, rushed over, holding a delicate redwood box. He respectfully placed the mahogany box on the table and said, "Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madame, meant to visit old Master Wang. Thank you for your efforts." Tang Yu note that the old Master Wang, mentioned by Tang Mu, belonged to the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Suong. The Tang family, being the foremost, possessed the greatest strength, followed by the Wang family in second place, the Qin family third, and the Su family at the bottom. The Wang and Tang families shared a long-standing friendship, and the old Master Wang had always treated Tang Yu well since childhood. A sudden realization struck Tang Yu. According to the original plot, the old Master Wang had been suffering from a debilitating illness, and the Wang family was in search of renowned doctors for his treatment. Ye Chen, as the male protagonist with extraordinary medical skills, would undoubtedly be capable of curing him, thereby earning the Wang family's friendship and paving the way for his conquest of Suong. Tang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Was he destined to be a mere stepping stone again? He was momentarily taken aback, contemplating his role. According to the original storyline, he had already met his demise at this point. It would be wise to let a skilled expert take the lead, allowing the expert to fail before he made his entrance, thus appearing more impressive. This thought eased Tang Yu's anxiety. As long as he was not the one to be trampled upon, everything would be manageable. He had previously attempted to evade the narrative, only to find himself facing a grim fate. The rules of the system were clear. One could find ways to survive, but must never escape the plot. Heroine, observing the fluctuating expressions on Tang Yu's face, couldn't help but inquire, "Young Master Tang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "As long as you are well." Heroine sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "Young Master Tang, I know you are still upset about today's incident. Rest assured, I have arranged for someone to trouble that ye fellow." Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "You sent someone to create trouble for whom?" "That little bodyguard." Heroine boasted. "You said he was a master, right? I just called over 30 people. This time, he will surely pay the price." Tang Yu gapet. "Good heavens. Are you truly afraid I will survive until the end?" He gritted his teeth. That's good then." Tang Yu finally felt relieved. That was close. He nearly fell into a trap again. He scrutinized Heroine closely. No matter how he looked at him, Heroine resembled a loyal lackey. This man must not remain. Captain He, as the saying goes, a storm reveals the strength of grass, and a tumult discerns a loyal minister. Your performance today is commendable. Tang Yu spoke amiably, embracing Heroine. However, I believe your talents are wasted as a bodyguard captain. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. You could oversee operations there. Me? Heroine felt deeply moved. Young Master Tang was truly generous. Yes, you should depart tomorrow. I will make arrangements shortly. Once you are there, your salary and bonuses will triple. Work diligently for a few years first, Tang Yu assured, patting Heroine's shoulder. Thank you for your trust. Young Master Tang, I will certainly work hard, Heroine replied, elated. Once Heroine left, Tang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent, one lackey dealt with. Sending him to Africa, he surely wouldn't be able to return and stir up trouble again. He glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy was indeed so unadorned and monotonous. Holding the gift on the table, Tang Yu strode toward the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno sped out from the Tang residence. The Wang family estate was located on the outskirts, and it took Tang Yu nearly an hour to reach. As one of Su Hong's 4 prominent families, the Wang estate was originally a royal residence. This mansion had undergone several renovations over the past century. The last time Tang Yu visited, he had noticed the changes. Upon arriving at the gate, the bodyguards immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully greeted him. Young Master Tang. Please help me park the car, Tang Yu said, tossing the keys to the bodyguard as he confidently entered the Wang residence, carrying the gift. The interior of the estate was adorned in a typical Su-style garden design. Pavilions and terraces, serene ponds. Every glance revealed exquisite beauty. Just as he approached the living room, a tall beauty in a qipao emerged, and they collided with one another. Fortunately, her well-endowed physique cushioned the impact, sparing them both from injury. The astonishing elasticity felt against his chest nearly made Tang Yu exclaim in surprise. His gaze instinctively wandered over the qipao-clad beauty. She wore a white laurel qipao, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath a flawless angelic visage lay a figure of undeniable allure. However, her striking figure seemed to place a burden on the fabric of her qipao. Suddenly, the beauty in the qipao, hearing a voice, widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Tang Yu. "What are you saying?" she asked, unable to believe her ears. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? "Huh? I said nothing. Are you all right?" Tang Yu stammered, rubbing his nose in confusion. Wang Yixue had not noticed Tang Yu's lips move, instinctively thinking she had misheard, her expression calm. "I must have misheard. What brings you to my house?" "I came to visit the old master," Tang Yu replied, lifting the gift in his hand, and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. The beauty before him was Wang Yixue, the daughter of the Wang family, his former girlfriend, and the second female lead of this tale. Given the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. They attended the same university, and during their freshman year, they briefly dated for 2 months. However, after a classmate, a notorious flirt, began to cling to Tang Yu, Wang Yixue misunderstood the situation, leading to their abrupt breakup. Subsequently, Tang Yu became known as the most famous licking dog in Suan. "My grandfather is still resting. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea," Wang Yixue invited, pouring tea for Tang Yu, though a hint of bitterness flickered in her eyes. After their breakup, they had barely kept in touch. It was only during a recent class reunion that she learned she had misunderstood Tang Yu all those years ago, filling her with deep regret. She had never been able to let go of those feelings. Yet it was too late. She had just learned about the impending union between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu, however, was lost in admiration as he observed Wang Yixue preparing tea. Her graceful movements paired with the perfectly coordinated qipao transformed the act of brewing tea into an art form. Goodness, even making tea looks so stunning. Sumu Yu is simply a sham compared to Wang Yixue, who deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in Suan. Look at her poise and elegance. Sumu Yu pales in comparison, always wearing a sour expression as if I owe her money. Union? What a farce. I must find a way to dissolve this ridiculous marriage. As Tang Yu's inner monologue echoed, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, nearly dropping the teacup. She looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. There was no mistake. That was definitely his voice. Although he hadn't spoken aloud, she had heard him clearly. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu inquired, noticing her sudden mishap. "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head, her emotions in turmoil. Could she truly hear his thoughts? Moreover, he believed she was the most beautiful. This man had clearly never forgotten her, but insisted on pretending to be a licking dog. A surge of joy filled her heart as she purposefully inquired, "I heard you got engaged to Sumu Yu today. Congratulations, you finally got what you wished for." "Huh? That's a long story. In any case, marriage is out of the question. Tang Yu would never admit to such a thing. What a joke. It's all Sumu Yu's chaotic antics. Isn't it? That crazy woman is just deranged. Harboring feelings for someone else while using me as a shield for her theatrics. Sigh. Even the author is dim-witted. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could be cleared up easily. The protagonist can have a harem without issue, but why is it so difficult for the antagonist to have a relationship?" Hearing these complaints, Wang Yixue felt even more delighted. However, she found herself somewhat perplexed regarding the author and the antagonist. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu, she intentionally sat beside him and gently asked, "What is going on with you? Is there discord in your relationship?" "There is no relationship, just friendship." "Why do you ask?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. As a seasoned antagonist, he understood that the best way to survive was to steer clear of these female leads, regardless of whether they were the first or 99th. His tone carried a hint of indifference, yet his inner thoughts betrayed him. Why is she suddenly sitting so close to me? Her leg is practically touching mine. She smells wonderful. Is this her natural scent? Her legs are so fair. This outfit is quite appealing. Wang Yixue felt a mix of happiness and shyness. This fellow never complimented her like this when they were dating. With a playful smile, she leaned in closer and softly said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to apologize. I misunderstood you back then." It's irrelevant. I don't care. Why are you sitting so close? Tang Yu feigned annoyance. I'm putting on a sour face, yet you still don't excuse yourself? Is there no dignity left for a female lead in a refreshing story? But upon closer inspection, she truly is adorable. Her skin is exceptionally fine. Her eyes are beautiful, and her figure and demeanor are commendable. Just don't come any closer. I really can't handle it. Wang Yixue struggled to suppress her laughter. This guy, while claiming to be uninterested, his body was quite honest. She adored this contrast. Why be so harsh towards her? You are my first love. Can I be a bit closer to you? Biting her lip with a look of grievance, she naturally wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's arm. Mind the distance. We're just friends now. What the hell? How can you do this? It's one thing to bump into me, but now you're holding my arm. This is cheating. Act normal. This isn't your style. Shouldn't you be keeping a distance from all men except Yi Chun? But I envy my own hand. It would be nice if it were cradling my head. Wang Yixue finally burst into laughter. Her laughter left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. She was undeniably beautiful, but something felt off. He had been giving her the cold shoulder. How could she still tolerate him? In refreshing stories, the female lead typically views all men aside from the male lead as mere livestock. Given his treatment, she ought to have decisively turned her back on him, severing all ties and even holding a grudge. Only in this way could he maintain his distance from Yi Chun, the son of fortune, and continue to survive. In summary, the foremost principle of surviving in a refreshing story is to avoid competing for women with the protagonist. As long as he could endure with his resources, would he ever lack for women? His life was paramount. What are you laughing at? Tang Yu said, adopting a stern expression and shifting away to create distance. He was genuinely intimidated by this woman. Today it was already strange with Su Muyu, and now Wang Yixue seemed equally daft. I'm recalling something joyous. Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile. Fine, I concede. I'll go hide in the restroom for a bit, all right? Tang Yu resolved to take the initiative. If he couldn't provoke her, he could at least evade her, right? Just as he prepared to escape, Wang Yixue stood up first. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly cried out, losing her balance and falling. Haha, as expected of a female lead in a refreshing story, classic fall. Tang Yu couldn't help but laugh. A sly smile flashed across Wang Yixue's face. She whimpered in pain, rubbing her ankle as she looked pitifully at Tang Yu. I've fallen. Aren't you going to help me up? Tang Yu had initially intended to refuse. Yet, considering the possibility of offending her too severely and incurring her wrath, he reconsidered. Women can be quite petty, especially since he was her ex-boyfriend. If she ended up with Yi Chun and spoke ill of him, wouldn't that breed animosity? Thus, he walked over with a cold face and extended his hand to help Wang Yixue up. As soon as she stood, she stumbled into his embrace. Tang Yu could only think, what the hell? Is this script not a bit off? Was this treatment something a mere antagonist could receive? Stay calm. This is undoubtedly a sugar-coated shell. She is destined to be one of Yi Chun's harem. I need to help her up and make my escape. Wang Yixue, nestled in his arms, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing his inner thoughts. One of Yi Chun's harem? Who the hell is he? Am I supposed to be part of his harem? Does he deserve that? With a face full of grievance, she gazed at Tang Yu, tears welling in her eyes. Tang Yu, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk. I'll help you to the sofa to rest, Tang Yu said in a flat tone. I wouldn't help my grandmother, but I'll help you. After that, I'm gone, all right? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's eyes sparkled with mischief. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Tang Yu, I twisted my ankle. Can you help me massage it? I want tea, Tang Yu firmly declined. His only intention today was to survive the plot and claim his rewards. Getting too close to the second female lead was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. You're lying. Back in college, when I twisted my ankle playing tennis, you helped me massage it. Do you dislike me so much? Wang Yixue said, her eyes reddening with grievance. Yes, so if you're truly uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor. Tang Yu nodded coldly. Exactly. Pretend you dislike me and keep your distance, all right? We're not suited for each other. You're part of Yi Chun's harem, while I'm merely an antagonist side character. If he finds out, I'm doomed tonight. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts again, Wang Yixue snorted disdainfully. You think you can just tell me to stay away? However, noticing how wary he seemed of this Yi Chun fellow, she decided to threaten him. You want T help me massage it? Fine. Then I'll tell everyone later that you took advantage of me. Tang Yu, about to lift his foot, paused in shock. What the hell? Don't do this. Can we not reason together? If you go out and spread rumors, Yi Chun will surely hold a grudge against me. I've never seen a villain in a refreshing story successfully compete with the protagonist for women and survive. Tang Yu could only plead sincerely. Not listening, just like a turtle reciting scriptures. You have 1 minute to consider. Otherwise, I'll post it on social media. Wang Yishua brandished her phone. Posting on social media leads to a dead end. Massaging your foot is my only lifeline. Damn it, let us do this. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu chose the latter. I'll massage it, but you must keep it a secret. Tang Yu instructed, reluctantly sitting on the sofa, gripping Wang Yishua's delicate foot and placing on his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, he couldn't help but sneak glances at her stunning figure. When we were dating, didn't she have a less developed figure? What has she been eating all these years? What kind of safety shorts are worn beneath the cheapao? What about trust between people? Lying on the sofa, indulging in a foot massage, Wang Yishua's face flushed with a hint of shyness. This incessantly coy individual, who feigned indifference, was secretly enthralled. Hearing Tang Yu's burgeoning thoughts, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Was there to be another occasion? Tang Yu's eyes widened, realizing this was a personal confrontation. What else could it be? Wang Yishua squinted and began to smile, delighted to hear this fellow's inner voice, having found leverage against him. How could she let him go unscathed? Dog system, come out here. Why has Wang Yishua's character crumbled? This was yet another person plotting to bring her demise. A chuckle escaped from the system. Suddenly, Wang Yishua's phone on the table rang. She answered the call, conversing briefly before frowning. Understood. Let's delay the new energy meeting by another half hour. I will arrive shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. There's an urgent meeting at the company. I must attend, but I will come find you later. You take care of your business, she urged. Tang Yu was more than eager for her departure. Let this woman leave swiftly. The new energy project? That rings a bell. ISNT this the trap laid by Wang Rulong and Yi Chun. To invest in this project, the Wang family's 500 billion cash flow was entirely ensnared, resulting in a severe crisis for the Tung Wang group. Wang Rulong seized the opportunity to wrest control, while Yi Chun played the benevolent role, aiding Wang Yishua in resolving the crisis, ultimately drawing her into his harem, and then orchestrating Wang Rulong's demise. Wouldn't the Wang family ultimately fall into his hands? Just as Wang Yishua prepared to rise, her body trembled, her eyes filled with astonishment. How do you know all this? This investment was the company's utmost secret. Only a select few were privy to it, and the driving force behind this project was her cousin, Wang Rulong. Wang Yishua bit her lip, gazing at Tang Yu with newfound admiration and gratitude. He must have been secretly caring for her, leveraging the Tang family's influence to investigate this matter. She wished to clarify things with Tang Yu and express her gratitude, but found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she merely bid him farewell before hastily leaving to investigate further. As she departed, her face was like a winter frost, her heart brimming with vengeance. Well done, Wang Rulong. Well done, Yi Chun. If I uncover the truth, none of you shall escape. Once Wang Yishua was gone, Tang Yu exhaled deeply, leaning back on the sofa with a chuckle. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Although Wang Yishua was also acting strangely today, the narrative had been established. When Yi Chun arrives at the Wang residence, the aura of dominance he exudes will undoubtedly captivate Wang Yishua. At that moment, she will compare him to herself and surely be enamored by Yi Chun. As for the trivial matters between them, she would never disclose them to Yi Chun. Tang Yu mused contentedly. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Turning towards the door, Tang Yu beheld a petite and beautiful girl. Despite her diminutive stature, certain attributes had developed splendidly, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. Dressed in a lovely Lolita outfit, she appeared as though she had stepped out of an anime. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately greeted him with a sweet smile. Hello, Tang Yu-ji. Oh, Xiaoya, it has been a while. She was none other than the renowned divine, Dr. Jiang Xiaoya from Suan. At merely 20 years of age, her medical skills rank among the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianyi, is a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated as a saint of healing, with extraordinary medical prowess and unparalleled beauty. Such a celestial being is destined to become a part of the harem of the Dragon King, Yi Chun. How has Grandfather Tang been lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on time? Jiang Xiaoya inquired sweetly as she approached Tang Yu. Yes, indeed. I must thank you. My grandfather has improved significantly since taking your medicine. Tang Yu responded with gratitude. Why are you being so courteous, Tang Yu Ji? Jiang Xiaoya playfully rolled her eyes at him, somewhat displeased by his formality. The Jiang family has practiced medicine for generations, and they are a century-old family in Suong, maintaining a close relationship with the Tang family. Thanks to the Tang family's protection, no one dares to provoke the Jiang family in Suong. Likewise, whenever a member of the Tang family falls ill, the Jiang family provides assistance without delay. They have known each other since childhood, their relationship akin to that of siblings. Haha, if I weren't courteous, I would be in for some trouble. After all, you are part of Yi Chen's harem. That dog of a stallion is truly audacious. Alas, it is such a pity that my dear Xiaoya is wasted on him. The foolish author must have a befuddled mind, suddenly bombarded by a series of inner thoughts. Jiang Xiaoya was taken aback. I am part of Yi Chen's harem? Who on earth is Yi Chen? She stared wide-eyed at Tang Yu. What are you talking about? Tang Yu Ji? Huh. I haven't said anything, Tang Yu replied, scratching his nose, perplexed by the unusual behavior of these women today. Jiang Xiaoya was equally bewildered. She had clearly heard Tang Yu's voice. Just then, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoya, she hurried over respectfully. Divine Dr. Jiang, old Master Wang has just awakened. Would you like to rest for a moment before attending to him? Let us go now, Jiang Xiaoya replied, patting her small case filled with silver needles and various tools. I will accompany you, Tang Yu said, quickly gathering his gifts to follow behind. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This was where Old Master Wang resided. The entrance was adorned with a couplet penned by Old Master Wang himself. Studying well is good. Farming well is good. Learning well is sufficient. Entrepreneurship is difficult. Maintaining success is difficult. Knowing the difficulty is not difficult. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was yet another plot point set by the author. When Dragon King Yi Chun arrives later, he will undoubtedly remember the couplet and discuss it with Old Master Wang. Consequently, Old Master Wang will perceive Yi Chun as exceptionally talented, destined for greatness, and will be eager to form a brotherly bond with him, wishing for a connection that transcends time and space. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family approached from behind. Among them, of course, was Dragon King Yi Chun. Oh, ISNT the Xiaoyu, here to visit the old master. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the Wang family members greeted him with smiles. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Tang Yu promptly returned their greetings with a smile. Yi Chun, standing behind the crowd, glared at Tang Yu, his eyes cold and filled with malice. He had intended to eliminate this wealthy second generation who dared to compete for women today. Yet he suppressed his murderous intent, opting for a more calculated approach. Their eyes locked momentarily, and Tang Yu, sensing the tension, tactfully averted his gaze. According to the usual narrative, the antagonist should have stepped forward to trample on Yi Chun. But he had not lost his mind. After all, this fellow was the author's prize creation. Why provoke him? The group entered the small courtyard and soon found Old Master Wang lying on his sickbed. Due to the effects of his stroke, Wang Laoi has lost sensation on one side of his body and is unable to move freely from his bed. Nevertheless, he feels comforted by the visit of others. He greets everyone with a smile, though his speech is somewhat slurred. Father, please rest and don't speak too much. Your health is paramount, someone advises. Indeed, today, Jiang Shini has come to treat you, and I am confident she will help you recover, another adds. Wang Yi, focus on your recovery. And once Xiao Yu has healed you, I will come to play chess with you. Yet another chimes in. Tang Yu hastens to greet them, feeling that today's task is well underway. From here, he merely needs to quietly observe Yi Chun's performance. At this moment, Yi Chun stands at the back, assessing Wang Laoi's condition. As a versatile expert, his medical skills are undoubtedly exceptional. His proficiency in the 4 diagnostic methods is exquisite, allowing him to discern the patient's issues without even taking a pulse. Beside him stands Wang Rulong, the only son of the Wang family's second branch. He is handsome, with a slightly delicate appearance, fitting the archetype of a wealthy and attractive young man. In terms of talent, he ranks above average among the second-generation rich in Su and Hang. However, compared to Wang Yixue, he pales in comparison. Once, the Wang family ranked third among the four prominent clans, unable to contend with the Qin family. Yet, after Wang Yixue joined the company, the Wang family's assets skyrocketed by 800 billion in just 3 years, showcasing her extraordinary talent in business. Her brilliance casts a shadow over Wang Rulong, making him feel mediocre in comparison. Unable to accept this, he ultimately chose to collude with outsiders to seize control of the Wang family, with predictable consequences. As a fellow antagonist, I can't help but feel sympathetic towards you, Tang Yu mused, shaking his head slightly at Wang Rulong. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong lacks the fortune of the female protagonist and cannot hear Tang Yu's thoughts. Feeling somewhat anxious, he quietly asks Yi Chun, "Brother Yi, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's illness?" According to their plan, Yi Chun would heal his grandfather, gain his favor, and then approach Wang Yixue, ultimately winning both the beauty and the fortune. Yi Chun, with a tranquil expression, extends a hand. 50%? Wang Rulong is momentarily taken aback. Such a low success rate is disheartening. What I mean is everything is under control, Yi Chun responds, slightly dissatisfied internally. Truly a fool. No wonder he is foolish enough to seek my collaboration. He thinks to himself, once I have Wang Yixue, you will merely be the second obstacle I crush. With the first being that scoundrel Tang. Truly impressive, Brother Yi. Wang Rulong praises him sincerely. With such an ally, how could I not succeed? Chapter 9. Why is this pest targeting me again? Yi Chun can hardly spare him a glance. These so-called rich heirs are utterly inept. Their success is built on the sacrifices of many, and they are merely the remnants beneath his feet. His gaze shifts to Jiang Xiaoya, and a flicker of desire appears in his eyes. Upon returning to Su and Hang, he promptly instructed his subordinates to compile a dossier on the local beauties. Jiang Xiaoya ranks among the top 10 on that list, a woman he has long since decided to take into his harem. This is not solely due to her beauty, but also because of her grandfather. Of course, it is not her grandfather's looks that attract him, but rather the connections of the Jiang family, a lineage of miraculous healers who have saved countless influential figures. If he secures Jiang Xiaoya, that network would be immensely beneficial to him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya is fully engrossed in diagnosing Wang Leoi. After a brief examination, she understands the ailment. As she withdraws her hand, Wang Rulong hastily inquires, "Jiang Shini, how is my grandfather?" The stroke has caused blockages in his meridians, compounded by some other complications leading to partial paralysis. However, it is not too severe. I will use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to clear the meridians, she explains, retrieving her silver needles from her case. She gestures to Tang Yu, calling out, "Brother Tang, come and assist me in sterilizing the needles." I'm not very good at that, he replies, though he knows he cannot admit weakness. Quickly, you used to be quite proficient at this. You're the only one who knows my needle sequence, Jiang Xiaoya urges. In that moment, Tang Yu would rather be the one with a stroke than be in this predicament. Yet, in front of everyone, he cannot refuse such a trivial request, lest he appear unfilial to Wang Leoi. As he approaches to sterilize the needles, he notices Yi Chun casting a menacing glare his way. Damn it, how'd I provoke this pest again? Tang Yu silently laments, feeling unlucky. Yi Chun grits his teeth inwardly. This Tang character truly deserves punishment. Does he think he can lay claim to the woman I desire? Close the doors and windows and step back. Everyone else, please give us some space, Jiang Xiaoya instructs, leaving only Tang Yu by her side to assist. Holding her breath, she prepares to begin her acupuncture when Yi Chun suddenly interrupts her. Jiang Shini, are you planning to use the Ghost Gate 13 needles on Wang Leoi as Tianju acupoint to treat his paralysis? He inquires, his tone calm. Yes, what of it? Jiang Xiaoya frowns slightly, her concentration interrupted, causing her annoyance. I believe that approach is inappropriate. You may not fully grasp the true nature of the old gentleman's condition. Such treatment could inadvertently harm the patient. If you lack confidence, perhaps I should take over, Yi Chun asserts. At his words, the Wang family members express their displeasure openly. Who are you to instruct Jiang Shini on her practice? One scoffs. What a joke. I never knew someone could teach Jiang Shini how to treat patients. Another exclaims. Who brought this fool in? Get him out. Ah, here comes the classic routine. First, draw their ire, he muses internally. Once I've garnered enough resentment, I can wager and let Xiaoye continue her treatment. If she encounters a problem, I'll step in and impress them with my skills. Tang Yu silently critiques Jiang Xiaoye's methods, believing her treatment poses no real issues, but worries that her gentleness might be detrimental to Wang Leoy's health. She should be more aggressive, stimulating the external hill acupoint to expel the stagnation, he thinks. Jiang Xiaoye's expression turns peculiar as she hears these thoughts. Though Yi Chan seethes internally at the reprimands, his face remains impassive, maintaining an air of superiority. Wang Rulong quickly rises to plead on his behalf. A middle-aged man scolds loudly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen scoffs and retorts, Jiang Shini is younger than I. How can you presume my medical skills are inferior to hers? Shall we place a wager? A wager? On what? If Jiang Shini fails to heal, I will save Wang Leoy, but you must apologize to me. Conversely, if she succeeds, I will leave the Wang family. Fine, it's a deal. The middle-aged man agrees, his voice filled with anger. If even Jiang Shini cannot succeed, only her grandfather can step in. Seeing his plan unfold smoothly, Yi Chun feels a swell of pride. How else can I earn the respect of these prominent families? This is all part of psychological strategy. He looks at the disgruntled Jiang Xiaoye, flashing his signature charming smile. Jiang Shini, you may also wager with me. I assure you I will not go back on my word. Having listened to Tang Yu's thoughts for some time, Jiang Xiaoye now understands the general situation. At this moment, she harbored no fondness for Yi Chun, even finding his smile excessively greasy. A bet? As a healer, how could one trivialize the sacred act of healing as a wager? I beg your pardon, but I do not gamble. Kindly refrain from disturbing my treatment. Faced with Jiang Xiaoye's frosty demeanor, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Soon, when he demonstrated his medical prowess and won her over, she would inevitably become enamored with him. After all, women are naturally drawn to the strong. Wang Rulong, standing nearby, was filled with trepidation. After all, this was Jiang Shini. He had initially hoped Yi Chan would take the lead in treating his grandfather, which would earn him significant merit as a recommender. However, seeing the confident and charming smile on Yi Chen's face, he too felt a sense of reassurance. Look, Yi brother is smiling like that. It indicates that everything is under his control. Truly impressive, Yi brother. Ah, it seems I have not erred. The old gentleman has lingering blood stasis that has not yet been expelled, and Xiaoye's treatment plan has encountered a minor miscalculation. In just a few moments, it would be Yi Chen's time to shine, and Xiaoye would thus develop a favorable impression of him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. Tang Yu's inner voice resonated once more. After listening to this, Jiang Xiaoye maintained a stoic expression, focusing intently on the silver needles in her hand. The Jiang family, being a lineage of divine healers, possessed the legendary Game in 13 needles, a closely guarded technique. Soon, her hands moved with remarkable speed, the silver needles falling in succession. After skillfully inserting 13 needles in one breath, the old gentleman's complexion began to shift noticeably. The members of the Wang family in the room also became increasingly anxious. Approximately 5 minutes later, the old gentleman's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Upon witnessing this, the Wang family members gasped in astonishment. Truly remarkable. Jiang Shini's medical skills are extraordinary. Wonderful, the old gentleman has finally begun to recover. Jiang Shini is indeed formidable, while some people merely boast without basis, making themselves the subject of ridicule. The middle-aged man who had previously wagered with Yi Chun let out a heavy snort. Yi Chun tugged at the corners of his mouth, displaying a disdainful expression. The Guimin 13 needles are indeed impressive, but his Tai Divine Needle is the supreme technique in the world. This girl, Jiang Xiaoye, pales in comparison to him. When she becomes his woman, he would not mind imparting his unparalleled skill to her. After removing the silver needles from the old gentleman's hand, Jiang Xiaoye asked, "How do you feel now, old gentleman?" "Much more comfortable. I can speak now." Although the old gentleman's tone trembled slightly, it was significantly more fluent than before. "That's good." Jiang Xiaoye nodded, advising, "In a moment, I will prescribe a remedy for you. please take it regularly for 3 months. This ailment requires gradual healing. Having said this, she took out paper and a pen from her small box to write the prescription. What do you have to say now, you brat? At this moment, the earlier middle-aged man stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Yi-chun. I shall not make it difficult for you. Leaving quietly would reflect well on the Wang family's dignity. However, you must apologize to Jiang Shini. Oh, Yi-chun scoffed coldly, raising 3 fingers. Are you certain he has been cured? Let's do this. I will count down. And if the old gentleman has no issues in 3 minutes, I will gladly kneel and apologize. Still intent on struggling, are we? The middle-aged man started timing, unable to tolerate this arrogant fellow any longer. The Wang family members glared in anger at Yi-chun. Once 3 minutes elapsed, they anticipated a display of humiliation on his face. Upon hearing Yi-chun's words, Jiang Xiaoya immediately understood. This entire scenario echoed Tang Yu's inner voice. She swiftly grasped the old gentleman's wrist for a reassessment. Indeed, some blood stasis began to coalesce. Previously, she had considered the old gentleman's frailty and planned to use traditional medicine for gradual recuperation. Now that circumstances had changed, she had to revise her treatment strategy. Tang Yu, please hand me another disinfected silver needle, she instructed, looking up at him. All right, Tang Yu nodded, a hint of confusion on his face. What does she need another silver needle for? Could it be that she has already identified the issue? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's lips curled into a smile. I owe you my gratitude, dear Tang Yu. If it weren't for your insight, how would I have known? With precision, her silver needle targeted the outer hill point on the old gentleman's calf. Upon insertion, the calf suddenly flushed a deep red. Jiang Xiaoya quickly inserted several more needles, and soon, blood began to flow from the old gentleman's leg. Towel! Jiang Xiaoya extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly passed her a towel, and she began to wipe away the blood from the old gentleman. Yi-chun, witnessing Jiang Xiaoya's actions, was utterly astonished. The fool was indeed himself. How could this woman possibly uncover this hidden ailment? If her medical skills were truly that exceptional, she should have resolved the issue in one go from the very start. Such a conclusion defied logic. He was genuinely perplexed as to how matters had unfolded this way. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him observed that 3 minutes had passed and, with a darkened expression, said, Yi Shini, 3 minutes have elapsed. Should you not fulfill your promise? Yi-chun was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Today, he had intended to portray himself as a master, conquering both the Wang family and the fair lady. Now, however, he found himself in a predicament. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed to anyone in his life. Kneeling to apologize was absolutely out of the question. Yet his mind raced. Jiang Xiaoya would undoubtedly become his woman. Lowering his head before his wife was a concession he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned a casual demeanor, laughing heartily. I never anticipated that Suzhou and Hangzhou would harbor such a true expert as Jiang Shini. Today, I truly acknowledge my oversight and apologize to Jiang Shini. The Guimen 13 needles indeed live up to their reputation. In my eyes, they are not inferior to my Tai divine needle. With that, he raised a hand, causing a silver needle to float above his palm, demonstrating the mastery of the Tai divine needle's chi manipulation technique. Upon witnessing this, the Wang family members displayed expressions of awe. Here begins a swift change of topic, it seems. However, Xiaoya is indeed enthralled by medicine. Once he showcases his Tai divine needle, she will surely become curious. As expected of you, Dragon King, your charm with women remains unmatched. Tang Yu's voice of sarcasm chimed in. Jiang Xiaoya's expression flickered with annoyance. This fellow dares to pursue me? She had already heard Tang Yu speak at length about how she harbored feelings for this Yi-chun and would become part of his harem. Yet at this moment, her impression of Yi-chun was exceedingly poor. Possessing medical skills without medical ethics, one ought to treat patients with sincerity rather than use them as pawns in a bet. Such a person is nothing but trash. Does he even deserve to pursue me? Feigning astonishment, she exclaimed, How impressive! You must certainly keep your word, correct? Weren't you supposed to kneel and apologize? Tang Yu, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, was left speechless. What on earth? Xiaoya, this is an outrageous maneuver. He has just showcased the Tai divine needle. Shouldn't they be engaging in a medical exchange to deepen their rapport? At this moment, Yi Chan felt a raging fire igniting within him. Overwhelmed by emotions, the silver needle in his hand warped under his inner strength. How dare a woman humiliate him thus? Were it not for his interest in her and her family's connections, she would have already met her demise. At this juncture, Wang Rulong stepped forward to mediate, laughing, "Oh, it was merely a jest earlier. Let us not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed healers. It is only right that you engage in mutual learning and exchange. Indeed, there is no need to take the jest seriously." The previously hostile middle-aged man's expression softened considerably as he joined in the effort to smooth things over. They had just witnessed that this arrogant young man indeed possessed some genuine skills. To save face, it would be beneficial to have someone like him to rely on in the future. Yi Chan's expression softened slightly as he smiled and said, "What I said earlier was out of momentary anger. However, I truly apologize for the offense today. If Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to treat you to a meal this evening as a gesture of goodwill." "Ha ha, a man of his word, truly the Dragon King. You are indeed worthy of the title. If it were a villain who lost a bet, it wouldn't count. It would be a light punishment to be beaten by you. When your attempts to woo women fail, you come up with another scheme. You're like a clever teddy bear, a walking pile driver." I must concede, Tang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, his inner sarcasm fully unleashed. "I do mind," Jiang Xiaoya coldly huffed, decisively refusing. After listening to Tang Yu's mutterings for a while, she had already discerned his true character. Yi Chun felt both embarrassed and furious, but fortunately, someone entered the room, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yuxia walked in, her gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Upon her arrival, Yi Chen's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a certain desire. He had seen many beautiful women, yet none could wear a chi pao as beautifully as Wang Yuxia. She was indeed the woman he had set his sights on. It wouldn't be long before he would claim her alongside the Wang family. When he noticed Wang Yuxia looking his way, he immediately displayed his signature charming smile. This was his ultimate weapon in seducing women, perfected after countless hours of practice before the mirror. The smile was both mischievous and rebellious, striking the perfect balance of coldness that piqued a woman's curiosity. "Seriously, can you not smile normally? Is it that hard? I might not be able to defeat you, but if I could, I'd de-tape your mouth shut." This is truly a brain-dead piece of literature. I can't believe this smile could attract anyone. Tang Yu's internal monologue erupted as he observed the smile. Jiang Xiaoya stifled her laughter, forcing herself to keep her head down. Wang Yuxia also caught wind of Tang Yu's thoughts, yet she was not in the mood to laugh. After her investigation, it became apparent that her cousin Wang Rulong's push for the new energy project was indeed a trap. She needed to investigate further. Otherwise, insufficient evidence would only alert the perpetrators. She approached the bedside and took Wang Lizizi's hand, expressing her concern. "Grandfather, how are you feeling?" "Much better. Just a bit tired," Wang Lizizi replied, his speech becoming increasingly fluent, though still tinged with weakness. "You should rest well. We will visit again later," Wang Yuxia gently admonished. Tucking the blanket around him, a group of people exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to attend to Wang Lizizi. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoya's phone alarm rang. Glancing at her phone, she bid farewell to the others as she prepared to leave. "Dr. Jiang, do visit us more often." The Wang family members greeted her with smiles. Jiang Xiao nodded and winked at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang, why don't you greet me?" Bye-bye." Tang Yu waved with a forced smile. "Ah, sister, it's not that I don't want to greet you. It's just that I dare not. Yi Chen thinks of you as his woman. If I get too close, he might retaliate." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts made Jiang Xiaoya feel a wave of nausea. His woman? Ugh, as if. At this moment, Yi Chen was utterly displeased, wishing he could punch Tang Yu. How could the woman he liked refer to him as brother so affectionately? Yet he maintained a calm facade, proactively greeting Jiang Xiaoya. "Dr. Jiang, if convenient, I would like to visit your residence in a few days. I've heard that your grandfather's medical skills are extraordinary, and I wish to learn from him." "Inconvenient, unwelcome, do not come." Jiang Xiaoya instantly shifted her demeanor, coldly dismissing Yi Chen with a huff before walking away. She felt nauseated at the mere sight of him. Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration, almost wanting to lash out. This was the first time in his life that his attempts to woo a woman had gone so poorly. However, he refrained from expressing his anger, as his pursuit was not yet over. Wang Yuxue was still present. He glanced at Wang Rulong, who quickly caught on and moved to Wang Yushue's side, smiling as he said, "Sister, let me introduce you to a talented young man. This is Yi Chun, a physician whose skills are on par with Dr. Jiang." Yi Chun took a deep breath, regaining his signature charming smile. He approached Wang Yuxue, extending his hand. "Hello, Miss Wang." Wang Yuxue merely shot him a cold glance, showing no intention of shaking hands. In a frigid tone, she remarked, "Has no one told you something? What is it? Your smile is quite repulsive." Yi Chen's smile instantly froze, the atmosphere becoming painfully awkward as he began to doubt himself. Repulsive? This remark struck at the very core of his pride. This was the source of his confidence. Unable to contain himself, Tang Yu burst into laughter. Finally, someone voiced what I've been thinking. Yi Chun immediately turned to glare at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What are you laughing at?" He gritted through clenched teeth. "I was just recalling something amusing," Tang Yu stammered, feeling the pressure of Yi Chun's gaze. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you. Besides, your smile is indeed repulsive. Can't you see in the mirror?" Yi Chun questioned Tang Yu's attitude, and others chimed in. "Why are you being so fierce towards Tang Xiao? He hasn't said anything against you. Having some medical skills isn't that impressive. People like him should avoid our Wang family in the future." Seeing Yi Chen's fierce demeanor aimed at Tang Yu, several members of the Wang family quickly began to voice their dissatisfaction. Tang Yu felt profoundly touched, nearly moved to tears. "You all are too supportive of me. Please don't do this again. If you keep defending me, I might just vanish." After being collectively mocked by the Wang family, Yi Chen's gaze towards Tang Yu grew increasingly venomous. All the humiliation he suffered today stemmed from this little brat. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he quickly suppressed his murderous intent. "Miss Wang, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. I hope we can discuss this further in the future." Yi Chen smiled and nodded at Wang Yuxue before striding out. As soon as he left, Wang Rulong's expression turned awkward. Their plans for the day had not progressed even a step, and now Yi Chun had offended Tang Xiao, leaving him feeling frustrated. "I'll see Yi Chun off," he said to his family before hurriedly running after Yi Chun, trying to comfort him. "Brother Yi, today's situation was unexpected. Please don't take it to heart." Being told his smile was repulsive had inflicted psychological trauma on Yi Chun. It became increasingly difficult for him to display his confident, charming smile. Was it true that these women were giving him cold shoulders because his smile was unappealing? "No way," Wang Rulong replied, utterly perplexed. "Is my smile really that repulsive?" Yi Chun nearly lost his composure, glaring at Wang Rulong. "What is the relationship between that kid named Tang and your family? Ex-boyfriend?" Hearing those words, a murderous glint filled Yi Chun's eyes. The most unbearable thing for him is the thought of his woman having intimate contact with other men. What a character Tang Yu is. Are you intentionally opposing me? The woman I have set my sights on. You refuse to let go of even one. However, as a master of medicine, he could discern that Wang Yixue was still a maiden, which somewhat alleviated his mood. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun spoke up. "We shall not rush our plans. I will first deal with that brat surnamed Tang to prevent him from disrupting our scheme." Indeed, Brother Yi possesses remarkable wisdom, Wang Rulong sincerely praised. With the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets at stake, if they were to extend their assistance to the Wang family, wouldn't our plans be in vain? "What are your intentions, Brother Yi?" Wang Rulong inquired with curiosity. "You will know after the Tang family falls." Yi Chun smiled nonchalantly, unwilling to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and dialed a number on his phone. When the call connected, a sweet voice from a girl came through. "Wang Wang, what is your command?" "Qin, how is the infiltration of the Tang group progressing?" "It has been successful. My current identity is that of the general manager's secretary." "Excellent. I grant you 1 week to procure the items I require. In a month, I want no trace of the Tang family left in Suhang." At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang family, suddenly sneezed. "Damn it. Who is talking about me?" Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu wondered inwardly. "System, where's my reward for completing the plot?" This time, the reward left Tang Yu quite satisfied. Being immune to all poisons is indeed a remarkable asset. In urban fantasy tales, which protagonist does not wield poison, especially someone like Yi Chun, who is also skilled in medicine. With this capability, his hope of surviving until the grand conclusion has increased. In a good mood, Tang Yu was just about to slip away when Wang Yishua blocked his path. Do you need something? Tang Yu immediately inquired with an icy demeanor. Why are you blocking my way, sister? I know you have a crush on me, but that's not good, for I am a man you can never have. Your destiny lies not with me, but with Yi Chun. Do you understand? Although I do not know why you find his smile repulsive today, you will eventually become enamored with his charming grin. Wang Yishua's lips curled slightly. A man I cannot have? I shall still pursue him. As for becoming infatuated with Yi Chen's smile, bah, he can keep it. Is it not permissible for me to wish to speak with you? Do you truly despise your ex so much? She spoke with a sorrowful tone, her expression pitiful. Why bother asking when you already know the answer? Dan Yi U Skulp. If I did not dislike you, I would be asking for trouble, sister. I am merely a villain. If a villain wishes to survive, he must not compete with the protagonist for women. We are merely fated to be out of reach. Do you understand? You missed your chance to claim my body back then. Now you have no opportunity left. Very well. I comprehend now. I shall not press you further. Wang Yishua nodded, suddenly frowning and pointing ahead. Tang Yu instinctively turned his head, his eyes widening, fearing Yi Chan was coming to trouble him. What the hell? Is there no one there? Seizing the moment when Tang Yu turned, she deliberately leaned her face in closer, ensuring that when he turned back, his lips would inevitably meet her cheek. Moreover, she held her phone, recording the moment with the front camera. Thus, the scene of Tang Yu kissing her cheek was captured on video. Oh hot do, dang da sa. How could you? After being kissed, Wang Yishua's face showed a mix of panic and bashfulness. She bit her lip and took 2 steps back, swiftly saving the video. Let's see how you escape now. What the hell are you setting me up? Tang Yu felt utterly defeated. Damn it, are you still the female lead? Is this a proper act? You think you're some kind of landlord? I am certainly not a fool. Recording a video? Now I'm doomed. If Yi Chen sees this, I shall surely face his wrath. A night as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness, though we may not have shared a day. We at least had our first love, right? You cannot trap me like this. What trap? Do you think as a girl I would actively take advantage of you? Tang Dasha, show some dignity. Wang Yishua feigned innocence with a sly smile. Delete the video. Name your price. Tang Yu scowled, extending his hand. Damn it. It's fortunate I am now a wealthy villain. I can resolve this with money. Just right for Wang Yishua to think of me as a common materialist. Money? My family has plenty of that. It seems I have no need for it. Wang Yishua sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy face made her want to laugh. However, upon hearing him mention Yi Chan repeatedly, her disdain for him only grew. As an exceptionally intelligent business prodigy, she had grasped the situation entirely after listening to Tang Yu's sentiments. The world she inhabited was a fictional realm. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, while she was to be part of Yi Chen's harem. Harem? What nonsense! She had already begun investigating Yi Chen's background. Should the opportunity arise, that fellow would not escape Su Hang alive. Enough! Stop your unreasonable antics and delete the video. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. Tang Yu threatened with a grim face. What do you want from me, then? You refuse money. What is it that you desire? My pure and untainted body. I cannot comprehend. Apart from being rich and handsome at 6 feet tall with 8-pack abs and an extraordinary demeanor, what else could possibly attract you? If you're sensible, let me go. My family is the foremost in Su Hang, and our influence is undeniable. Then go ahead and turn against me. If you do, I will post the video on social media. Wang Yishua waved her phone, smiling mischievously. Is this amusing to you? Do you genuinely believe I would not strike a woman? Tang Yu pretended to be fierce, clenching his fists. Do you see this? A fist as large as a cooking pot. A cute girl like you. If I were to land a blow, you would undoubtedly cry for a long time. Hurry and delete the video. This is not the behavior of a female lead. Do you understand? Chapter 13 Elbow. Come with me inside. Then go ahead and strike. I am curious where you intend to hit. Wang Yishua rolled her eyes. A cute girl like me would indeed cry for a long time after a punch. No, what do you want? Be straightforward. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously, his tone grave. If this video were spread, he would genuinely be finished. Damn, have you ever seen a villain who kissed the protagonist's harem and lived to tell the tale? The bull-headed man could never stand against the pure love deity Elbow, come with me inside. Wang Yixue had learned how to manipulate Tang Yu, and she was utterly delighted within, urging him by grasping his arm. No, I absolutely refuse. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously, every cell in him resisting. Do not wait for me to get rough. Elbow, come with me inside. Under Wang Yixue's repeated threats, Tang Yu reluctantly followed her inside. Fine, it's merely entering a room. It's better than a video being released. If she truly wishes to cause chaos, I shall defend my innocence to the death. A dignified villain cannot allow the female lead to push him around. Hearing Tang Yu's muttering, Wang Yixue couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This guy thinks too highly of himself. Wang Yixue was undoubtedly a distinguished young lady from a prominent family in Suhang, perfect in every aspect without a single flaw to be found. However, her room was another story altogether. This was Tang Yu's first visit to her boudoir. The room was a complete mess, items strewn everywhere, with several articles of clothing tossed on the bed and sofa. Tang Yu caught a glimpse and immediately noticed a small black piece of lingerie. This woman's room is far too chaotic. Everything is carelessly discarded. This black silk is quite nice. A cheap how paired with black stockings? I could completely go for that. However, what's with the fishnet stockings? I find them unappealing. Even white stockings are far superior to this. Why is your room in such disarray? Can anyone tidy it up? He was determined not to be daunted. Even the dogs back home would steer clear of him. Was it really so difficult to stir some animosity from an aloof beauty? Wasn't he just preparing for someone to come and clean up? Wang Yixue smiled charmingly, her gaze fixed on Tang Yu. Tang Yu was baffled. Was she suggesting he clean the room? Hurry up, others wouldn't even get the chance to tidy up my room. Besides, you've helped me clean several times back in college. Wang Yixue chuckled triumphantly, resembling a little fox who had cunningly secured a morsel from a crow. Just this once. Tang Yu snorted coldly, deliberately maintaining a stern demeanor while assisting in the cleanup. Isn't it just tidying up a room? It's certainly preferable to doing something else. But speaking of which, could there be athlete's foot on those stockings? What if I catch it? After we finish cleaning, I should wash my hands thoroughly. Wang Yixue, who had been eavesdropping with delight, suddenly turned somber. You must be the one with athlete's foot, she retorted coldly. Over the years since our breakup, aside from being a sycophant to Su Muyu, have you interacted with any other girls? I am not Su Muyu's sycophant. It's merely an act to facilitate my interactions with other girls. To be frank, I currently have 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu knew that women despise fickle men and was unhesitatingly casting dirt upon himself. Are you stunned? Do you find me revolting? Laughable. I've been so busy pretending to be a sycophant that I haven't even touched a girl. If you're displeased, then hurry and kick me out. Remember, a wealthy and handsome man like me is not to be relied upon. Is that so? I never expected you to be such a capricious man. It seems I misjudged you. Wang Yixue's expression shifted from gloom to brightness. Indeed, you misjudged me. My pursuit of you back then was merely a pastime. Tang Yu provocatively asserted while deftly folding the blanket. All right, you can be angry now. Hurry and kick me out. What else with the fuss? Oh, then what was it that attracted you to pursue me back then? I found you easy to manipulate, Tang Yu retorted with sarcasm. I was drawn to your looks. Had you not been beautiful, charismatic, and well-proportioned back then, who would have pursued you? Humph, you scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure, though her heart bubbled with delight. The words spoken may not always reflect the truth, but her thoughts were unwaveringly sincere. That remark about being a scoundrel made Tang Yu's heart sore. This woman was evidently unable to resist him. He needed to devise a way to provoke her further, to incite her anger until she forced him to leave. He might not know how to win a woman's affection, but inciting her wrath was a trivial matter. His gaze fell upon an adorable white piece of lingerie. I'll play the role of a lascivious man. I refuse to believe you aren't disgusted by me yet. He deliberately posed a lewd smile and turned to Wang Yixue with a lascivious grin. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed instantly. Wang Yixue sighed as she held her phone. Alas, I accidentally took a photo. I just preserved the evidence of your transgressions. As a young lady, what shall I do about my reputation? Tang Yu was taken aback. What the hell? Why are you deviating from the script? Why did you capture it on your phone? Shouldn't the usual narrative involve you calling me a pervert and telling me to scram? It's only been a few years. How have you become so cunning? Wake up. This ISN to your character. Oh dear, what should I do? My ex is harassing me. If this gets out, I'll be in quite the predicament. Wang Yixue sighed, her eyes crescent-shaped from laughter. Tang Yu was at a loss. This was undoubtedly not something Wang Yixue would do in the original narrative. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Tang Yu reluctantly set down the lingerie, folding it neatly with the other laundry. Fine, y concede. I won't do anything, all right? I'll just lay low. Initially, he had planned to avoid Yi Chun, but it seemed he would need to evade these female leads as well. Wang Yixue cheerfully whistled twice. With these incriminating pieces of evidence in hand, wouldn't this fellow be compelled to obediently heed her commands from now on? Don't even think about escaping. By the way, let's discuss something serious. Noticing Tang Yu was nearly finished tidying up, Wang Yixue smiled and said, I've been considering investing in renewable energy. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. Finally, she was on the right track. Indeed, I am the antagonist returning kindness for malice. The sooner you all fall in love, the sooner I can retire and enjoy life. Renewable energy? A splendid venture. The business landscape of the next decade will undoubtedly be dominated by renewable energy, and the government is vigorously supporting it. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. He expressed his admiration with a thumbs up. Hurry and delve into renewable energy. Believe in yourself. This project is bound to yield substantial profits, provided, of course, that the partners are reliable. Laughable. You're collaborating with Felici Company, aren't you? That company is a complete scam. If the project flops, that's when Yi Chun will make his entrance. I see now. I understand. The storyline remains intact. Wang Yixue's conflict with Yi Chun today serves as a foundation for emotional development. Once Yi Chun rescues Wang Yixue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt, thus leading her to fall for him. Truly, you dog author, was this part of your scheme all along? Chapter 14. Something is missing. Wang Yixue's eyes sparkled with greater joy. She cheerfully remarked, Since you're so optimistic, I'll invest in this project. Yet I'm still hesitating. The potential partner I'm eyeing is the French Felici Company, though I can't shake the feeling that they're somewhat untrustworthy. You're overthinking it. I've interacted with that company, and they excel in renewable energy research. Partnering with them will secure the latest technology. You won't have to worry about profits. Tang Yu asserted earnestly. Is this foolish girl's intuition becoming a tad too sharp? There are indeed issues with Felici Company, but they've been obscured by Yi Chun. As for their claims of advanced renewable technology, it's still immature, with significant safety concerns. In plain terms, it's a fraudulent company. Yi Chun is also malicious. He deliberately invested billions to control this pathetic company to ensnare the Wang family. Wang Yixue was nearly bursting with laughter. She felt she had completely grasped how to manipulate Tang Yu, as though she held a remote control in her hand. With a mere press of a button, he would respond. Fine, if even you are so confident, it must be fine. I plan to delegate the project to Rulong. Do you think he is capable of handling it? She inquired of Tang Yu once more. Rulong is renowned in Su Hang for his cleverness, with his talents. He should have no issue. Tang Yu praised vigorously, his heart racing with excitement. Handing this troublesome project to Wang Rulong guarantees its success. If he doesn't take charge, how will the project's problems be concealed? If I recall correctly, the vice president of your company, surnamed Li, is in cahoots with Wang Rulong. He is aware of this matter and has received a hefty bribe from Wang Rulong to deliberately create distractions. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Vice President Li? The only one is Li Deshen, who has been with the company for 30 years. Due to his abilities and loyalty to the Wang family, he is highly trusted. He has been a strong advocate for this renewable energy project and has discussed it with me several times, claiming it could sustain the Wang family's development for 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu remarked coldly, Everything has been tidied up. Can I leave now? Not bad. You can go, Wang Yixue replied with a cheerful smile. Tang Yu did not rush to depart. Instead, he gazed at her phone, implying, Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos? What are you looking at? I've already deleted the photos and videos. Do you think keeping them would make me look good? Wang Yixue pouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, they must be deleted. I absolutely cannot allow a beauty like you to have her reputation tarnished because of a scoundrel like me. Tang Yu nodded vigorously and turned to flee. Finally, He had escaped the clutches of Wang Yixue, the most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery red sari lang. Tang Yu hummed with delight, feeling ecstatic. With this, Wang Yixue would undoubtedly follow the storyline and eventually end up with Yi Chun, although Jiang Xiaoya seemed a bit off. Yi Chun had already mentioned challenging her grandfather at the Jiang family, indicating that their narrative would commence from there. As for Su Muyu, that woman was undoubtedly in cahoots with Yi Chun. No wonder she was the primary female lead. To protect Yi Chun, she was willing to feign a marriage alliance. Impressive. Truly impressive. However, compared to himself, the king of survival, she still fell a bit short. His wise eyes had already seen through everything. Once Yi Chun had her wrapped around his finger, their little misunderstandings would be resolved, wouldn't they? Pressing the accelerator, Tang Yu drove towards the road, eager to experience the life of the wealthy. At Donghai Group, in the president's office, Su Muyu was seated at her desk, reviewing a document. This pertained to a new real estate project requiring an investment of approximately 100 billion, which was considered moderate for the Su family. Her female secretary stood beside her, occasionally admiring Su Muyu's stunning profile. As a beauty herself, she felt a sense of inferiority standing next to Su Muyu. Why are some women so perfect? Just like her name, Muyu. It's already 6 o'clock. Aren't you leaving? Su Muyu suddenly looked up at her secretary. Huh? The secretary was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. According to the usual routine, every day at 6, the young master of the Tang family would come to knock and escort Su Zong out for dinner. For 3 consecutive years, as long as there were no holidays, Tang Xiao would always come. Of course, Su Zong had never agreed to it. Her casual remark made Su Muyu feel a pang of nostalgia. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to the routine, that man should have come to knock. Normally, she found his persistent entanglement bothersome. However, today, in his absence, she felt a strange sense of loss, as if something was missing. Su Zong, I heard you and Tang Xiao are engaged. Congratulations on finally being together. I will head home now, the secretary said with a smile as she packed her things. Su Muyu replied, immediately losing her desire to continue working, feeling a heaviness in her heart. Engagement? What nonsense! She already knew what that man was thinking. After liking her for 3 years, he suddenly claimed he no longer did. This left her feeling somewhat wronged. Of course, she understood she couldn't blame him. After all, she had indeed ignored him for 3 years. What is wrong with me? Su Muyu rubbed her temples and picked up her bag to leave the office. As she stepped outside, the remaining subordinates greeted her. Hello, Su Thun. You've worked hard. Is Su Zong off work? I heard you're with Tang Xiao. Congratulations. Seeing their eager smiles, her heart felt even more constricted. She knew these people privately disliked her, even nicknaming her Ice Mountain. Weren't they tired of wearing masks? She thought of Tang Yu. At least he could hear her true feelings. In a world where everyone wore masks, he was practically running around naked. After returning to her Maserati, Su Muyu hesitated for a long time with her phone in hand before finally finding Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free tonight? I want to talk to you. Tang Yu was currently driving when he suddenly received a message from Su Muyu, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the heck does Su Muyu want with me? Is it about the annulment? If only she had said so earlier, we could have both informed our families. But he was uncertain about what exactly he wanted to discuss with her. He simply wanted to see him. It was one thing to be disliked, but there was no need to tarnish her own image. What if she took a screenshot and shared it on her moments, imitating Wang Yixue's bold moves? Thus, he brought forth the level of quality one would expect after 9 years of compulsory education and replied, say what you need to say directly. If nothing, please leave. We can discuss the annulment later. This woman's reluctance to annul the marriage left Tang Yu quite irritated. You're putting on a show to protect him while pushing me into the fire pit. Is this how a person behaves? Do you despise me that much? Su Muyu's eyes brimmed with tears from her frustration. The stark contrast between her cold demeanor now and her previous warmth was hard for her to accept. Isn't it obvious? Who asked you to put me in a difficult position? I dislike being used as a shield. All right, I need to go out for drinks with some friends. If you want to annul the marriage, just say it directly. We can contact each other through a message in a bottle. With her attitude being so dismissive, how could she continue to play pretend? It was time to lay all cards on the table and honestly embrace her role as the female lead. In summary, the advantage lies with me. You scoundrel. I will not annul the marriage. I will marry into the Tang family. Just wait. Suddenly, another message appeared in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu was startled, almost dropping his phone. This woman was serious? Are you out of your mind? This nearly made Tang Yu spit blood. In the original storyline, Sumu Yu indeed had a stubborn personality. Once she set her sights on something, she would not waver. However, should she not direct that stubbornness towards Yichin instead? This is a disaster. This woman can't be serious. Tang Yu's face turned pale. Just when he thought his plan was nearing success, Sumu Yu's actions left him bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to send a few more messages to persuade her, indicating that his earlier attitude had been inappropriate and that she should let it slide. However, all his messages were met with red exclamation marks. This woman has truly blocked me. Damn, I overstepped. Does she not understand that most women prefer a tough approach? Tang Yu lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Why was it so difficult to annul the marriage? If he truly married her, wouldn't Yi Chun bring a horde to demolish the Tang family? At that moment, his WeChat lit up again. Tang Yu widened his eyes, realizing the sender was Qin Ming. This Qin Ming was not a forensic doctor. He was the young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Su Hang. In the original storyline, he was known as one of the 4 young masters alongside Tang Yu, and he was Tang Yu's loyal underling. Typically, characters referred to as Chang Xiao in light novels often met tragic ends, and Qin Ming was no exception. He and Tang Yu would meet unfortunate fates. Hey, big brother, what have you been up to lately? Upon seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, asking for outside help is the way to go. After all, I am the antagonist. I should leverage my villainous advantages to resolve difficulties. While I am pondering, where are you? I will come visit. I'm at Xinghe. Can you come? If not, I can wait for you somewhere else. The Xinghe, as described by Qin Ming, is a grand entertainment venue, replete with various amusements. Albeit somewhat chaotic and murky, frequented by numerous wealthy second-generation heirs. As a devoted admirer, Tang Yu had always maintained his integrity and never ventured into such places. However, the current circumstances have rendered him indifferent to such considerations. After all, having the chance to experience the lifestyle of the affluent and handsome, it would be foolish not to indulge. Soon enough, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the entertainment establishment named Xinghe. When the sleek silver Lamborghini Veneno rolled up, many passers-by were left in awe. A few live streamers at the entrance quickly trained their cameras on the striking sports car. Isn't that a Veneno? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which wealthy heir drives such an extravagant car? Oh, how I wish I could be reborn into such a rich family. You could be reborn as their dog, someone quipped. The streamers were filled with wonder, speculating about the identity of the car's owner. One innocent-looking yet provocatively dressed female influencer approached eagerly, for attending such venues was typically about attracting wealthy suitors. As Tang Yu emerged from the car, several onlooking girls gasped in surprise, not expecting the owner to be a young and handsome man. In terms of looks, he bore a resemblance to the once famous Jiao and Juan, but with a more distinguished aura. Goodness, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their family must have assets worth trillions by now, right? This is probably his first visit to a place like this. I must go and strike up a conversation. Soon, a few girls could no longer contain themselves and approached him. The foremost influencer refused to let these other vixens encroach on her territory. With a huff, she quickened her pace toward Tang Yu. As she neared him, she suddenly lost her balance and fell against him. Are you all right? Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine. I'm so sorry, young Master Tang. I almost bumped into you, she apologized, looking pitiable while wishing to press closer to him. It's nothing. Just be careful, Tang Yu replied with a smile. His grin left several nearby girls weak-kneed, not merely because of his wealth, but simply due to his striking looks. Just as the influencer was about to engage him further, other girls had already surrounded him. Hello, young Master Tang. I'm Wei Wei. Are you here to have some fun? Can I add you on WeChat? They clamored, pulling out their phones to exchange contact information. One influencer even deliberately adjusted her skirt to showcase her assets. Even more audaciously, one girl discreetly pinched Tang Yu's backside. The surrounding onlookers looked on with envy. Damn, he's wealthy and handsome. Does he leave any room for others? Tang Yu was inwardly astonished by this treatment, a first for him. Is this the joy of being a wealthy and handsome man? It turns out that money and good looks could make women so forward. In his past as a villain, he had never encountered such attention, having only associated with those who were far from affluent, thugs, doormen, or personal bodyguards, none of whom had assets exceeding $1 million. As Tang Yu was surrounded by a throng of women, a young man at the entrance of Xinghan noticed him. "Hey, isn't that my big brother?" The youth recognized Tang Yu and hurried over. Surrounded by women, Tang Yu felt like a monk in a land of women. The young man struggled to approach. "Could you make some room?" he called out. Upon hearing his voice, the women turned and beamed with recognition. "Oh, isn't that Qin Shao? He's here too." They greeted Qin Ming with enthusiasm, their demeanor equally warm. Who cares about the county chief? They simply aspired to become the county chief's wife. "All right, ladies, don't cling to my brother. It's his first time here, and your fervor might overwhelm him." Qin Ming chuckled, prompting the women to reluctantly part to create a pathway. Qin Ming grasped Tang Yu's arm and led him out of the throng, smiling as he asked, "Big brother, how does it feel to be here for the first time?" "It's quite nice. They're all good girls," Tang Yu commended, despite their smoking, drinking, tattoos, and late-night revelries. "As long as they aren't looking to marry me, it's all good." "Right, they're all good girls," Qin Ming laughed heartily. "Shall we find a quieter place to sit and talk? We could discuss it inside." Tang Yu pointed toward the Xinghe establishment, remarking that he had come to enjoy life. As a former villain, who knows when he might meet the Dragon King next? He should relish the moment while he can. "Are you serious, big brother?" Qin Ming looked worried as he followed him inside. Even though it was still daylight, the Xinghe establishment was already bustling with energy. Men and women in the dance floor writhed, releasing their pent-up desires, while several alluring women on stage danced passionately to deafening music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to a high platform, his designated seat. As soon as he settled in, drinks were promptly delivered, accompanied by several beauties. However, Qin Ming waved them off, prioritizing his brother's well-being over their attention. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he expressed concern. "Big brother, you seem off today. What's wrong?" Tang Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. "You've never visited places like this before?" Qin Ming responded. "People change." Tang Yu clinked his glass with Qin Ming's. After taking a hearty sip, Qin Ming continued, "But big brother, you just got engaged to Sumu Yu. If she finds out you came here, wouldn't it all be for naught?" "Actually, I came to discuss that with you," Tang Yu said, quickly showing Qin Ming their chat history, leaving Qin Ming dumbfounded. "Is this really something you would do? You dare to speak to Sumu Yu like that? Wow, big brother, you've finally stopped being a sycophant. Honestly, if we weren't such close friends, I would have cut ties with you long ago," Qin Ming exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He filled Tang Yu's glass again, insisting they toast to this momentous occasion. The two had been good friends for years, having attended the same prestigious school. During their second year of middle school, Qin Ming had accidentally fallen into a river while they were out playing, and only Tang Yu had jumped in to save him. This bond solidified their friendship, with Qin Ming resolutely recognizing Tang Yu as his elder brother. Yet, Tang Yu had spent the past 3 years as a devoted admirer, earning a somewhat tarnished reputation within their circle. It was common knowledge that being a sycophant was frowned upon. As a wealthy and handsome man, engaging in such behavior was indeed humiliating. Tang Yu couldn't help but slap Qin Ming on the back. What do you think her mindset is? After 3 years of devotion, now her attitude has changed. She's just being foolish. People only learn to appreciate what they lose, Qin Ming shrugged. Tang Yu felt that something was amiss. After all, she was the heroine. How could she possibly develop feelings for a villain? There must be a hidden agenda at play. You gazed at Qin Ming, earnestly seeking advice on how to deter her incessant disturbances. This individual, having achieved a remarkable tally of 100 kills at the tender age of 17, surpassed 1,000 by 20, and now, he likely could not even recall the exact figures himself. The life of the affluent is often characterized by its simplicity and monotony. It's quite straightforward. Merely emulate my approach of becoming a disgrace, Qin Ming proclaimed with pride. He had not always succumbed to such degradation. He once harbored an idealistic vision of love. However, upon overhearing a conversation between his father and an elder regarding an arranged marriage when he was 17, he learned that a union was to be established upon his coming of age. In elite families, social standing is of utmost importance. Upon discovering that his betrothed weighed nearly 200 pounds, he matured overnight. To thwart this marriage, he transformed into the most renowned prince of nightlife in Suhang, thereby ensuring the engagement was entirely aborted. Indeed, you suddenly realized the wisdom of the master rings true. If I portray myself as a repugnant entity, wouldn't women naturally steer clear of me? His gaze towards Qin Ming brimmed with admiration. Truly, he was a commendable brother, unmistakably suited for a villainous role. To survive, one must not rely solely on discretion. The antagonists in those exhilarating tales are loathed by the heroines precisely due to their insidious nature. Yet, his villainous persona remained insufficiently odious. Such a depiction was clearly contrived by the author to enhance his sycophantic attributes. Come, my good brother, let us toast to our reign as the unrivaled duo of Xing He Club. You raised his glass in camaraderie with Qin Ming. Indeed, my brother speaks with candor. From now on, we shall reside here. Qin Ming bellowed with laughter, his gaze already assessing the evening's prospects. Having frequented this venue for quite some time, he had never faltered in his pursuits. Although certain online enchantresses claimed they visited such establishments for relaxation, it was a statement that warranted skepticism. What upright individual would venture into a women's bathhouse merely for a hand wash? Scanning the room, he noticed a plethora of familiar faces, rendering the atmosphere rather dull. Brother, it seems we are surrounded by acquaintances tonight. Perhaps we should make do? Qin Ming chuckled. It would be remiss not to arrange for a couple of exquisite companions for your inaugural visit. Very well, you decide. You nodded, engaging in mere pretense. He held modest expectations. Qin Ming promptly orchestrated the arrangements, and soon, 7 or 8 women of varying beauty approached, each possessing an allure rated around 75. As they stood in a row, bags in hand, you nearly succumbed to inappropriate thoughts. You four accompany my brother. It's his first time here, so please, keep it civil. Qin Ming selected 4 of the girls, who eagerly rushed to surround you, settling down with playful laughter. Young master, may I serve you a drink? Young master, you must exercise regularly. Your arms are quite muscular. Would you care to feel my abs? Young master, what type of women do you prefer? The girls seemed intent on climbing onto U.S. lap, their attentiveness bordering on excessive. By the way, brother, do you not wish to vexumu you? How about I assist you in filming a short video to disseminate? I guarantee it will infuriate her, Qin Ming suggested, having harbored disdain for Su Muyu for quite some time. You, my friend, are truly a genius, you conceded, feeling his inexperience as a villain was evident. Tarnishing one's reputation was evidently more within his younger companion's expertise. All right, strike a pose quickly. Brother, embrace the beauties on either side, and ladies, ensure your expressions are animated. Don't forget your lines. Qin Ming began directing, capturing a brief 10-second video. Once completed, he handed the phone to you. Brother, what do you think? If it's unsatisfactory, I can film something even more scandalous, perhaps a hotel? Absolutely not. You hastily shook his head. He merely sought to sully his reputation without becoming a pariah. He intended to endure this phase and savor life thereafter. After watching the short video twice, he felt quite satisfied. The video presented him as a ravenous lecher, and the women were exceedingly cooperative, creating an atmosphere akin to a 5-person gaming session that evening. Very well, let us publish it, you declared, pleased with his brother's efforts. Qin Ming grinned widely, promptly uploading the video from his account, which boasted over 600,000 followers. His frequent displays of extravagance and generous giveaways had garnered him a substantial audience. Among those he followed was Su Muyu, a connection common among the 4 prominent families. Today, my esteemed brother is enjoying himself at Xinghe. It's no surprise he attracts attention with his handsome visage. After titling the post, the video swiftly passed through the review process within minutes. Soon, the likes and comments surged. Qingge, who is this handsome fellow? May I get acquainted? Wow, he is really attractive, though he seems somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? This brother is quite appealing. To ensure Su Mu you would see the video, Qin Ming tagged her deliberately. Hee, I've long been displeased with that woman, perpetually flaunting her airs and causing my brother to lose face in our circle. At that moment, Su Muyu was at home, resting. Her eyes were slightly red from having cried in the car for quite a while, overwhelmed with anger. After scrolling through short videos for a time, her mood improved somewhat. Suddenly, A notification indicated that Qin Ming had tagged her. What did he want? Su Muyu pondered, as their acquaintance was merely superficial. Upon tapping the notification, the video automatically played, revealing you embracing several women in joviality, causing her complexion to drain of color. Brother, is it not considered scummy to embrace so many women? Scummy? I am not scummy. I merely wish to provide a home for all the young ladies of the world. Upon hearing Yu's voice in the video, a wave of despondency and grievance surged within her, prompting tears to flow anew. It felt as though she had lost something invaluable, only to realize its significance in its absence. After weeping for a time, she suddenly recognized the absurdity of the situation. This individual had never indulged in such debauchery before. He had deliberately engaged in this escapade and asked Qin Ming to capture a video for her viewing. Something was amiss. Wiping her tears, she contemplated and then hurried to the mirror to retouch her makeup. She intended to personally visit Xing He Club to discern his true intentions. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. He could not conceal anything from her. Once her makeup was complete, she dialed Yu's number. Young master, your phone is ringing. A girl seated beside you noticed his phone lighting up and quickly handed it to him. Thank you. You gently pinched the girl's cheek, inadvertently smudging her makeup. But he feigned ignorance and swiftly took the phone. Su Muyu? Upon recognizing her name, you couldn't help but smile faintly. As anticipated, the plan was unfolding seamlessly. She was likely calling to express her ire. With delight, he answered, Hello? What do you mean by this? Do I truly irritate you so much? Su Muyu's voice, laced with grievance, resonated from the other end of the line. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too loud here. Are you calling off the engagement? Very well. Let us set a time for tomorrow. I know you can't hear me. Just wait. I'm coming to find you. Su Muyu ended the call abruptly, leaving Tang Yu with a furrowed brow, contemplating the peculiar behavior of this woman. Was she possessed? Given her proud nature, she should have berated him and sought to annul their engagement by tomorrow. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It must be to protect Yi Chun that she felt compelled to maintain the facade, playing her role to the fullest. This woman certainly possessed a profound cunning. Fortunately, he had already caught on to her game. What is wrong, big brother? Did some of you call? Qin Ming inquired from the side. Yes. She mentioned coming to see me. Let us plan to annoy her together later, Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. If they could drive Su Muyu away tonight, everything would proceed smoothly. Qin Ming joined in the laughter, then suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh no, big brother, I almost forgot something important. What is it? I have a date with a stunning beauty tonight, one who is definitely of the same caliber as Su Muyu. After saying this, Qin Ming looked at the group of girls nearby and announced, Darlings, you can go enjoy yourselves. Just put today's expenses on my tab. My brother and I have some matters to attend to. The girls' eyes sparkled, and they eagerly agreed before leaving with their bags. Once they were gone, Qin Ming grinned and said, Big brother, I'm really sacrificing a lot here. I'll have that beauty come over to keep you company, and you can hold her to provoke Su Muyu. Is it really that exaggerated? Comparable to Su Muyu? Tang Yu questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. While there were indeed many beautiful women in Su Hang, only a few could be compared to Su Muyu. However, if he could bring a true beauty, it would certainly irk Su Muyu. The girls they had just seen could be considered attractive, yet they paled in comparison to Su Muyu, making them less suitable for the act. You'll find out soon enough, Qin Ming said with a mysterious smile as he began contacting the woman. Tang Yu felt a twinge of anticipation. As a villain, he certainly wouldn't engage with the heroines. He would remain single for life. However, with other beauties, he still had a chance. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, a graceful figure approached, carrying a bag. Hello, Qin Xiao. The woman smiled as she greeted Qin Ming. Ling Han, you finally arrived. Let me introduce you to my older brother, Tang Yu, Qin Ming said, eagerly introducing them. Chapter 18. Would you like this fortune? Tang Yu glanced at the woman and immediately agreed with Qin Ming's assessment. In terms of appearance, she was certainly on par with Su Muyu, the most beautiful woman in Su Hang. Her allure was enhanced by a captivating charm that seemed innate. Her attire was equally tantalizing, featuring a white semi-transparent blouse that hinted at her figure, paired with a tight black leather skirt that accentuated her curves, showcasing her long, fair legs. When she locked eyes with Tang Yu, A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She then sat beside him, extending her hand. Tang Xiao, you're so handsome. I'm Ling Han. Pleased to meet you. I'm even more delighted to meet a beauty like you, Miss Ling, Tang Yu replied, taking her cool hand, only to suddenly realize, what the hell? Isn't this the jade-faced fox? Damn, has Chen already arranged this? No, her target should be Qin Ming. At this moment, Tang Yu was internally astounded. Simultaneously, Ling Han was taken aback as well. Hearing his thoughts nearly made her believe her cover had been blown. Indeed, she was one of the pawns sent by Yi Chun and an elite member of the Long Han organization. What was going on? Was he speaking to me through ventriloquism? No, this wasn't ventriloquism at all. Ling Han was shocked. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed many skills, including ventriloquism. But this man before her did not seem like someone who would employ such a technique. Seeing their hands still clasped, Qin Ming felt a tinge of jealousy. Big Brother is truly impressive. Women can't help but gravitate toward him. Returning to reality, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu, saying, Tang Xiao, I think your skin is well maintained. Your hands are even softer than mine. Is that so? Tang Yu replied awkwardly, pulling his hand back, feeling a bit flustered. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was grinning and giving him a thumbs up, as if to say, how is it going, Big Brother? Isn't my brother loyal? Loyal my foot. This is an assassin. Her target is you, and you pushed her onto me. I considered you a brother. How could you betray me like this? After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts again, Ling Han was now certain that this was not ventriloquism. She had heard his inner voice. Surprised, she thought. Having been an assassin for so many years, she had seen many things. Yet, this was her first encounter with such a situation. Calm down, don't act rashly. Ling Han took a deep breath. Even though her identity had been revealed, she was confident in her ability to escape easily. For now, she would observe more. This man was also a target of Long Wang. Let us raise our glasses and toast to our new acquaintance, Qin Ming chimed in, acting as a lubricant in the conversation. Let us get her drunk to help Big Brother. Tang Yu raised his glass with a forced smile, and the three clinked their glasses. He glanced at the alluring face of the jade-faced fox, wishing he could escape. What is more dangerous than a heroine? Naturally, it is the assassin under the protagonist's command. He instinctively shifted away, seeking a bit of distance for safety. He had intended to lay low, but had inadvertently landed in the crosshairs of danger. What is wrong, Tang Xiao? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Han asked with a smile, noticing his movement. My rear hurts a bit from sitting too long. Tang Yu laughed awkwardly. If you're uncomfortable, I can give you a massage. I have a medical background, she said, placing her hand on his thigh with a smile. Wow, Big Brother is truly fortunate. Ling Han has never treated me this well. Qin Ming teased from the side. Cut it out. Would you like this fortune? Tang Yu replied with a forced laugh. Miss Ling is truly considerate, but it seems my discomfort has vanished. Then let us continue drinking and chatting, Ling Han said with a smile, raising her glass. Tang Yu note that, rapidly formulating a strategy in his mind. The four prominent families wielded immense influence in Su Hang. Once he gained control over them, the fate of Su Hang would rest entirely in Yi Chun's hands. He is the undisputed king here. To control the four prominent families, aside from charming women, he must also eliminate obstacles one by one. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, serves as a stumbling block. Thus, he dispatched several elite operatives. The captivating Yu Mian Hu Li, Ling Han, is tasked with targeting the Qin family. After approaching Qin Ming, she intends to use her beauty to manipulate him, while simultaneously seducing another young nobleman. Ultimately, a conflict arises between the two, leading to Qin Ming being poisoned to death by the Yu Mian Hu Li. The Qin family suspects the other young nobleman is responsible, and after their families go to war, Yi Chun reaps the benefits as a bystander. I recall that the Dragon Soul organization has stringent regulations that prohibit arbitrary alterations to missions. This woman and I are merely engaging in a charade. Her true targets remain Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. Given this, I need not panic excessively. I shall simply play my role well, making her feel repulsed enough to withdraw. Upon hearing all this, Ling Han furrowed her brow slightly. This fellow possesses an astonishing understanding of the Dragon Soul organization. It is known that the organization's power is immense and shrouded in mystery. Outsiders are utterly unaware of the internal regulations. This rich heir, Tang Yu, is certainly not an ordinary individual. Once he adjusted his mindset, Tang Yu slyly shifted closer to Ling Han, grinning lewdly. Miss Ling, you are exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. No. Tang Xiao, are you planning to introduce someone to me? Ling Han replied with a charming smile, leaning against Tang Yu and casting flirtatious glances his way. Does she think she can make me leave? Not a chance. She is curious to see just how much this fellow knows about their organization. Hey, this isn't following the script. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be casting glances his way right now? Could it be that she is aware of Qin Ming's penchant for being the center of attention and is deliberately putting on a show for him? Very well. Let the performance commence. Life is but a stage, and all hinges on one's acting skills. I will soon utilize you to deal with that foolish woman, Su Muyu. Tang Yu calculated rapidly in his mind. He chuckled and casually wrapped an arm around Ling Han. What are your interests, Miss Ling? I'd like to see if I can introduce you to someone of like mind. Interests? I enjoy dancing and music. How about you, Tang Xiao? We have much in common. I too enjoy music and watching films unsuitable for children, Tang Yu replied earnestly. Qin Ming, who was drinking, suddenly spewed his beverage everywhere. Brother, your skills at wooing women are akin to those of caveman. Feigning shyness, Ling Han responded, Tang Xiao, you are so annoying. Just joking, don't take it to heart. I would never be that kind of person. Indeed, how could someone like me enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming felt a chill run through them. Tang Xiao, you are quite humorous. Ling Han felt compelled to compliment Tang Yu, snuggling closer to him. Spare me the theatrics. I've had my fill of sweet nothings. Women only serve to hinder my enjoyment of life, especially those connected to Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun himself is quite shameless, sparing none of the women from his organization, purposefully assigning them perilous tasks, only to swoop in as a hero to save the day. Such antics have allowed him to bask in glory alone. Tang Yu mused internally. Ling Han, however, was left in utter shock. How does this fellow know so much? In the past 2 years, she has failed 2 missions and was rescued by Long Wang on both occasions. He even sustained serious injuries while saving her, leaving her immensely touched. Yet now, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, she began to sense something amiss. The difficulty of her failed missions was indeed greater than initially claimed. Just how much do you know? Ling Han's curiosity surged, but she could not voice her questions. She could only listen quietly while playing her part. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Muyu finally made her entrance. With an imposing demeanor, she rushed into the Xinghe Club, heading straight for the high platform. Along the way, onlookers marveled at her beauty, with many attempting to engage her in conversation. Several men persistently followed her, clearly intent on pursuing her. However, once she reached the high platform, they dared not act out. Tang Yu. Upon seeing a stunning woman nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, Su Muyu's eyes blazed with fury. What is this? Have you come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu smiled slightly, finally welcoming this troublesome woman. Did you see that? I am embracing such a beautiful woman. Can you still endure this? Do not hesitate. Feel free to erupt in anger. Today, I permit you to douse me with wine. Come on. Do not spare my feelings just because I am a delicate flower. Assert your dignity as the heroine. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Muyu instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, this fellow was purposefully provoking her through short video clips, attempting to force her to abandon their engagement. I shall not concede to his wishes. Her expression softened as she sat beside Tang Yu. What annulment? We have finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone and thought I might join you. Qin Ming stood dumbfounded. Finally, he understood why his brother had said Su Muyu was acting strangely. The perpetually aloof Su Muyu could tolerate her fiancé embracing another beauty and remain calm while speaking so. As he watched Su Muyu sit beside him and pour him a drink, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. Are you truly playing by your own rules? Sister, your head is already adorned with green. Can you still bear it? Quick, follow your heart. Remember who you are. You are Su Muyu, the Ice Mountain. How about this? Today I will break the rules for a grand discount. I allow you to slap me and call me shameless, and then we can annul our marriage. All right? Do not hesitate. This is an excellent opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you do not act, how will Ling Han report back to Long Wang? Claiming our relationship is untainted? Then go drink somewhere else. Your presence here disturbs my conversation with Miss Ling Tang. You wrapped his arms around Ling Han, wearing a lewd expression, and tauntingly said, "Do you see? This is what it means to be a shameless beast. If you cannot endure it, leave quickly. Do not force me to be even more shameless. My moral boundaries are quite flexible. I could do anything." Ling Han trembled slightly, nearly striking Tang Yu. This scoundrel is calculating astutely, taking advantage of me while intending to use me. She gritted her teeth inwardly. This brat is doomed. Sumu Yu found herself both infuriated and amused. Does this fellow truly think he can play me for a fool? You want to force me away? Not a chance. Sumu grasped Tang Yu's arm softly. Tang Yu seriously doubted whether Sumu Yu was even herself. Had Wu De Wang possessed her? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What about your identity and position? Calm down. Those are my lines as a devoted admirer. Do not confuse our roles. Do not look at me like that. I have come to realize something. In these 3 years, I have put you through too much hardship for the sake of testing you. But from now on, I will ensure you become the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you like, and I will not blame you. Sumu Yu spoke with a gentle expression. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs weaken. This woman could very well lead to his downfall. Are we truly playing this seriously? Very well. If it is a contest of limits, I shall go all in, even if it costs me everything. Sigh. If things become unbearable, I will first pull Ling Han away. If she continues listening, it will truly be impossible to salvage. After contemplating, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh and said, "Suit yourself. Take your time drinking. Miss Ling and I are going to the restroom. Please do not disturb us." With that, he stood up, embracing Ling Han as they departed from the first high platform. Qin Ming, standing nearby, was left in a state of astonishment. Damn, brother, why is everyone so wild today? Here I am, the king of nightlife, and I can't even match half of your boldness. Sumu Yu, however, chose not to follow them, leisurely sipping a glass of champagne. Her emotions a blend of happiness and complexity. The joy stemmed from the fact that this fellow was merely acting and not engaging in reckless behavior. Yet, his attitude towards her resistance left Sumu Yu feeling rather conflicted. Could it be that his affections over the past 3 years were all a facade? Chapter 20. The courageous security manager Ling Han, held by Tang Yu, was prepared to strike at any moment. During her missions, she would use her beauty to entice her targets, but would never allow true intimacy. Fortunately, after a brief turn, Tang Yu led her out through the back door of the Shinga Club. "Tang Xiao, why have you brought me here?" she asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang Yu removed his multi-million-dollar watch and handed it to Ling Han, saying, "As a gift for you. I appreciate girls who are understanding and don't constantly ask for money. Women like Sumu Yu, who come to me solely for wealth, make my stomach churn." His mood improved significantly. No matter how skilled Sumu Yu was in her performance, she could never surpass his capabilities. Ling Han, upon hearing his words, would undoubtedly relay them to Yi Chun. By then, Yi Chun, that foolish man, surely wouldn't think he was competing for a woman with him. Ling Han tucked away the watch Tang Yu had given her. As a killer, she certainly had an affinity for money. Soon, the call connected. "What is up, Hunter? Is the mission going smoothly?" Yi Chun's voice came through the phone. Hearing Yi Chun call her Hunter usually brought Ling Han joy, but after processing Tang Yu's words, her mindset shifted subtly. She found herself instinctively repulsed by Yi Chun's affectionate address, perceiving him as somewhat hypocritical. She was nearing her target when she encountered Tang Yu and Sumu Yu. Dan Yu, what's he doing with Sumu Yu? Are they drinking at the bar? Is that scoundrel planning to get Sumu Yu drunk and then take advantage of her? Yi Chun's fury escalated on the other end of the line. "The woman I cherish. I will not allow anyone to lay a hand on her. Otherwise, when the Dragon King is enraged, rivers of blood will flow." They hadn't consumed much, but the two were quite close, and Sumu Yu appeared very proactive. "Impossible. Sumu Yu only has eyes for me. How could she initiate closeness with another man? Keep an eye on her and ensure her safety, understood?" Yi Chun commanded over the phone. "How about this, Dragon King? Should I change the plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu? This way, I can better protect Sumu Yu," Ling Han proposed. She had lost interest in continuing the mission and simply wanted to approach Tang Yu to gather more information. This fellow seemed to know secrets even about the Long Han organization. Perhaps he could provide her with the answers she had been seeking. "Sure, Hunter, You may alter the plan, but remember, do not allow him to touch my woman, understood? Yi Chun ordered loudly on the other end. He was currently clad in a security uniform, radio in hand, patrolling a high-end residential complex in Suhang. After leaving the Wong family today, he had rushed here to start a new job. Under the guise of a humble identity, he aimed to get close to women and later reveal his formidable strength to pique their curiosity and affection. Just as he finished his command, a rotund man on a patrol bike approached. This man was none other than the security manager, Liang Fei Fan. He dismounted and kicked Yi Chen's rear, barking, "New guy? Are you out of your mind? Who told you to make phone calls and shout during work hours? And what is this nonsense about touching your woman? Did you buy a doll that got stolen?" After receiving the kick, Yi Chen's anger surged. How dare a mere security manager lay hands on the esteemed Dragon King? If this weren't in the country, that man would have already become a corpse. However, for the sake of his romantic pursuits, he had to endure, gritting his teeth. Manager Liang, the company has rules that allow phone calls during work hours. The company also has rules that say subordinates shouldn't talk back to their superiors. I'm not talking back. I'm just reasoning with you. Reasoning with your mother. If you don't want to work, get lost, idiot. Manager Liang spat on the ground and rode away nonchalantly. Yi Chen stood there, trembling with rage. Once his plan to win over the lady succeeded, that man will be the first to go. The Tang fellow could wait his turn. On the other end of the line, Ling Han, having heard the exchange, hung up with a look of disdain. After hearing Tang Yu's candid thoughts, her intelligence seemed to have significantly increased, leading her to regard Yi Chun with increasing contempt. A man willing to stoop so low for a woman truly lacked the qualifications to lead an organization. Indeed, her alcohol tolerance was abysmally low, having consumed barely 3 glasses. She was already incapacitated. Qin Ming, watching over her, was astonished when Tang Yu arrived. "Damn, brother, were you done in 3 minutes? What the hell? I didn't go in. I just sent her off. This woman is extremely dangerous. You must avoid associating with her in the future. Understood?" Tang Yu cautioned with a frown. After taking over this body, he had also inherited its memories, forming a bond with Qin Ming. As the antagonist, Qin Ming's demise was rather unjust. He merely resisted losing his family's legacy, becoming an obstacle that Yi Chun had to eliminate. Ultimately, the role of an antagonist is merely a matter of perspective. When readers immerse themselves in the story as the Dragon King, they undoubtedly revel in the experience. Yet, viewing it from the antagonist's standpoint, the sensations can be intensely bittersweet. "All right, brother, whatever you say goes," Qin Ming replied with a smile, choosing not to inquire further. There are plenty of women out there. He could easily find another. He gestured towards the slumped Su Muyu and asked, "What should we do now?" Tang Yu felt a headache coming on. If this woman couldn't handle her liquor, why drink at all? Was a mere act worth such a struggle? If he took advantage of her in her vulnerable state, wouldn't he, the Dragon King, become a cuckold? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather amusing. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed that dangerous thought. It was wiser to continue playing the role of the antagonist. Competing for a woman with the protagonist was far too perilous. As he lifted Su Muyu onto his back, Tang Yu felt a soft warmth enveloping him. The mingling scents of her fragrance and the wine were rather pleasant. Chapter 21. Are you this wild? Due to the effects of the alcohol, Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come and pick him up. No drinking and driving. Don't drink and drive. Every urban fantasy novel features antagonists meeting their demise due to drunk driving. If one hopes to survive until the end, possessing adequate safety awareness is essential. When a black Rolls-Royce arrived, Tang Yu and Su Muyu settled into the back seat together. The 2 luxurious cars traveled in tandem on the road, which made Tang Yu feel quite content. Being a wealthy individual was undeniably exhilarating. If only this world were devoid of Yi Chun, it would be even more perfect. Su Muyu, inebriated, had a rosy complexion that made her appear far more adorable than her usual sulky demeanor. She suddenly chuckled, tilting her head and resting it on Tang Yu's shoulder. Without hesitation, Tang Yu pushed her head away. The bodyguard driving, witnessing this scene in the rearview mirror, almost drove the car into the river. Goodness, is this still the usual infatuated young master? In the past, he had been unwavering in his devotion for 3 years. Even the most loyal of dogs would marvel at his expertise in devotion. He had heard from colleagues that they had seen the young master help Miss Sue with her high heels. There was even a time when the young master's father, unable to tolerate his son's lack of dignity, gave him a thorough beating. It was said that several belts broke that day, sending the young master to the hospital. Yet the very next day, he sneakily escaped from the hospital, bouquet of roses in hand, waiting for Miss Sue to finish work. The pushed away, Su Muyu merely giggled foolishly and leaned back against Tang Yu. In a voice sweet as honey, she said, "I just want to stick to you." Tang Yu was perplexed, but soon remembered. This woman had lost her mother to cancer at a young age. Her father, Su Chongshan, was fiercely ambitious, too busy revitalizing the Su family to spend time with her, and held her to stringent standards. Under the weight of loneliness and pressure, she developed a stubborn and competitive disposition, becoming increasingly cold and independent. This icy facade shielded her from others' advances while simultaneously protecting her. However, when intoxicated, she would completely shed this mask, revealing her fragile and clingy side, akin to a puppy that trusts unconditionally. But why show me this side? Seeing Su Muyu attempting to climb onto him, Tang Yu struggled to push her away. Yet, he had overestimated himself. Due to the author's absurd setting as the antagonist, he was merely an ordinary affluent handsome man with little fighting prowess. In contrast, Su Muyu, the primary female lead, had a solid foundation in martial arts, able to handle 2 or 3 burly men with ease. Tang Yu, whose strength was inferior even to a single man, was merely inviting humiliation by competing against her. Once Su Muyu clambered onto him, she laughed mischievously. "Come on, give me a kiss." Pouting, she began to sway closer to Tang Yu. "Please don't come any closer. Old Wan, do something." Tang Yu desperately attempted to resist, but her hands held him firmly in place. He could only shake his head to evade her advances. He dreaded the thought of being forcefully kissed until she sobered up and regretted it later. "Young master, I'm driving. I can't help you on the elevated highway." The bodyguard, while munching on snacks, helplessly remarked, internally ridiculing his young master. "Seriously, a beautiful woman is throwing herself at you, and you're pretending to be aloof? If you're really that impressive, why have you been a devoted servant for 3 years?" Despite Tang Yu's continuous struggles, Su Muyu failed to land a kiss on his lips, but left several red lip marks on his face. After a few attempts, satisfied, she burped and gazed intently at Tang Yu. "I've kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? Are you really that wild?" Tang Yu was on the verge of tears, lamenting how she could act this way. This wasn't Su Muyu. She resembled a desperate succubus. "Why haven't you lavished affection on me? You promised to do so for a lifetime. You're not keeping your word." Su Muyu pouted, her tone tinged with sadness. "But I've been devoted for 3 years without receiving anything in return. Then why not try to devote yourself for another 3 years? What would happen if you did? You would become a big devoted servant," she said with a playful smile. Tang Yu felt that this woman was genuinely drunk. Her mood swings were extraordinary. Suddenly, she pressed her face against his, nuzzling him gently, and pleaded, "I'm sorry. I know you're upset. How about I shower you with affection instead? Please don't ignore me." Her sudden display of vulnerability caught Tang Yu off guard. Just moments after saying this, she collapsed onto him and fell asleep. Tang Yu exhaled deeply, relieved that she had finally settled down. If this continued, his pristine reputation might be tarnished. Regardless, the Tang residence was spacious, and there was no shortage of places for her to rest. As he carried Su Muyu down from the car, he was met by his father, Tang Gangcheng, standing at the entrance. Tang Gangcheng's face was as dark as coal. Half an hour earlier, while resting at home and playing on his phone, an old friend had sent him a video link. Upon clicking it, he was shocked to see his son, with a lewd expression, embracing 4 women while drinking, declaring, "I'm not a scoundrel. I just want to give them a home." This infuriated him to no end. How could this little rascal, after he had painstakingly arranged a marriage alliance, reveal his true self so quickly? Now, seeing Tang Yu carrying a woman from a car, with lipstick marks all over his face, he slowly pulled out his belt. A father sees his son in scathe. He unleashes the wolves. "Dad, please calm down." Tang Yu nearly jumped, having already guessed his father's intentions. Tang Gangcheng sneered, tightening his grip on the belt. "This is no one other than Su Muyu. I went drinking with her. That short video was a joke, and Qi Ming asked me to help him shoot it to gain followers." Tang Yu quickly deflected the blame. Tang Gang Chung scrutinized for a moment and realized it was indeed his future daughter-in-law. Several bodyguards who had been lurking nearby stepped forward, their expressions somewhat awkward. They were placed there by Tang Gang Chung to prevent Tang Yu from fleeing. Tang Yu's mother, Xia Hongying, also emerged, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. What a service! Treatment for being beaten all in one. Chapter 22. No matter who I choose, it's death carrying Su Muyu with a grim expression. Tang Yu entered the house. Tang Gang Chung frowned and scolded. How much alcohol did you force down Muyu? How could you get this drunk? She wanted a drink. She couldn't handle 3 cups. Nonsense. Muyu never drinks in places like that. Don't think I can't guess your intentions. Tang Gang Chung reprimanded without reservation. As men, could he really hide his little schemes from his own father? Tang Yu felt like crying. Didn't you see the lipstick marks on my face? Surely I didn't bring my face to her. Once inside, Tang's mother supported Su Muyu. I'll take Muyu to your room to rest. You're not allowed to take her drinking again. Why send her to your room? She can rest in the guest room. Tang Gang Chung grumbled, feeling displeased. His wife was great in every way except for being too indulgent with their son. She had been a strong advocate for this marriage alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to swallow his pride. Tang's mother nodded, understanding her husband's sentiments. Tang Gang Chung then turned to Tang Yu, speaking earnestly. I know you've liked her for years, but some things cannot be rushed. It must be her choice. If you entertain any dubious thoughts, I will break your legs. You're overthinking it, Dad. I'm not interested in her, truly. Then who are you interested in? The Wang family girl? Or the Qin family Xin? Tang Gang Chung raised an eyebrow and inquired. Tang Yu felt that any choice would lead to a dead end. Among the 4 prominent families, aside from the Tang family, the other 3 had beauties who had already caught Yi Qin's eye. It could be said that he had conquered these 3 families through his charm. This was also the most absurd aspect of the story. How could an illustrious family allow their daughters to serve just one man, pouring all their resources into him? Nonsense. After being lectured for an extended period by his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of being punished. Upon returning to his room and freshening up, he lay down on a luxurious bed worth hundreds of thousands and drifted into a deep slumber. The life of the wealthy is indeed simple, yet monotonous. Once Tang Mu left the guest room, Su Muyu, who had initially succumbed to sleep, slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she was fully awake. Perhaps she had not been as intoxicated as she had thought. While in the car, although she was under the influence, her rationality remained intact. However, the effects of alcohol made her less inclined to maintain her composure. Instead, she yearned to indulge her instincts, to express thoughts she dared not voice, and to attempt to remove her own mask, much like that fellow. Yet now, fully awake, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled her impulsive actions. All she had wanted was to engage in conversation. How did it lead to her kissing him? Oh no, she would have no face to meet anyone tomorrow. Covering her flushed face, she sighed softly, regretting her decision to drink. Lost in her thoughts, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 o'clock before finally falling asleep. The following morning, the sound of knocking jolted her from her dreams. Muyu, are you up? It's time for breakfast, came Tang Mu's voice from outside the door. All right, Auntie, Su Muyu replied, rubbing her sleepy eyes, reluctantly getting out of bed to wash up. Due to her restless night, dark circles were apparent under her eyes. As she stepped out, she collided with Tang Yu, who was clad in a nightgown. He appeared quite energetic, but his expression turned peculiar upon seeing Su Muyu. Good morning, he greeted casually, internally questioning her stare. What is this woman looking at me for? Is she recalling last night's events? Sigh, this drunkard. Next time I must avoid drinking with her, or I might lose my pristine reputation. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Muyu felt her cheeks heat up again. Recalling the events in the car, she found it difficult to meet his gaze, murmuring a greeting before looking down and walking ahead. This is the response I expect from you. Maintain some distance, all right? Tang Yu followed behind, feeling quite pleased that she seemed to have returned to normalcy. When they reached the dining table, breakfast was already prepared. Today, Tang Mu had personally risen early to cook, not allowing the chef to intervene. Considering it was the future daughter-in-law's first breakfast at home and deserving of special treatment. Good morning, Uncle and Auntie, Su Muyu greeted as she approached Tang's parents. Morning, Muyu, they replied in unison, smiling warmly. They were quite satisfied with Su Muyu finding her both beautiful and capable, albeit a bit cold, which had left their son in a state of unrequited affection for 3 years. Tang Yu also greeted them, then took a seat, eagerly digging into a plate of Xiaolong bao. What are you doing? Focus on your own meal, but also serve Mu Yu. Tang Mu expressed her discontent at Tang Yu's solitary indulgence. She felt he should serve her rather than simply eat as if he were a child. Tang Yu scoffed. Serving her is out of the question. It will never happen. If she wants to eat, let her. If not, that's her choice. I'm not a servant and have no interest in catering to anyone else's desires. Women only distract me from achieving my goals. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yu felt a surge of irritation. This scoundrel, it's just serving some food. It's not as if I'm eating him. She replied softly, It's all right, uncle and auntie. I can manage on my own. I apologize for causing trouble by drinking too much yesterday. No need to worry. It's this rascal's fault for dragging you into drinking. If he pressures you again, tell me, and I'll deal with him, Tang Fu said with a warm demeanor. It wasn't Timi who insisted on drinking with her. You can ask Qin Ming. Tang Yu lamented inwardly, feeling as if he were becoming the scapegoat. Yes, it was my choice to accompany him. I take full responsibility. Please don't scold him, uncle, Su Mu Yu said, biting her lip, looking quite pitiful. Upon hearing her words, Tang Fu and Tang Mu were even more pleased with her. Look at how thoughtful and understanding our future daughter-in-law is, willing to lie to protect this rascal from reprimand. Seriously, are you trying to play me again? Tang Yu thought furiously. And now you're here charming my parents? Is it necessary to go to such lengths? I see. You're deliberately setting me up to avoid the pressure of a breakup, so I bear the blame? Huh? Cunning woman, I concede. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Yu finished off a Xiaolong bao and spoke up. Dad, Mom, as you can see, we really don't get along that well. Perhaps we should reconsider the marriage. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Fu had already pulled out a belt, glaring at Tang Yu. What did you say? Tang Yu swallowed the rest of his words. It would be rather inappropriate to be punished so early in the morning. Please, Dad, don't hit him. Perhaps I did something wrong that upset him, and I will change, Su Mu Yu pleaded with an innocent expression. Why are you coddling him? You need to learn a lesson for being so foolish and stubborn, Tang Fu retorted. His son had been a devoted admirer for 3 years, and now that he had finally won a beautiful girl, he was acting up again. It's just asking for trouble. Amidst the laughter and chatter of Tang Fu, Tang Mu, and Su Mu Yu, breakfast finally came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider, too afraid to utter another word under the threat of the belt. In the office of the Tung Wang Group, Wang Yishui was reviewing an investigation report concerning the French company, Farce. After gaining insights from Tang Yu, she had accumulated more information over the past few days, unveiling a troubling truth about Farce. She had traced the source of a substantial sum of money to a celebrity named Hina, whose benefactor was her cousin, Wang Rulong. If her suspicions were correct, this 20 million was likely a deposit for Li Deshun. Wang Yishui's eyes glimmered with cold determination. She would not show mercy to a traitor, even if it was her own cousin. However, she was more concerned about another individual, Yi Chun. He had made it onto her hit list, yet she lacked clarity regarding his background. His identity was shrouded in mystery, obscured by layers of fog. The only lead she had was a company named Huajin, which had recently invested heavily in Farce, becoming its largest shareholder, but it was not owned by Yi Chun. This individual was well hidden. She decided against hastily alarming him. Wang Yishui was patient, knowing that patience was key in reaping larger rewards. After a moment of contemplation, she made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, a poised middle-aged man entered. Li Deshun, the company's vice president. Wang Zone, you called for me? He inquired with a smile, discreetly sizing up Wang Yishui. Since she had taken over the company, the executives had been treated to a feast for the eyes daily. Li Zone, how many years have you dedicated to our company? Wang Yishui asked. Precisely 30 years. I've devoted my life to this company. Li Deshun replied with a hearty laugh. Is that so? Wang Yishui suddenly slammed the table and coldly exclaimed, Is this contribution for the company, or is it a gift of 100 million to Wang Rulong? A flicker of trepidation crossed Li Deshun's eyes. 100 million. This figure made him acutely sensitive. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed facade, feigning confusion. What do you mean? General Manager Wang? I detest frivolous talk. You are well aware of how the Wang family deals with traitors. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, think of your family. Wang Yixue warned icily. When it comes to the entire Wang family, she would show no mercy. Li Deshen's legs weakened, and he hastily knelt, pleading, "This matter has nothing to do with my family. I was coerced by young Master Rulong." Soon, Li Deshen divulged everything. Once Wang Yixue finished listening, her expression remained impassive as she leaned back in her office chair, feeling somewhat shocked. Everything had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's inner thoughts. "So, Yi Chun has designs on me, does he?" A cold smile crept across her face as she devised a plan for revenge. "Li Deshen, I can offer you a chance. Go find Wang Rulong and inform him that I have agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Huh? Li Deshen could scarcely believe his ears. The general manager was fully aware it was a trap, yet she still intended to walk into it. "Just do as I say, and urge him to expedite the funds to the cooperation account," Wang Yixue stated, unwilling to elaborate further. "All right, thank you, General Manager Wang, for this opportunity. I will handle it diligently." Li Deshen nodded repeatedly, exhaling a long breath as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After leaving the office, he was about to take the elevator down to find Wang Rulong when the doors opened, revealing Wang Rulong stepping out with a document in hand. "Li Zong, how'd it go?" Upon seeing Li Deshen, Wang Rulong quickly approached and embraced him excitedly. "The general manager has already agreed and is currently signing the contract. I was instructed to inform the finance department to initiate the transfer." Wang Rulong's face beamed with joy. At last, his cousin had relented. With this success, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she would meekly marry off. What does a woman have to quarrel over power with him? "By the way, the general manager also asked me to remind you to contact Fal's company and ensure they expedite their transfer to advance the project," Li Deshen reminded. "All right. Thank you for your hard work, Li Zong. The remaining 80 million will be transferred to you later." Meanwhile, Yi Chun was patrolling the neighborhood. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his mood brightened instantly. "All right, I understand. Just wait to take over Tongwang Group," he promised before hanging up, his expression darkening slightly. "Fool." He snorted coldly and dialed a number for the Longhun organization. This collaboration between Fal's company and Tongwang Group required Tongwang Group to provide 500 billion in funds, while Fal's company needed to contribute 300 billion along with technical personnel. Currently, Fal's company had become a mere shell. Therefore, the money would have to come from the Longhun organization. Baiting the big fish, this sum would only be temporarily frozen. Once he conquered Wang Yixue, the Wang family's wealth would belong to him. When the call connected, a deep male voice resonated. "Dragon King, what orders do you have?" "Transfer 300 billion to Fal's company." "Understood. Will it be from your personal account?" "Or?" Yichen replied with irritation. He kept his personal funds in the foundation, enjoying substantial returns daily. If he could use public funds, he would never dip into his own. "Very well." The man on the other end spoke with a hint of resignation. At that moment, a patrol car rolled up. The driver was Manager Liang Fifan. As he approached, he overheard Yi Chun on the phone exclaiming, "It's just 300 billion, causing him a frown. He halted the vehicle and glared at Yi Chun, scolding, "Newcomer, are you out of your mind? Do you think boasting daily won't kill you? It's only 300 billion. The paper in your trash can combined wouldn't even amount to that. This is your final warning, if I catch you bragging again at work. This old Chinese doctor will have to teach you a lesson." He pointed his rubber baton at Yi Chun, berating him. This newcomer truly irked him. Wherever he went, he exuded an air of arrogance, acting as if he were someone exceptional. Over the past few days, he had even been sneaking around browsing owner information, leading Liang to suspect he was some sort of thief casing the place. Yi Chen's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. He cast a venomous glare at Liang Fifan, constantly reminding himself to endure. Until his flotation plans were fulfilled, it was not yet time to deal with him. After Liang left, Yi Chen resumed his patrol with resentment. Once the Longhun organization transferred the funds to Fal's company, Wang Yixue, who had been closely monitored, received the news immediately. She finally had them hooked. Wang Yixue had thoroughly investigated Fal's company's tax evasion. In France, such offenses were particularly egregious, and if discovered, they would face exorbitant fines. By her estimation, the 300 billion might not even suffice to cover the penalties. But that was not enough. She looked into Huajin Investment Company, whose assets hovered around 500 billion. A mere 300 billion would hardly be a significant loss for them. Her plan for revenge had only just begun. After some contemplation, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Tang Yu via WeChat. Let's go out for a meal. I have business to discuss with you. At that moment, Tang Yu just arrived at his own company, still settling in when he received Wang Yishua's message. Discuss business? A deal worth several billion could be worth considering. Tang Yu chuckled, then thought better of it. Maintaining distance from the female protagonist was the only way to survive. After enjoying the high life as a wealthy man for the past couple of days, all he desired was a peaceful existence. No time. Oh, then there's nothing I can do. While cleaning my phone yesterday, I accidentally found some old photos that I forgot to delete. I wonder what would happen if I posted them on social media. Tang Yu's expression changed abruptly. What? This is a photo of me in a room. In the picture, he was holding a cute white piece of lingerie, wearing a lewd grin. Any passerby would assume he was a perverted thief. Damn it, wasn't that deleted? What about basic trust between people? Tang Yu lamented bitterly. Would you like the opportunity to rephrase that? Word meat. Deep sea restaurant, be good. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu wiped away his tears and left the company. When he arrived at Deep Sea Restaurant, Wang Yishue was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Tang Yu from a distance, she waved at him with a smile. Today, she wore a white three-quarter sleeve shirt, her ample figure raising concerns about whether the buttons would hold. A light gray professional skirt hugged her shapely hips, and her legs, clad in black stockings, evoked a myriad of fantasies. Whether in a cheap-how or professional attire, she exuded a unique charm. Many men around were secretly admiring the stunning beauty. Having just approached her for contact information, they stood there, appreciating her beauty, curious about the unfortunate soul who could woo such a goddess. As Tang Yu approached, this group of men quickly acknowledged him, not to mention the Bugatti Veyron he drove, which indicated he was on a different level. Plus, he was tall and handsome. Damn it, good women are taken by dogs, they grumbled silently. Is it necessary to discuss business here? Tang Yu remarked with a cold expression, clearly displeased. This deep-sea restaurant, is it not a place for devouring? Even with my prowess as a digging immortal, I can barely endure this. Is this a business discussion, or a conversation involving billions? The mention of a digging immortal and billions elicited a twitch at the corner of Wang Yishue's mouth. This lad seems fearful of being consumed by me, doesn't he? Even if I were to devour him, it would be he who benefits, wouldn't he it? Oof. Indeed, this place exudes romance. She extended her arm towards Tang Yu. What are you doing? Are you trying to link arms? Or do you wish to hold hands directly? Or perhaps let me wrap my arm around yours. Please maintain some decorum. Let us focus on the business at hand. Tang Yu coldly declined. Linking arms? You are quite peculiar. Engaging in such antics in a public space will soon have all of Swang knowing that I am involved with you. Restraint. One must exercise restraint. Do you understand? It is human nature to harbor desires, yet one must control oneself. Oh, and what about that individual in the photo who lacked any decorum? Even my personal belongings were taken? Wang Yishue responded with an O. Tang Yu realized that this woman was subtly threatening him. He had no choice but to obediently link his arm with Wang Yishue's. The deep-sea restaurant resembled a grand aquarium. However, it is not open to the public and operates on a membership basis. Dining here feels akin to being submerged beneath the sea, a luxurious and romantic experience. Many affluent individuals enjoy bringing their companions here for a meal. The allure lies in its romantic ambience, as the lighting is intentionally dimmed, with meals illuminated by candlelight. Humans are often inclined to engage in secretive activities in darkness, seeking thrills. If you doubt this, venture to the university's grove at night with a flashlight, and you will discover many hidden delights. Numerous patrons opt for private rooms. Even before the meal commenced, some are already indulging. With a fish in the aquarium endowed with wisdom, they would have likely mastered every position of human reproduction long ago. Thus, Tang Yu always believed that the restaurant's proprietor must be quite the character. Do not enter the private rooms. Dining outside suffices. Even if we were to enter a private room, I would not yield. Have you heard the saying that a sparrow cannot match a true dragon? Although you are not quite a sparrow, haha. Wang Yishue, eavesdropping on his thoughts, suddenly darkened in expression. Am I not worthy of you? Today, I shall prove otherwise. Let us see how you respond. Chapter 25. My heart is colder than steel. Are there private rooms available? She inquired of a waiter. Excuse me. All private rooms have been fully reserved, the waiter respectfully replied. No matter, we shall dine outside then. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy. It was fortunate that many guests were present today, ensuring their safety. Very well, let us dine outside then. Wang Yixue was not insistent on dining in a private room. Noticing Tang Yu's cheerful demeanor, she understood what pleased him. He shall have even more reason to smile shortly. Once seated, the waiter brought 2 new scented candles for the pair. My dear, what would you like to eat? Wang Yixue asked with a cheerful smile while holding the menu. Anything will do. I have little appetite when dining with you, and please refrain from calling me my dear. Tang Yu replied coldly. This woman is truly peculiar. Is this a business meeting or a personal affair? I'm not selling myself. Wang Yixue, unfazed, suggested, then let us order a couple less meal. She smiled as she handed the menu to the waiter, her high heel slipping off as she playfully kicked Tang Yu's calf with her stocking-clad foot. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately exhibited a vigilant expression. This is inappropriate. In a public setting, one must be mindful of their image. Do not wipe your foot sweat on my leg. My foot itches, Wang Yixue chuckled. Your foot is the one that sweats. You pamper it daily, don't you? Yet, you still rub it against me. It stinks. Tang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, discreetly glancing at Wang Yixue's foot. How could you wear stockings? I have been filleting fish at a run FA for 10 years, and my heart is colder than steel. Nothing can sway me. Except for stockings. She was merely jesting. Wearing heels can be tiring after a while, so hurry and give me a massage. Wang Yixue urged with a playful smile. She was eager to see how long this reserved man could endure. How naive. I'm too exhausted to discuss anything now. If someone were to massage my feet, I would feel much better. Wang Yixue shamelessly placed her foot on Tang Yu's leg. Her legs were long and fair, slender, yet curvaceous. Enough to incite envy even among professional models. For women with less attractive legs, stockings serve as a cover. For someone like Wang Yixue, stockings hold a certain flirtatious charm. How can this be? If you place your foot over here, it ceases to be a meal, doesn't it? No wonder this enchantress chose this venue for dining. Had I known, I would have preferred a private room. Being seen here would be mortifying. I could summon a waiter to assist you with a massage. Tang Yu pretended to be unhappy as he gently set her leg down. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yixue's leg, she trembled slightly, as if electrified. Her reaction caused Tang Yu to flinch as well. Why are you touching my foot? That's rather perverse. Wang Yixue bit her lip, appearing flustered. Tang Yu felt exasperated. How did it come to this? As if he were the one behaving indecently. Yet, he quickly realized that he had been too passive, always attempting to evade her advances. She considered him easy prey, ready to tease him. If he took the initiative, could her resolve match his? He was, after all, the most shameless in the village. Not even a dog would turn its head away from him. So why fear her? Are you sure you want me to massage your leg? Tang Yu deliberately mimicked the Dragon King, flashing a devilish smile, though his execution fell short. The Dragon King Yichun could elevate his smile to a precise 90 degrees, while he could manage only 30. You may proceed. Wang Yixue's face bore a hint of shyness, her heart delighting in the unfolding drama. Let's see just how thick your skin truly is. The dim lighting renders any subtle movements beneath the table nearly undetectable. Tang Yu took a deep breath and grasped the woman's leg, gently kneading it. Although separated by a layer of stockings, his fingertips could still feel her supple skin. Her skin is well maintained. Wang Yixue occasionally shivered, her face flushed as she lowered her head in silence. Tang Yu was thoroughly pleased with her response. He knew her to be all talk. In genuine encounters, she was no match for him. Now you feel shy, do you? You wish to tease me. This is your retribution. By the way, woman, you ignited this fire. Now you must extinguish it. 10 minutes passed, and Tang Yu began to sense that something was amiss. Wang Yixue remained with her head lowered, blushing, not uttering a word. What on earth? Why is there still no reaction from you? It's as if we're engaged in a primitive fire-starting exercise. Where's your sense of shame? Why persist in your stubbornness at this juncture? Surrender now. Loudly declare. Ima saw the Tang Yu. Tang Yu mentally berated her. What on earth was this woman thinking? Did she possess no sense of shame? Or was her threshold simply too high? Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter approached with their dishes. Dear guests, your couple's meal has arrived. She smiled as she placed the dishes on the table and opened a bottle of red wine for them. Thank you. This is your tip. Tang Yu was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly placing Wang Yishue's foot down and retrieving a thick stack of cash from her wallet to hand to her. If this continued, she would truly be unable to bear it. Thank you, Tang Xiao, the waitress said, accepting the stack of bills with profuse gratitude. As expected of Tang Xiao, not only handsome, but also generous. Tang Yu stood up and said to Wang Yishue, I'm going to wash my hands. You can start eating. Sure, Wang Yishue replied, her face adorned with a sly smile, her desire to burst into laughter almost overwhelming. She found it amusing how this guy had been massaging her for so long, all the while muttering to himself about not admitting defeat. Laughable. He will never concede. Ah, I was careless. This woman has an audacious fade. Upon seeing her smile, Tang Yu realized she had fallen into a trap and, with a dark expression, rushed off to wash her hands. She resembled a gentle and considerate girlfriend, winking at Tang Yu as she said, Go on, eat up. You've worked hard today. Thank you. During the meal, Wang Yishue refrained from teasing Tang Yu further and focused on her food. The atmosphere fell into a comfortable silence. Under the dim light, one could admire the man, and in the moonlight behold the beauty. Suddenly, in the flickering candlelight, Wang Yishue paused her movements. Chapter 26. Oh, you're blushing? She couldn't help but stare at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes shimmering with warmth. According to this fellow's inner thoughts, the world she inhabited resembled that of a novel. She was indifferent to this fact, as long as her existence remained genuine. However, regarding the unfolding plot, she felt less inclined to accept it. To be part of a harem for that guy who looked as if he were seriously ill when he smiled? Ridiculous. Only someone with a few screws loose would engage in such folly. At least her dear Tang Yu was adorable, and his mere appearance could overshadow that man. Heh. What are you staring at? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yishue's gaze while eating. Being scrutinized by such a stunning beauty made him feel slightly embarrassed. Oh, you're blushing. Cool, me. Let me take a look. No. Tang Yu turned her face away. Let me see. Wang Yishue chuckled. Just eat your meal. Weren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Tang Yu, unable to tolerate this woman, shifted the topic. Having enjoyed teasing Tang Yu, Wang Yishue ceased her playful banter and spoke, I've been considering investing in a project. I'm short 300 billion. Would you like to invest with me? 300 billion? Tang Yu was taken aback. Given the Tang family's wealth, 300 billion in liquid assets posed little pressure. However, what did she need 300 billion for at this moment? Clearing her throat, Tang Yu replied earnestly, 300 billion is no small sum. Please tell me what project you intend to invest in. Renewable energy, of course. Weren't you quite taken with it last time? Wang Yishue smiled brightly. Oh, fine. Consider me an investor in this project. But you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me unless absolutely necessary. You know, men and women shouldn't be too close. Tang Yu stated her first condition. She felt ill-equipped to engage in a battle of wits with this enchantress, so she opted for a more composed approach. Yes, I was deliberately flaunting my charm to seek your help. Wang Yishue nodded earnestly. Anyway, I won't keep my word. Today, you treated me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall seek you out. Hee. Tang Yu snorted coldly and added, Secondly, give me your phone. I need to delete the videos and photos. Ah, so you intentionally set a trap for me. Cunning woman. But little did you expect that I would willingly fall into it. Once the photos and videos are deleted, your threats will hold no power over me. Wang Yishue hesitated for a moment before handing her phone to Tang Yu, saying, Go ahead and delete them. Just remember to keep your word. Of course. Tang Yu readily accepted the phone, first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the history. After erasing those, she navigated to the file manager to find the videos. Delete. After removing the videos, only the photos in the album remained. She opened the album and was taken aback. The first photo featured Wang Yishue clad in a provocative bunny outfit. This enticing attire, adorning her voluptuous figure, was utterly mesmerizing. The black garment accentuated her fair skin, making it even more alluring. Moreover, she had deliberately donned a pair of suspender stockings. In the image, Wang Yishue wore an incredibly flirtatious smile, as if teasing him. Wow, I can view this for free. Her figure is simply outrageous. I underestimated her. His fingers continued to swipe across the screen, after flipping through more than 10 images. He finally moved past the bunny outfit. However, the next set featured her in a nurse's outfit, with white stockings replacing the black ones. Ah, I can't handle this. I didn't expect you to be so daring in private. Too bad our positions differ. I can't take the liberty of capturing such moments myself. By the way, who on earth took these? I hope it wasn't TA Man. Just the thought is infuriating. Tang Yu felt his face flush as he continued to look. This was a bit too stimulating, especially with her sitting right across from him. Thankfully, after flipping past the nurse outfit, he successfully found the candid shot of himself. He hurriedly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Did you delete everything? Wang Yixue asked with a sly smile, her heart brimming with delight. She had taken these photos to entice him and was thrilled he had taken the bait. Furthermore, he was cursing the photographer? All these were taken by her. There was no photographer. Well, recognizing jealousy is a good sign. I've deleted them. Please refrain from such trivial antics in the future. Tang Yu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty. At that moment, Wang Yixue appeared to him as if her clothing could transform at any moment. Thank goodness she didn't wear something like that to meet me. Otherwise, who could withstand such a test? All right, hurry up and transfer the funds. Once the project is successful, I will notify you. Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded, picking up the phone to call the company. He was now the head of the Tang family. The author had crafted his character as a remarkably capable antagonist, excelling in all aspects as a quintessential high and mighty handsome man. All these traits were designed as a prelude. A high-ranking figure who had been pursuing a woman for 3 years without success, while Long Wang Yichen could effortlessly win her over. It only served to highlight Yi Chen's prowess. All right, I will transfer the funds within an hour. After the call, Tang Yu felt a surge of relief. The bunny outfit was indeed appealing, if only it were a little less. I'll have to ask Qin Ming to arrange something later. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? I nearly forgot I needed to settle the score with him. Last time he brought Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club and arranged a bunch of girls for him. I should find someone to deal with him. At that moment, Qin Ming was at a hotel, embracing a supermodel while discussing life aspirations, when he suddenly sneezed, coupled with the 500 billion she had prepared. That amounted to a staggering 800 billion. This time, she intended to make a significant move, causing that fellow named Yi Chun to bleed profusely. He was the protagonist? Tang Yu was the antagonist. Let us see how I can outplay him and see how he handles being the main character. Chapter 27. I really don't want to make money. France, Libération. As a progressive media outlet, they had begun developing their internet business early on, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they suddenly released a piece of news, which within just an hour garnered millions of clicks. The content of the news was a public accusation against Fowl's company for tax evasion. The financial status of Fowl's over the past 7 years was meticulously detailed. Upon learning of Fowl's company's actions, French netizens were enraged. Is the French government incompetent? How could they not uncover such a matter? They are busy dividing the spoils. Those scoundrels. Fines must be imposed. They must be punished severely. Relevant departments dispatched personnel to Fowl's company immediately. They took several executives into custody for investigation and froze all their funds. The next day, the investigation results were released. Fowl's company was found to have engaged in egregious tax evasion and would face exorbitant fines. The 300 billion transferred by Huajin Company was insufficient to cover this massive deficit. Following the implosion of Fowl's company, Huajin Investment, the largest shareholder, also suffered a heavy blow. They were exposed for illegal fund misappropriation, and relevant departments had already intervened in the investigation. Upon the news breaking, Huajin Investment's stock plummeted dramatically. Yichen received this news while in the restroom. He often spent 2 to 3 hours here daily, indulging in his leisurely respite. Why was this uncovered? Who provided the information? He exclaimed in fury while holding his phone. The collapse of Fowl's company obliterated his plan to win over Wang Yixue. The 300 billion had not yet been invested in the project and had now directly flowed into the coffers of the French government. 300 billion. For him, not picking up money while going out felt like a loss. He couldn't even sleep if he missed an opportunity. To lose such a substantial amount made his heart bleed. Even more unacceptable was the catastrophic loss for Huajin Investment. The stock prices were in free fall, and the company was desperately trying to stabilize the market. Huajin Investment was one of the major companies under the Longhun organization, with total assets around 500 billion. Now, with this stock market crash, their losses were at least nearing 1,000 billion. Wong, there's another situation to report to you. This wave of losses was primarily due to someone taking the opportunity to short sell us. The opposing party invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and the organization has already investigated and confirmed that this money was invested by Tungwang Group and Tang Group. The voice on the other end of the phone continued to report. Upon hearing about Tungwang Group and Tang Group, Yi Chen's face turned ashen. How could they do such a thing? Would it all go wrong? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him. Wang Yixue should be kept in the dark as well. Could it be that Tang Yu, that imbecile, discovered something? Just him? My identity hasn't been exposed, has it? Yi Chen asked coldly. No, Long Wang's identity is absolutely confidential. After saying this, Yi Chen hung up the phone. As long as his identity remained undisclosed, he would find another way to win over Wang Yixue. As for Tang Yu, the money he earned this time would be repaid with his life in the future. He then took out his phone and sent a message to his subordinate, Qin. Within half a month, you must uncover Tang Group's weaknesses. I want the Tang family to suffer. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Upon reaching the lawn downstairs, he quickly spotted a half-meter-long snake. After catching the snake, he easily removed its fangs. With this, the snake posed no threat. He chuckled coldly as he approached Building 8, where Qin Kursin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, resided. He had not found an opportunity to get close to Qin Kursin in the past few days. Since that was the case, he would create an opportunity. Noticing that no one was around, he effortlessly threw the snake into the second-floor window of the villa and then stood downstairs, silently awaiting the chance to play the hero and save the damsel. Creating an accident to gain favor and make the other party gradually fall in love with him was his forte. Ding, the host has successfully survived the plot. A reward of 1 Mingwei Hotel has been granted and transferred to the hostess name. The sudden system notification startled Tang Yu, who was lazily lounging at home. He immediately sat up in bed. What? How did I survive the plot? He was utterly bewildered, having done nothing at home. System, what did I do? He silently pondered. The system's voice rang out. Next, it is the plot of Wang Rulong seizing power, followed by him pursuing women. Understood. Tang Yu smiled with relief. In a remarkably good mood, he stood up, tidied himself up, and prepared to check out his new reward. The Mingwei Hotel may sound ordinary, but it is quite famous in Suong. It is the only 7-star hotel in Suong. It ranks among the top-tier luxury hotels in all of Huaxia. Its value is approximately 200 billion, and Tang Yu was pleasantly surprised by the system's generosity. Although the Tang family was already affluent, who would ever complain about having too much money? Of course, it would have been even better if the system had offered a life-saving reward in the form of some ancient martial arts technique. As Tang Yu walked into the garage, just as he was about to pick a sports car to set off, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the company. What is going on? What? Tang Yu began to sense something was amiss. Wasn't this money supposed to be invested in the new energy project in Frozen? Earning money is a joyous matter, but this is just too strange. Could it be that the plot has collapsed again? Tang Yu hurriedly hung up and redialed Wang Yixue. What is wrong, darling? Did you miss me? Wang Yixue's sweet voice came through the phone. Tang Yu instantly recalled the photo of her in a bunny girl outfit. Clearing his throat, he said, What is the status of the investment project we collaborated on last time? Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the partnering company. Upon investigation, I found that someone was trying to set us up. So, I took the investment money to short sell them instead, making a small profit. I'll call you for the next money-making opportunity. Wang Yixue kissed Tang Yu through the phone. Chapter 28. My dear, the eyes do not lie. This plot has truly collapsed again. Damn, I've miscalculated, and my chances of surviving have become significantly more difficult. Tang Yu felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Is it really that hard for me to quietly survive and earn some rewards? Hey, darling, why aren't you speaking? Noticing the silence on the line, Wang Yixue asked. Nothing. I'm just so happy that I can hardly find the words. Is that so? Then I'll look for you next time there is a chance to make money. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped a tear and hung up the phone. In the scorching heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. The world felt desolate, and he could no longer remember the Dragon King in the human realm. In summary, This world is filled with oppression against survival. When will survival truly rise? The Su family, as one of the four prominent families in Suong, once flourished similarly to the Tang family. However, in recent years, they have experienced a significant decline, nearly losing their status among the four families. Had it not been for the exceptional performance of the younger generation's Su Muyu, everyone would have believed that the Su family's fall from grace was inevitable. A figure approached voluntarily. It was Yi Chun, who had been waiting in the car. After parting ways with the Tang family last time, he naturally could no longer remain as a bodyguard for the Su family. Muyu, long time no see. He approached with a smile, greeting Su Muyu. What are you doing here? Su Muyu furoit hadburai silaiti. Seeing her frown, Yi Chun felt a sense of sweetness in his heart. Did she adopt this cold demeanor to keep him away for her own protection? Silly girl. I missed you. I came to see you. Yi Chun simidet. Do not speak to me in such a manner. We are not acquainted, so I would appreciate a measure of decorum. Yi Chun interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his expression imbued with earnestness. Cease the pretense, girl. One's gaze seldom deceives. You care for me, yet you fear for my safety from the Tang family. Allow me to assure you, the Tang family is insignificant in my presence. I possess greater strength than you might imagine, and soon you shall understand who truly wields authority in Suong. Su Muyu nearly lost her lunch at the oily words. Her murderous intent was indeed unmistakable. At that moment, several members of the Su family emerged from their residence. Upon seeing Yi Chun obstructing Su Muyu, they were engulfed in fury. Su Zhongshan gritted his teeth in anger. It's you again. The last time you brought disgrace upon our Su family. And now you dare return? He then turned to the two bodyguards at the entrance, commanding, throw this scoundrel out. The two bodyguards advanced with clenched fists, brimming with aggression. Yi Chun stood proudly, allowing their punches to land on him. With a slight shake of his body, he harnessed their momentum, sending them stumbling backwards, landing on the ground in a heap. The two men stared at Yi Chun in terror, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The members of the Su family observed this spectacle with astonishment. This man possesses such remarkable skills. Who exactly is he? Noticing the astonished gazes directed at him, Yi Chun flashed a charming smile. I initially intended to maintain a low profile, but your disdain compels me to reveal the truth. The Tang family is but an ant before me. I, Yi Chun, am the true dragon's son-in-law of your Su family. Someone as inept as Tang you cannot possibly compare with me. 3 days hence, it shall be Muyu's birthday, and I will orchestrate a grand celebration for her. I will reserve the top floor of Mingwe Hotel to ensure she enjoys the finest birthday party. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I will present your Su family with a significant gift. Have you not been scheming to acquire that parcel of land in the western city? I will secure it for you. He had initially wished to remain understated, but the attitudes of Su Muyu and her family left him dissatisfied. What is there to fear from the Tang family? If he were abroad, annihilating the Tang family would be a mere overnight affair. Once, a family far wealthier than the Tangs offended him. The Longhun organization dispatched merely 8 elite members, and by dawn, that family was entirely obliterated. Therefore, from this moment forth, he would gradually unveil his power to hasten his control over Suong. Is this man out his mind? Who has the number for a psychiatric hospital? Quickly, let us admit this delusional individual, they mocked, laughing derisively. I have never encountered someone so boastful. You intend to reserve the top floor of Mingwe Hotel? Do you believe yourself worthy? Ha! If you can secure land that even our Su family cannot, I shall gladly polish your shoes. The members of the Su family continued to mock Yi Chun, regarding him as a mere jester. To even contemplate reserving the top floor of Mingwe Hotel was an impossibility. 2 years prior, on Su Muyu's birthday, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu, approached the owner of Mingwe Hotel, offering 300 million to reserve the top floor for Su Muyu's celebration. With the might of the Tang family and such an astronomical offer, Mingwe Hotel still declined, citing that rules could not be broken unless the Tang family purchased the hotel outright. What right did he have to achieve what the Tang family could not? In the face of their scorn, Yi Chun merely smiled coldly. He retrieved a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it to the Su family. Examine this document, and you shall ascertain whether I am capable or not. Su Zhongshan caught the document and, upon glancing at it, was immediately astounded. It was indeed the confidential dossier regarding the land in the western city. The document also contained information about 2 other plots slated for development by the municipal government in the coming half year. How did he acquire such sensitive information? In business, information is paramount. With this intelligence, should the Su family seize the initiative, they could stand to gain hundreds of billions in profit. The other members of the Su family, upon reviewing the document, shifted their gaze towards Yi Chun with newfound respect. This man might genuinely possess connections beyond their comprehension. If they were to ally with the Tang family, could the Tang family offer the Su family such substantial benefits? From the perspective of familial interests, their thoughts began to shift. Su Muyu, however, was not swayed. She harbored no interest in Yi Chun. Nevertheless, his grandiose claims presented an excellent opportunity to extricate herself from his grasp. Thus, she coldly replied, "Very well, you have said it. Should you fail to deliver, you shall never trouble me again. The top floor of Mingwe Hotel is utterly unattainable. Should he prove untrustworthy, he would lose the face to pursue her further. Even if he did secure it, she would refuse him." "It is settled then," Yi Chun replied, his face alight with pride. "With me as your dragon son-in-law, the Su family shall rise to become the second family in Suong." With that declaration, he strode away confidently. Observing his retreating figure, the Su family members shared a hearty laugh. This truly presented an opportunity to test the man's capabilities. If he could accomplish these 2 tasks, selecting a better son-in-law for the Su family might not be a bad idea. After departing from the Su family estate, Yi Chun had not ventured far when a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. A tall man emerged from the vehicle and bowed respectfully. "Dragon King, Longya, how did the matter proceed?" Yi Chun inquired nonchalantly, an aura of authority emanating from him, imposing pressure upon the man before him. Longya, one of the 8 warlords of the Longhun organization, was loyal and astute in business, earning Yi Chun's trust. He typically accompanied Yi Chun, both for convenience and to accentuate Yi Chun's own handsomeness. Longya promptly reported, "I report to you, Dragon King, that the Haishi Group has been successfully acquired and renamed Longshan Group. Furthermore, I have mobilized 500 billion in funds to complete the acquisition of Suhong's Haishi Group. The Longhun organization is unfathomably resourceful." Yi Chun pondered for a moment and stated, "Then I shall leave its management in your capable hands. I do not wish to reveal my identity prematurely." "Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I shall ensure the Longshan Group is managed well," Longya said, clasping his fists in excitement. Yi Chun nodded with satisfaction. Suong was not as he had envisioned. Achieving his goals through subtlety would take too long. He resolved to accelerate his conquest of Suong. The Longshan Group was merely his vanguard. "Longya, in 3 days, I wish to host a birthday celebration for my woman. In your capacity as the head of Longshan Group, secure the top floor of Mingwe Hotel. Once secured, disseminate the news throughout Suong that the owner of Longshan Group is hosting a birthday celebration for his beloved. Also, acquire that land in the western city for the Su family, allowing them to witness my strength. Should anyone oppose, they shall perish," Yi Chun declared with overwhelming authority. "Longya shall comply." Longya responded, his eyes glinting with determination. "Anyone who obstructs the Dragon Kings shall face dire consequences." Mingwe Hotel, the sole 7-star hotel in Suong, stands as an iconic landmark. The hotel features 2 crescent-shaped towers connected by an arch structure. From afar, the hotel appears as a colossal ring rising from the lake, embodying the harmonious elements of Chinese philosophy. Each night, the hotel reflects beautifully upon the lake's surface, akin to the bright moon, a breathtaking sight. Indeed, the system's rewards are rather generous. I suggest a super doubling for the next time. Driving in his car, Tang Yu gazed at the hotel that belonged to him, feeling quite satisfied. After so many cycles with the dog system, this reward was indeed quite substantial. It was rather unexpected for him to be so generous, which left him feeling a bit uneasy. Upon arriving at the hotel, the general manager, Wang Defa, was already waiting at the entrance. "Young Master Tang," he exclaimed, bowing respectfully as Tang Yu stepped out of the car. "There's no need for such formality, Wang Zong." Tang Yu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. After the system transferred the hotel under his name, it thoughtfully replaced the management with members of the Tang family. Shall I take you on a tour? Wang Defa offered, gesturing invitingly. Tang Yu nodded, following Wang Defa as they meandered through the hotel. As soon as they entered, a magnificent crystal chandelier captured Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby was crafted from yellow crystal and various precious stones, epitomizing opulence and luxury. Wang Defa led Tang Yu through the hotel's numerous facilities, ultimately arriving at the hot springs. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 villas dedicated to hot springs, frequented by the affluent residents of Su and Hang. Pointing to one of the villas, he inquired, "Young Master Tang, should we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use?" "One will suffice," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Very well. I will arrange for it to be off limits to the public from now on." Just as they settled down, Wang Defa's tea was still brewing when his secretary rushed in. "Wang Zong, the head of Longshan Group has arrived at our hotel, requesting to book the top floor for a birthday banquet." Booking the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingyue Hotel was a significant attraction, drawing esteemed guests daily due to its breathtaking views. If they were to reserve it solely for one individual, it would undoubtedly offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu interjected, "Longshan Group?" The Haishi Group was quite renowned in Su and Hang, but was recently acquired, causing quite a stir. Who could possibly have such immense power to make such a bold purchase? Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. To prove himself to the Su family, he had reserved the top floor of Mingyue Hotel for a grand birthday banquet for Su Muyu. The Su family was left humiliated, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Su Muyu was utterly charmed by his romantic gesture, falling head over heels for him. With the Su family's backing, his influence in Su and Hang expanded rapidly, and he began plotting to assimilate the Tang family. "Damn system, are you trying to screw me over?" Tang Yu cursed silently. He had suspected that the system's sudden generosity was suspicious. According to the original plot, Yichen dispatched Longya to reserve the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday celebration, but the hotel manager staunchly refused to break protocol. Consequently, Longya resorted to threatening the manager's life. As the manager teetered on the brink of despair, he realized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly acquiesced. Now, the pressure fell upon Tang Yu. However, if he were to comply, it would lead to considerable complications. Should Yi Chun successfully win over Su Muyu, the Su family would become a formidable ally. Coupled with Longshan Group and other forces, the Tang family would find itself in a precarious position. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Tang Yu knew he had to devise a plan. Though personally intervening posed risks, he took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Wang Defa. If memory served him right, Wang Defa possessed a commendable talent for scheming. One of the archetypes of an antagonist's subordinates is their adeptness at creating chaos, and Wang Defa was no exception. Thus, Tang Yu believed this was an opportune moment to leverage Wang Defa's abilities. "What is it, young Master Tang?" Noticing Tang Yu's peculiar expression, Wang Defa approached with a smile. "Wang Zong, I believe we should agree to their request for the top floor, but the birthday banquet must not proceed. Do you understand my implication?" Tang Yu smirked, winking at him. If the birthday banquet was successfully conducted, it would lead to a predetermined disastrous outcome. Refusing would only invite further trouble from Longya. Therefore, it was essential to let Wang Defa execute the plan. With his insight, Tang Yu was confident that Wang Defa could devise a brilliant stratagem, leaving Longya trembling in fear. Understood, Wang Defa nodded, though still somewhat perplexed. What could young Master Tang's intentions be? If he was unwilling, he could simply refuse outright. With lingering questions, he left the office to meet Longya in the reception room. "How should I address you?" he asked, extending a warm handshake to Longya. "I am Wang Defa, the manager of the hotel." Longya, with an air of superiority, shook Wang Defa's hand. "I am Longya. My boss wishes to reserve the top floor for Miss Su Muyu's birthday. What is the price for the reservation?" He was aware of the hotel's policy against such bookings, but the Dragon King had issued his orders. What the Dragon King commanded must be fulfilled. Wang Defa's expression darkened instantly. "Miss Su is your boss's woman? What audacity! Was he here to steal young Master Tang's woman?" Realizing the implications, Wang Defa quickly grasped young Master Tang's strategy. He intended to allow the booking, only to sabotage the event later, effectively slapping them in the face. An opportunity for advancement had presented itself. Wang Defa smirked inwardly, and with a full-hearted agreement, he replied, "Mr. Long, we at Mingyue Hotel are keen to establish a good relationship with your esteemed company. Therefore, we will make an exception and allow the top-floor reservation at no cost." Long Yu was taken aback by Wang Defa's attitude. However, he quickly deduced the underlying reason. The presence of Longshan Group had undoubtedly instilled a sense of deference in them. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that an entity capable of acquiring a company for 500 billion must possess immeasurable strength. Since your hotel is so sincere, I accept your goodwill on behalf of Longshan Group. I will send the birthday banquet proposal to Manager Wang later. Long Yu responded with satisfaction. Very well, Wang Defa beamed, both men grinning like children. After confirming the arrangements, Tang Yu nodded in approval. Does the system think it can outsmart me? With my unparalleled wisdom and talented subordinates, what would a mere system do against me? After navigating through the hotel situation, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, Yichen had also assisted the Su family in acquiring the land in the western part of the city. However, that land had already been secured by his own family. Following Long Ye's departure, this matter must be addressed to prevent any disturbances. Wang Zong, please call He Zong and inform him to temporarily grant the western land to the Su family, he instructed. This would allow Yi Chun to flaunt his power to the Su family while ensuring they felt manipulated and ultimately altered their demeanor towards him. No matter what, he could not allow that insufferable man to strengthen his position in Su and Hang. Understood, young Master Tang. Wang Defa vigorously nodded, realizing that Tang Yu intended to gift that land to Miss Su as a birthday present. Truly, young Master Tang was not one to make small gestures. Arrangements must be made. At that moment, Tang Yu received a notification from a system. Ding! Host, you are truly cunning. Due to your audacity, a special reward has been triggered. The ancient martial art Bu Dong Ming Wang Gong. Usable once. Tang Yu was taken aback. Ancient martial arts? In urban fiction, if there is no mention of cultivating immortality, ancient martial arts undoubtedly reign supreme. Regarding the Budong Ming Wang Gong, Tang Yu observed that it is a defensive technique. According to the system's introduction, upon reaching perfection, one's body would become as unyielding as the Budong Ming Wang. In other words, you cannot breach my defenses. However, it can only be used once, which is rather disappointing. System, could you perhaps remove the one-time limitation? Tang Yu chuckled as he proposed. The system remained silent. With a sigh, Tang Yu lamented the system's stubbornness. Nevertheless, having one use is better than none. From this day forth, no matter how formidable the opponent, they shall not be able to defeat me with a single blow. At least two will be required. I wonder what rewards await after the birthday banquet. This is a significant plot twist. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he exited the office, throwing his head back in joyous laughter. Unbeknownst to others, he was not alone in his delight. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa remained in the office, brimming with excitement. Being assigned to oversee the Mingyue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. He must complete the task entrusted to him by young Master Tang with utmost perfection. He will crush that despicable rival, ensuring young Master Tang's reputation is upheld. He sat before his computer, anxiously awaiting Long Ye to send over the birthday banquet plan. After 2 hours of waiting, the plan finally arrived. He promptly opened his email and couldn't help but chuckle. That little brat, the plan is surprisingly romantic. Yichen, is it? Fine for this birthday banquet. If I do not trample your face in the ground, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wang Defa smirked, his impatience palpable. After leaving Mingyue Hotel, Long Ye, representing Long Chun Group, contacted a significant figure to assist the Su family in acquiring a piece of land. Upon reaching out, the other party quickly agreed, even without stipulating any conditions, simply stating they would do a favor for Long Chun Group. The smoothness of both matters filled him with pride. His organization had merely acquired a 500 billion group, yet it garnered the attention of the entire Suhang region. This small Suhang is nothing more than that. Conquering Suhang is as easy as pie. He promptly called Yi Chun, and once the call connected, reported, Dragon King, everything has been arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities continue to inspire confidence. Quickly disseminate the news and ensure everyone is aware of this birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. Under Long Ya's initiative. The news swiftly spread throughout Suhang. The top floor of Mingwe Hotel, which even the young master of the Tang family could not secure, had been booked by the owner of Long Chun Group. The upper echelons of society were abuzz with curiosity. Who is this mysterious owner of Long Chun Group? And who is his woman to celebrate her birthday in such an exclusive venue? The women of Suhang were filled with envy and jealousy. How could such a romantic event not include them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royce vehicles suddenly stopped at the Su family's entrance. Long Yu stepped out of the car and walked through the Su family's gate. By this time, night had fallen, and the Su family awaited Yi Chen's arrival. They were eager to see if this person truly possessed capabilities far exceeding those of the Tang family. Upon learning of Long Yu's arrival, the Su family members were somewhat astonished. Long Yu? Isn't that the owner of Long Chun Group? What brings him here? Long Yu approached Su Muyu and bowed respectfully. Miss Su, young Master Long Yu sent me to escort you to Mingwe Hotel for your birthday. Yi Chun? Su Muyu's expression shifted slightly. Did he really manage to book the top floor of Mingwe Hotel? The Su family members were equally taken aback. The mysterious big shot behind Long Chun Group is actually Yi Chun? Su Muyu took a deep breath and decided to go. Regardless, today she must clarify her feelings with him. She stood up and said, "All right, let us set off." Seeing Su Muyu's determination, Su Zhongshan quickly intervened. "Muyu, are you really going? This may not be appropriate. You and Xiao Yu have already. What is Tang Yu anyway? Young Master Yi could dispose of him with a mere finger." Long Yu scoffed from his side. A mere rich second generation from Suhang dares to vie for the Dragon King's woman? Su Muyu frowned slightly at this remark, turning to Su Zhongshan. "Dad, it's fine. If anything arises, I will handle it." "Very well," Su Zhongshan sighed, conceding to his daughter's wishes. Soon after, a group of them boarded the vehicle and headed towards Mingwe Hotel. By the time they arrived, night had fully descended. A throng of reporters and onlookers awaited outside the hotel, eager to discover which fortunate woman was graced with such an extraordinary privilege. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces garnered little attention. In a place like Mingwe Hotel, Mercedes and BMWs are merely regarded as chauffeur cars. "Ladies and gentlemen, please. Young Master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor." Long Yu led the Su family members into the building. As they entered the elevator, Su Zhongshan's phone rang. After answering, he exchanged a few words and his expression brightened instantly. "Muyu, the land in the west of the city has been secured," he exclaimed to Su Muyu with enthusiasm. "If developed properly, this land could bring in profits exceeding 100 billion for the Su family. For the Su family today, this is a rare and significant project." The Su family members were all elated. They understood how crucial this project was for them. Yi Chun truly has remarkable connections. Choosing him might indeed be better than opting for the Tang family. Long Ao was quite pleased with the Su family's reaction. He smiled slightly and said, "This is merely a trivial favor from young Master Yi. His capabilities far exceed what you can imagine." At that moment, Yi Chun had changed into a high-end suit, meticulously groomed for the occasion. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly admiring the night view while feeling a tinge of anticipation. Tonight, he aimed to demonstrate to the Su family that he is their true dragon's son-in-law. However, at this moment, the top-floor venue was occupied solely by him and the staff. He had only invited members of the Su family. He could not afford to be too ostentatious. If the entire Suhang knew he was pursuing Su Muyu, it would certainly jeopardize his plans to court other women. Thus, he deliberately created this atmosphere, ensuring the Su family recognized his prowess without compromising his romantic endeavors. As the Su family arrived, Yi Chun set down his glass of red wine and went to greet them. "Muyu, you finally arrived. Did I not fulfill my promise?" Upon seeing Su Muyu, Yi Chun's lips curled into a charming smile, eliciting a sense of triumph. He clapped his hands, and immediately, someone wheeled out a large cake. "I know you love fruit cake, so I had this specially made for you. However, before we indulge in the cake, I have a gift for you." He gazed at Su Muyu with a gentle tone. Su Muyu sighed, her expression serious as she replied, "Yi Chun, I don't know what your background is, but I need to make myself clear." Before she could finish, the sound of fireworks interrupted her words. The night sky was instantly illuminated by the spectacle. Everyone's attention was drawn to the fireworks. As the first firework burst open, Countless others shot into the sky. In an instant, the night sky transformed into a sea of blossoms. Those gathered below the hotel were equally captivated by the fireworks. As they watched, they suddenly realized that the fireworks formed a string of words. Sumoyu, happy birthday. Oh my goodness. Today's birthday banquet is hosted by the eldest daughter of the Su family? How utterly romantic. What a fortune this must cost. This grand display of fireworks can be seen from nearly half of Suwon City. Countless individuals hastily take out their phones to capture this moment, preparing to share short videos. Many streamers abandon their live broadcasts to focus solely on the fireworks. Incredible. Is this how the wealthy express their affection? These fireworks have lasted nearly 10 minutes, and they continue to dazzle. Astounding, the rich finally unite, while the single dogs bear witness. After watching for about 10 minutes in the live stream, viewers begin to speculate on the cost of such a display. Observing from the top of Mingwe Hotel, the Su family members are entranced. When the fireworks finally conclude, thousands of drones soar into the night sky. These drones illuminate the darkness like a myriad of colorful fireflies. After ascending to a certain height, they begin to perform a light show. How many drones must there be? At least 3,000, I presume. Remarkable. This birthday celebration must have cost over 10 million. The light show leaves the onlookers in awe. This is simply feeding the entire Suwon City with dog food and showcasing affection. Yi-chun is exceedingly satisfied with this spectacle. The scale is indeed impressive. Long has not let him down. Witnessing the Su family's astonished expressions, he silently rejoices. From this day forth, the Su family should understand who is truly worthy of their favor. After the light show lasts for about 10 minutes, it culminates in the formation of 7 large characters. Sumuyu, happy birthday. Just when the audience thinks the light show is concluding, the drone formation shifts again. This time, it transforms into a heart shape accompanied by 4 characters, AI and IDU. Yi-chun smiles with satisfaction. This conclusion is quite splendid. However, his expression quickly sours, akin to having just bitten into something unpleasant. Why does the name of that scoundrel appear at the end of the celebration he prepared for Sumuyu? The Su family members also change expressions. You? ISNT that the name of Tangyu? The audience below, watching the performance, are not particularly surprised. You? ISNT he the young master of the Tang family? Oh my, how romantic of young Master Tang. I knew it had to be him preparing this. At this moment, Wang Defa, quietly observing from a corner, reveals a satisfied smile. Tang Xiao will surely be pleased now. Tang Yu has already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that today's birthday banquet has indeed been successfully hosted, he rushes over in a hurry. What is Wang Defa up to? Wasn't he supposed to prevent this birthday banquet? As a traitor, shouldn't he be causing some trouble? By the time he arrives breathlessly on the top floor, all eyes are on him. Sumuyu gazes at Tang Yu with a moved expression. She never expected that the elaborate birthday banquet prepared for her was orchestrated by him. She is pleasantly surprised by his secret surprise. Oomph. This reserved fellow. Blushing, she approaches Tang Yu and says, "Thank you. I am very happy today." Happy? Tang Yu is still somewhat confused, but begins to feel anxious. What on earth has Wang Defa done? With a grim expression, Yi-chun strides toward Tang Yu. He glares at the culprit and speaks in a low voice. Did you do all this? Did I? Any to you? You? Indeed. That is a grand gift from our young Master Tang. If you don't like it, just bear it silently. At that moment, Wang Defa's voice suddenly rings out. He approaches with a group of bodyguards, surrounding Yi-chun to prevent this mad dog from harming young Master Tang. He then turns to Tang Yu, brimming with excitement, and asks, "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? Simply causing the banquet to fail is not enough. If you want to stomp someone, you must do it thoroughly, making him understand the consequences of vying for a woman with young Master Tang. Was this your arrangement?" Tang Yu asks, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Defa nods vigorously, proud of his meticulous planning. He looks at Yi-chun with disdain. What if he is the owner of Long-Chun Group? Does he dare to compete for a woman with young Master Tang? Tang Yu feels a tightness in his chest. Almost wanted to spit blood. He merely intended to strike from the shadows, but Wang Defa has thrown a bomb into the situation. Unexpectedly, this brazen traitor has acted so thoroughly. Chapter 32. Wang Defa scolds the Dragon King at this moment. Yi-chun's face twists with fury. his eyes fixed on Tang Yu, filled with venom. That scoundrel. He is doomed. Seeing several bodyguards standing in front of him, he lunges forward, throwing a few punches. The bodyguards are sent flying. As he charges toward Tang Yu, Su Muyu, unable to contain her anger, steps in front of Yi Chun and shouts, "What else can you do besides bullying others with brute force?" Seeing Su Muyu blocking him, Yi Chun's eyes blaze with fury, even hinting at murderous intent. His woman dares to protect another man. He quickly regains his composure. She is not protecting Tang Yu. She is protecting herself. If he impulsively strikes and kills someone named Tang here, the consequences would be dire. If he wishes to eliminate this fellow, he must not act in front of so many witnesses. A barbarian is indeed a barbarian, completely lawless. This is a society governed by law. I'll just call the police and let them handle it. I cannot believe you would dare to cause such a ruckus. How ridiculous if you lack ability. Don't pretend. What is there to be enraged about? The Su family members nearby begin to scold him. Their attitude shifts remarkably swiftly. He had been boasting for so long, and it turns out this lavish banquet was all prepared by young Master Tang. How dare he stand here with such arrogance? What can such a person do against the Tang family? Does he even dare to claim to be the son-in-law of the Su family? Does he deserve it? Longya is also aware that this is not a moment for reckless behavior. If he truly intends to act violently, it must not be in front of so many people. He hastily pulls Yi Chen back and says, "Longyi, don't be impulsive, calm down first." He then looks at Wang Defa and speaks angrily. "What is the meaning of this, Minghua Hotel? Our Yi Xiao is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare to play these games? Do you believe I can shut your hotel down?" Wang Defa scoffs, unfazed. A birthday banquet? Is today not the day when our young Master Tang is hosting it for Miss Su? As for you, I have not taken a penny from you. What do you have to say? Longya's expression changes instantly. He finally understands why the other party did not accept his money. Wang Defa then looks at Yi Chun and scolds him loudly. "Moreover, our Tang family has already formed an alliance with the Su family. This Yi Xiao is truly shameless. Pursuing a girl who is already betrothed? A broken dog dares to bark here? I have lived for decades and have never encountered such a brazen individual." Yi Chun trembles at the insult. As the Dragon King, when has he ever been humiliated like this in front of others? Exactly. It's disgusting to be so thick-skinned without any self-awareness. Brilliant, simply brilliant. The Su family members echo in agreement. Seeing the Su family joining in, Longya grits his teeth in frustration. He points at the Su family and exclaims, "Do you have the face to scold Yi Xiao? Without Yi Xiao, your Su family would never acquire that land in the west of the city in your lifetime." The Su family members suddenly appear awkward. Although this fellow has been boasting for so long, and it is not rightfully his, it seems the Su family did indeed benefit from him regarding that land in the west. Su Zhongshan's expression darkens as he prepares to step forward and express a willingness to return the land to them. Wang Defa snortscoldi, his expression disdainful. "What does that land in the west have to do with you?" It was only because young Master Tang spoke that the Su family was allowed to acquire it. If you don't believe it, you can call to confirm. Young Master Tang is a low-key person. As a subordinate, he had to step forward to help Tang Xiao save face. Upon uttering these words, Su Zhongshan promptly made a phone call. "Hello, Director Wang. This is Su Zhongshan. May I inquire about the land in the west of the city?" After a few inquiries, he received an answer and looked gratefully at Tang Yu. "Xiao Yu, Uncle thanks you for helping the Su family with this matter." Sumu Yu also gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection. This fellow, sacrificing so much for himself in secret, perhaps he should invite him for a drink next time. "What more do you have to say?" Wang Defa sneered, looking at Longya and his companion. "This matter was arranged by me personally, and yet they dare to claim credit?" Longya's face turned an ashen hue, and he looked at Yi Chun with difficulty, whispering, "Dragon King, it is my incompetence. Please punish me." Yi Chun, whose composure was on the verge of collapse, surprisingly calmed himself after a surge of intense anger. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from chastising Longya and instead addressed Su Muyu. "Muyu, soon you will understand who is truly the right choice for you." After saying this, he strode away from this humiliating place, with Longya hastily following him. Once they departed, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. "Compete with Tang Xiao? Do you believe you are worthy? I alone could obliterate you." With the loathed individuals gone, he clapped his hands and began organizing the celebration for Miss Sue's birthday. The Sue family members cheerfully gathered to celebrate Sue Mu Yu's special day. Approaching the cake, Sue Mu Yu closed her eyes to make a wish. Once her wish was made, they began to share the cake. She handed a piece of the cut cake to the seemingly disheartened Tang Yu. Try this cake. It's quite delicious. All right. Tang Yu accepted the cake and took a bite. It was indeed tasty. Thank you for today. This is my happiest birthday, and I believe I will remember this day for the rest of my life. Sue Mu Yu smiled at Tang Yu. She was genuinely delighted that Tang Yu could attend her birthday celebration. No worries, as long as you're happy, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. Can you guess what I wish for today? Sue Mu Yu's eyes glimmered as she looked at Tang Yu. What? Tang Yu asked, and Sue Mu Yu leaned in, lowering her voice playfully. Suddenly, she pressed a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek. This time, Tang Yu was caught off guard and didn't evade. Wang Defa, witnessing this, immediately erupted in cheers, feeling a sense of satisfaction. I've truly succeeded in helping Tang Xiao woo a girl. Blushing, Sue Mu Yu stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu and shyly ran away. Tang Yu touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with today? Wang Defa exclaimed, brimming with excitement over his performance. My show today was simply impeccable. Quite satisfied, Tang Yu nodded. He was more than satisfied. After surveying Wang Defa with scrutinizing eyes, he concluded that this individual could no longer remain in this vicinity. This fellow was undoubtedly a top-notch trader. He had underestimated him far too much. Thus, he took a deep breath and said, Director Wang, upon reflection, your talents are wasted here. Coincidentally, our family has opened a new venture in Siberia. I want you to be the regional manager, with a threefold salary increase. Tang Xiao, I can't accept this. I've merely done a trivial task. Wang Defa feigned humility, but internally he was overjoyed. Tang Xiao is indeed a good person. Easy to get along with. Do not be modest. This is the honor you deserve. The Tang family will not mistreat a meritorious person. Complete the handover tomorrow and prepare to set off. Tang Yu clapped Wang Defa on the shoulder and turned to leave. Damn it. If another such traitor appears next time, I shall send him straight to Syria. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa leaped up in excitement. By heavens, another promotion and salary increase. Overjoyed, he opened WeChat and shared the good news with his colleagues in the group comprised of the Tang family's management. Brothers, helping Tang Xiao woo girls truly works. I've barely been promoted for a few days, and now Tang Xiao has elevated me again. Remember, when Tang Xiao is pursuing a girl, be proactive, all right? Anyone who dares to compete with Tang Xiao for women will be crushed, especially a fool named Yi Chun. After imparting his insights to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled faintly. I can only assist you this far. Thanks for the reminder, Director Wang. I've understood. Got it, Yi Chun, right? The group erupted with joy, eager to learn from his experiences. As they exited the hotel, Yi Chun and Long Ye found a crowd gathered outside, all abuzz with excitement, discussing the evening's birthday banquet. Hearing their chatter, Yi Chun felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. What audacity Tang Yu displayed, daring to humiliate him so. Long Ye, pale and trembling, trailed behind Yi Chun, consumed with regret over the first task assigned by the Dragon King, which had turned out so poorly. Remembering the humiliation suffered by the Dragon King, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the Dragon King were to unleash his wrath, blood would flow like a river. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Long Ye hastily approached Yi Chun, filled with remorse. Dragon King, today I failed in my duties. Long Ye willingly accepts punishment. With that, he raised his left hand to strike his own chest heavily. Just as he was about to do so, Yi Chun swiftly grasped his wrist. No need. You're my brother. This is merely a small matter. The word brother filled Long Ye with profound emotion. The Dragon King regarded him as a brother and even refrained from punishment. I, Long Ye, have drifted through life only to lament not meeting a worthy leader. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I vow to dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Long Ye choked out. However, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Yi Chun snorted coldly. Having suffered such humiliation today, if I do not repay it 100-fold, I shall not be known as Yi Chun. Agreed. Long Ye revealed a sinister smile. Causing a hotel to go bankrupt is a simple task. He then inquired, by the way, Dragon King, what about that fellow named Tang? Do not concern yourself with him for now. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him. His demise is inevitable, Yi Chun stated coldly. Not only did he intend to eliminate him, but he also wanted Tang to witness the downfall of the Tang family before his eyes. Hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were sent, Long grinned. The Dragon Soul Organization's 8 great generals, with the Dragon King naturally being the foremost. Ling Han and Qi Yin ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. With both of them working together, success was assured. As for him, he had only attained the position of the 8th due to the Dragon King's favor. Yet he remained stagnant there for years due to insufficient strength, leading many to refer to him as Long Lao Ba. After long he departed, Yi Chun, with a dark expression, couldn't help but mutter, useless. Upon returning home, Tang Yu lay exhausted on his bed. Today had once again been a day of not being able to keep a low profile. Reflecting on Yi Chun's expression, Tang Yu realized that the difficulty of remaining inconspicuous had increased significantly. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the plot. Reward: 1 volume of Qing Nong Tian Jing. Automatically learned. Just as he lay down, the system's voice chimed in. Instantly, a wealth of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge flooded his mind. What the heck? The dog system has suddenly shown mercy, providing such an impressive reward. It has filled my medical talent to the brim. Sitting up, he examined his body. His eyes seemed to penetrate his own flesh, revealing the meridians. Any slight ailments were readily apparent. His mind overflowed with countless remedies, acupuncture techniques, and various treatment plans. In brief, his current medical skills are among the finest in all Huaxia. Despite receiving such a commendable reward, Tang Yu is not quick to rejoice. This dog system feels rather off. System, is your Qing Nong Tian Jing reliable? Da ni u punda intna li. Are you intentionally seeking trouble? Can a mere system like you sell me raw eggs? The system's tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. Spare me this nonsense. You offer me a hotel, but left me in a pitfall. Tang Yu cursed under his breath. The system fell silent, observing the system's lack of response. Tang Yu resolved to withhold his medical expertise for the time being. Who knows if this dogged system has ulterior motives? After lying down on the bed, he quickly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Yixue and Su Muyu dressed as bunny girls, vying to pamper him, this little piglet. Just as Tang Yu was caught in a delightful yet painful reverie, someone gently patted his face, calling his name. Tang Yu Gidge, wake up, breakfast is ready. Upon hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly roused from his dream. He opened his eyes to a blindingly white vista. In that moment, he recalled a saying by Yasuo, I have touched the peaks and ventured into the depths. Both have greatly benefited me. This might be slightly misquoted, but Tang Yu felt it conveyed the essence. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoye stood beside his bed. Today, she donned a pristine outfit. Her innocent and sweet visage combined with her petite stature made her resemble a high school girl. Yet, despite her youthful face, her development was rather astonishing. Leaning over the bed, she was gently rubbing Tang Yu's face, urging him to rise. Thus, upon opening his eyes, Tang Yu felt a momentary disorientation. Xiaoye, is this your test? Just waking up, he almost let slip his thoughts. He quickly corrected himself. Good morning, what brings you here? I came to treat Grandpa Tang. Hasn't his stomach ailment flared up again these past few days? Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and nudged Tang Yu. What were you saying about a test? Nothing. Just sleep talk. Tang Yu vigorously shook his head. Sister, do pay attention to your image, all right? It's rather inappropriate for a pure-hearted young man to witness such things first thing in the morning. Absolutely fitting. Your lack of height must be due to all your nutrients concentrating in one area. No wonder the elders say that a woman who bows her head hides the world's beauty. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye's ears flushed a deep crimson. She glanced down at her clothing, quickly straightened up, and urged, hurry and get up for breakfast. And he sent me to call you. All right, you go ahead. I'll get dressed. Having grown accustomed to sleeping naked, Tang Yu couldn't get up in front of Jiang Xiaoye. Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and hurriedly exited. Once outside, she took a deep breath and rubbed her face, muttering, Tang Yu Gidge has become naughty. Ever since she overheard Tang Yu's thoughts last time, she couldn't forget it. Today, as she came to treat Grandpa Tang, she sought to confirm her suspicions. Now that she had confirmed it, she felt a bit embarrassed. She wished this would end quickly. Walking was exhausting. After washing up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoya to breakfast. Upon reaching the dining hall, a long-haired youth with a ponytail was having his meal. Spotting Tang Yu, he immediately rose to greet him. "Gu, Jiang Shini, long time no see." Tang Yu paused for a moment upon seeing the long-haired youth, then smiled and nodded. "Long time no see. Come and eat. Breakfast is about to get cold. After we finish, let's go visit Grandpa." The long-haired youth enthusiastically helped set the table for the two of them. Once seated, Tang Yu quietly began his meal, stealing glances at the smiling ponytailed youth. This fellow, who called him brother, was not his biological sibling but rather his cousin, Tang Ryu, the son of his second uncle. Tang Yu held a vivid impression of this individual. In the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's demise, old Master Tang fell ill from anger and passed away. Tang Yu's parents sought vengeance, employing every means at their disposal. Yet, no matter how powerful the Tang family was, they could not contend with the Child of Destiny. Behind them stood the Dragon Soul organization, whose strength far surpassed that of the Tang family. Only those with a solid background could afford to play the fool. Thus, the scheming Tang Ryu seized the opportunity to align himself with Yi Chun, betraying the Tang family after becoming a lackey of the Dragon King. This fellow played a significant role in the Tang family's downfall. "I need to find an opportunity to bury this little brat," Tang Yu mused internally. It's difficult to confront the Child of Destiny head-on. Isn't it easy to handle a traitor? Your uncle, take pleasure in preying on the weak. While sipping porridge, Jiang Xiaoya glanced at Tang Yu, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Tang Yu Gij, who are you planning to bury?" After finishing breakfast, the three of them ventured to the small courtyard in the back to find the old master. Upon their arrival, they found him seated in a grand armchair, engrossed in his phone. The sounds of fighting and game characters echoed from the device, and the old master wore an irate expression. "Come on, you meathead. Can't you even initiate a raid? Are you a primary school student? Why aren't you in school during the day, playing ranked matches? A bunch of trash. Even at 80, I would pull such a brain-dead move." The three of them were visibly taken aback. This old man is surprisingly trendy. Once a game concluded, old Master Tang angrily placed his phone on the table and rubbed his heart. "Grandpa, perhaps you should refrain from gaming in the future. It's not good for your health," Tang Yu quickly advised. "Yes, Grandpa Tang, you need to take care of yourself." Both Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoya chimed in. I know. I'll uninstall it and stop playing." Old Master Tang nodded and proceeded to delete the troublesome game, his expression still seething with frustration. "Let us have some tea and rest. I'll check your pulse." Jiang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for old Master Tang and settled down to examine his pulse. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently observed his grandfather. After receiving the reward of the Qing Nong Tianjing, he now only needed to focus his gaze to discern any bodily ailments. Grandpa's stomach issues are chronic. There's clearly a coldness lingering in his abdomen. According to the Qing Nong Tianjing, this indicates a deficiency of stomach yin, caused by a lack of yin and fluids. The treatment should primarily focus on nourishment, using a century-old black lingji as the medicinal guide, combined with huangjing and shashan, among other herbs, to prepare a herbal tea for a month. But is this Qing Nong Tianjing truly reliable? As Jiang Xiaoya took his pulse, she caught wind of his thoughts, causing her pupils to dilate in shock. She stole a glance at Tang Yu. Tang Yu Gij can actually practice medicine, and he doesn't even need to take the pulse. He can identify the issues just by observing. Traditional Chinese medicine involves 4 diagnostic methods, and the pinnacle of observation is achieving a state of divine insight. Only by reaching such a realm can one attain this level. Moreover, her grandfather had mentioned that no one had entered this divine state in Huaxia's traditional medicine for hundreds of years. As for the Qing Nong Tianjing, it is the coveted scripture of traditional medicine. Being a devoted enthusiast of traditional medicine, she couldn't help but swallow hard, yearning to engage in a profound exchange with Tang Yu. "Xiaoya, are you done?" Having noticed that Jiang Xiaoya had been silent for a while, old Master Tang inquired with a smile. "All done." Coming back to her senses, Jiang Xiaoya quickly replied, "It's a deficiency of stomach yin, Grandpa Tang. Have you been experiencing frequent dry mouth and an unsettled stomach lately?" "Yes, it's an old ailment." Jiang Xiaoya smiled sweetly. "This old ailment primarily requires nurturing through warmth. I shall prepare a herbal tea for you, which, if consumed regularly, will yield good results. However, this herbal tea necessitates the rare Heilungs high, aged over a century, as a medicinal catalyst. Unfortunately, we do not have it at home and shall need to have it delivered from afar, expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Let Brother Tanyu fetch it from my house when it arrives. After having just heard Brother Tanyu recite the prescription, she analyzed it and deemed it indeed a formidable remedy, with almost no side effects on the human body. All medicine carries a degree of toxicity. The pinnacle of a prescription lies in its ability to heal without causing harm to the patient. Truly, it is worthy of the Qing Nong Tianjing. Dan Yu, observing from the side, appeared somewhat astonished. Could this herbal tea she intended to create align with her own thoughts? It seems the Qing Nong Tianjing is not merely a trap after all. Very well, this young man will assist me in visiting your grandfather. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. Very well, my grandfather mentioned Brother Tang you just a few days ago. Jiang Xiaoye's eyes narrowed in delight. It was a perfect opportunity to inquire about medical skills with Brother Tangyu. Old Master Tang turned his gaze towards the two of them and inquired, "Do you two have any other matters to discuss?" "Grandfather, I wish to work at Miley Foods," Tang Ruyu spoke up. The Miley Foods he referred to is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has developed quite well over the years. Old Master Tang did not rush to express his opinion. Tang Ryu, being the second child, had been working at a branch of the Tang Group for many years, without any exposure to the core operations. Despite being a direct descendant of the Tang family, his marginalization stemmed from his father's actions. 7 years ago, his father embezzled company funds, secretly transferring Tang Group assets to his own name. Such vile behavior, once discovered, warranted the breaking of his legs and expulsion from the family according to family rules. Were it not for Tang Yu's family pleading for them, the Tang family would have long since severed ties with them. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed towards Tang Yu. "Ask your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang Group. Brother, what do you think? If you believe my abilities are lacking, I could take a mid-level management position and gradually hone my skills." Tang Ryu inquired with a gentle smile directed at Tang Yu. "Well, that's certainly not an issue. I trust your capabilities, and our family will rely on the united efforts of brothers like us in the future," Tang Yu responded cheerfully, putting an arm around his shoulder. "So, this is how you choose to become a traitor, is it? Just wait until I deal with you." Knowing the original plot, he was well aware of the unsavory nature of his seemingly harmless cousin. Chapter 35. Indeed, too much to handle. "Thank you, brother. I will not betray your trust," Tang Ruoyu replied, filled with gratitude, then turned to old Master Tang. "As long as your brother agrees, that suffices. Do your best, and do not let us down." Old Master Tang said calmly. Being of advanced age, he preferred not to dwell on past grievances, for they were all family. "Thank you, grandfather. I will head to the company to familiarize myself with my duties." Tang Ryu promptly bowed to old Master Tang. Upon exiting the Tang family residence, his expression darkened, resentment flickering in his eyes. Although he was also a member of the Tang family, he felt like a servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? What had he done to fall short? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu was slightly more handsome. However, when it came to talent, did he truly fall behind? In the college entrance examination, he had missed a perfect score by just 500 points. He snorted disdainfully as he sped off in his Porsche towards Miley Foods. This was the Tang family's core business. If Tang Yu was foolish enough to let him manage this operation, he could not be blamed for being unkind. Yi Xiao had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, everything within the Tang family would be his after Tang Yu's demise. After Tang Ruoyu departed, old Master Tang's gaze deepened. He took out an old pipe, lit it, and looked at Tang Yu with caution. "Recently, Su and Heng have been somewhat unsettled. Take care." "Understood, grandfather. I will be vigilant," Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. This elder was the stabilizing force of the Tang family, possessing considerable wisdom. He suspected that his grandfather had already discerned some clues. However, he had devised a plan in his heart for dealing with the traitorous Tang Ruyu. Upon entering the office, he noticed two professional-looking young women tidying up at his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired, attractive girls, greeted him eagerly upon his arrival. "Lulu, you've gained a bit of weight since I last saw you." "What? Where have I gained weight?" the short-haired girl exclaimed, wide-eyed. She had just weighed herself the previous night, and her weight had not changed. "Right here," Tang Yu replied, puffing out his chest. The girl understood and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Tang Yu chuckled. There were many beautiful women in the Tang group, and he often teased a few whenever the opportunity arose, provided they were not the female lead. Of course, one must have the charisma to attract women. If one was not handsome and wealthy, it was best not to provoke them. Young Master Tang, this is our new secretary, Qi. She has completed her training and is starting work today, the short-haired girl named Lulu introduced. Hello, young Master Tang, Qi greeted, her eyes briefly flashing with disdain as she looked at him. Qi, welcome to our big family at the Tang group. Tang Yu laughed heartily, shaking her hand while assessing her. With an oval face, willow-like brows, and a pair of pure, spirited eyes, she exuded an air of innocence, and in terms of appearance, she would likely score around 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed quite lovely, embodying a refined charm. However, how unfortunate. If she were to marry, would the child not go hungry? If only she could share half of Xiaoya's charm. As they shook hands, Qi suddenly wore a puzzled expression. Had she just imagined that? If you have any questions starting out, feel free to ask me. I am quite friendly towards girls, so there is no need to be too nervous, Tang Yu said with a smile, noticing Qi dazed look as he patted her shoulder. Young Master Tang, I shall take my leave now. Are you free for dinner at my place tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine and would like to share it with you. Lulu at the door invited sweetly. I have prior commitments tonight. Perhaps next time I'll treat you. Tang Yu chuckled, as he had a dinner appointment with Qin Ming that evening. In this day and age, boys must be cautious to protect themselves. I truly believe you. Who knows if you will offer me red or white wine? After hearing Qi inner thoughts once again, she was finally convinced that it was not her imagination. She seemed capable of hearing his thoughts. This revelation thrilled her. This time, the Long Wang organization had sent her to infiltrate the Tang group to investigate its secrets. Being able to hear this young man's thoughts made her task exceedingly simple. As Tang Yu opened his computer and clicked on a business document, he thought, Qi, isn't she the spy sent by Yi Chen? Damn it, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I nearly forgot about this. It can't be wrong. She is too beautiful and definitely fits the bill. As Tang Yu's thoughts resounded once more, Qi was both shocked and infuriated, wishing she could eliminate him on the spot. Why must you consistently bring up that matter? Can't you show some dignity? After the initial embarrassment, her mood shifted to anxiety. If her identity were exposed, her infiltration plan would surely fail. What was even more troubling was that she had already shown her face. A highly dangerous situation. Stay calm. Do not act rashly. She took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting her mindset. The most pressing concern for her now was how he knew her information. The Long Hun organization had an exceptionally formidable capacity for secrecy. As one of the 8 great generals, she could hardly be recognized easily. There are countless remarkable women in the world, not just herself. Dang Sao, is there anything you need me to do? She inquired softly, donning a composed smile. Please brew me a pot of tea first. Tang Yu promptly assigned her a task, contemplating strategies in her mind. According to the original plot, the Tang group was dismantled not only due to the traitor Tang Ruoyu, but also because of the considerable efforts of Qi. She was not only exceptionally skilled, but also possessed hacking abilities that were top-notch globally. Hence, Yi Chen intentionally allowed her to infiltrate the Tang group to steal confidential information. Isn't it just about obtaining confidential data? I'll steal it for you, and later I'll prepare a fake one. Hearing this while brewing tea, Qi was immediately struck with disbelief. Do you really think I'm that foolish? Unable to discern between the real and the fake? With a beaming smile, Tang Yu rapidly tapped away at the keyboard, altering various data within a confidential document. This way, even if Yi Chen acquired the information, it would be utterly useless. After modifying the data, he printed the documents and placed them in a file bag. He then set the file bag on the table and said, Qi, please deliver this information to Director Zhou of the business department. Certainly, Qi responded, presenting the brewed tea to Tang Yu before taking the documents to deliver, her eyes filled with disdain. A fool would take the bait, but this is also for your benefit. Consider it a form of revenge. He is your true enemy. After all, the Tang family has shown kindness to your father, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Upon hearing these thoughts as she picked up the documents, Qi couldn't help but shudder. The Dragon King was her enemy? The Tang family had shown kindness to her father? Chapter 36. The Assassin's Diary. In that instant, she found herself unable to restrain the urge to voice her questions. However, when she opened her mouth, she realized she couldn't produce a sound. Leaving the office with a tumultuous heart, Chi-In felt somewhat dazed. Having grown up in the Longhan organization and personally trained by Yi Chen's master, she held unwavering loyalty to Yi Chen. Yet as an orphan, she longed to know who her family was. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason? Thus, she had been secretly investigating, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't uncover any information about her parents. It was as if they had never existed in this world. After so many years, she had nearly given up hope. Today, however, Tang Yu's unexpected mention left her momentarily bewildered. How much did he know? Why was the Dragon King her enemy? What connection did he have with the Tang family? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. After taking a deep breath, she quickly steadied her thoughts. I must investigate the Tang family. Since they have shown kindness to my father, following this lead should yield results. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the Dragon King. She hurriedly made her way to the rooftop of the office building and answered. Dragon King, what is your command? Chi-In, what is the outcome of the investigation? Yi Chen's voice resonated. All right, you've worked hard. You always put my mind at ease. Hearing the smooth progress on this end, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. With a wicked smile, he remarked, as long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you'll have the privilege of being my woman before her. Suddenly, she felt an aversion to eating. Tang Yu's words about the Dragon King being her enemy had significantly altered her mindset. Why are you silent? Noticing Chi-Yin's lack of excited gratitude, Yi Chen's tone grew, slightly displeased. After saying this, he promptly hung up. She quickly snapped a picture of the fake documents on her phone and hurried to deliver the materials to the business department. Tang Yu couldn't help but grin widely. This foolish girl must have secretly made a copy of the documents. It's hilarious. They say big-chested, brainless. Her intelligence isn't much better. No wonder she's been deceived by Yi Chen and his master for so many years. It's rather pitiful. Hearing these thoughts, Chi-In couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could you please refrain from mentioning that again? It genuinely makes me want to hit someone. Yet, upon hearing Tang Yu mention Yi Chen's master, she had no choice but to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knew about the existence of the elder from the Longhan organization. After toiling over the fake documents, Tang Yu stretched lazily, observing Chi-In standing by. He contemplated and instructed, by the way, the company plans to venture into the gaming business soon, and I need you to conduct some research. How do I conduct the research? Chi-In sensed that he was surely up to some mischief. Tang Yu dashed to the office wall, turned on the television, and activated the gaming console. There were 25 games in total, all of which were currently the most popular on the market. I hope you can complete them all and provide me with a daily work report. He added, the company offers free snacks and milk tea, and all takeout expenses will be reimbursed. Eat whatever you like. Chi-In was taken aback by Tang Yu's arrangement. All right, get started playing. Don't slack off. The office has surveillance, and I can see you. After sternly admonishing her, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. Haha, it's not quite appropriate to transfer you. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, let you play games daily instead. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he left, Chi-In sat down speechlessly and began to play the game. Before long, she was fully immersed in the gaming world. July 13th, gaming. July 14th, gaming. July 15th, gaming. July 16th. Chi-In, how could you be so decadent? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th, gaming. Minghua Hotel. On the 12th floor of a certain guest room, a female attendant knocked gently on the door. Hello, esteemed guest. Checkout time has passed for 2 hours. May I inquire if you're still in there? It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the original checkout time was at 1 o'clock. According to hotel policy, if guests had not checked out after 2 hours, the staff needed to inquire within a room. After knocking repeatedly with no response, the attendant had no choice but to use the hotel's master key to unlock the door. Upon entering, she was met with an astonishingly low temperature due to the air conditioning. Shivering from the cold, the attendant noticed the bathroom light was still on. Approaching to take a look, she discovered a woman lying in the bathtub, the water having turned a deep shade of crimson. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the hallway. Within moments, hotel medical personnel rushed over to administer aid. It's no use, they sighed after a futile attempt at resuscitation. News of a suicide at Mingyue Hotel spread rapidly. A throng of guests received the news and hastily checked out. Tang Yu arrived at the scene without delay. Upon his arrival, the new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu, he hurriedly expressed his regret. Tang Xiao, it's my failure. Such an incident occurred right after I took over the hotel. The previous general manager had barely settled in before receiving a promotion and leaving, and now I've been handed this hot potato. If this is not handled properly, it will greatly affect the hotel. It's not your fault, Tang Yu reassured him, patting his shoulder. What's the current situation? The scene has been secured. The police are investigating and collecting evidence, and it is preliminarily judged to be a suicide. A suicide? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Those who could afford to stay at Mingyue Hotel were all affluent individuals. There is a saying online that wealth does not guarantee happiness, as the joy of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Thus, over the years, there have been no recorded suicides at Mingyue Hotel. Who in their right mind would give up on life amidst such prosperity? Zhao Li glanced around and spoke in a hushed tone. However, the police discovered that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it was highly probable that she had been assaulted, yet they could find no evidence. What about the surveillance? The monitors revealed no one entering or exiting her room. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and after a moment of contemplation, a certain individual sprang to mind. Longya. Chapter 37. Want to buy a hotel? As one of the 8 formidable generals of the Long Hun organization, Longya had a significant presence in the original narrative. His ascent to such rank indicated formidable prowess. The author, in a bid to amplify his character's significance, bestowed upon him a peculiar trait. After committing murder, he would take a keepsake from the victim. For the men, it was a severed pinky, while for women, a lock of hair. Additionally, this individual, much like his master, was a notorious libertine. The distinction lay in Yi Chun, the protagonist known as the Dragon King, who only pursued the most exquisite women, whereas Longya would settle for any woman who bore semblance to humanity. He even had a line stating that regardless of beauty or ugliness, anything that fell into his grasp was considered a feast. It had to be him, Tang Yu thought, his expression darkening. The last time Yi Chun had suffered such humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek retribution. However, framing him for murder was indeed a deranged act. An opportunity must be sought to bury this man. While confronting the master may be challenging, dealing with a rabid dog would not pose much difficulty. At that moment, 2 figures came into Tang Yu's view, 2 middle-aged men, smoking and laughing as they walked side by side. One was missing an ear, while the other had lost an eye. The sight of such individuals together was hard to overlook. Tang Yu recognized them. They were known figures in the underworld of Suhang. A pair of cousins. Nicknamed Heaven's Scar and Earth's Flaw, they wielded considerable power in the criminal realm. In the original storyline, these 2 were despicable villains who had met their demise due to their arrogance in provoking the Dragon King. Tang Xiao, do you suspect them? Zhao Li whispered. Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Tang Yu shook his head with a smile. It is not them. I have deduced who it is. You just need to comfort the victim's family. I will handle the murderer. Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The following morning, the victim's family arrived at the hotel, causing quite a commotion. A group of dozens blocked the entrance, and the escalating uproar severely impacted the business of Mingyue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel took no action beyond appeasement. After a few days, Longya felt the time was ripe. He came alone to Mingyue Hotel to find Zhao Li, coincidentally encountering Tang Yu there. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a flash of malice crossed his eyes as he sneered. Oh, if it isn't Tang Xiao. It's been a few days, and your hotel's business seems to have plummeted. Should you thank Long Zong for bringing a crowd to cause a ruckus? Tang Yu, visibly furious, replied. What can I do? The deceased was an executive of our Long Chen group. I must uphold her rights. Longya grinned, unabashedly admitting his involvement. Do you truly believe the Tang family is a pushover in Suhang, that a mere Long Chen group can trample on us at will? Tang Yu fixed Longya with a cold stare, threateningly retorting, the Tang family? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Longya scoffed dismissively. The Tang family merely hops around in this small pond, while Yi Xiao's influence is beyond your imagination. My purpose for coming here is simple. I find your hotel distasteful. You either close it down or sell it to me. The humiliation of the Dragon King at this establishment was insufficient. He aimed to acquire the hotel at a bargain, causing significant loss to the Tang family as a means of avenging the Dragon King. He extended his hand, declaring, 5 billion. Sell the hotel or prepare for its closure. Why don't you go rob a bank? Zhao Li interjected, his face darkening with anger. To barely purchase Mingyu Hotel, you need to quadruple that offer. This is nothing short of a blatant extortion. Do you have any say here? You are merely a dog on the Tang family's leash, Longya barked at Zhao Li. As one of the 8 generals, his fury was indeed formidable. Zhao Li swallowed hard and chose to remain silent. You are mistaken. Even if you brought 100 men to disrupt this place for a year, I will not sell you this hotel, Tang Yu asserted, gesturing towards the exit, signaling Longya to leave. Longya erupted in fury, akin to a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He kicked a marble coffee table, causing numerous fine cracks to splinter across its surface, shattering it into fragments. The sheer force of his kick startled Zhao Li. Could this man be a monster? Feigning fear, Zhao Li shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, 4 bodyguards rushed in from outside, their eyes sharp as they positioned themselves protectively in front of Tang Yu, ready for a confrontation. Seeing the bodyguards, Longya displayed a look of disdain. Such mere guardians were no match for someone who had emerged from the grave. With a single hand, he could easily dispatch them. He coldly threatened Tang Yu, Tang Xiao. Even if you summoned 20 of these useless beings, it would be futile. Yi Xiao values elegance. I do not. If necessary, I will kill you and leave Huaxia. Tang Yu silently chuckled to himself. He deliberately feigned trepidation and, after a moment of struggle, said, "Fine, I will sell." Upon witnessing Tang Yu relent, Longya smirked triumphantly. In the face of the Long Han organization, all were mere ants. Tang Yu, now the head of Long Chun Group, held the hotel under his name. After signing the contract, Longya grinned in satisfaction. He pointed towards the exit, declaring, "You 2 worthless beings can leave now. Remember, this is merely the interest for offending Yi Xiao." Fuming, Zhao Li's face turned ashen, while Tang Yu remained silent, his expression dark as they exited the hotel. Once outside, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Tang Xiao, why acquiesce to his demands? How can our Tang family allow such humiliation from him? As the foremost family in Suhang, we should not be trampled by a mere upstart like Long Chun Group. You will understand in a couple of days," Tang Yu replied, a relaxed smile gracing his lips as he lit a cigarette. "Do not rush. The true play has only just begun." "Very well." Observing Tang Yu's calm demeanor, Zhao Li's agitation also began to settle. "By the way, has Wang Zong's family moved out?" Tang Yu inquired. "They left for Siberia the night before last. As per your instructions, we fabricated travel records indicating they went to Africa. That will suffice." Tang Yu smiled slightly. With Yi Chun and his group's vindictive nature, they would surely retaliate against Wang Defa as well. Now that Wang Defa was safe and the hotel was handed over, it was time to show Longya a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 38. Significant issues at Mingyu Hotel after Tang Yu and Zhao Li exited the office. Longya revealed a satisfied grin in the general manager's office. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Chun. As the call connected, he immediately spoke with respect. "Dragon King, the retaliation against Mingyu Hotel has been completed. I coerced that Tang brat to sell us the hotel for 50 billion. Oh, Yi Chen's voice on the other end brimmed with delight. Mingyu Hotel was the site of his humiliation. Acquiring it at such a low cost would net him over 100 billion in profit. His capabilities were indeed commendable. Yi Chun smirked arrogantly and inquired, "By the way, what about that person with the surname Wang? A mere dog from the Tang family dares to publicly reprimand me. He must die. Have someone eliminate him. Those who insult me shall undoubtedly perish." Yi Chen commanded. After hanging up the phone, he tucked his device away with a sinister grin. Having suffered numerous losses in Suong, he finally felt a sense of relief. This was merely a small interest. The real drama was just beginning. Chi Yin had already procured some confidential documents for him, and the other pieces on the board were being set in motion. The entirety of Suong was merely a chessboard for him to test his skills. In the Chengxi branch, a remarkably beautiful female police officer sat before her computer, furrowing her brow over several documents. The case from Mingwei Hotel was still under investigation. This case was undoubtedly a homicide. However, Baiwani was unable to find any evidence, leaving her increasingly frustrated as she pondered how to crack the case for several days. Captain Bai, do you want to take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you? A young officer approached with concern. It's fine. One does not need to sleep long before death. Rest will come afterward. Baiwani waved her hand dismissively, pushing her cup towards her colleague and requesting, please brew me another cup of black coffee. All right. The young officer felt a pang of sympathy. Captain Bai was far too dedicated to her work. You should relax a bit. Wouldn't it be nice to date someone? After the coffee was prepared and brought over, Baiwani took a sip, the bitterness revitalizing her. Just then, her laptop emitted a sudden beep. She quickly glanced over, discovering an email had arrived. Her intuition told her that this message sent to her personal account contained crucial clues. She hastily opened the email, her pupils contracting in shock. The email was related to Mingyue Hotel, but rather than a murder case, it pertained to drug trafficking. Quick, summon Director Wang, she exclaimed, slapping the desk and shouting at her colleague. Director Wang, a middle-aged man with a square face and an air of righteousness, approached and looked at Baiwani with concern. Wani, I don't mean to criticize you, but as a beautiful young lady, working late every day has left you with dark circles under your eyes. Please take a look at this. Baiwani moved her chair aside for her superior to examine the email. After a brief glance, Director Wang's expression turned grave. If the clues in this email are credible, this could be a major case. Hold an immediate meeting. Form a task force for the investigation. And I will lead it myself, he commanded loudly. Soon, the entire Qingxi branch was in motion. After 2 hours, the meeting concluded. An investigation team departed to begin their inquiries. Baiwani wished to join the investigation team, but was denied by Director Wang, who insisted she take a proper meal and rest. Feeling somewhat dejected, she changed into casual attire and went out for lunch. She wasn't picky about food and usually dined at a roadside stall across from the branch. As she arrived at the stall, someone greeted her. Officer Bai. It was a young man who had bravely intervened on a bus when a pickpocket attempted to steal. After he thwarted the thief, the latter retaliated with accomplices, but he managed to subdue several of them. Baiwani had been surprised when she went to apprehend the thief. This young man was quite skillful, leaving her with a lingering impression, especially of his smile, which she found somewhat peculiar. I thought Officer Bai wouldn't remember my name, Yi Chan said with an instinctive, charming smile, his lips curling upwards. At that moment, he held a shabby burlap sack filled with various plastic bottles. Are you starting a side business? Baiwani chuckled at the sight of him. Yi Chan sighed. Hearing his words, Baiwani felt a bit more favorable towards him. This man seemed quite compassionate. Are you going to eat? Why not join me? I'll drop off these bottles and come over. Yi Chan gestured toward the nearby stall with a smile. Baiwani flashed a carefree smile, waved him off, and entered the establishment to place her order. Yi Chan did not press further. Pursuing women requires a sense of moderation. A woman who can be won over easily can just as easily be won over by another man. The more exquisite the beauty, the more patience is required to ensure she becomes devoted, even willing to be part of one's harem. He had just spent 10 yuan to buy the sack of bottles from an elderly woman scavenging for recyclables. He spent that amount because he had no smaller bills on him. This bag of plastic bottles was hardly worth 5 yuan. If he arranged a few more meetings, he should be well on his way. Such women were relatively easy to pursue. Ye Chan simulated insatisfaction. With 2 specially arranged encounters, he felt confident enough. Baiwani was a woman he must conquer. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, ranking among the finest in Suong, but her lineage was also quite remarkable. Although the Bai family was not one of the 4 prominent families in Suong, their influence was formidable. They were a political family, with half of the political scene in Suong comprising their former students and officials. To control Suong, one could not overlook the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands at the roadside, he hurriedly set off to his next destination. He still needed to curry favor with other beauties. Chapter 39. I'll go find a jail to sit in at Mingyue Hotel, now renamed Longshan Hotel. The relatives of the deceased woman, who was a senior executive at their company, were present. After spending several million to appease them, the situation was now under control. He diligently worked to mitigate various negative impacts, and the hotel's business was gradually returning to normal. At that moment, he was in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary, preparing for a passionate encounter. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. The office door was abruptly pushed open, and a group of police officers stormed in. What is the meaning of this? Can't you knock? Seeing the crowd, Longya remained unfazed, wearing an arrogant expression. What was his current status? He was the head of Longshan Group, one of the prominent entrepreneurs in Suong. A bunch of junior officers meant nothing to him. Are you the hotel manager? Asked by Wani, the lead officer, as she pulled out her badge and inquired coldly. Yes, what's the matter? Longya brazenly surveyed by Wani with an insouciant gaze. However, had he known she was the woman favored by the Dragon King, he would have dared not look at her so boldly. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs. You need to come with us. With a wave of her hand, police officers produced handcuffs to restrain Longya. What nonsense are you spouting? Longya's expression darkened, glaring at Baiwani and her team with a warning. Do you know who I am? I am the head of Longshan Group. Dare you lay a finger on me? As soon as he finished speaking, a special police officer seized his wrist, preparing to cuff him. Just as he was about to retaliate, several fully armed special police officers raised their weapons, aiming at him. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes filled with fury. If this were abroad, how dare they treat him this way? No one would leave alive. Cuff him and take him away. Baiwani commanded with a wave of her hand, and the officers humiliated Longya as they escorted him from the hotel. Upon being taken downstairs, Longya was utterly dumbfounded. The area around was already cordoned off. Police vehicles lined the streets like twin dragons. Dozens of individuals, handcuffed, were seated on the ground, their expressions filled with fear. Among them were Tion, Kan, and DK, the masterminds behind this incident. Even Longya, no fool, realized that this incident had escalated significantly. I want to call my lawyer. Let me contact my lawyer, he shouted in a panicked tone. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Once everyone else was apprehended, they were all led away in police vehicles. Soon, this major news spread throughout Su and Hangzhou. The renowned Minghua Hotel was unexpectedly implicated in drug trafficking. As the hotel's manager and legal representative, Longya was utterly doomed this time. The Minghua Hotel was immediately sealed off. The orchestrator of all this, Tang Yu, was lying in bed playing on his phone, already aware of the actions taken by the Chengxi police station. After encountering the notorious siblings Tion, Kan, and DK, Tang Yu recalled that these two characters were far from virtuous in the original storyline. For the sake of money, their audacity led them to engage in perilous activities. Upon seeing them, Tang Yu discreetly ordered an investigation at the hotel. After uncovering some clues, he decided to pass this hot potato to Longya. If he didn't the hotel would undoubtedly be lost, and he would share in the misfortune. As for offending Yi Chun, Tang Yu had gradually begun to accept it. He would bide his time as much as possible. When the time came to act decisively, he certainly wouldn't extend his neck for anyone to chop off. Life was precious. Who allowed them to frame him with human lives? After cursing, Tang Yu recalled the system, continuing his tirade. Damn system, you're also deceiving me. I knew you had ulterior motives for providing such good rewards. I'm merely an emotionless machine for issuing rewards. The system ignored him. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside to sleep, it suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the screen, seeing the name by Wani. What did she want? Tang Yu felt a surge of curiosity. Had she discovered that he was the one who sent her the email? After obtaining the clue last time, he had intentionally chosen to send an anonymous email to Baiwani. They both hailed from prominent families in Su and Hangzhou, and while they were somewhat acquainted, Baiwani held a rather unfavorable opinion of him. This was largely due to his close friendship with Qin Ming, the most notorious playboy in Su and Hangzhou. Their camaraderie had led Baiwani to harbor resentment towards him. After contemplating for a moment, he answered the call. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Miss Bai? Seeking me for a heart-to-heart at this late hour? Shut up. You were the former owner of the Minghua Hotel, right? Get to the Chengxi police station immediately for questioning. Baiwani responded curtly from the other end. What have I done? Just come here, no nonsense, or I'll bring people to your house to arrest you. She retorted before hanging up. Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman was still as fiery as ever. She had quite the reputation in Su and Hangzhou, due to her unwavering sense of justice. Many young masters had suffered greatly at her hands. Yet, she remained untouchable, as her family held considerable power. Even Tang Yu had to concede in her presence. The influence of power indeed surpassed that of wealth. This was the archetypal character of a heroic female police officer. With a formidable background and an overflowing sense of justice, her days were filled with arrests and more arrests. Ironically, such a paragon of justice ended up as part of the Dragon King's harem. The absurdity of this trope made Tang Yu want to scoff. However, this was also why he had chosen her. He, using the Heroine's weapon against the Dragon King's dog. No one abide my time, and when a strike decisively. Dressed and ready, Tang Yu prepared to head out. After all, wasn't he the legal representative or manager of the hotel? He was merely going through the motions. When Tang Fu saw him all dressed up, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you up to at this hour? Off to find that Qi Ming again?" "No, I'm just going to sit in jail for a bit," Tang Yu replied cheerfully. Tang Fu sensed something was off. But by the time he decided to confront the 7 wolves of personality correction, Tang Yu had already slipped away. Upon arriving at the Chengxi police station, he found the place bustling with activity. Given the gravity of the situation, municipal leaders had also arrived. When these officials spotted Tang Yu, they greeted him with wry smiles. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here at such a late hour? Just looking for a place to sit in jail?" Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile as he hurried inside. When he entered, he found Bai Wani waiting for him, holding a pair of shiny handcuffs and regarding him with evident disdain. "Oh, Miss Bai, or rather Officer Bai, could you please remove the handcuffs? I don't believe I've done anything wrong," he said with a grin, scanning the room for Longya, who was unfortunately absent. "You deserve this for being associated with that hotel." Bai Wani shook her head to clear her thoughts and coldly cuffed Tang Yu. "Stop smiling. You're also a suspect. Go inside and wait for me." She gestured towards an office nearby. The interrogation room was full, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently stepped inside. Shortly after, Bai Wani entered with a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitterness invigorated her. "Are you aware of what happened at Minghua Hotel today?" she asked, looking at Tang Yu. "Of course, it's all over the news," he nodded. "Well then, as the former owner of Minghua Hotel, you're also a suspect. Let us start taking your statement," Bai Wani said, preparing to record. "Wait, why am I a suspect?" Tang Yu feigned innocence. "You're the one who is a suspect," he thought to himself. "My family is wealthy. Why would I engage in such activities? That email you received was sent by me, just so you know. Am I supposed to report myself for a crime?" After hearing his inner thoughts, Bai Wani confirmed she wasn't mistaken. This was indeed his unmistakable voice. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Ignoring the fact that she could hear his thoughts, she focused on the email. It was sent by him. She wasn't one to indulge in nonsensical disputes, and with the Tang family's wealth, there was no need to dabble in such dirty dealings. "All right, I admit the term suspect might be a bit harsh, but you still have to cooperate with our investigation," she said, twirling the pen in her hand while staring at Tang Yu. "What do you know about this case?" Tang Yu cheerfully brought up Su Mu Yu as a shield. "I've already sent you everything I know, okay? But I did indeed find out that Tian, Can, and DK were involved in some shady dealings, which is why I sold the hotel. Normally, I would have reported them directly, but Longya insisted on buying the hotel, and I had no choice. This bastard tried to frame me, killing someone in my hotel and staging it as a suicide, then causing a ruckus. If I had found more evidence, I would have reported him too." Bai Wani's body trembled slightly, her eyes blazing with fury. Longya? The murder case she had been tirelessly investigating at the hotel was actually orchestrated by him? During the operation to apprehend Longya, she had sensed something was off. This man bore several calluses on his hands, a characteristic she recognized as a sign of years of gun training. What a scoundrel Longya was. Bai Wani's teeth clenched in anger. As a police officer, she despised such criminals. Yet she was also frustrated with Tang Yu. He knew so much yet chose to withhold information from her. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. What is this foolish girl gnashing her teeth about? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be that she is envious upon hearing that I celebrated Su Mu Yu's birthday? I cannot say I am surprised. After all, it is quite understandable that someone who has been consumed by work without experiencing love might feel a pang of jealousy. As long as that jealousy does not lead her to act against me, I am indifferent. The tendency to destroy what one cannot possess is a trait I have come to know well among such women. Upon observing Bai Wan Yi's suddenly fierce demeanor, Tang Yu muttered to himself, "Bai Wan Yi nearly smacked this fellow dead. Who would even want to possess you?" She took a large sip of her black coffee to invigorate herself and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. I am curious to know why you suddenly decided to sell the hotel to Longya at such a suspiciously low price. Wealth breeds caprice. Tang Yu replied with a smug grin. He is constantly causing trouble. How can I run my hotel properly under such circumstances? If he continues to wreak havoc, what will happen if he frames me for a murder? Individuals like him, with a mercenary background, are utterly devoid of humanity. Mercenary? Bai Wanyi's expression shifted again. She had already conducted an investigation into Longya, but she had not uncovered his mercenary identity. She quickly noted this crucial piece of information. It aligned perfectly with her suspicions. How well do you know Longya? Bai Wanyi inquired further. Not well, but Officer Bai, I have a strong impression that he is not a good person. He looks like someone who has taken lives. He was so eager to buy my hotel. I suspect he might be connected to a criminal organization. You must investigate him thoroughly. Tang Yu wasted no time in tarnishing Long Ya's reputation. I have no knowledge of such scum. This man is a deranged lunatic who collects the body parts of his victims after committing murder. Oh, it comes to mind that the hair of the woman he killed might be hidden in his residence. I will send you an email later. I nearly forgot about this detail. Bai Wanyi promptly jotted down this pivotal clue. With such significant leads, this case might finally be solved. She regarded Tang Yu with a slightly more favorable gaze. He had indeed been quite helpful. Yet how did he know so much? After a few perfunctory questions, she hastily prepared to conduct her investigation and put away her pen. That'll be all for now. I appreciate your cooperation in this investigation. It wasn't a bother, just a stroke of misfortune. If Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation, that would be fantastic, Tang Yu chuckled, shaking the handcuffs in his hand. Sure, but that will have to wait until next time. I'm busy right now. Bai Wanyi used her keys to unlock Tang Yu's cuffs. Her prompt agreement left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled. Is this woman genuinely inviting me to dinner? Maybe not. I dare not dine with you. What if you become captivated by my handsome visage and it interferes with my plans? Bai Wanyi looked at him in bewilderment. Am I to be entranced by your good looks? She had no time to ponder such matters. She was focused on the case at hand. First, I must deal with this Longya fellow. As they prepared to leave the office, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Chun entered with a lawyer, his countenance rather grim. Half an hour earlier, he had received alarming news that Longya had been arrested. After inquiring about the Ming Yu hotel case, he had hurried over in a frenzy. Longya had spent considerable time abroad and was not particularly familiar with domestic laws. He was well aware of the implications. In Huaxia, anyone even remotely associated with drugs could find their life reset. Upon entering the office and spotting Bai Wan, Yi and Tang Yu together, his gaze immediately fixated on Tang Yu with intensity. How dare he be seen with Bai Wan? Noticing Yi Chen's glare, Tang Yu cleared his throat, pretending not to notice. Why are you staring at me? Do you think I am competing with you for Bai Wan? What an insufferable stallion. Does he believe that all the beauties of the world are his? What is he muttering about now? Yi Chen turned to Bai Wan, and asked, What brings you here? Are you here to report crime? No, Yi Chen replied, his face slightly awkward. I came to visit a friend of mine who has been taken into custody by you. Ah, one of my friends who is a murderer. Tang Yu interjected with a silent smirk. Who is your friend? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wanyi's previously favorable impression of Yi Chen vanished entirely. What sort of person associates with criminals? Yi Chen, sensing Bai Wanyi's cold demeanor, felt a wave of frustration. His voice faltered as he spoke. It's Longya. As a master of seduction, he was acutely aware that his current actions could easily garner Bai Wanyi's disdain. However, he could not ignore Longya's predicament as the leader of the Long Han organization. How would his subordinates view him if he returned to Huaxia, having accomplished nothing, with a brother sent to meet his end? Sure enough, upon hearing Longya's name, Bai Wanyi's impression of Yi Chen plummeted. She regarded him with disapproval, asking, What is your relationship with him? He is currently a criminal suspect. He is my employee. I am the owner of Longchen Group. Yi Chen was compelled to reveal his identity. Bai Wanyi remained unfazed, showing no interest in his status or power, even if the emperor himself arrived. We must adhere to the rules, she stated coldly. Yi Chen, feeling anxious at her words, pointed at Tang Yu. Officer Bai, I must clarify that if Longya is guilty of any crime, I will be the first to report him. However, he is innocent in this matter. He has only recently taken charge of the Ming Yu Hotel. The previous owner of Ming Yu Hotel was this young Master Tang. He is the one you should be apprehending. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? I was not involved. Officer Bai has already concluded her investigation, and I am innocent. What does that have to do with Gonlin? Foolish Long Wang. Do not try to shift the blame onto me. I did not commit murder at the hotel. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be you. You lecherous insect who only serves to inflate prices in this world. Damn it, they are both in cahoots. I hope Baiwani does not truly conspire to frame me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Baiwani genuinely contemplated striking him. How dare he suggest that they were in collusion? They had only recently become acquainted. Framing an innocent person was something she would never do. She glared at Yi Chun, stating, I do not require your guidance in my duties. The legal entity and responsible party of the hotel is Longya, and I am arresting him. As his employer, you are also implicated, hence you too shall undergo investigation. Yi Chen's face turned green with anger. What kind of logic is this? To conceal his identity? The legal entity and shareholder of Long Chun Group are not even his actual identity. Were it not for his decision to choose her as his concubine, he would have been tempted to give her a piece of his mind. His woman should simply comply with him. What use is righteousness in this matter? Wait, is this plot not aligning correctly? Why does Baiwani seem to dislike him? This should not be. By now, Yi Chun should have already won her favor. He had specifically gone to catch a thief to create their first encounter. He even bought a bag of plastic bottles, claiming he was helping an elderly woman gather them. With these two displays of goodwill, Baiwan, he should have been head over heels for him by now. Surely, the plot has diverged once again. Officer Bai should hurry and apprehend him. Men like him, who are destined for prison, would indeed be a pity not to end up there. Tang Yu, sitting nearby, was quietly enjoying the spectacle, almost ready to shout for the two to engage in a brawl. Humanity is marked by joy and sorrow, while cattle and horses merely embellish life. It seems that magic must be used to triumph over magic. Baiwani's expression was dark and foreboding. Was it this man, Yi Chun, who had orchestrated their initial encounter? This man was truly despicable. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. A clear conscience is my defense. However, the one you should scrutinize is this young Master Tang. I suspect he has maliciously undervalued the hotel to frame my friend. The Mingwei Hotel is valued at around 20 billion, yet he sold it to Longya for a mere 50 billion. This is the best evidence. Yi Chun, suppressing his rage, pointed emphatically at Tang Yu. How dare you? You animal, have you no shame? If it weren't for you causing trouble at my hotel, would I have sold it for such a low price? Tang Yu was about to retort when Baiwani interjected. Just because he comes from wealth, does that make it wrong? He bought the hotel as a declaration of love for his girlfriend. Yi Chun trembled with anger, his hands and feet cold in the sweltering heat. Baiwani scoffed and ceased further conversation with him. After listening for a while, she had already concluded that Yi Chun was certainly no good. If the hotel incident was linked to him, she would not hesitate to personally apprehend him. Turning to Tang Yu, she spoke softly, having determined his innocence after hearing his thoughts. Moreover, upon discovering the crime clues, he had promptly emailed her. What did this indicate? He deemed her worthy of unconditional trust. To be trusted by others was indeed a delightful sentiment. Huh? Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it. Don't be so nice to me. This is not like you. Calm down. Where's your fiery temper? Yi Chen, standing aside, was fuming. Baiwani was treating this man with such tenderness while being cold towards him, as though he were a foe. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman accompanied by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Su Muyu. Upon her entrance, Yi Chen's previously simmering anger evaporated, replaced by a swell of emotion. This girl had always distanced herself verbally, yet when trouble arose, she still rushed to his side. Truly, she was the woman he had chosen. Muyu, you came. Are you all right? He asked, his tone laced with concern. Before he could finish, Su Muyu approached Tang Yu with a gentle inquiry. Chapter 42. Don't be jealous of me. She had been busy working at the company, with much to do after acquiring the land in the western city. Suddenly, her secretary informed her of an incident at the Mingwei Hotel. Knowing Tang Yu was the owner, she checked the news and immediately called him. When he didn't answer, she contacted Tang's father, only to find out that Tang Yu had left home, supposedly to find a prison to sit in. Thus, she discovered he was here. It's nothing. I'm merely cooperating with Officer Bai's investigation. Tang Yu stated expressionlessly. Don't come over, he exclaimed. Don't provoke Long Wang. Just look at his expression. Give me some space, or this dog will come after me tonight. He had noticed Yi Chen's furious visage. This awkward scene made Tang Yu wish he could dig a Dragon King's temple with his toes. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyu glanced at Yi Chen's sullen face and felt increasingly annoyed. Did he genuinely believe she had feelings for him? What a lunatic! Tang Yu glared, wishing to cry for help. What the hell? Are you trying that again? Don't do this, Teacher Wang. I'm just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It's inappropriate. Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his skin. How could the woman he adored be so close to another man before his eyes? What was she thinking? Did she truly harbor no feelings for him? She shooed tea. Her gaze could not deceive him. As Tang Yu attempted to withdraw his arm and escape this turmoil, another stunning beauty entered the office. Wang Yixue, rushing in with a frown, upon seeing Tang Yu unharmed, instantly transformed her expression into a radiant smile. Tang Yu, you're all right? I heard the Mingyue Hotel's owner was arrested. It startled me. She had just received the news and hurried to the Western City precinct to check on him. However, she hadn't anticipated Su Muyu's presence, especially with her arm linked with Tang Yu's. What did this mean? This woman had ignored her beloved for 3 years. Noticing Wang Yixue's gaze, Su Muyu quickly became alert. She knew Wang Yixue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend, and women are notoriously sensitive about their predecessors, especially when the rival is equally stunning. Their eyes met, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop dramatically. Wang Yixue was the first to strike. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? The first ice queen of Su Hang showing such a proactive side? I thought you were indifferent to men. What does that have to do with you? Su Muyu retorted, firmly holding onto Tang Yu's arm. Why are you two doing this? Stop it, please. Don't argue over a handsome man like me. It pains my heart. Oh wait, don't do this in front of Long Wang. Can't you two allow me to enjoy my peace? Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the fierce confrontation between the two women, having heard of their ongoing rivalry, which rarely allowed them to be in the same space. Yet, why did their discord involve him? Just as he attempted to slip away, Wang Yixue seized his other arm, glancing sideways at Su Muyu. How is your holding my boyfriend's arm not concern me? If you truly fancy a handsome man, I can introduce you to a few, but don't disturb my darling. Your boyfriend? Wang Yixue was audacious, referring to another's fiancé as her boyfriend. Su Muyu's demeanor remained fierce, her eyes filled with hostility. Oh, he is your fiancé? Then what do you truly know about him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black stockings or white? Can you answer that? Wang Yixue dismissed Su Muyu's inquiries with a scoff. Fiancé? She had heard Tang Yu muttering about wanting to cancel the engagement. Given her assessment of this woman, she thought, I want to give you that opportunity. Is it important to know such things? He likes me. That's all that matters. The whole of Su Hang knows he has feelings for me. Just a few days ago, he even threw me a birthday party. Su Muyu decided to unleash her ultimate counterattack. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she can engage in a rivalry with another woman, and she was no exception. Sure enough, Wang Yixue's anger flared, and she almost felt compelled to confront Tang Yu. This individual, was he not indifferent towards her? At that moment, she was preparing to retire for the night at home, only to be infuriated upon seeing the scene. Thus, she gritted her teeth and resolutely retrieved her phone. How dare you flaunt your affection? Allow me to show you what true affection looks like. Upon witnessing her actions, Tang Yu's expression instantly shifted. He was about to intervene in Wang Yixue's reckless behavior when Baiwani slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with anger. Enough. Stop your bickering here. I still have work to do. Quickly leave. Baiwani had a good relationship with Su Muyu. Both were her high school best friends. Seeing her two close friends squabbling over Tang Yu was exceedingly vexing. Goodness, the entertainment world is truly chaotic. As Baiwani erupted in fury, Tang Yu hurriedly escorted the two women out of the office. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, standing nearby, wore a countenance more grim than one who had just ingested a dead fly. The two women he adored were bickering in front of him, yet the man they were competing over was not him. As they exited the office, the two women clung to his arm stubbornly, provoking the envy of the single men at the Chengxi police station. How is it possible that two beauties attend to one man? Who is this fellow, and can he be apprehended? Hush, that is Tang Xiao from the Tang family. the foremost sycophant in Suhang. Do you understand? There are sycophants of every ilk. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I shall also join in the flattery. How absurd. You are the true sycophants. I despise sycophants the most. Once they exited the Chengxi police station, Tang Yu looked at the two women helplessly and said, "Let her release her grip first." Wang Yishua huffed indignantly. "Why must I be the one to let go?" Su Muyu coldly snorted, refusing to yield. "Can you not be so childish? Is this still in line with your personas? Hurry and let go of him. Do you think you are fighting over a toy? Even if he's a toy, there's only one, which is insufficient for you both." Tang Yu wore a pained, yet slightly amused expression, for their tight embrace brought a soft, delightful sensation. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news at that moment. A Maybach rolled to a stop before them. The door opened, and Qin Ming stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Tang Yu with both women clinging to his arm, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was still dreaming. Goodness, what is happening here? Qin Ming hesitated, bewildered by the sight of Su Muyu and Wang Yishua, both renowned for their pride, embracing Tang Yu. Goodness, when did my brother become such a charmer? With Qin Ming's arrival, the two women felt embarrassed and simultaneously released their hold on Tang Yu. They were merely engaged in a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu awkwardly chuckled, attempting to deflect. Is that so? Qin Ming's eyes glinted with amusement. As a veteran in romantic pursuits, he was well acquainted with such antics. He then expressed concern. "Brother, are you all right? I heard there was an incident at your hotel." "It's fine. I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago." Tang Yu shook his head. "That's good to hear, brother. Fortune favors the brave. Let us celebrate with some drinks." Qin Ming cheerfully approached Tang Yu, only to notice the murderous glares from Su Muyu and Wang Yishua directed at him. They had not forgotten the last time he took Tang Yu to Xinga Club. Wang Yishua made a gesture across her throat as a warning. If he dared to bring their dear Tang Yu to such a den of vice again, she would not hesitate to deal with him. "Vixen, begone." Oof. After issuing their silent warnings, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and departed. Once they left, Tang Yu quickly pulled out a cigarette, lighting it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled as he squatted beside Tang Yu, saying, "Brother, you are quite the fortunate one. Do you really think this is a blessing?" Tang Yu retorted with annoyance. As a villain hoping to survive until the end, low-key existence is the way to go. Qin Ming merely chuckled, choosing silence, as he certainly viewed it as a blessing. After Tang Yu finished his smoke, he appeared weary as he stood. Tang Yu nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. Knowing that his brother rushed over as soon as he heard of his troubles was truly commendable. "Have you been sleeping poorly and having nightmares these past few days?" "Indeed, I am unsure of the cause. I hope it is not due to kidney deficiency." Qin Ming let out a bitter laugh. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and suggested, "How about a short trip to relax?" Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively and got into the car. He was already aware of the reason for Qin Ming's discomfort. This was part of the plot in the original story involving the Qin family. Qin Ming's health issues stemmed from a problem with the feng shui of the old Qin residence. The Jade Buddha had been tampered with by Yi Chun. As the Qin family found themselves in crisis, Yi Chun intervened to save them. Ultimately, the Qin family revered him, treating him with utmost respect. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin, also developed deep feelings for him, gradually falling under his spell. Though this storyline may seem absurd, it is quite typical in urban fantasy literature. Displaying prowess, slapping faces, and acquiring power and beauty, all rewards amassed in abundance. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the Chengxi police station storyline. Reward: complete cultivation of the ancient martial art Yin Yang Wuji Gong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before cursing. Damn system, what use is a one-time reward? Why not just provide a set of disposable chopsticks? That would be a truly exceptional item. However, the one-time limitation is utterly frustrating, due to the host's failure to perfectly navigate the storyline. He has incurred the wrath of Dragon King Yi Chun, the system explained. Tang Yu was immediately left in despair. I would have preferred to navigate it perfectly, but the entire world is filled with traitors. After Tang Yu departed, Yi Chun remained in the office. Baiwani thoughtfully placed handcuffs on him. In her mind, Yi Chun was no different from a criminal. After all, how could he be the boss of Longya? Once handcuffed, Yi Chun's expression remained calm, but he seethed with rage internally. He was the illustrious Dragon King. Handcuffs? Does that not make him a prisoner? However, thinking of his plans to woo women, he had to endure. After years of patience, he could withstand this moment. He originally thought that, given his relationship with Baiwani, the process of taking a statement would not take long. Although he claimed to be the boss of Longya, the Longshin group had no real connection to him. He was merely the figurehead. This also meant that even if there were significant issues with Minghua Hotel, he could not be held accountable. Yet Baiwani was unwilling to release him, insistent on extracting something from him. The standoff persisted until noon the following day when a tall, stunning beauty arrived at the Chengxi police station with a team to retrieve him. Upon being escorted out, Yi Chen's expression turned somber. He looked at the tall beauty and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss He, for making this special trip." The He family is quite low-key in Suhang, but their strength rivals that of the four great families. They are a branch of the prominent He family from Yanjing. The matriarch He Lao Tai Tai shares a connection with his master. Thus, upon arriving in Suhang, he made it a priority to visit the He family and assist He Lao Tai Tai with her medical treatment, garnering a favor from them. Unfortunately, this precious favor was utilized in such a trivial matter, leaving him utterly disheartened. "It was nothing. Miss He, my friend has been detained due to this incident. I have been released, but Longya is still inside. I cannot assist with that. Once drugs are involved, no one can speak freely. I hope Mr. Yi understands. Especially since this is Huaxia. It is quite troublesome." "Very well. I shall not put Miss He in a difficult position. I will think of another way and visit He Lao Tai Tai in a few days." Yi Chen understood that this matter was quite tricky. His relationship with the He family had not yet reached such depths. After she got into the car, she couldn't help but shake her head. However trivial it may seem, the woman's cold demeanor made her wonder if she looked down upon him. Once he had her in his grasp, he would make her pay for it. The He family was also a target he intended to conquer, paving the way for his future endeavors in Yanjing. In the following days, Yi Chen led the Long Chun group in seeking connections, trying to find a way to extricate Longya. Meanwhile, Longya, detained for investigation, felt as if he were living in hell, having already faced dire consequences due to the incident at Mingyu Hotel. Matters worsened when the police searched his residence and found hair belonging to the deceased woman from the hotel. The discovery escalated the situation significantly. This time, he was thoroughly doomed. Fortunately, after being locked away for a whole week, Yi Chen was finally able to visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Longya felt a surge of excitement. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his intervention, he was certain he could leave this place. Once brought to the meeting room, Longya exclaimed, "Yi Xiao." Yi Chen, seated behind the glass partition, nodded and smiled. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "The good news, please. I had the lawyer negotiate for a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" "After the reduction, you'll still face about 20 years. Longya's legs buckled, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. 20 years? As a formidable figure within the Long Han organization, the thought of being imprisoned for such an extended period was unbearable. In that moment, he regretted coming to Huaxia immensely. If only he had avoided that cursed hotel. Yi Chen reassured him, "Once I gain control over Suhang, releasing someone from prison won't be difficult at all. The conquest of the four great families has already begun to unfold. Although there are minor setbacks with the Wang family, I still have it under control. Progress with the Qin family is going smoothly, and results will soon be evident. With Qi Yin and a few other pawns in the Tang family, it will only require a little more time. Once I secure the three families, subduing the relatively weaker Su family will be a mere formality. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Before taking control of Suhang, he would have to make some sacrifices on behalf of Longya." Longya sighed, "Yi Xiao, I trouble you with this. I hope to be released soon to serve by your side once more, enjoying my homemade small hamburgers." "Absolutely, my brother. We shall reunite soon." Yi Chen gave Longya a steadfast look before rising and leaving the meeting room. In the antique street, there was a shop called the Bao Lu, one of the largest in Suhang and a property of the Tang family. The shop was managed by Zhao Gaoshan, a longtime employee of the Tang family, who had worked there since his teenage years, accumulating over 30 years of experience. He was quite capable and held the trust of the Tang family. "Tang Xiao, take a look at the ledger. This is last month's financial record. Our shop's profits have been quite satisfactory over the past few months. Zhao Gaoshun handed a ledger to Tang Yu, noting that despite the changing times, the antique shop still preferred traditional bookkeeping. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu replied with a smile as he casually flipped through the ledger. Just as he was examining it, a couple entered the store. Upon seeing them, Tang Yu quickly closed the ledger and hid behind a display case, intentionally turning away to avoid being recognized. The couple that entered was none other than Yi Chun and Qin Kuxin. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kuxin was renowned for her beauty in Suhang. However, today she appeared particularly haggard, resembling a wilting rose. The reason for her disheveled appearance stemmed from recent troubles within the Qin family. No one had been able to sleep well, plagued by nightmares. Some servants and bodyguards had even been so frightened that they chose to resign from the Qin family. Once they left, the phenomenon ceased, leading the Qin family to suspect that there might be an issue with the home's feng shui. She had come to the antique market today to search for items that could improve the feng shui when she unexpectedly encountered Yi Chun. Of course, this encounter was arranged by Yi Chun himself. As the Dragon King, he spent his days either courting women or on his way to do so. Miss Qin, I have a modest understanding of feng shui and metaphysics. If you're looking to improve the feng shui in your home, I fear you may not find what you need in this antique shop. Yi Chun remarked, observing Qin Kuxin as she browsed the shop. You can read feng shui? Qin Kuxin asked, her expression one of surprise. She had not known Yi Chun for long. Their acquaintance began when a snake inexplicably entered her home, frightening her greatly. Yi Chun happened to be patrolling the neighborhood, heard her scream, and rushed over to help her remove the snake. Indeed, my skills are quite impressive. My previous job as a security guard was merely a temporary arrangement, Yi Chun said with a charming smile. In the corner, Tang Yu silently criticized their conversation, thinking to himself how shameless Yi Chun was in his pursuit of women. Just as Qin Kuxin was selecting antiques, she suddenly heard a series of voices, causing her to pause in confusion. Looking around, she saw no one nearby speaking to her, yet the voices felt oddly familiar. They suggested that Yi Chun had orchestrated the events involving the snake and the feng shui issues plaguing her family. She glanced at Yi Chun, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Could this seemingly harmless individual truly be the orchestrator of all her troubles? Or was her sleep deprivation causing her to hear things? Yi Chun, notijin head intense gaze, assumed she was captivated by his handsome visage. He thus smiled even more confidently and continued. Miss Qin, based on my observations, it is undoubtedly a feng shui issue in your home that has invited negative energy. He then produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, presenting it to Qin Kuxin. This talisman was crafted under the guidance of a master. It took me 3 months to create. Once you wear it, it will surely protect you from negative energy. Inwardly, Tang Yu scoffed. You boast without a shred of modesty. It could be made in 3 minutes. The moment Qin Kuxin heard the strange voices again, she was certain that it was not her imagination. Someone was speaking to her, yet it seemed only she could hear them. She remained perplexed about the situation. At this moment, she felt a surge of anger. If all of this were true, then she could not be blamed for being impolite. However, until she had solid evidence, she would not hastily confront anyone. Chapter 45. You dare to compete with Tang Xiao? Qin Kursin skillfully masked her emotions and gently accepted the talisman, saying, Thank you. I will wear it. We are friends, so there is no need for such formality, Yi Chun replied with a triumphant smile. Once it proved effective, she would surely find a way to seek his assistance in resolving the issues of the Qin family. This would ensure the success of his plan to win over the Qin family. After that, eliminating Qin Ming would grant him complete control over the Qin family, wouldn't it? This time, he finally felt that everything was about to unfold smoothly. Longya, the days when we brothers can enjoy small hamburgers together are not far off. Qin Kursin nodded and carefully stowed the talisman away. After wandering around the antique shop for a while, she left, with Yi Chun following closely behind. Once they had departed, Tang Yu emerged from behind the counter. He circled around and approached one of the display cabinets, his gaze landing on a jade talisman. The talisman was exquisitely carved in the shape of an yin-yang fish, a true masterpiece. The price of the yin-yang fish jade talisman was set at 880,000. This was a crucial prop for him to flaunt. It could absorb all malevolent energy. Glancing at the yin-yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against taking it. After all, he was not a child of destiny. Starting out with all kinds of skills would be futile if he could not utilize them. According to the novel's original setting, the Dragon King was omnipotent, proficient in geomancy, medicine, gambling, and stone gaming. Thus, this item could only be wielded by him to address problems. However, watching Yi Chun smoothly take control of the Qin family was rather displeasing to Tang Yu. He could not stand idly by while his brother's legacy was snatched away by this scoundrel. A villain's life is worth something too. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to make a decision that contradicted ancestral teachings. Zhao Shu, come here. Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao Gaosheng, who was sitting behind the counter and snacking on sunflower seeds. Zhao Gaosheng hurriedly set down the seeds and approached Tang Yu, asking, "What is up, Tang Xiao? Keep this yin-yang fish jade talisman safe for me. Aside from a customer named Yi Chun, it must not be sold to anyone else, understand?" Tang Yu Yingstu. This crucial prop needed to fall into Yi Chen's hands to resolve the crisis of the Qin family. Therefore, nothing could go amiss. The plot always tended to collapse, and he had to lend a hand. Zhao Gaosheng nodded, a sense of familiarity washing over him at the mention of Yi Chen's name. After a moment of thought, he suddenly became alert. He had heard that this scoundrel dared to compete with Tang Xiao for a woman. After being thoroughly reprimanded by Wang Zong, he was promoted and sent abroad as a manager. Could heaven be granting him an opportunity? A knowing smile crept onto his face as he grasped the deeper meaning behind Tang Xiao's words. Was he planning to set a trap for this scoundrel? Also, mark up the price a bit. 30 million will suffice, Tang Yu added. This prop had to be obtained by Yi Chun, but it should not be too cheap. It will be beneficial to extract some funds from this scoundrel for charity. Rest assured, Tang Xiao, I understand, Zhao Gaosheng affirmed, patting his chest confidently, aware that his moment to shine had arrived. All right, I'll leave it to you, Tang Yu said, giving Zhao Gaosheng a thumbs up. The plot concerning the Qin family must proceed smoothly. Once Yi Chun resolved the Qin family's troubles, he would find a way to expose this scoundrel's true nature from behind the scenes. Confrontation was not possible, but subtle sabotage was within his grasp. After Tang Yu left the shop, Zhao Gaosheng promptly retrieved the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. Having worked in a shop for many years, he was quite knowledgeable about this matter. Did Yi Chun intend to purchase this item to dispel malevolent energy? Zhao Gaosheng mused to himself, then chuckled as he rummaged through a box. Inside lay a replica of the jade talisman, specifically the yin talisman among the yin and yang symbols. The yang talisman was intended to eliminate malevolent energy, while the yin talisman was used to nurture it. If placed in an area heavily infused with malevolent energy, he exchanged the two items, placing the yin talisman in the cabinet and adjusting the price to 30 million. He silently awaited the arrival of the scoundrel who dared to compete with his own Tang Xiao for a woman. After waiting for approximately half an hour, sure enough, Yi Chun walked in from outside. After surveying the shop, he approached the display cabinet housing the yin-yang fish jade talisman. While accompanying Qin Curson earlier, he had spotted this item at a glance, recognizing it as a valuable tool for dispelling malevolent energy. Initially, he believed he could resolve the Qin family's issues without such props, relying solely on his own capabilities. However, he had not anticipated that the feng shui of the Qin family's old residence was indeed too favorable. After he tampered with it, the accumulation of malevolent energy became excessively rapid due to the configuration of the feng shui, which gathered wind and concealed water. In such a situation, he was compelled to rely on external objects for resolution. But upon seeing the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his hand on the glass, exclaiming, "Are you robbing us? This item is priced at 30 million? You must have added an extra 2 zeros." Zhao Gaosheng, still munching on sunflower seeds, approached with a smile. "Boss, we are not trying to cheat you. This is what we received last month. This is a treasure obtained from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. And this price is quite reasonable. Don't give me that nonsense. I understand these matters better than you do. One word, 500,000. Take it or leave it." Yi Chen's face turned icy. One of the things he despised most in life was being cheated out of his money. "Friend, please don't joke around. A feng shui master from Hong Kong came yesterday and said this item is a treasure. He'll be back tomorrow to buy it. If you want it, take it. If not, I'll sell it to someone else, Zhao Gaosheng replied. Upon hearing that someone else also wanted the item, Yi Chen's expression changed. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly forked over the money and banged the table, saying, "Fine, fine, just wrap it up for me. Although this item is quite expensive, it pales in comparison to conquering the Qin family. As long as I take control of the Qin family, thousands of billions in assets will be mine." Zhao Gaosheng immediately smiled and hurriedly wrapped the item for Yi Chen. Once Yi Chen left the shop, Zhao Gaosheng's smile turned cold. He snorted disdainfully and spat on the ground, scoffing, "With such a person, he dares to compete with our Tang Xiao?" Seeking Death. Chapter 46. Has old Master Wang fallen ill again? The Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last visited the Wang family to treat old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. Today, after lunch, old Master Wang was poised to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. However, before he could finish the first character, the brush suddenly slipped from his grasp. Shortly thereafter, he clutched his chest and collapsed onto the chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver, alarmed, helped him to bed and promptly summoned the Wang family's private doctor. Soon, the doctor arrived to examine old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the members of the Wang family rushed over. Seeing old Master Wang pale and lying in bed, they were all extremely anxious. He had only just begun to recover. How could he be in this state again? Once the examination was completed, Wang Yishue hurriedly inquired, "Dr. Zhou, how was my grandfather?" The doctor's expression was somewhat bewildered as he shook his head. The situation regarding Wang Laoyizi is rather precarious, as his organs are gradually beginning to fail. Yet the specific cause remains elusive. I recommend that we urgently summon Jiang Shini. He is a renowned expert in the country, albeit encountering such symptoms for the first time. Despite the severity of the issues plaguing his health, the underlying ailment is indiscernible. Wang Yishue promptly contacts Jiang Xiaoya via her mobile phone. After confirming the location, she hurriedly arranges for the Wang family's private helicopter to fetch her. Upon Jiang Xiaoya's arrival, she swiftly approaches with her small handbag to commence an examination of Wang Laoyizi's condition. After an extensive assessment, a perplexed expression emerges on her face. The old gentleman's predicament is dire, yet she cannot pinpoint the source of the problem. "Xiaoya, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather?" Wang Yishue inquires, sensing Jiang Xiaoya's confusion, which fills her with trepidation. The rest of the Wang family shares a similar alarmed demeanor. The difference between a Wang family with and without its patriarch is monumental. I cannot ascertain the issue, but the old gentleman's condition is indeed critical. If it remains unresolved within a day, the consequences could be dire, Jiang Xiaoya responds, her expression grave. She never anticipated that her medical expertise would fail to identify the problem. This is a conundrum she has never encountered before. Upon hearing her words, the gathered crowd turns ashen. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoya cannot determine the issue, what hope do they have? At the rear of the group, Wang Rulong's expression betrays a hint of relief. He had felt an intense anxiety upon Jiang Xiaoya's arrival, fearing she might uncover troubling information. Fortunately, she could not resolve the matter. Previously, he intended to collaborate with Yi Xiao to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets, aiming to oust Wang Yishue from the center of power and elevate himself. For reasons unknown, that plan failed. Wang Yishue noticed the slightest clues and retaliated against Yi Xiao, which had frightened him greatly. When he observed that Wang Yishue did not seem inclined to confront him, he believed it was merely a coincidence and that his identity remained concealed. This unfolding scene is indeed orchestrated by him. Following the failure of the plan, Yi Xiao devised another scheme, urging him to take direct action against the old gentleman. With the patriarch gone, the question of succession would require resolution. According to family traditions, the authority of the family ultimately resides with the male heirs. Without the old gentleman's protection, Wang Yishue's power would be untenable. Grandfather, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is your favoritism that has led to this, Wang Rulong muses inwardly, wrestling with a tinge of guilt. However, when weighed against the allure of power, such feelings pale in significance. What shall we do now? Should we not invite Elder Jiang to attempt a solution? Wang Yishue suggests, her tone tinged with bitterness. Jiang Xiaoya shakes her head. I cannot diagnose the issue, and even if grandfather were to arrive, it is unlikely to yield better results. This situation is exceedingly troublesome, yet there is someone who might assist me. Who? Wang Yixue inquires. Previously, during her eavesdropping on Tang Yu's heartfelt musings, she discovered that he had mastered the Qing, Nong, Tianjing, and entered a state of enlightenment. If no diagnosis can be made, they must rely on him to ascertain the root of Wang Laoyizi's ailments. Surprised by Jiang Xiaoya's suggestion to summon Tang Yu, Wang Yixue recognizes the gravity of her grandfather's health and refrains from questioning further, promptly dialing Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu is in his office, engrossed in a game with Qi. He has observed that since allowing her to play games and report data daily, her work ethic has improved dramatically. From the start of her shift to its conclusion, she hardly shifts her position. When it comes to ordering takeout, however, she is quite diligent, consuming at least 3 cups of milk tea along with various junk foods daily, resembling a slothful couch potato. Nevertheless, Tang Yu is acutely aware that this is merely a facade crafted by her exceptional acting skills, aimed at distracting herself while pursuing her ulterior motives. To him, it is of little consequence. He has already manipulated all the data, so she may steal as much as she pleases. Upon receiving Wang Yixue's call, Tang Yu answers. What is it? Where are you? I will send a helicopter to pick you up. Wang Yixue's voice conveys urgency and distress. My grandfather is in critical condition. Please come quickly. I am at the office. Just have the helicopter land on the rooftop of the building, Tang Yu responds, hastily abandoning his controller and departing the office to wait at the top floor. The sudden crisis concerning Wang Laoyizi catches Tang Yu off guard. According to the original narrative, he was supposed to remain healthy until the conclusion. After a brief wait, the helicopter soon arrives. Tang Yu swiftly boards and contemplates the potential issues at hand. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, he descends to find Wang Yixue, her eyes red-rimmed, anxiously awaiting him. Everything will be fine. Wang Laoyizi is under divine protection and will not face peril. He reassures her soothingly. All right, you should hurry and take a look, Wang Yixue responds, seizing Tang Yu's hand and pulling him toward the interior. Inside, Jiang Xiaoya is administering acupuncture to Wang Laoyizi. Although she cannot identify the problem, alleviating the old gentleman's condition is still within her capabilities. The gaze of the Wang family members converges upon Tang Yu, curious about Jiang Xiaoya's rationale for summoning him. Knowing he lacks medical expertise, what has happened to the old gentleman? Tang Yu inquires, still unaware of the unfolding circumstances. I cannot determine the source of his ailment at present. I intend to try the Ghost Gate 13 needles treatment first and require your assistance, Jiang Xiaoya states, offering a rather implausible justification that leaves the room in a state of bewilderment. Tang Yu is equally perplexed. You brought me here to assist. He instinctively focuses his attention on Wang Laoyizi, scanning for any signs of distress. If even Jiang Xiaoya cannot ascertain the issue, what malady afflicts the old gentleman? Could it be that the narrative surrounding the Wang family has collapsed, compelling the Dragon King to re-emerge as a divine healer? This is an unprecedented scenario for him. Typically, characters either perish at the outset or survive for a few hours before meeting their demise. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, he ultimately detects a golden thread near the old gentleman's heart. Strange, what is this golden thread? How did it become entwined around his heart? My goodness, it even moves. Could this be Yi Qin's golden silkworm poison? He ponders, recognizing the insidious nature of the affliction. This substance is exceedingly treacherous. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is doomed to die. Upon the host's demise, it dissolves itself, leaving no trace of evidence. Thus, to save Wang Laoyizi, they must either summon Yi Qin to counteract the poison or attempt the secret formula found within the Qing Nong Tianjing. The remedy requires a concoction of 11 medicinal herbs, including Ai Chow and Jiuli Xiang, to create an aromatic incense. I must discreetly devise a way to alert them. Wang Laoyizi cannot perish under any circumstances. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, both Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoya's expressions shift dramatically. In that instant, they both realize that the other can hear Tang Yu's thoughts. Wang Yixue comprehends why Jiang Xiaoya insisted she bring Tang Yu along. It is due to this particular reason. I just thought of a remedy. Someone should fetch the herbs for me immediately. A servant from the Wang family promptly dashes off to procure the necessary ingredients. while Jiang Xiaoya begins to contemplate the pharmacological properties of the proposed concoction. The medicinal formula from the Qing Nong Tianjing is indeed a precious relic of lost knowledge. Since Xiaoyu has a treatment plan, let us step outside to rest, allowing her to keep an eye on grandfather. Wang Yishua sighed in relief and ushered everyone to exit the room. Ah, does this mean I am no longer needed? Tang Yu pondered how to remind them. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Please follow me, Wang Yishua said, grasping Tang Yu's arm as they walked towards the adjacent garden. What is with the serious demeanor? Is there something significant you wish to share? Tang Yu followed Wang Yishua, sensing a peculiar tension in the air. Upon reaching the garden, Wang Yishua urged Tang Yu to sit and began to speak. I feel that something is amiss with grandfather. He was in good health, and his sudden condition may suggest foul play. What do you think? I share that sentiment. However, a thorough investigation is essential. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It is not merely poisoning. It is likely a case of sorcery, Wang Yishua continued. The Jin Si Chong Gu must be applied in close proximity to the target. If Yichun did not personally administer it, then it must be that foolish Wang Rulong. Such a person is utterly foolish, colluding with an outsider, believing he could ascend as the head of the Wang family. With such a secret in another's possession, he would be condemned to a lifetime of servitude to them. Wang Yishua's expression turned icy. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was Wang Rulong causing trouble behind the scenes. Her previous decision to spare him was not due to a lack of evidence, but rather an intent to avoid alarming the snake and to use Wang Rulong's folly against Yichun. She had not anticipated his audacity in daring to harm grandfather. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need to keep him as bait. Wang Yishua sighed softly, feeling a tinge of fatigue. She was indifferent to the family's wealth, as it was inexhaustible, yet not everyone shared her perspective. Besides Wang Rulong, were there not others with similar ambitions? She leaned her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. Noticing her movement, she playfully remarked, "If you behave, I might wear a bunny outfit for you next time." What nonsense about bunny outfits? Just don't shed your dandruff on my shoulder, Tang Yu grumbled in discontent. I detest dishonesty above all. One must honor their word, he asserted. Bunny outfits mean nothing to me. I am a man of integrity. If sincerity were the issue, even a blood droplet would suffice. Blood droplet? Wang Yishua blinked in confusion, wondering what that entailed. However, she was too content in Tang Yu's presence to ponder such matters, relishing the moment away from schemes and intrigues. The two sat quietly in the garden, Wang Yishua listening to Tang Yu's whimsical musings, finding his brooding demeanor rather endearing. Their tranquility was abruptly interrupted by an urgent voice. Miss, Jiang Shini has completed the treatment for the old master. You should hurry to check on him. A bodyguard rushed over, prompting Tang Yu to exclaim, "Let's go see grandfather at once." Tang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. If you had been any later, I might have developed shoulder inflammation, he added jokingly. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a somewhat pungent aroma. Wang Laozu had regained consciousness, with a nurse offering him a bowl of medicinal soup. Following his sudden illness, the old man appeared noticeably weakened. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Wang Yishua inquired with concern. "I am fine, just a bit weak. After drinking the medicine, I shall rest for a while," he replied, uncertain about his condition but feeling an overwhelming fatigue. After Jiang Xiaoya employed the formula she had learned from Tang Yu, the cursed insect had crawled out and perished. She had already disposed of the dead insect. That Yichun is truly despicable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the family allowed the old master some solitude to recuperate. As Tang Yu stepped outside, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to find it was a call from Qin Ming. "Brother, didn't you say you would come for the feng shui session at my place? Hurry over. Many guests have already arrived." Qin Ming's voice echoed through the line. "All right, wait a moment. I will be there shortly," Tang Yu responded before hanging up. After bidding farewell to Wang Yishua and the others, he hurriedly drove to the Qin residence. According to the original plot, today, Long Wang Yichun was set to make a grandiose entrance here and claim the title of the foremost feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Wealthy individuals tend to place significant faith in metaphysical practices, thus showing great reverence towards feng shui masters. With this newfound status, Yichen standing in Suzhou and Hangzhou soared, earning him the reverent title of Yi Tian Shi. Yet, he possessed genuine skill in this area, being the favored offspring of an author known for his absurd narratives, making him adept at everything, save for writing about his 5 innate talents. How could one appropriately expose this charlatan? As Tang Yu drove, he contemplated the matter. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, confronting him directly was unwise. After much deliberation, he resolved to discreetly inform the Qin family in some manner. Once Tang Yu had departed, Wang Yixue addressed the assembly of Wang family elders. Esteemed elders, please gather at the ancestral hall. I have a matter of utmost urgency to discuss. What troubles you? Wang girl, why convene at the ancestral hall? An elderly voice croaked. Typically, family gatherings at the ancestral hall signified an important announcement, and all eyes turned to Wang Yixue, including the anxious Wang Rulong, who was apprehensive that Jiang Xiaoya might have cured grandfather's ailment. Gathering concerns our family's very survival. I implore everyone to follow me. Wang Yixue stated as she strode towards the hall. The others exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions growing grave. What could be so dire as to jeopardize the Wang family's existence? It's no concern. Even if she discovers something, she lacks proof, Wang Rulong reassured himself inwardly. Upon their arrival at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke. Xia, now that we are all assembled, please share the seriousness of the matter so we might devise a plan. Wang Yixue nodded, her expression frostbitten as she pointed at the cornered Wang Rulong. Rulong, come forth and kneel before our ancestors. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd at Wang Rulong's name. Has he committed another grievous error? His mother interjected. Xiaoya, what is this? Why demand your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? Wang Rulong, wearing a forced smile, approached. Indeed, sister, could there be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You colluded with outsiders, betraying your own family, and you call that a misunderstanding? Wang Yixue shot back, her gaze piercing into Wang Rulong, who turned pale with fear, desperately shaking his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I ever do such a thing? The collaboration with Fowls was indeed a grave misjudgment on my part. I acknowledge my shortcomings. However, how can my grandfather's matters be connected to me? Even if I were devoid of humanity, I would never commit such an act. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you possess any evidence? Others also expressed skepticism, as Wang Rulong usually behaved commendably at home. I shall summon the witness. Wang Yixue clapped her hands, and soon 2 bodyguards escorted Li Deshen into the room, with a face pale from fear. Li Deshen knelt before everyone and recounted the events in detail. This was now his only means of redemption. The young lady had promised him that if he testified, she would grant him a chance at survival. After Li Deshen finished explaining, with both testimonial and physical evidence in hand, Wang Rulong, still pale, attempted to offer further explanations. His father, however, was furious and immediately struck him in the face with a punch. After knocking him to the ground, he began to kick him mercilessly. The most unforgivable sin for a wealthy family is betrayal from within. Moreover, his audacity to lay hands upon the elder was tantamount to a death sentence. Aside from Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out and rushed to stop her husband, the others stood by with cold expressions, including Wang Yixue, who remained silent. Only after Wang Rulong was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness did she speak. That will suffice, uncle. Let us end this for today. Grandfather has yet to recover. I propose we leave this matter for him to decide once he is well. Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart heavy with despair. He had not anticipated his son's foolishness. Considering the elder's temperament, would there be any hope for his son? Take him away and confine him. Wang Yixue instructed the bodyguards, then addressed the Wang family members. This incident cannot be solely blamed on Wang Rulong. He may be foolish, but there are those with far more sinister intentions at play, and we must seek revenge. Indeed, we cannot let this individual escape unscathed. He must pay the price. Everyone unanimously agreed on retribution. This person dared to target the Wang family. They would not hold back. Soon, the Wang family began to search for Yi Chen's whereabouts to initiate their revenge. Meanwhile, every enterprise under the Wang family launched an assault on Longshan Group. The Qin family was abuzz with excitement. Just 2 days prior, they had issued an invitation to feng shui masters from all corners, promising a reward of 1 billion for anyone who could resolve their issues. For these masters, 1 billion was an astronomical sum. Thus, they gathered from across the nation. all aiming to alleviate the Qin family's troubles. As Tang Yu drove up, he happened to see Yi Chun alight from his vehicle. Upon stepping out, he found Qin Kursin waiting for him. "Miss Qin, how effective was the talisman?" Yi Chun inquired with a smile. "It proved quite effective. Hence, I must trouble you today." "Mr. Yi." Qin Kursin nodded, her gaze somewhat complex. She remembered the sentiments she had overheard last time. To verify, she had secretly disassembled the talisman that very morning. Inside was indeed a haphazardly drawn talisman, stained with a droplet of dried blood. This naive girl Qin Kursin must be utterly astonished by the talisman. Fortunately, I shall extend a benevolent hand to expose his true nature later. By the way, where has Qin Ming gone? Just as she pondered, that familiar voice resonated again. She immediately began to scan her surroundings. Who could it be? In Chapter 49, I come to enhance Tang Xiao's prestige. She looked around, but could not locate the voice's source. Yet, this stirred her excitement. The truth was about to be unveiled. If the benefactor who revealed everything to her had arrived, she would certainly express her gratitude. Moreover, he mentioned her brother's name, indicating an acquaintance. This made it even easier to track him down. After the two entered, Tang Yu leisurely descended from the vehicle. Upon exiting, he did not see Qin Ming, but he did spot Zhao Gaosheng, clad in a black Tang suit, lingering at the entrance with a smoking gun in hand. Today, his attire exuded an air of mystique. Tang Yu approached with a smile, patting his shoulder. "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Gaosheng chuckled softly, replying, "I couldn't miss an opportunity to elevate Tang Xiao's standing by witnessing this spectacle." After Yi Chun purchased the Yin Yang fish talisman, Zhao had been pondering its intended use. Upon hearing news about the Qin family, he finally understood. This young man sought to flaunt it at the Qin family for personal gain. Thus, he decided to make a grand appearance. After all, this young man had offended Tang Xiao. To elevate my status? Tang Yu found this a bit perplexing, suspecting that Uncle Zhao was after the Qin family's billion reward today. If he could resolve the Qin family's issues, it would indeed enhance his reputation. He gave a thumbs up, saying, "All right, I'm counting on you today. Uncle Zhao must secure that billion reward from the Qin family." "Absolutely." Zhao Gaosheng patted his chest, eagerly affirming. If he succeeded today, that would be a 10 billion reward. When he shared this in their circle, Wang's treatment would pale in comparison. He would be the foremost loyal minister and capable aide of the Tang family. With their own motives, the two exchanged jovial smiles. Qin Ming approached, having just returned from the restroom after feeling unwell while waiting for Tang Yu at the entrance. Seeing Tang Yu laughing, he joined in, asking, "Hey, big brother, what's got you so cheerful?" "I'm just happy for you. Today, your family's issues will surely be resolved." Tang Yu regarded Qin Ming with a knowing smile. "Let us not speak of it. I'm unsure if this matter can be resolved. If not, we may have to move." Qin Ming sighed, not feeling optimistic. In recent days, they had privately summoned several feng shui masters, yet none had succeeded. One even fell ill during a ritual and was currently hospitalized. Otherwise, they would have offered such a substantial reward, gathering masters from across the nation to see who could resolve this predicament. Rest assured, not only will today's issue be resolved, but the culprit behind your family's plight will also be revealed, Tang Yu declared. Qin Ming paused, thinking Tang Yu was jesting, and did not take it to heart. As the three entered together, a group of feng shui masters sat chatting over tea. Their diverse appearances and peculiar mannerisms made it seem like a film set. To maintain a low profile, Tang Yu chose a seat in a corner. Not long after he settled in, Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, emerged with several bodyguards. Everyone stood to greet him, casting eager and respectful glances toward this figure of fortune. Qin Pengqi nodded in acknowledgement and spoke, "I appreciate everyone gathering to assist in resolving the Qin family's troubles. I assure you, the billion reward is prepared. If any master can resolve our problem today, I will personally deliver the check and ensure that master becomes a permanent guest of the Qin family." His words invigorated the masters, who felt as though the billion was within their grasp. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, today I will certainly resolve the Qin family's plight. A mere bit of malevolence is nothing. After my intervention today, the Qin family's feng shui will remain untroubled for the next 50 years. Such trivial matters can be effortlessly resolved by this humble monk, so my fellow Taoists need not compete with me." At this moment, Numerous masters stepped forward to express their opinions, their voices mingling together, creating a cacophony resembling a bustling market. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe emerged, calling out with authority, "Silence, esteemed Taoists. Allow me to speak." His commanding voice instantly hushed the crowd, drawing all eyes upon him. Is that not Zhao Shizhu, the master of Longhu Mountain? What brings him here? For the sake of 10 billion, one would traverse even Africa. The crowd began to murmur, casting wary glances at Zhao Shizhu. Tang Yu watched with keen interest, aware from the original narrative that this man held the esteemed title of Master of Longhu Mountain and possessed formidable skills. Alas, he would inevitably fall victim to the protagonist's law, destined to become a mere pawn. In summary, when competing against the Dragon King, regardless of one's expertise or lifetime of dedication, it pales in comparison to the Dragon King's mere half-year study. Who is this old man? He seems rather impressive. Qin Ming inquired curiously. That would be Zhao Shizhu, the master of Longhu Mountain, Zhao Gao replied. Do you see that group of disciples behind him? One is even holding the master's sword, which has been passed down for over 400 years. Qin Ming responded with an "oh," not fully grasping the significance of such matters. However, having someone who appeared so formidable might indeed assist in resolving their issues. Zhao Shizhu addressed the assembly, stating, Esteemed Taoists, there is but one reward today. With so many of us present, we cannot all lay claim to it, for how shall we divide it then? The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging glances without providing a suitable answer. Everyone desired to keep the money for themselves, who would willingly share. Thus, this humble monk proposes that the reward be determined by one's abilities. I shall step forward and accept your challenges. Should any of you prevail, I will depart immediately. If none can defeat me, then this merit shall rightfully belong to me. Zhao Shizhu looked upon the crowd with a prideful smile, inciting ire among the many feng shui masters present. Those daring enough to attend were all skilled practitioners of the mystical arts. For one man to assert dominance over them all seemed to suggest he considered himself the preeminent figure among them. Although Longhu Mountain holds a prestigious position within the mystical community, the attendees were not to be underestimated, especially with a reward of 10 billion at stake, which none were inclined to relinquish lightly. How arrogant of Master Zhao to act so, declared Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family, stepping forward to confront him. The Song family is well known within the mystical arts, possessing 64 Xuanji copper coins, a legacy that spans centuries, capable of divining secrets and vanquishing malevolent forces. Yet Zhao Shizhu did not even spare him a glance and replied nonchalantly, Then let this friend demonstrate his skills. Chapter 50. The Master Cannot Be Insulted. Song Qingshan sniffed disdainfully, tossing a string of copper coins into the air. He then formed hand seals, and the coins, suspended in mid-air, began to arrange themselves into a formation. The spectators erupted in applause, recognizing this remarkable skill as no trivial feat. Qin Ming watched in astonishment. These feng shui masters were indeed impressive. The applause bolstered Song Qingshan's confidence as he pointed towards Zhao Shizhu, commanding the floating coins to strike. Such trivial techniques dare to challenge me? Zhao Shizhu scoffed, extending his hand and commanding sword come forth. A young acolyte behind him grasped the master's sword, which soared into the air, effortlessly slicing through the copper coins. In mere moments, half of the 64 coins lay shattered on the ground. Song Qingshan felt a pang of anguish, nearly choking on his regret. This was his family heirloom. Yet the master's sword pursued the remaining coins relentlessly. Overcome with despair, Song Qingshan confronted Zhao Shizhu. Master Zhao, is it necessary to go to such extremes? I am not someone to be challenged lightly. Should one wish to depart without consequence? Zhao Shizhu replied with a slight smile. Song Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he muttered through clenched teeth, Today, I have been too presumptuous. I hope Master Zhao will spare me. That is more like it, Zhao Shizhu replied. Today, not only did he fail to earn any profit, but he also risked the destruction of his treasured heirloom. Other practitioners of the mystical arts were equally taken aback by Zhao Shizhu's prowess. Many began to reconsider their intentions. If their skills paled in comparison to Song Qingshan's, how could they dare to provoke Zhao Shizhu? Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Step forward if you dare. Should no one come forth, then I shall claim this prize for the Qin family, Zhao Shizhu proclaimed, brandishing the master's sword with an air of superiority. I shall, called out a small, elderly man with youthful features, dressed in a somewhat tattered Taoist robe. Despite his unkempt appearance, none dared to underestimate him, for he was renowned in the northern mystical community as the Star Elder. Zhao Shizhu regarded him with mild interest, saying, "Come, reveal your treasures. Let me behold your skills." The Star Elder snorted coldly, conjuring a red cord that floated into the air, emanating faint flames, resembling a fiery serpent. This spectacle captivated the crowd. Qin Ming exclaimed, "That must have taken you over a decade to master." Having already seen the plot unfold, Tang Yu felt little excitement. Regardless of his skills, he was destined to be a stepping stone for Yi Chun. According to the narrative, this elderly man would also falter against Zhao Shizhu, leading to a conflict between Zhao and Yi Chun. Once Zhao Shizhu's spell failed, it would be Yi Chun's turn to shine, and Qin Kursin, that Navi girl, would begin to idolize him. Poor Qin Ming. Not only would he be harmed by Yi Chun, but his family fortune and sister would fall into the hands of that scoundrel. As Qin Kursin's thoughts resonated within her, she swiftly turned her gaze towards Qin Ming. Then she noticed Tang Yu seated nearby, instantly recognizing his voice. There could be no mistake. Her brother had no other companions. She was utterly astonished, yet maintained a calm demeanor, eager to discern the truth of Tang Yu's claims. Meanwhile, the Star Elder had commenced his duel with Zhao Shizhu, directing the fiery serpent towards him. This seemingly formidable attack elicited only a dismissive smile from Zhao Shizhu. As the fiery serpent approached, he merely pointed, causing it to halt in midair. The Star Elder's face changed dramatically as he realized his weapon had been seized by the opponent, prompting him to flee desperately, appearing utterly disheveled. The crowd erupted in laughter, yet their respect for Zhao Shizhu deepened. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the master of Longhu Mountain. After a brief chase, the Star Elder conceded, exclaiming, "Master Zhao, I admit my defeat, and I do so willingly." Zhao Shizhu smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for the red cord to fall to the ground, ceasing its movement. The disheveled Star Elder retrieved the cord and tied it to his wrist, grunting in frustration. With that, no one dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu any further. Zhao Shizhu looked upon the crowd with a triumphant smile and clasped his hands in salute. "Esteemed colleagues, I shall take it upon myself to resolve the predicament of the Qin family. Although many masters of feng shui are reluctant, they have no choice but to acquiesce, for none among them can match their prowess. Thus, I must trouble Master Zhao. Today, Qin Pengshi finds himself quite enlightened. As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to vanquish malevolent forces, a task I am obliged to undertake. Master Zhao remains courteous towards Qin Pengshi, for he is a wealthy patron." At this moment, Qin Kursin is utterly dumbfounded. Everything unfolds precisely as she had previously heard in her heart. She quickly composes herself and addresses Yi Chun. "Mr. Yi, Master Zhao is truly remarkable, akin to a celestial being." Yi Chun, with a look of disdain, retorts, "Merely a practitioner of dubious arts. His abilities, though notable, pale in comparison to my own. Once I demonstrate my prowess, Qin Kursin will understand what true mastery entails." Upon his utterance, the gaze of all present converges upon him. Here we go again, the classic display of arrogance to provoke others. If he irritates them, he will wager against them, only to trample them later. Afterwards, he will feign magnanimity to win their favor. He truly excels at being a sycophant. Tang Yu, holding a cup of tea, rolls her eyes at the familiar script unfolding before her. Predictably, Master Zhao's ire is ignited by Yi Chen's words. Upon noticing the young man, he scowls. "Who is this impudent youth? How dare you claim that Longhu Mountain practices dubious arts? If you dare, let us settle this in combat." He glances around. "Who invited this fool? Expel him at once. Such insolence is intolerable. Master Zhao shall teach him a lesson." The various feng shui masters join in the scorn, regarding Yi Chun as nothing more than a jester. Qin Pengshi furrows his brow and gestures to two bodyguards, instructing them to remove Yi Chun. As they approach, Qin Kursin rises hastily, exclaiming, "Father, Mr. Yi is the esteemed expert I invited. He possesses great capabilities. She produces the talisman from her pocket, stating, "This is the protective charm he gifted me. Since wearing it, my sleep has been undisturbed and free of nightmares. Until the truth is revealed." She cannot allow Yi-chan to leave. Yi-chan stands and smiles at Qin Pengqi. "Uncle Qin, my words are not born of arrogance. I merely speak the truth. This Master Zhao cannot resolve your family's issues. If I do not intervene, his rash actions will lead to his own downfall, ultimately jeopardizing the Qin family. You ignorant child! Should I dispel this minor malevolence today, will you kneel and apologize?" Master Zhao retorts angrily. "And what if you cannot? Yichen Countus. If I fail, I shall bestow upon you the Tianshi sword." After declaring this, he commands his disciples to fetch incense. They present 3 incense burners, placing 3 sticks in each but refraining from lighting them. Master Zhao begins to weave incantations and gestures. Upon completion, the 9 sticks of incense ignite simultaneously. The smoke coalesces into a gray figure in the air. Observing its formation, Master Zhao addresses Qin Pengqi. "Mr. Qin, this is the malevolent energy accumulated by your family. If I dispel it, the Qin family shall enjoy peace henceforth. Then I must trouble you, Master Zhao." Qin Pengqi exhales deeply, relieved. "A trivial matter," Master Zhao replies lightly, stepping forward and thrusting the Tianshi sword into the mist. The moment the blade strikes, the mist emits a piercing shriek, startling everyone present. The Qin family feels a significant release after the malevolence is dispelled, but Master Zhao coldly regards Yi-chan. "Now, what do you have to say? Kneel and apologize." Yi-chan maintains his composure. "Perhaps you should examine closely whether this malevolence has truly vanished." As his words linger, the dissipated malevolence gathers once more. The gray energy surges towards Master Zhao. He counters with the Tianshi sword but is ultimately overwhelmed, succumbing to the energy and collapsing, blood spilling from his mouth. His disciples rush to assist him, while the Qin family, once relieved, now feels an immense weight upon their shoulders. The other feng shui masters are equally alarmed, having never encountered such formidable malevolence. A few attempt to unite their strengths against it, only to suffer backlash akin to Master Zhao's fate. Casting a glance at his daughter, Qin Pengqi notices that Qin Kursin remains unscathed. Could the talisman truly be effective? Is this young man genuinely an extraordinary adept? His expression shifts to one of trepidation as he turns to Yi-chan. "I apologize for my earlier offense. I implore you to assist the Qin family." The assembly's attention converges upon Yi-chan. "Step aside. He is about to show off." After dispelling the malevolence, he will reclaim the Jade Buddha he deliberately sold to the Qin family. The malevolence stems from that very Buddha, cultivated with the blood of stillborns and infants, steeped for 7 days. In truth, shattering that Jade Buddha would bring about his own downfall. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin's pupils constrict. She suppresses her anger and looks at Yi-chan softly. "Mr. Yi, I must trouble you. Of course, you are my friend, and the Qin family's affairs are my concern." Yi-chan replies, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He retrieves the yin-yang fish talisman from his pocket, infusing it with a drop of blood, causing it to emit a faint white light. The gray malevolence spirals into the talisman, vanishing entirely. Such trivial malevolence can be dispelled with a mere flick of the finger. Yi-chan proclaims Hafti. The onlookers regard him with admiration. Regardless of his bravado, his genuine skill is undeniably impressive. However, within mere seconds, the talisman cracks and shatters. The previously absorbed malevolence erupts violently. This time, the malevolence is denser than before. The entire room becomes enveloped in gray energy, causing several members of the Qin family to struggle for breath, their faces pale and speechless. Yi-chen's expression shifts in alarm. What could this mean? Has the malevolence he cultivated exceeded his control? Goodness, this plot is awry. The talisman should have resolved it in one go. Could there be another issue? Just then, Zhao Gaosheng rises, contempt etched on his face as he addresses Yi-chan. "I had thought you possessed considerable skill. Yet it appears you have only exacerbated the situation." At his words, all eyes turn to Yi-chan. their expressions shifting from admiration to rage and disdain. This braggart has only worsened the predicament. Yi Chun recognizes Zhao Gaosheng, and his countenance pales. Is he scheming against me, or is there another at play? Zhao Gaosheng dismisses further discourse, addressing the terrified assembly. Do not be alarmed, everyone. Although this individual may be deemed inept, our esteemed Tang Xiao possesses extraordinary talents that transcend the ordinary. A mere flick of his fingers can dispel even the most formidable malevolence. At this moment, Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be thought of as possessing such divine abilities? What force could he possibly wield to dispel the darkness? Zhao, you ought to conduct yourself with some dignity. One cannot be a traitor to such an extent. I am utterly incapable of this charade. Tang Yu found himself utterly bewildered, not knowing how to proceed. Nonetheless, the crowd regarded him with eager anticipation, as if he were the sole beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Qin Ming, with a splitting headache, gazed at Tang Yu and implored him to act swiftly to save his family. In that moment, he comprehended why his elder brother had assured him earlier that their familial troubles would be resolved. It seemed that his brother had concealed a remarkable ability. Truly, he was a man of many talents. Zhao Gao pulled Tang Yu from the shadows, and as Tang Yu felt something warm stirring in his pocket, he discovered a yin-yang fish jade talisman, mysteriously placed there without his knowledge. The talisman, now activated by a drop of blood, radiated a brilliant golden light upon being grasped by Tang Yu, illuminating him like a diminutive sun amidst the encroaching malevolence. The dark energy surged towards him, but was swiftly dissolved by the golden radiance. Chapter 52. The Dragon King is furious. The consequences are grave. Soon, the sinister energy within the room dissipated entirely, and so too did the golden glow surrounding Tang Yu. As the malevolent forces vanished, the members of the Qin family felt their vitality restored. The feng shui masters, previously afflicted by the dark energy, also found relief. For the consequences of such an affliction could be dire, ranging from severe illness to a swift demise, if not resolved promptly. They gazed at Tang Yu with reverence, recognizing him as a true master. What defines a true adept? This is the essence of mastery, remaining silent in the shadows until the moment of reckoning, where one rises to turn the tide. Admiring his handsome visage and imposing stature, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes at the fortuitous encounter with a genuine master. Indeed, the true sage remains concealed, while the ostentatious reveal their true nature. The gratitude of Tang Xiao will be remembered by Song, who pledged unwavering loyalty should Tang Xiao ever require assistance. The feng shui masters erupted in praise, genuinely impressed by Tang Xiao's prowess. Yet, amidst the accolades, Tang Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. Who am I? What am I doing here? This narrative is entirely skewed. How has it turned into a display of my supposed grandeur? Enough of this flattery. I truly cannot bear it. Meanwhile, Yi Chen seethed with rage, realizing that his meticulously crafted scheme had been usurped by Tang Yu. In his mind, he envisioned himself standing before the crowd, basking in their admiration and adulation, ready to transform into Su Heng's foremost feng shui master, securing Qin Ku Xian's affections in the process. Now, however, all his aspirations lay shattered, leaving him feeling like a solitary jester, met with scornful glances. As his fury boiled over, Qin Ku Xian suddenly dashed towards the Buddhist statue on the altar, seizing it and hurling it to the ground with tremendous force. The shattering sound drew everyone's attention. From the broken statue, a crimson light surged forth, striking Yi Chen. Upon its entry, his complexion paled, and blood trickled from his nostrils. The jade Buddha had been crafted from the blood of infants and lifeless fetuses. Its destruction inflicted a backlash upon him, the creator of this dark artifact. Yi Chen, having learned such arcane arts from his mentor, felt no fear. How could a Dragon King lack such resolve? However, the feng shui masters present were not easily fooled. Zhao Shizhu was the first to react, pointing his Tianshi sword at Yi Chen, exclaiming that the malevolence had been orchestrated by him. Others echoed his sentiments, denouncing Yi Chen for his duplicitous schemes. With the truth laid bare, Yi Chen's expression darkened with resentment. How dare these lesser beings cast aspersions upon him, a dragon king? In that moment, Tang Yu sensed the impending peril. Initially, he had only intended to navigate the narrative and warn the Qin family of Yi Chen's machinations. But the situation had escalated beyond his control. Qin Ku Xin rushed to her father, declaring that Yi Chen's malice could not go unpunished. Qin Pengqi glared at Yi Chen with icy fury, demanding an explanation. Yi Chen, feigning ignorance, dismissed their accusations, claiming he had no knowledge of their intentions. You certainly did not foresee the Qin family offering a 10 billion reward, Tang Yu interjected, deriding Yi Chen's pretenses. You were clearly scheming to win over Qin Ku Xin, to play the hero and secure her affections. Qin Ku Xin's eyes blazed with anger as she confronted Yi Chen, revealing her knowledge of his earlier plot involving a snake at her villa. Yi Chen's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment. How could she have discovered his previous actions? Enough of this banter. Let us end him. Qin Ming seethed, recalling the initial betrayal he had suffered. He rallied the Qin family's bodyguards, who surged forward. Yet Yi Chen showed no intention of retreating. A dragon king would rather face death standing than flee in disgrace. As the bodyguards attacked, he retaliated with precision, effortlessly evading their blows and countering with devastating strikes that sent them sprawling. Despite their professional training, they appeared as novices before him. In a desperate attempt to assist, Qin Ming brandished a vase as a weapon, but before he could act, Yi Chen seized him by the throat. When Qin Ming was seized by the throat, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions filled with alarm. The remaining bodyguards, wary of the consequences, dared not intervene. Release my brother. Qin Kursin's anger erupted instantaneously. If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you cannot leave Suong. Qin Pengqi was equally furious. How could an outsider display such audacity on their territory? In the face of Qin Kursin's fury, Yi Chen felt a profound sorrow within. He regarded the Qin family members coldly and declared, "Does the insignificant Qin family truly think they can threaten me? Yi Chen, had it not been for that scoundrel named Tang, we could have all remained at peace today." He then fixed his gaze upon Tang Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now to the Qin family, this fellow consistently sabotaged his own endeavors. He resolved to no longer endure this indignity. Today, he would teach them what it means to provoke the Dragon King. Chapter 53. Who, in fact, is the villain? Under Yi Chen's scrutiny, Tang Yu was both infuriated and amused. What business is it of mine if you are incompetent? I have no desire to play the part of a fool. I simply wish to be a quiet and handsome man. Tang, I offer you a choice today. Either the Qin lad dies, or you suffer in his stead, Yi Chen asserted angrily, glaring at Tang Yu. This treacherous scoundrel had stabbed him in the back countless times. Upon finishing his words, he exerted slight pressure, causing Qin Ming's face to flush and struggle for breath. Do not act rashly. You may leave, and we, the Qin family, will not hold this against you. Qin Pengqi, noticing his son's distress, urged with a hint of panic. It should be his decision. Yi Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Despite his difficulty in breathing, Qin Ming managed to weakly gesture towards Tang Yu. He was a martial artist with several years of training and understood that his brother's skills were hardly sufficient to confront such a threat. Let my brother handle it. Would that not be akin to sending him to his doom? He had already saved him once. There was no need for a second rescue. If he were to perish at Yi Chen's hands, he could always be brothers in the next life. Are you truly so cowardly as to watch your brother perish before my eyes? Yi Chen's tone turned icy as he addressed Tang Yu. Did he not relish playing these treacherous games? Then he would engage in them as well. Are you truly willing to watch your brother die before so many witnesses? Do you not possess any shame? Release him, and I will accompany you. Tang Yu gritted through clenched teeth. This despicable man was truly losing his mind. While he longed for peace, there were limits to his patience. After Tang Yu acquiesced, the Qin family grew anxious, unwilling to witness Qin Ming come to harm, yet equally unwilling to let Tang Yu suffer in his place. Qin Kursin's eyes reddened as she gazed at Tang Yu. Their past disagreements had left her with a poor impression of him, especially after he had spent 3 years as an obsequious sycophant. What was a man without pride worth? Yet today, her perception of Tang Yu shifted dramatically. What woman could despise a man of responsibility and loyalty? You truly dare to agree? Yi Chen, surprised by Tang Yu's boldness, loosened his grip just enough for Qin Ming to breathe. He had never intended to kill Qin Ming. His aim was merely to humiliate Tang Yu as revenge. But since Tang Yu had agreed, he could not be blamed for his actions. Release him, and we shall settle this honorably outside, each throwing a punch to determine the victor. Tang Yu pointed towards the open space outside the hall. Despite his desire for tranquility, he was no coward. He had his principles. For the sake of his brother, he would act. Very well, Yi Chen replied, though he still clutched Qin Ming's neck as they exited together. As the three of them stepped outside, the crowd followed suit. The numerous feng shui masters gazed at Tang Yu with increasing admiration. What defines a true master? Strength coupled with humility and profound loyalty. What to be done now? Qin Pengqi was in turmoil. He could not bear to watch his son perish, yet he could not allow his nephew to die in his stead. This man had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen bodyguards, his strength unfathomable. Even calling the police would come too late. Had he known, he would have invested more in hiring skilled fighters to safeguard his home. Trust in him, Qin Kursin thought, biting her lip. There was no other option now. She harbored intense hatred for Yi Chen, this scoundrel. Should the opportunity arise, she would ensure his demise with her own hands. Once outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You may release him now. Finally, you dare to act like a man. What worth is it to only play dirty? Yi Chen skofut, truin vin mink aside. Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Yi Chen stood with arms crossed, looking at Tang Yu with disdain. Do not claim I bully you, a worthless wretch. I will allow you 3 strikes to strike me first. If I so much as flinch, I shall never set foot in Suan again. As a martial arts expert, he recognized that Tang Yu was a fragile fool. Cut me first. I fear my hands may become soiled. Tang Yu retorted, equally crossing his arms, challenging him. Why would he be foolish enough to strike first? The system had not granted him any offensive ancient martial skills. If he rushed in, would he merely be brushing this scoundrel's back? Currently, the only 2 skills he could utilize were Bu Dongming Wang Gong and Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong. Both could only be employed once, and the system held him tightly in its grasp. 2 energies coursed through him, derived from these 2 techniques, although they could be used only once. Both were at the pinnacle of mastery. Indeed, the young Master Tang is truly a man of great stature. Why bother with petty miscreants? With your extraordinary abilities, extinguishing this one is as effortless as squashing a maggot. The feng shui masters had become Tang Yu's fervent admirers, convinced he was a true master of immense capability. Seeking death, Yi Chen loathed being looked down upon in such a manner. He was the Dragon King, revered and feared in Africa and the Middle East. At this moment, the resentments he had harbored surged forth. With a furious roar, he charged at Tang Yu, launching a punch. However, he did not unleash his full strength, for he could not kill this man. He intended for Tang Yu to lie on a sickbed, helplessly witnessing the downfall of the Tang family. The distance between them was merely 3 meters. With Yi Chen's might, he closed the gap in an instant, striking at Tang Yu's chest. At the same instant, the 2 energies within Tang Yu began to circulate at his command. When Yi Chen's punch struck Tang Yu, it felt as though he had hit a wall of cotton. Tang Yu remained rooted, not moving an inch. The terrifying force of Yi Chen's punch was absorbed by Bu Dongming Wang Gong and transformed by Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong. Tang Yu felt a surge of immense power coalesce in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he retaliated. While Yi Chen was still in shock at why his punch had failed to inflict harm, Tang Yu's fist struck him. To Yi Chen, it felt as though time had slowed. The punch contained an extraordinary force. Unprepared, Yi Chen was hit squarely and sent hurtling backward. Akin to a kite severed from its string, he flew several meters before crashing into a statue within the courtyard, which depicted a green bull with a shepherd boy atop its back. Yi Chen collided forcefully with the bull's horn. The impact struck the most vulnerable part of his posterior, swiftly staining the cow's horn with crimson. A wave of pain surged from his lower region throughout his body, causing Yi Chen to involuntarily shudder. Were it not for his remarkable willpower, he would have cried out. He felt a sweetness in his throat and, upon opening his mouth, spat forth a mist of blood. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Tang Xiao truly is an extraordinary figure with unparalleled skills. This individual, who could effortlessly handle over a dozen bodyguards, was sent flying by a single punch from Tang Xiao. The disparity in their strengths was simply colossal. Chapter 54. Fortunately, he was cleanly laid out. Zhao Gaosheng was equally dumbfounded. Could it be that Tang Xiao was indeed so deeply concealed? Damn, brother, you are astonishing. Sitting on the ground, Qi Ming clutched his throat and coughed fiercely, his eyes nearly bulging out. After that punch, the scoundrel not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered severe injury to his lower region. In summary, at this moment, everyone could only think of 4 words. Tang Xiao is formidable. Tang Yu stood still, gazing at his fist and Yi Chen's bleeding rear. He felt a twinge of panic. Damn, I've struck the Dragon King's posterior. Fortunately, the Dragon King had a clean bathroom visit today. Otherwise, if excrement were to be expelled, the Dragon King might truly seek vengeance upon me. What a cunning Tang Yu, hiding his strength so well. After descending from the statue, Yi Chen's gait was noticeably affected. With every step, his pain intensified. He inhaled sharply, casting a look filled with hatred tinged with fear at Tang Yu. Even without exerting all his strength, he should not have been rendered completely harmless. As for the punch delivered by that young man, though it was somewhat slow, its destructive power surpassed his own. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, that punch could have cost him his life. He now bore both internal and external injuries. Don't let him escape. Go and beat him. I'll reward 10 million for breaking an arm and 1 billion for killing him. At that moment, Qin Kursin suddenly shouted. She had endured long enough and could not miss this opportunity for revenge. The bodyguards of the Qin family, having just suffered a significant loss, were now filled with fury. Seeing the chance to beat a fallen foe, they charged forward en masse. With a pale face, Yi Chen dared not confront them. Just the concealed and formidable Tang Yu already instilled fear in him. A true man can endure and retreat. He silently reassured himself as he bore the pain and swiftly fled from the Qin family estate. He vaulted over the wall and landed, only to be taken aback. Outside the estate stood over a dozen vehicles. Wang Yishue, with a frosty expression, was stationed outside the Qin family residence, flanked by no fewer than 30 individuals, all clad in black suits as bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized forces to locate Yi Chen. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning of Yi Chen's presence at the Qin family estate, she brought her elite forces along. As she alighted from her vehicle, she spotted Yi Chen leaping over the wall. Noticing the bloodstains on him, she pointed and exclaimed, "Kill this scoundrel!" The bodyguards of the Wang family surged forward. Yi Chen, his eyes blazing with fury, thought to himself, I, the Dragon King, who has roamed abroad with dominance, have always been the one to beat down fallen foes. When did it become my turn to suffer such humiliation? With over 30 individuals approaching, he bellowed and exerted all his strength to engage them in combat. However, after receiving a punch from Tang Yu, he was already injured. The pain in his lower region severely hampered his performance, as each step felt akin to bearing an immense burden. With his strength significantly diminished, facing such a multitude of elite bodyguards, victory finally favored the latter. After injuring a dozen bodyguards, Yi Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught and was pinned to the ground, mercilessly beaten. Tang Yu and his companions had already chased after him. Upon witnessing Yi Chen being overwhelmed, Tang Yu exclaimed, "This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I merely struck him once. Look how fiercely they are attacking him." Tang Yu pondered a troubling question. If the Dragon King were to be killed, how could the story progress? As Qin Kursin signaled for her bodyguards to rush in for the final blow, Yi Chen, barely escaping a dire situation, struggled to retrieve a small vial from his pocket. He shattered the vial on the ground, releasing a plume of red smoke. The bodyguards surrounding him were immediately struck by an intense itch, abandoning their assault on Yi Chen to scratch at their bodies in discomfort. With the distraction, Yi Chen finally managed to escape. Remaining here meant certain death at the hands of these ruffians. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clambered to his feet, intent on commandeering a vehicle to flee. Today, as humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. Just as he was about to make his escape, a bodyguard clenched his pants tightly. The lady had instructed them, "Kill this brat. Year-end bonuses will be multiplied 10-fold." If he could personally capture him, he would receive a reward of 20 million. 20 million. That sum was sufficient for him to indulge in 1,000 nights at the club in his Cadillac. Thus, he resisted the itch and vowed not to let this scoundrel slip away. Don't even think about escaping. The bodyguard bellowed, eyes wide with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to let the year-end bonus slip away, also endured the unbearable itch as they struggled to rise and detain Yi-chun. Yi-chun was utterly frustrated. This was the first time he had seen someone endure his itching powder and still get back up. At the end of his rope, he had no choice but to employ his final tactic, the golden cicada shedding its shell. He unleashed the last of his inner energy, and his pants instantly tore apart. With this maneuver, he successfully evaded the bodyguard. Simultaneously, his bloodied posterior was exposed to all, resembling a wild monkey. "Oh my!" The crowd gasped collectively, their eyes widening in shock. Even if he managed to escape alive, he was socially dead. Yet Yi-chun could not afford to dwell on such matters. He dashed toward a Mercedes-Benz, ready to flee. In this moment, who cared about anything else? "Quick, lock the cars!" A bodyguard shouted. They all pulled out their keys, locking the doors of more than a dozen vehicles. Yi-chun approached a locked car and pulled vigorously at the door, but it remained steadfastly shut. His fury and embarrassment reached a peak, compelling him to turn and run towards the roadside. Just then, a taxi happened to be parked nearby. Without hesitation, he rushed into the passenger's seat, his expression fierce as he barked at the driver. "Drive now." "Who are you?" The young driver, startled, scrutinized Yi-chun. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" "Just drive." No more chatter. Yi-chun was frantic, glancing back to see his pursuers closing in. "It's not that I want to drive. I just want to know where you got the money," the driver retorted angrily. In response, Yi-chun delivered a punch to the driver's head, who then slammed against the glass and lost consciousness. Yi-chun adeptly tossed the driver aside and slammed on the accelerator, speeding onto the road in a desperate escape. The bodyguards, upon witnessing Yi-chun's flight, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Damn it, the bonus is gone. After learning of Yi-chun's escape, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursen were both infuriated. How could this scoundrel have escaped? Tang Yu, on the other hand, was unfazed. What does it mean to be the child of destiny? Everywhere one goes, there are serendipitous encounters. Even the gravest crises can be navigated with composure. Hence, he resolved to persist, avoiding any unnecessary provocations with those who boast ostentatiously. Yet, it appears the entire world is compelling him to engage with such individuals. Chapter 55, Elbow. As he entered the room, his sister offered to examine his health. Upon witnessing Yi-chun's escape, the feng shui masters present expressed their disappointment. Such a scourge managed to flee. Esteemed colleagues, from this day forth, we of the Xianmen shall expunge Yi-chun from our ranks. Anything associated with him will henceforth be regarded as adversarial. Zhao Shizhu of Longhushan shouted to the assembly. His complexion remained pale. Though the malevolent energy within him had dissipated, it would take at least 10 days to recover fully. Indeed, such a nefarious villain must not be allowed to continue exploiting the name of Xianmen for deceitful purposes. Should I encounter this person in the north, he shall not escape unscathed. Others concurred, affirming that those within the Xianmen adhere to the principles of the martial world. Yi-chun's actions today are regarded with utmost disdain by our community. Once a consensus was reached, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu, saying, "Young Master Tang, I shall forever remember your kindness today. Should you require assistance from Longhushan in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "So shall I," another added. "Given your youth and remarkable abilities, I believe young Master Tang to be the foremost feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone disagree? It would not be an exaggeration to declare young Master Tang the finest in Huaxia." They laughed, resuming their flattery. Tang Yu, feeling awkward, wished to create an entire palace with her toes, exclaiming, "Enough, truly enough. Huaxia's finest? Please, it was but a trivial task. Let's not dwell on this. You should all rest." With an awkward smile, she continued, "Such talent at a young age, and yet so humble. Young Master Tang is indeed a true dragon among men. One should aspire to be like young Master Tang." The crowd erupted in further praise before retreating to rest. "Are you all right?" Once the sycophants departed, Qin Kursen approached Tang Yu with concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Having known Tang Yu for many years, she was acutely aware of his lack of strength. His calm demeanor belied his injuries. He was clearly putting on a brave front to spare her worry. "I am fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head with a neutral expression. "What the hell, why are you here? Wait, weren't you quite disdainful of me?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kurson smiled gently. "Thank you for today." Their relationship, while not hostile, had been awkward since a fateful encounter over a decade ago when she had been sleeping and not dressed, only for Tang Yu to unintentionally barge in. Infuriated, she had confronted him, leading to an incident that left an indelible mark on their relationship. "No need for thanks. Qin Ming is my brother, so is only right," Tang Yu replied, though his gaze inadvertently lingered on a certain well-developed aspect of Qin Kurson. It was not lewdness, but rather an instinctual appreciation of beauty inherent to men. Every man is an artist. Wow, it has been a while since I last saw her. How she developed so well. When we first met, she was so innocent. This is all Qin Ming's fault for dragging me into this. That rascal tricked me into fetching something, leading me to this girl's room. If he wants me to be a brother-in-law, he ought to be more considerate. That encounter was not worth it. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kurson felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, casting a murderous glare at her brother. So it was he who had put her in that predicament? Given their close relationship, it was no surprise that he often praised Tang Yu to her, attempting to play matchmaker. Wang Yixue, having overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, shot a fierce look at Qin Ming as well. How audacious of him to think of competing for a man with her sister. This boy must not be allowed to remain. Qin Ming, who had just been drinking water, was startled by the chilling glares directed at him. What had he done now? He approached Tang Yu, asking, "Dude, are you really okay after taking that guy's punch?" "It's not a major issue," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "Though the system can be troublesome at times, the rewards it provides are undeniably valuable." "You're incredible. I never expected you to be so formidable." Qin Ming's admiration grew. "What a great brother." "Step aside," Wang Yixue ordered, pushing Qin Ming aside. She turned to Tang Yu, frowning. "Did Yi Chen truly strike you?" Having witnessed Yi Chen's prowess, she found it remarkable that he had managed to escape from the bodyguards. "It was just one punch." "I'm fine," Tang Yu said with a wry smile, gesturing toward the bodyguards. "Why did you suddenly bring so many people here? Today, as events at the Qin family were already unusual. Why did you come to confront Yi Chen?" Wang Yixue recounted the situation at home. Tang Yu was taken aback, realizing that Wang Rulong had been exposed. This meant that Yi Chen had severely offended both the Qin and Wang families, adding his own predicament into the mix. 3 of the 4 prominent families were now in direct conflict with him. "Let us check your injuries," Wang Yixue insisted, pulling Tang Yu toward a room. "Yes, let us see," Qin Kurson echoed, equally concerned. Tang Yu hesitated, unwilling to let these 2 women examine him. "What on earth is happening?" "Please, sisters, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Wang Yixue remained resolute. "It's merely a concern for your health. There are no ulterior motives. Could we not simply consult a doctor?" Tang Yu pleaded. "Something feels off. This is not just a health check. Our family doctor resigned recently. Let's just proceed with the examination." Qin Ming, though unable to hear Tang Yu's thoughts, understood women well. Tang Yu felt a desire to strangle this fool. Had he known, he would not have intervened. Wang Yixue brandished her phone, insisting, "Come on, let us go." Tang Yu found himself acquiescing, feeling like a helpless protagonist in a film, caught in a web of circumstance. Chapter 56, The Alliance of 3 Families Against Yi Chen. As they entered a guest room, Wang Yixue prepared to close the door, but Qin Kurson swiftly followed. "I will check his health. What is your purpose?" Wang Yixue inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. In her eyes, this woman was a potential threat, and the compliment about her development was unwarranted. She believed her own legs were far more attractive. "This is my home. Is it inappropriate for me to express concern for my brother's benefactor?" Qin Kurson declared with an air of arrogance. Wang Yixue furrowed her brow, recognizing that delving further into this topic would yield no advantage. Thus she refrained from further comment. She approached Tang Yu and said, "Remove your clothes. Let me see if you're injured." "Why would I deceive you? I am not hurt," Tang Yu lamented, on the verge of tears and trembling slightly. How could she be more brazen than him? "Let me take a look." Wang Yixue, after removing her glasses, reached out to tug at Tang Yu. Realizing she had no escape, Tang Yu complied, hastily removing her top to prove her lack of injury. Although she lacked combat prowess, She maintained her physique through regular exercise. As her shirt fell away, revealing her well-defined abs, both Qin Kursin and Wang Yixue found themselves inadvertently captivated. Women tend to possess a greater appetite for visual allure than men do, especially when the subject is an undeniably handsome man like Tang Yu. Noticing Tang Yu's slight embarrassment only intensified their intrigue. Women relish the sight of men appearing bashful. They cherish the vulnerability that awakens their maternal instincts and protective urges. I assure you, there is nothing wrong. Under the unwavering gaze of the two women, Tang Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Wang Yixue chuckled, her finger lightly tracing Tang Yu's chest as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head as he hurriedly began to put his clothes back on. "Look at you. We aren't going to devour you." Wang Yixue scoffed, playfully slapping Tang Yu on the rear. "Damn, you little vixen, do you truly believe I am easy prey?" Tang Yu's thoughts echoed, eliciting peculiar expressions from both women. It seemed this fellow was quite adept at internal banter. Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly. "Dare to strike me privately? If you do, I would gladly allow you to." Once dressed, Tang Yu felt akin to a hapless duck, ready to leave after completing his task. Qin Kursin called out to stop him. "What is up? Shouldn't our three families join forces?" Though she admitted to limited knowledge about Yi Chun, she recognized he must possess considerable influence. Having allowed him to escape today means this conflict is far from over. He must be dealt with swiftly. The Wang family shall eliminate him. Wang Yixue's expression turned icy. "Who dares to plot against me, and to lay hands upon my treasured one?" This matter cannot be brushed aside. Faced with their intense gazes, Tang Yu felt a pang of frustration. He genuinely wished to remain inconspicuous and reap his rewards, but the situation had escalated beyond that. "My family feels the same way," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. "Who would have thought a villain like me would ally with the heroines to confront the Dragon King? What a bizarre plot twist. Utterly incomprehensible. Yet perhaps it is not entirely a misfortune. In any case, since evasion is no longer feasible, we might as well act. Starting today, we should invest in enhancing our security." The three families began to strategize against the Longchun Group, a company owned by Yichun. Wang Yixue initiated the arrangements. Presently, the security forces of their prominent families were not particularly robust, primarily because Suong was their domain and everyone knew the four great families. Those with sound judgment would not dare provoke them, while those lacking sense were unworthy of such confrontation. The alliance of the three families would unleash a formidable force, one that the Longchen Group could not withstand. After fleeing for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Yichen finally arrived at the He family residence. He did not head to the Longchen Group, as that was merely a business entity without any protective capabilities to safeguard his currently precarious state. Hence, he opted for the He family. Upon parking at their doorstep, he prepared to exit the vehicle, only to suddenly realize a critical issue. Although he wore a shirt, he was devoid of trousers. Seeing himself in such a disheveled state, he inwardly cursed Tang Yu. As for Qin Kursin and Wang Yixue, he was determined to win them over. That which he desired would not be allowed to escape his grasp. After a moment's contemplation, he removed his jacket and tied it around his waist before entering the He residence. The He family members were quite familiar with him. Upon seeing his woeful state, they quickly escorted him to their private hospital for treatment. After a thorough examination, he was admitted to a hospital room for recuperation. It would take no less than half a month for him to fully recover. Lying in the hospital bed, Yichan came to a profound realization. The reason for his failure in conquering the four great families was primarily due to Tang Yu. This seemingly worthless rich heir was far more formidable than he appeared. Each time his plans were thwarted, Tang Yu was somehow involved. To seize control of Suong, this individual must be eliminated. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. The elderly matriarch, He Lianhua, the current head of the He family, entered. The He family was peculiar in that they were always led by women, and their women never married outside, only accepting sons-in-law. Given the He family's power, countless suitors must have sought to become their sons-in-law. Upon entering and seeing Yi Chun lying in a state of disarray on the hospital bed, the matriarch approached with a warm smile, expressing concern. "Young Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "It's all right, just a minor injury," Yi Chun replied, his face tinged with embarrassment. The matriarch smiled knowingly. She was already aware of the situation with the Qin family. If he succeeded, it would be commendable. However, failing and ending up in such a pitiful condition, even losing his trousers, was quite the disgrace. What a disappointment. Do you still believe he has the potential to be a true dragon among men? The matriarch sighed. Indeed, I am somewhat disillusioned. He does not even compare to half the vigor of his master in his youth. His master was an extraordinary talent. How could he produce such a pitiful disciple? Previously, the matriarch had considered placing her bets on him upon learning he was in Suong, but that possibility had vanished. Chapter 57. The Antarctic Man. Old Zhao, unaware of the He family's opinions about him, while resting in a hospital, Yichen lay quietly for 2 hours before 4 men dressed in black suits entered. Each sported a skull ring, a hallmark of the Dragon Soul Organization's Reaper Squad, a symbol of honor. Within the Dragon Soul Organization, only those with sufficient strength and experience could qualify for the Reaper Squad. This was one of the most elite forces under Yichen, second only to the 8 great generals. They had originally been dispatched by Yichen to gather intelligence in Yanjing. Dragon King. The 4 men entered and knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Seeing Yichen injured and lying on the hospital bed, their expressions turned grave. Who were the audacious fools that dared to join forces and ambush the Dragon King? What is the status of the intelligence gathering in Yanjing? Yichen inquired. We have investigated 3 major families and uncovered some leads. One of them produced a dossier and handed it to Yichen. After reviewing it, Yichen's expression darkened. Understood. Once I have recovered, I will personally visit Yanjing. He took a deep breath. For the time being, he preferred to avoid making an appearance in Suong. He looked at the 4 and commanded, You 4 will remain in Suong and eliminate Tang Yu, the heir of the Tang family. Lying in the hospital bed, he had sensed something was amiss. He was puzzled as to why his punch had failed to inflict harm. The Xian Yang true energy could only be cultivated by someone with an extraordinarily rare Xian Yang body. Apart from himself, there was undoubtedly no one else in Huaxia with such a physique. Hence, he speculated that Tang Yu's strength might not align with his expectations. Let the Death Squad take action to test the waters. This is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Their collaboration is formidable, even overwhelming for oneself. The 4 of them responded affirmatively and departed from the hospital to execute their mission. After leaving the Qin residence, Tang Yu rode away with Zhao Gaosheng. Master Tang, are you satisfied with today? Zhao Gaosheng inquired with a beaming smile. Today, Master Tang was indeed most impressive. The renowned masters of feng shui within the Xianmen were utterly subservient to him. The Qin family expressed their profound gratitude towards Master Tang, further solidifying the friendship between the 2 families. Once Master Tang assumes leadership of the Tang family, their standing will undoubtedly ascend even higher. I am satisfied, exceedingly satisfied. Tang Yu felt a twinge of irritation towards this sycophant, suspecting that there might be an issue with his own feng shui. Why were there so many scheming against him? Their meticulous planning suggested they could perform better than Yichen if appointed as Dragon Kings. Zhao Gaosheng winked at Tang Yu, harboring a sense of anticipation. Having contributed significantly to Master Tang's achievements, would he not receive a grand reward? Tang Yu retrieved a $1 billion check from his pocket and handed it over. Although he initially had no intention of accepting this money, the Qin family insisted, claiming that refusing it would be a breach of trust. Upon receiving the check, Zhao Gaosheng was overjoyed. Master Tang is indeed benevolent towards us loyal subjects. He exclaimed, By the way, Uncle Zhao, aren't we planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like you to lead this venture. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate. I will rely on you for the next few years. All traitorous sycophants shall be exiled. He initially considered sending them to Syria, but then thought it too close. Antarctica would be serene. Should there be any more sycophants in the future, perhaps sending them to a space station for extraterrestrial exploration would be the next option. Thank you, Master Tang. I will devote myself entirely to the Tang family, Zhao Gaosheng responded, overwhelmed with gratitude, especially since he could bring his family along. After disembarking, he immediately took a photo of the check and shared it in the management group. Oh dear, I inadvertently assisted Master Tang today, and the reward is a staggering 1 billion. He announced, Brothers, let us all strive harder. Master Tang never neglects those who have rendered service. After posting the image of the check, Zhao Gaosheng indulged in a bit of boasting. Soon, the group chat erupted with excitement. Eugene exclaimed, "What? 1 billion? I made a grave mistake. I should have remained by Master Tang's side to continue contributing." Wang Defa retorted, "Old he, you are mistaken. Even though we are not beside Master Tang, we can still achieve merit. We must work diligently. Does anyone know what Master Tang wishes to pursue recently? If you do, please inform me, and I will share 1/10 of the reward with you. The first person to share gets 1/5. I shall take 1/3. Are you out of your mind? Go away, you overzealous." Amidst the clamor in the group, Tang Yu felt a sudden chill. He sensed an underlying malice, but could not identify its origin. Was it that foolish Yi Chen cursing him? "Shut the door," Tang Yu silently urged himself. "System, what is this reward this time? It better not be another one-time reward." Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully navigating the plot. Reward: completion of a martial arts cultivation technique. You may choose between Buddha's unmoving king skill and yin yang infinite skill, or opt for a random ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. This time, his survival in the plot had nothing to do with luck. The system, surprisingly generous, did not issue a one-time reward. Perhaps being a bit stubborn yielded better rewards? Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. This unfilial system had finally come to its senses. "Father, I choose Buddha's unmoving king skill." Tang Yu swiftly made his choice. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the punches of Dragon King Yi Chen. Not choosing it would be sheer folly. Soon, he felt an inexhaustible energy surging within him, flowing throughout his body, ready to protect him at any moment. After practicing this skill, he attempted to strike himself lightly. Hey, it doesn't hurt. He realized he needed someone else to test it. He felt he had been too gentle with himself and required someone more ruthless. However, given his esteemed status, only one man in the Tang family dared to be harsh with him. Thus, he left his room, wandered upstairs, and entered his father's study. Upon entering, he found Tang's father engrossed in stock trading on his computer. Lacking acumen in business, he rarely involved himself in the affairs of the Tang Group. Investing billions in the stock market was merely a pastime. Seeing Tang Yu, he raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you idling about? I thought you might be bored, so I came to keep you company," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle, approaching to pat his father's shoulder. "How's the stock trading going lately? Have you made any profits?" Tang's father's expression darkened instantly. "Old Tang," he muttered, "does this brat have a death wish?" Chapter 58. A kind father, a pack of wolves. A son's plight. Tang's father extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, forcing a smile while his eyes narrowed. "If I've made a profit, can't you see for yourself?" With that, he stood and walked towards the door. Click! The sound of the lock clicking echoed. Tang's father slowly withdrew his belt and approached Tang Yu. A kind father raises wolves. A wandering son is struck. Tang Yu looked at his father with bright eyes, his face brimming with anticipation. However, when the belt came down, he no longer screamed as before. The calm smile on his face made Tang's father question his own life choices. Was there something wrong with his belt? Or was he truly getting old, unable to discipline this boy anymore? "Dad, have you eaten lunch?" Tang Yu inquired with genuine concern. This Buddha's unmoving king skill was indeed quite effective. With this, his father could no longer strike him. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly sensed something was amiss. He rebuckled his belt. Worry etched on his face as he took out his phone to call Tang's mother. Hearing his father's words sent a shiver down Tang Yu's spine. He quickly leaped up and dashed outside, shouting, "I'm not ill, Dad. I was just joking with you." He simply wanted to test whether the Buddha's unmoving king skill worked. Being able to withstand a strike from his father without feeling it was truly remarkable. It seemed the system had indeed come to its senses this time. With this ability, his survival skills were greatly enhanced. Henceforth, he had no fear of poison or blows. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped along, the servants of the Tang family cast fearful glances his way. "Young master, have you taken the wrong medicine?" One of them, adorned with glasses that accentuated her stunning beauty, seemed both cold and elegant. What caught Tang Yu's attention was her voluptuous figure, which was perfectly complemented by her maid outfit. She was only slightly less well-endowed than that girl, Xiao Yu. "Greetings, young master." The maid smiled gently and bowed. Hello, hello. Tang vous êtes easily. At last, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was indeed the life befitting a high-born gentleman. Oh, this girl is truly something special. I wonder if walking around in that outfit tires her out. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and softly said, "Young Master Tang seems to have forgotten me?" Tang Yu blinked in surprise, examining her closely until recognition dawned. "Isn't this Ling Han, the girl I encountered at the Xinghe Club last time?" Today, he did not recognize her at all, primarily because Ling Han had applied a light makeup, transforming into a pure and innocent beauty. This was indeed her forte, makeup and disguise. In simpler terms, whatever appearance you prefer, she possesses them all. According to the original narrative, she should have been flirting with Qin Ming and another young man, trying to stir discord between the two. Subsequently, she reminded Qin Ming to steer clear of her, after which her whereabouts became unknown. How did she end up in my home? That scoundrel Yi Chun, is he hastily seeking revenge on me? Is it really worth holding a grudge over a mere injury? Tang Yu grumbled silently. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed received news that the Dragon King was injured in a surprise attack by several skilled fighters while attempting to protect a young girl. But what was the situation with the injury? Miss Ling has come to work in my home, which is quite good. Have you ever worked as a maid before? Tang Yu asked cheerfully. This female tyrant is not to be trifled with. She ranks third among the 8 great generals. Is she here to confront me? No witties. Just lay low. This is your specialty. But unfortunately for you, now that you've encountered me, you probably won tea last a day. Today, you shall learn how I earned the moniker of Scoundrel You. I have indeed worked as a maid, handling laundry, cooking, and cleaning, as I specifically attended a maid training class. As a top assassin of the Longhun organization, she frequently undertook such tasks. Maid was her most frequently used identity. However, our Tang family is different. As you can see, we are the foremost among the 4 great families of Suhang. It is not easy to serve as a maid in our household. After Tang Yu finished speaking, he pointed to his room. First, tidy up my room. Let us see how capable you are. Certainly, Tang Xiao. Ling Han smiled obediently and entered the room to start cleaning. Tang Yu casually closed the door. I used to fear you, given your status as one of the 8 great generals. But now, times have changed. I am no longer afraid of a fight. If I don't make you leave today, the title of Scoundrel You will be handed to Yi Chun. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he fixed his gaze on Ling Han, scrutinizing her closely. This maid outfit is quite well chosen, though it is somewhat too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout would enhance it. The length of the skirt is just right, but why are you wearing safety shorts underneath? As she cleaned, she overheard Tang Yu's inner thoughts. Ling Han genuinely felt a strong urge to hit this guy. Am I supposed to wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Fortunately, she was professionally trained, so she could tolerate this level of annoyance. After swiftly tidying the room, she gently asked, Tang Xiao, are you satisfied? It's acceptable, passable. Tang Yu nodded. Acknowledging her versatility, one might genuinely mistake her for a professional maid. He patted the carpet beside him and said, in our household, a maid must also know how to give massages. Come, let us see your skills. Ling Han suppressed her urge to strike him and, with a sweet smile, inquired, how would you like me to massage you, Tang Xiao? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Could you massage my head? Tang Yu lay beside the bed, indicating she could start. Ling Han approached with a stool, seated herself at the bedside, and gently pressed on either side of Tang Yu's temples. Is this pressure all right? Yes, indeed. But I have a question for you. Please, Tang Xiao. I'm exhausted carrying the ball while playing football. Don't you ever tire from this? Even if I do tire, it's nothing. Just a small favor for the young master. Then I thank you, Tang Xiao. Ling Han attempted to maintain a calm tone, yet her fists had unknowingly clenched. Chapter 59. Is the traitor scheming again? Never mind. No need to get angry. It's crucial to gather information. Ling Han took a deep breath, her cool hands gently pressing on Tang Yu's head. Oh, that feels nice. Your technique is quite commendable. Tang Yu wore an expression of delight. This is what one calls a celestial life. Her technique is exceptionally professional. Alas, such a beautiful girl. Why must she be an assassin? If she were to stay in my home as a maid, working just 2 hours a day, she could enjoy the rest of her time playing happily. That would be the life she deserves. How perilous is the assassin's world. Every day is filled with fighting and lurking. How exhausting it must be for a girl to live like that. After hearing Tang Yu's internal musings, Ling Han couldn't help but feel a bit stunned, even touched. Knowing she was his enemy, he still cared enough to think of her well-being. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored similar thoughts. Why couldn't she lead an ordinary life like other girls? Engaging in studies, work, gaming, shopping with friends, and finding a boy she liked to date. In her world, it was either killing or missions. Every day was spent interacting with various individuals, narrowly escaping death countless times. Living on the edge of a knife was indeed exhausting. She too yearned to be an ordinary girl, to collect protection fees daily, or perhaps indulge in a lavish dessert shop meal. Tang Xiao, do you have siblings? Ling Han suddenly asked. No, I'm an only child. I do have some cousins. Though, Dan Yi U Juka. Speaking of cousins, it reminds me of that foolish Tang Ruoyu. This simpleton has recently become a vice president at Miley Foods, but I haven't seen any action from him. Yichun seems to have vanished as well. Without his orders, Tang Ryu is unlikely to cause trouble. If he does make a move, that would be best. After all, he's under constant surveillance. Ling Han had to admit, this man was somewhat cunning. It was no wonder the Dragon King suffered losses at his hands. Even Tang Ryu, a pivotal piece, was firmly under his control. I'll inform the Dragon King later. Ling Han mused to herself while growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man possessed far too much knowledge. Thankfully, she could hear his thoughts. She began to knead his shoulders, softly asking, Tang Xiao, is this pressure all right? Yes, indeed. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up in approval. This was quite enjoyable. After being here for so long, he finally relished a genuine experience befitting a high-status villain. So, does this mean I passed your test and can stay on as a maid? Linganing kirid softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed unreasonable to dismiss her outright. That would be too conspicuous and might alert the enemy. As long as you can adapt to this role, it's fine. If you cannot, feel free to inform me. You can leave at any time, and your salary will not be affected. He took the opportunity to pat her leg. Haha, since you want to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't bear it, just leave quickly. Don't suffer unnecessarily. But honestly, if it weren't for Yichun's master harming your family, you, as a young lady, are not inferior to me in status. Having lost your parents and brother to violence, and then being raised by foes to become an assassin, you are indeed a pitiable person, alas. Tang Yu reflected on Ling Han's background with a sense of melancholy. In the original storyline, Ling Han's parents were targets of Yichun's master. After eliminating the targets, Yichun's master intended to take the two siblings, merely 3 years old, to train them. At such a young age, children have little memory, and since Yichun's master did not kill in front of them, he had no fear of retaliation. However, the brother was killed for his noncompliance. Unbeknownst to Ling Han, she was taken to be trained from a young age, ultimately becoming an exceptionally skilled assassin. The Longhun organization thrived precisely because it favored raising unencumbered orphans to become killing machines. In a group of hundreds, finding even 10 with parents was rare. After Ling Han discovered this secret later, she only harbored hatred for Yichun's master while remaining unwaveringly devoted to Yichun. After all, it was a story of triumph. Even if the Dragon King were to slay the protagonist's entire family, she would still find it within her heart to love him, for he must have his reasons that warrant her forgiveness. At that moment, Ling Han, who was gently massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, abruptly halted her actions. Her expression frozen in disbelief at the words she had just heard. The very reason she sought Tang Yu was to uncover news about her brother. An elder from the organization had explicitly informed her that her parents had been eliminated by a certain assassin group, and when he arrived, he could only save her. As for her brother, the elder merely stated that his whereabouts were unknown. Subsequently, in her quest for vengeance, she single-handedly eradicated that assassin group. It still could not uncover any information regarding her brother. The mastermind behind all of this was, unexpectedly, the elder whom she held in great esteem. Her eyes reddened, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Why have you stopped? Tang Yu, who was enjoying the moment, inquired. I need to use the restroom. Ling Han's voice was somewhat subdued. Go ahead, Tang Yu replied. If she stays here, I might as well have her massage me for 2 to 3 hours daily. After all, she is targeting me, and I am in no position to fear. Her inner thoughts were unwavering. Yet, she still wished to continue her investigation, to ascertain the truth of the matter. If that elder were truly her enemy, then from this moment forth, she would stand in opposition to the Long Hun organization. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her racing thoughts. After all these years, she could endure this moment. As for the information she had just gleaned about Tang Ruoyu from Tang Yu, she would never divulge it to Yi Chun. It was Tang Ruoyu who had brought gifts to visit Tang Yu. He smiled as he presented a delicate box to her. Upon opening it, she discovered 2 exquisite Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings nestled within. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you," Tang Yu chuckled. This sycophant was likely up to no good. He casually inquired, "How has work been at the company lately? There is still much to learn. I feel rather inexperienced." "If only I had half of my elder brother's talent," Tang Ruoyu humbly replied. "Indeed, if you possessed even half of my talent, you wouldn't have scored merely 250 in your college entrance examination," Tang Yu remarked, nodding. Tang Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback. His elder brother was certainly not following the script. What is the issue? The company's accounts do not add up, and I suspect some management personnel may be cooking the books. "I would like to ask you to take a look," Tang Yu stated, casting a skeptical glance at the young man. "Cooking the books?" Tang Yu narrowed his eyes before responding. "Sure. Shall we do it now? Let us wait a couple of days. I need to prepare some evidence first. Just want to give you a heads up," Tang Yu added. Seeing Tang Yu agree, Tang Ruoyu's eyes lit up with joy. An hour ago, 4 individuals had approached him, claiming to be sent by Yi Xiao. They requested that he find a chance to lure Tang Yu out alone, making it easier for them to strike. If this young man were to perish, no one from the Tang family could contest his claim to power. Chapter 60. Do you even deserve to take advantage of me? All right, let us arrange it this way. Tang Yu grinned, eagerly anticipating the young man's next move. With Yi Chun now in hiding, these sycophants would undoubtedly emerge one by one to stir up trouble. He would deal with them individually. Then he turned to Ling Han and waved, "You should also take a break. Tomorrow, we shall continue the knee pillow massage." "All right, Dang Xiao." Ling Han nodded, her emotions complex, wishing for a moment of solitude. Today's revelations had struck her profoundly. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was momentarily captivated. When did such a stunning beauty appear in their household? Her beauty was rivaled only by the likes of Su Muyu. And a knee pillow massage? How enticing. He swallowed hard, quickly following Ling Han as she exited Tang Yu's room. "You are the new maid. What should I call you?" "Ling Han, what is the matter?" Ling Han frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. "I am Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu's cousin. I usually do not reside here, so it is understandable that you do not know me. How about we go out for dinner tonight to become acquainted?" Tang Ruoyu grinned, reaching out to wrap an arm around Ling Han's waist. What a waste it would be to have such a beauty as a maid. He had the means to support her. Ling Han's expression turned cold. Noticing that no one was around, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap across Tang Ruoyu's face. Just as he was about to cry out in shock, Ling Han seized his neck. The young man's face paled in an instant. In that moment, he no longer saw a breathtaking beauty before him, but rather a venomous femme fatale. With an icy demeanor, Ling Han warned, "Don't get too cocky. I was also sent by Yi Chun." She was currently filled with unbridled rage. A fool being used as a pawn by Yi Chun dared to take advantage of her? "I am sorry," Tang Ruoyu stammered, his legs trembling in fear. He had never before felt such terror emanating from a woman. Ling Han then released him, took out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, and disdainfully walked away. Once Ling Han was gone, Tang Ruoyu felt a mix of shame and rage. He had been struck by a woman. His eyes gleamed with resentment. Once he seized control of the Tang family, he would ensure she was dealt with. However, the fact that Yi Xiao had managed to place his pawn here filled him with excitement. Yi Xiao was indeed a man of extraordinary influence. Collaborating with him would guarantee the success of his endeavors. This time, Tang Yu was as good as dead. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Ruoyu, as he finished his phone call, Tang Yu had already obtained a recording. After listening to it, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. The Death God Squad? He recalled this team vividly. They were undeniably elite within the Long Han organization, having assisted Dragon King Yi Chun in numerous endeavors. Each member possessed formidable strength, embodying the essence of ancient martial artists. In the context of this narrative, a martial arts master at their peak is an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, xian, and huang. Even a beginner-level huang martial artist could serve as a bodyguard head in one of the 4 prominent families. The 4 members of the Death God Squad were all at the pinnacle of the huang level. Just a few foolish underlings. Tang Yu chuckled, feeling a surge of confidence. Dragon King Yi Chun, a formidable xian-level master, could not breach the defenses of the immovable king technique. They believed they could collaborate with Tang Ruyu to eliminate him. He would instead lure them into a trap. In summary, these sycophants and potential threats must be dealt with one by one. If he could not live in peace, then he would eliminate the factors that disturbed his peace. After languishing at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any word from Tang Ruyu. However, during this time, he had summoned Ling Han to his room, relishing the comfort of her soft, fragrant knee pillow. What puzzled him was that her patience exceeded his expectations. In the original storyline, she was not like this. The narrative dictated that the Dragon King-S woman could not be tainted by other men. This was not some cliché tale. She was undoubtedly waiting for an opportunity. Tang Yu contemplated whether he could escalate matters further, perhaps by requesting her assistance with a back rub. Having not received any news from Tang Ruyu, Tang Yu could not continue to lounge idly. Today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce, an event attended by major corporations from Suang. Tang Yu was obliged to represent the Tang Group. Before departing, Qin Ming had sent him a message, informing him that their family would publicly suppress the Longqin Group at the annual meeting. The Tang and Wang families would undoubtedly respond, as the 3 families had formed an alliance to collectively stifle the Longqin Group. Although Longqin Group boasts a staggering market value of 5 trillion, it is considered a top-tier company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, in the face of the united front of the 3 prominent families, its prominence seems somewhat diminished. After tidying himself up, Tang Yu hurried to the garage, only to find his father already seated in a Rolls-Royce, ready to depart. He quickly opened the car door and cheerfully climbed inside, exclaiming, "Dad, why didn't you call me before you left? How was I to know you were gone?" Tang Gangcheng retorted irritably, his annoyance evident. The sight of Tang Yu only served to aggravate him further. Recalling the last encounter when he had struck Tang Yu with a belt, only for the boy to cheekily inquire if he had missed a meal. Now, facing his son, he felt a sense of bewilderment. "You had a bit too much to drink last time. Don't hold it against me," Tang Yu said, noting his father's unkind gaze and quickly adopting a sheepish smile. Tang Gangcheng scoffed, dismissing the boy. In previous years, the business association meetings were held at Mingwei Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, as father and son stepped out of the car, many notable figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou approached to greet them. Though Tang Gangsheng did not actively engage in the group's operations, his social skills were quite adept. He received warm greetings from numerous acquaintances, including several elegant women who embraced him warmly. He cast a warning glance at Tang Yu, silently conveying the message to keep quiet about this to his mother. Tang Yu merely chuckled and pretended not to notice, finding little value in discussing such matters. "Hey, brother, you're here." Qin Ming emerged from a corner, accompanied by several charming young ladies. Tang Xiao, the ladies greeted, all hailing from distinguished families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, although they could not quite compare to the Tang family. "I need to discuss something with my brother. We'll catch up later." Qin Ming refrained from allowing these affluent young women to mingle too closely with Tang Yu. After pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Come, I want you to meet someone." "Who is it, so shrouded in mystery?" Tang Yu inquired, slightly puzzled, as he was led to a suite. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Kursen sitting by the window, engrossed in her artwork. "Sister, I brought someone for you," Qin Ming cheerfully announced before turning to leave, ensuring to close the door behind him. Chapter 61. A Delightful Misunderstanding. Darn, I let my guard down. Tang Yu had not anticipated being lured here under false pretenses. Upon noticing Qin Kursen's radiant smile directed at him, he instinctively recalled an incident from over a decade ago. Clearing his throat, he recalled a time when a beautiful girl had approached him in a rather revealing manner. "Would you care for some tea? I can brew it for you," Qin Kursen asked sweetly after setting down her paintbrush and taking a seat on the sofa. "Water will suffice," Tang Yu replied, waving his hand as he opened a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen continued to gaze at him. "What are you staring at?" Tang Yu felt uneasy under her intense scrutiny, especially since she had rarely shown him any pleasant demeanor over the years. Following the last incident involving the Chin family, her attitude towards him had grown somewhat ambiguous. She even added him on WeChat, engaging in awkward conversations on several occasions. "Could you open a bottle for me?" Chin Kursen smiled playfully. Tang Yu, feeling increasingly suspicious of her demeanor, thought to himself, "You could easily open it yourself, if you were angry. You could even unscrew my head." Hearing his inner thoughts, Chin Kursen was both amused and exasperated. The incident from the past had left her with significant psychological scars. "I invited you here to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. I didn't realize Qin Ming had deceived you," she said, her gaze slightly evasive. Remembering that incident made her feel somewhat embarrassed, as she had never allowed a male to look at her in such a manner since she became aware of her surroundings. "What incident?" "I've completely forgotten." Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "That's good. Forgetting is best," Chin Kursen replied, gently biting her lip. As a beauty, every gesture of hers was captivating, prompting Tang Yu to steal several glances at her. After taking a sip from her water bottle, she pointed at the drawing board and asked, "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the board, where a vividly colored butterfly was depicted, its vibrant wings appearing almost ready to take flight from the canvas. "I haven't painted in a long time," he shrugged. "Remember when you used to come to my house, and the three of us would often paint together?" Chin Kursen's expression turned nostalgic. Having a sensitive nature and a somewhat aloof demeanor, her unique status as the daughter of the Chin family made her experience in school somewhat awkward. Her classmates, aware of their inferior status, would feign friendliness while subtly ostracizing her. School was like a microcosm of society. The more special one was, the harder it was to integrate. She detested wearing a mask to engage with people, leading to a prolonged period of depression. During that time, her only companions were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three would frequently sit together to paint. Tang Yu felt a pang of nostalgia as he approached Chin Kursen's artwork and remarked, "Your painting skills have improved significantly." The colorful butterfly was incredibly lifelike, a testament to her talent. "By the way, I owe you for that time you helped me paint a colorful butterfly, remember?" Chin Kursen's expression softened, reflecting gratitude. During her severe depression, she had engaged in self-harm in secret. In her dark state of mind, she only painted in black, particularly black butterflies. One day, while painting, a sudden inspiration struck, transforming the previously dark background into a vibrant sea of flowers. She recognized that such artistry could not have come from her brother Qin Ming. It had to be Tang Yu. The burst of color profoundly moved her, and from that moment, she gradually emerged from her depression. She felt immense gratitude towards Tang Yu, who had unknowingly pulled her from the abyss of despair, as well as saving the Qin family and her brother. However, after that misunderstanding, their relationship had become quite awkward. "Oh, I remember that incident," Tang Yu said with an awkward smile. "I had endured your painting for quite some time. It was difficult to bear, so I thought I'd teach you a thing or two." Chin Kursen's lips twitched. "So you found my butterfly painting unbearable?" She soon let go of her grievances with a smile. Regardless of the past misunderstandings, it was a pivotal moment in her life, and she remained thankful to Tang Yu for his unintentional kindness, which aided her during a crucial time. "Let us paint together again. It's been ages since we last did," she said, her eyes filled with anticipation. "You go ahead. I'll just wander around," Tang Yu declined, sensing an awkward atmosphere lingering in the room. "Do you really dislike me that much?" Chin Kursen asked, a hint of vulnerability in her voice as he prepared to leave. She could not comprehend why Tang Yu's cold demeanor affected her so deeply, a feeling she had never experienced with other men. It was exactly dislike. It was more complicated. As Tang Yu pondered a suitable excuse, he noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her on the verge of crying softened his heart. "I just need to use the restroom. You can use it here." Chin Kursen pointed to the bathroom in the suite. All right, I'll go. Don't cry. Otherwise, people might think I'm bullying you." Tang Yu hurriedly reassured her, stepping in to relieve himself. "If a man and woman are alone in a room and she cries, my reputation would be ruined. And if Qin Ming finds out, he'll undoubtedly spread rumors everywhere." After washing his hands, Tang Yu obediently sat beside Chin Kursen to paint together. Just as she was about to get up to fetch him a paintbrush, she inadvertently tripped over the drawing board. tumbling to the floor. Upon hearing the sound of Qin Kursen's fall and her anguished cry, Tang Yu hurriedly assisted her, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's a carpet," Qin Kursen replied, shaking her head, relieved that the soft carpet had cushioned her fall. However, just as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain radiated from her ankle, causing her to involuntarily gasp. "I think I twisted my ankle," she lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Tang Yu. "Let me help you to the sofa," Tang Yu said with a wry smile, feeling a sense of DJVU. With Qin Kursen resting her hand on his shoulder, Tang Yu gently wrapped his arm around her to escort her to the sofa. Seated on the sofa, Qin Kursen lowered her gaze to assess her ankle. Since she was wearing stockings, she decided to remove them for a clearer view. "Oh my, are you really going to take them off right in front of me? I can't handle this. I'm still a child. How can I be subjected to such sights?" Tang Yu, sitting beside her, struggled to avert his gaze. His concern for Qin Kursen's well-being overwhelmed him, rendering his eyes uncontrollable. Alas, such is the nature of men, inherently kind and attentive towards women. Upon perceiving Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen felt her cheeks flush slightly. It's just removing stockings, after all. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had found himself in a predicament, as three women had come looking for him: Su Muyu, Wang Yishui, and Jiang Xiaoyu. "Where is Tang Yu?" Wang Yishui interrogated Qin Ming upon their arrival. Having arrived a bit late, they had inquired with Tang Gangcheng and learned that Tang Yu was present. But after searching without success, they redirected their focus onto Qin Ming. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Ming stammered, "I wouldn't dare let my brother and sister alone together. I can't turn the suite into a battleground." With all three women staring him down, he felt an inexplicable pressure. After a moment of tense silence, Qin Ming surrendered. Weakly gesturing upstairs, "I believe my brother is chatting with my sister." The trio promptly stormed upstairs in search of Tang Yu. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged glances, hesitating to knock. "Let us listen in," Wang Yishui suggested quietly. Su Muyu and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and they pressed their faces against the door. They then heard some muffled noises. Without a second thought, they twisted the doorknob and entered in unison. At that moment, Qin Kursen was applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. The sounds a trio had overheard earlier were indeed her cries as she treated her injury. Tang Yu looked on, bewildered, as the three women entered. "What on earth are you three doing here?" he exclaimed, incredulously. "Did you come here to play mahjong?" Recognizing the misunderstanding, the three women felt a bit embarrassed, having assumed something untoward was happening inside. Fortunately, they were mistaken. Otherwise, it would have been quite the scandal. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile slightly. As fellow women, she easily discerned their thoughts. "What brings you here?" Tang Yu asked awkwardly, feeling as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. "Qin Ming mentioned you were here, so we came to find you," Wang Yishui replied candidly. "Qin Xiaojia, are you injured?" Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, moving to sit beside Qin Kursen, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's view. "Oomph, just because of those long legs blocking my sight. If only I were 20 centimeters taller, I too would possess such long legs. Besides, I am much older than her. I twisted it, but after a bit of massage from Tang Yu, it feels much better now," Qin Kursen responded with a smile, laced with a hint of provocation. All three women's gazes shifted toward Tang Yu, who appeared utterly perplexed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "Why are you all staring at me? You're hearing her nonsense. I haven't done anything." Upon realizing they had been misled by Qin Kursen, the three women grew increasingly wary. Women are inherently sensitive. At this moment, it seemed she was deliberately attempting to provoke them. "I'll handle this. I am a professional," Jiang Xiaoyu declared as she grabbed Qin Kursen's ankle and applied a few pressure points. Instantly, Qin Kursen felt the pain dissipate. "It really feels better, thank you," she smiled, expressing her gratitude as she slipped her stockings back on. Wang Yishui rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Oomph, this is just an old trick of mine." She then linked arms with Tang Yu, stating, "Come on, we have a meeting soon. Uncle asked me to fetch you." "What are you doing linking arms with him?" Su Muyu interjected, displeased by Wang Yishui's actions. She moved closer to Tang Yu, linking her other arm with his. "Miss Wang, please maintain some decorum and refrain from pursuing another's fiancé." Among them, she was most wary of Wang Yishui. That woman had quite the audacity. "He's your fiancé? Then why don't you have him declare it publicly to me? Wang Yishui retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, don't you agree? Jiang Xiaoyu, aware that Wang Yishui shared her ability to read Tang Yu's thoughts, readily sided with her, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, times have changed. We embrace free love now. Qin Kursen chose to remain silent. She and Wang Yishui had a good relationship and tended to side with her. However, regarding this arranged marriage, she had previously been indifferent, but deep down, she surely opposed it now. The dynamics among women can be intricate within a single dormitory, for individuals can generate 8 WeChat groups. Frustrated, Su Muyu tightened her grip. I have 2 legs here. Perhaps you should carry me down? Witnessing the escalating tension among the women, Tang Yu helplessly suggested, for fairness, let us each take 1 leg. Dream on, they all chorused. Being surrounded by 4 stunning beauties should have been a joyous occasion, yet Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. As he descended the stairs, he sensed every gaze fixated upon him. The attendees of the annual meeting were all prominent figures in Suhang, including city leaders. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yishui and her group of young ladies remained the center of attention. Together, they trailed closely behind Tang Yu, drawing the eyes of onlookers. What is going on? Why are these ladies clustered around Tang Xiao? Is Tang Xiao really that greedy? 3 young ladies from the 4 major families are all with him? Meanwhile, Jiang Shun walked alongside, bewildered by the spectacle. Who can tell me why Tang Xiao is being treated like this? Is this the treatment of sycophant? Conversations buzzed throughout the crowd. Tang Gangcheng was engaged in conversation with 2 attractive women in their 40s. In his youth, he had been strikingly handsome, a well-known heir in Suhang. Many young ladies had admired him, including the 2 before him. Though they had never become a couple, their rapport remained amicable. Tang Zong, you certainly possess your charm, one of the women remarked, gesturing toward Tang Yu's location. What? Tang Gang Cheng turned to glance, nearly losing his composure. What is this little rascal up to? All 3 young ladies from the other prominent families were surrounding him, and the atmosphere seemed decidedly off. He was oblivious to the unfolding scene. In front of such a sizable crowd, how could one engage in such flamboyant antics? During my youth, there was no one who dared to behave in such a brazen manner. Is this a ploy to secure a few daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangsheng felt the urge to lash out once more. However, the thought of his belt, which had already lost its effectiveness against this young rascal, only intensified his frustration. Today's events have thoroughly tarnished the reputation of the Tang family. The elder Wang, who had just regained his health, felt his blood pressure rise upon witnessing the scene. His granddaughter, who typically scorned other men, what was this situation? The scent of jealousy wafted through the elite circles of Su and Hangzhou. Old Wang, your granddaughter is quite audacious, remarked another elder, Qin Wenwen, who relished the misfortune of the Wang family. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families was far from harmonious, as they often vied for the position of the second family in Su and Hangzhou due to their comparable strengths. In recent years, both families' daughters had showcased remarkable business acumen. Wang Yishui's talent in commerce slightly overshadowed that of Qin Kursen. Consequently, the Wang family had advanced further than the Qin family, much to the latter's chagrin. Today, old Qin finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. However, before he could relish the moment, Qin Kursen suddenly seized Tang Yu's arm, pointing toward the piano placed in the hall. With her persistent tugging, the 2 made their way towards the instrument. Wang Hanfei scoffed derisively, while Qin Wenwen nearly choked on his own indignation, having assumed his granddaughter's presence was merely for amusement. To his surprise, she too was there to compete for attention. With a dark expression, he remarked, Indeed, my granddaughter possesses the same daring spirit as I do. In my youth, I dared to steal women from you, and so shall she. Su Chongshan, standing behind, could no longer contain himself. It was utterly humiliating to see his future son-in-law being snatched away by another family's daughter. Was she truly succeeded? Such is the nature of humanity. When one bites into a meal only to find a dead fly, the discomfort is palpable. Yet, witnessing someone else fall into a dung pit can somehow alleviate that pain. Chapter 63. How could I lose so utterly? The moment Tang Yu was surrounded by 4 enchanting women, Qin Ming, his close companion, swiftly recorded a short video with his phone. He was accustomed to indulgence. As long as his sister was with his brother, The number of sisters-in-law mattered little. His brother was exceptional, so having multiple sisters-in-law was only natural. After capturing the video, he promptly uploaded it to his short video account, believing himself to be the most charming man in Seoul and Hangzhou, only to realize he was leagues behind his brother. Once the video was posted, a deluge of comments ensued. In this era, a video must feature handsome men and beautiful women to gain traction. With 4 stunning beauties and 1 strikingly handsome man in the frame, the effect was undeniably captivating. Goodness, is this man a beast? How can he court for it once? What about our own needs? The comments overflowed with envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, lying in a private hospital room, was idly browsing his phone. His internal injuries had nearly healed, as the Xianyang physique was no trifling matter. However, the external injuries lingered, requiring at least another week to mend. As the Dragon King, he had no interest in games. His primary pastime was scrolling through short videos, scouting for suitable targets. Suddenly, he stumbled upon this particular video. Upon recognizing the key figures within, veins bulged on his forehead as he leapt from the bed in fury. After all this time, and yet I have lost so thoroughly. He hurled his phone to the ground. The device shattered into countless fragments with a sharp crack. Despite breaking his phone, the anger within him remained unabated. The woman he desired had not even been won over, yet this scoundrel had already established a harem. And to make matters worse, Wang Yixue and Su Muyu were openly clinging to his arm. Such treatment was rightfully his. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his backside, causing him to tremble. Realizing something was amiss, he touched the area and found blood. His sudden excitement had reopened a healing wound. "Tangyu, I will make you pay." Yi Chun roared, stifling the pain as he attempted to contact the Reaper squad, urging them to act swiftly. Then he sorrowfully realized his phone was in ruins. Such a sense of frustration and anguish made him wish to strike himself. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so humiliated? Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, his short video had inadvertently inflicted great harm upon someone else and garnered a significant amount of animosity towards his brother. When he saw the video accumulating likes at an astonishing rate within minutes, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Excellent. Everyone can see that my sister has joined my brother's harem. From this day forth, his brother would be his sister's husband. He would call him brother-in-law, and he would refer to him as brother, each addressing the other in their own way." Feeling cheerful, he initiated a $1 million lottery for everyone to enjoy. At this moment, Tangyu was nervously playing the piano with Qin Kursin in the hall center. Their duet captivated the audience, who fell silent, casting their gaze upon the duo. Compared to the other women, Qin Kursin's artistic talents were exceptional. She excelled in various forms of art. Tangyu, as a high-class villain, had also honed his skills to perfection. What could exemplify a golden boy and jade girl better than them? Thankfully, Yi Chun had smashed his phone, sparing him from further emotional turmoil. Wang Yixue and the other 2 women stood at a distance, visibly displeased. They had also learned the piano in the past, but with the demands of university life, they had long since abandoned it, rendering them unable to compete with Qin Kursin. "Your fiancé is playing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su showcase her skills?" Wang Yixue did not hesitate to stir the pot. "The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend." Instigating them to clash was her intention. "Why not play with your ex-boyfriend?" Su Muyu shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. Though she could play the piano, her skills paled in comparison to Qin Kursin and Tangyu. She feared that stepping up would only reveal her inferiority. What woman would want to lose to another? They all outwardly praised each other's beauty, while secretly believing themselves to be the fairest. "I excel in dance. Perhaps I should perform a pole dance while he plays," Wang Yixue provocatively suggested. Su Muyu nearly choked on the words, for she was far less bold than Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoye remained silent, merely expressing her exasperation. "Tangyu is far too popular. It's quite troublesome." After their duet concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Tangyu, aware of the gazes directed at him, understood. From this day forth, he shall be known as the Haishang Haiwang Pianosh of Suan. Upon witnessing this, old Master Qin couldn't help but feel that the young man from the Tang family was indeed a suitable match for his granddaughter, both displaying remarkable talents. In Suan, it seemed challenging to find another youth as distinguished as the scion of the Tang family. He chuckled as he addressed Su Zhongshan, saying, Zhongshan, I've heard your daughter hasn't acknowledged Xiao Tang for 3 years. Is this union not a bit forced? Su Zhongshan's lips twitched, aware of the old fox's intentions, and quickly replied, do not force it. My daughter's happiness is paramount. Let us not impose on Muyu. If it seems inappropriate, just inform the old man, and he will help resolve it. The Qin family has several significant projects that could be offered to your Su family. Old Master Qin chuckled. Don't be greedy. Why not just marry your daughter off to him? Old Master Wang interjected with a smirk. Fortunately, at that moment, the time for the meeting arrived, cutting off the trio's verbal sparring. The hotel had transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone was seated, the representatives of the 4 prominent families and a few other notable clans occupied the front rows. However, it was conspicuous that one seat remained vacant, traditionally reserved for the Haishi group. Following its acquisition, it had been renamed Longshan Group, yet this year they had not sent a representative, raising eyebrows. Days prior, 3 of the 4 major families had declared war on Longshan Group. It was indeed a rare privilege for any company in Suong to endure simultaneous pressure from 3 families. As per tradition, the annual meeting commenced with city officials delivering speeches, outlining key projects for the upcoming year. Following this, representatives from the various families and corporations took their turns to speak. Next year, Suhong's primary development focus will be on environmental protection. We aim to reduce carbon emissions, the officials declared, speaking for a lengthy half-hour. Once they concluded, Wang Yishue, representing the Wang family, stood to propose. Our Tongwang group will actively respond to this call and contribute our modest efforts to Suhong's environmental initiatives. I would also like to raise a concern regarding Longshan Group, as they, a major corporation in Suong, have been willing to sacrifice the environment for profit. Their chemical plant in the southern part of the city is discharging significant amounts of wastewater, causing severe repercussions. Wang Yishue's remarks were a blatant attempt to publicly disgrace Longshan Group. Following her lead, the Tang and Qin families also highlighted various issues concerning Longshan Group. The 3 families delivered a powerful blow in front of the entire Suong Chamber of Commerce, prompting many to ponder a crucial question. Should they take a stand? If Longshan Group were to fall, it would be a considerable prize. Many began to contemplate this matter internally, quickly arriving at a conclusion. It was time to act. After this explosive annual meeting concluded, Longshan Group had become the adversary of a significant portion of Suhong's business community. Upon leaving the hotel, Old Master Qin seemed unfazed by the confrontation with Longshan Group. While the two sat together playing the piano, the radiant happiness on the girl's face was unmistakable to even the blind. When asked by her grandfather, Qin Kurson was about to speak, but Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister is interested in my brother. They are indeed a perfect match." Just as he finished, he received a gentle whack from his grandfather, who scowled. Qin Ming winced in pain, forcing a sheepish grin as he feigned ignorance. Seeing her grandfather's gaze upon her, Qin Kurson bit her lip and confessed, "Grandpa, I have a bit of an interest in Tangyu." "Oh dear, why didn't you say so sooner? I would have secured this matter before the Su family could intervene." Old Master Qin exclaimed, doting on his granddaughter. He sighed. "You see, that young man from the Tang family is already engaged to Muyu. It is not an opportune time. There is no such thing as inappropriate. They are not yet married," Qin Kurson replied resolutely. She was determined to hold on to what she had set her sights on. Old Master Wang shared a similar sentiment. While the young man from the Tang family was indeed commendable, he was already bound by a promise. "All right, Grandpa, focus on your health and do not worry about these matters. Your granddaughter will certainly achieve what she desires." In response to her grandfather's earnest counsel, Wang Yishue merely laughed and tossed her hair dismissively. Tomorrow, I shall dress as a bunny girl and seek him out." Old Master Wang was left speechless, acknowledging how much more liberated the younger generation was compared to his own. "Muyu, you must seize the moment and not remain as aloof as before. Good men are in high demand. When I was young, I was even more popular than the young man from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She intoxicated me and then claimed she was pregnant with you, thus securing my heart." Su Zhongshan was in the car, advising his daughter. The driver nearly veered off the road upon hearing such scandalous gossip. "Sir, when did you become so brazen?" Su Muyu's face flushed crimson from her father's antics. She shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "Could you not impart different lessons? Ah, only a man understands another man. This is for your own good. Tonight, go find him for a drink, all right?" Su Zhongshan insisted. Sumuyu pondered. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu rushed to his room and summoned Ling Han. He glanced at her with a knowing look. Ling Han forced a smile and expertly sat on the floor, giving him a head rub. The Tang family treated their servants with warmth, and she found her life here quite comfortable. However, this rascal was becoming increasingly audacious, often pondering why she had not yet left him, which amused her to no end. As if I would ever leave. Ah, this is bliss. Home is indeed the safest place. The outside world is far too perilous. Tang Yu rested his head upon her soft, fragrant lap, relishing the moment. What dangers lurk outside? Ling Han asked, slightly alert. Had Yi Chun sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? She hadn't heard any commotion. It's a long story. The world is treacherous. Tang Yu sighed. These women are far too dangerous. They all covet my body. In front of so many people, they rush to embrace my hand. Now the whole of Suang is calling me a scoundrel. How will I ever woo a girl again? Ling Han rolled her eyes upon hearing his thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was enjoying himself, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and discovered it was a call from Tang Ruoyu. What is the matter? Big brother, are you free now? It's about what we discussed last time, came the low voice of Tang Ruoyu from the other end. Tang Yu immediately perked up. This rascal was finally ready to take action. Wasn't he? Good. Wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu grinned, finally baiting this fool. So, you want to send the Reaper squad after me, do you? You rogue. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's eyes glinted with concern. She was well aware of the Reaper squad's prowess. Even 4 of them combined would surpass her capabilities. Was Master Tang planning to take such a risk? She worried that he might fall into their hands. Seeing Tang Yu hastily leave the room, Ling Han deliberated for a moment before deciding to follow him. She could not allow Master Tang to come to harm. Tang Yu, however, was not in a hurry to confront Tang Ruoyu. With his invincible Demon King technique, the Reaper squad could not harm him. The issue was that he lacked combat power himself. Thus, he needed to bring along some assistance. While he had the strength, he still required output. Chapter 65. The Reaper squad. The Tang family has enlisted the assistance of 2 ancient martial arts masters, both possessing Huangzi-level prowess. Although Huangzi-level practitioners are regarded as the lowest tier within the realms of Tianyi Xuanzong, their existence is exceedingly rare. Much like the underperformers at prestigious Qingbei University, when placed in a broader context, they become top-tier scholars. These 2 martial artists are a father-son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, is in his 60s, while the son, Huang Juanxia, is just over 40. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they offered a slight nod as a greeting, acknowledging him with a curt, Tang Xiao. Their demeanor was somewhat aloof. Yet Tang Yu found no cause for surprise. According to the conventions of heroic narratives, it is common for skilled individuals to feel disgruntled serving as henchmen for wealthy antagonists. Even when engaging in combat with the protagonist, they often exchange pleasantries, lamenting their circumstances. Practitioners of Huangzi-level martial arts are capable of effortlessly defeating 10 professional bodyguards. It is natural for them to maintain an air of superiority. I must step out for a while. A few experts will seek me out along the way. However, there is no need for you to rush into action. I will engage them first, and when the time is right, I shall signal you to intervene. He instructed the duo. This father-son pair is certainly no match for the Reaper squad, whose members are renowned as the pinnacle of Huangzi-level masters, claiming to be unrivaled within their realm. As long as they belong to the Longhan organization, even a mere dog would be a formidable foe. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a glint of derision flickered in their eyes. Experts? Nonsense. Anyone who can exchange a few blows with someone like you is hardly worthy of the title. Huang Juanxia couldn't help but retort. Tang Xiao, we came here under the impression that we would be dealing with genuine experts. If it's merely a case of bullying, perhaps we should allow other bodyguards to handle it instead? What kind of situation is it for 2 esteemed martial artists like us to stoop to this level? Indeed, if they are merely experts, then let us not waste time. Let's proceed without further ado, Tang Yu replied, rolling his eyes and decisively concluding the matter. Huang Juanxia felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Had he known that their purpose here was such a trivial task, he would have preferred to stay away. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for now. Under Tang Yu's direction, the father and son entered a relatively understated Audi, while he drove off in his flamboyant Lamborghini Poison. Once on the road, Huang Juanxia couldn't restrain his displeasure. Their family was considered a somewhat reputable ancient martial arts lineage in Su and Hang, and they had been drawn here by the Tang family's generous offer, expecting to confront a genuine master. Yet, their first assignment turned out to be accompanying Tang Xiao to deal with individuals they could easily best. Was this not a source of humiliation? Huang Tianrui sighed. Let us accompany him this once. If it truly comes to this, we shall resign tonight. As masters, we must uphold some dignity. We cannot afford to become mere lackeys bullying others after years of hard training. When their vehicle arrived at the entrance of Milei Food, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting outside. As he spotted Tang Yu stepping out of the car, his face broke into a broad smile. Brother, you've arrived. It has been a long journey. How did the investigation into the false accounts pan out? Tang Yu's smile held a hint of significance. He was already aware that this fellow had contacted the Reaper Squad, though he remained oblivious to their whereabouts. The investigation is complete. We have both eyewitness and material evidence. The individual has just been apprehended, Tang Ruoyu replied with a grin. How about we find a place to dine together? The investigation into the false accounts was merely a ruse. Today's task was to draw out the snake from its den. Certainly, it has indeed been quite some time since we last dined together. Where shall we go? Tang Yu amiably relinquished the initiative to him. I know a lovely farmhouse restaurant. Shall we head there? Should I take your car? Tang Ruoyu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Poison, a flicker of envy and resentment crossing his features. Being distanced from the centers of power, their family's share of wealth was meager. Such a supercar was not something he could easily acquire. This fellow must die. The Tang family's fortune should belong to us. Take your car. I reserve the front seat for women only, Tang Yu chuckled, joining Tang Ruoyu in his Bentley. Once inside, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang family was trailing behind at a distance. He had deliberately brought them along to assist with the conclusion of today's events. The 4 members of the Reaper Squad must remain. How long until we reach our target? Inquired one of the men, whose gaunt visage was striking, with 12 fingers that left a lasting impression. Approximately 20 minutes. We can prepare ourselves, he replied nonchalantly. No rush, let us toy with him a little. The thin man lit a cigarette and continued. Have you heard about Long Lao Ba? Yes, he is behind bars. The other 3 chuckled, the atmosphere of the Reaper Squad brimming with joviality. What a disgrace for Long Han. He was always a waste. Without clinging to Yi Chun, what right did he have to be one of the 8 great generals? The thin man sneered, and the others nodded in agreement. The Reaper Squad, being the elite force of the Long Han organization, aspired to ascend and join the ranks of the 8 great generals. Resentment brewed in their hearts, feeling oppressed under the weight of a useless figure like Long Lao Ba. The thin man resumed his tirade against Yi Chun, while the others chuckled cautiously, mindful that he was the Dragon King. Today we must complete our task, but not for Yi Chun. It is for Liu Xiao, he proclaimed. Liu Xiao, as he mentioned, was the second of the 8 great generals, Liu Junzhou, who was a peer of Yi Chun, excelling in talent and skill. Many believed that had it not been for Yi Chun's blood ties to the old Dragon King, Liu Junzhou should rightfully occupy the Dragon King's seat. The Reaper Squad, comprised of 4 members, was essentially a faction cultivated by Liu Junzhou. Once they eliminated their target, they would present his head to Liu Xiao. Killing someone who stood atop Yi Chun would be an incredible feat. With such an accomplishment, they would demonstrate Liu Xiao's superiority over Yi Chun. Brothers, we have endured alongside Liu Xiao for so long. Today is our day to establish our legacy. The others echoed his fervor. Suddenly, the 4 of them ignited with enthusiasm, nearly igniting the grass on the hillside. Amidst their exhilaration, their target finally came into view. As their vehicle closed the distance of 20 meters, they surged forth like leopards. The thin man hurled a dagger, which pierced the windshield, startling the driver, Tang Ruoyu. Damn it. If this goes awry, I'm done for. He slammed on the brakes and glanced angrily at Tang Yu. Brother, someone is causing trouble. I'll go down and exchange a few moves with them. The vehicle was equipped with a dash cam, and he needed to feign this act to assert his innocence. "Go ahead," Tang Yu replied, an amused look in his eyes. Recognizing the charade, Tang Ruyu felt a surge of triumph as he flung open the car door and charged towards the 4 members of the Reaper squad. Despite his abysmal combat abilities, he was swiftly dispatched with a single chop to the neck by one of them, falling unconscious. Tang Yu had unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle. His gaze swept over the 4 individuals, and with an expression of indifference, he inquired, "Did Ichin send you? Why does a man on the brink of death need to know so much?" One of the shorter men snorted disdainfully and charged at Tang Yu, throwing a punch. As a peak master of the Huangzi realm, he believed he could easily kill this so-called rich second generation with a mere flick of his wrist. Tang Yu stood there, calm and unyielding, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face. After the blow connected, he remained motionless, leaving the short man dumbfounded. How could his strike, delivered by a master of the Huangzi realm, fail to produce any reaction? Even a formidable figure in the Xuanzi realm would not withstand such a blow so effortlessly. Was he not well fed? Seeing the astonishment in the man's eyes, Tang Yu expressed his disdain. The contemptuous gaze he cast upon the short man pierced deeply into his pride. Who was he? An elite member of the Death God Squad, renowned in the mercenary world. When did a mere rich second generation dare to mock him? "Taste my tiger fist," he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate Xingyi fist technique, a punch imbued with immense force capable of effortlessly slaying a bull. Yet, upon striking Tang Yu's chest, he remained unmoved. The short man stood there in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that his full force attack had failed to injure his opponent. "Are you deliberately pretending?" The short man's lips trembled as he grappled with the surreal scene. How could his fist, the size of a cooking pot, fail to move this man? Deliberate? Tang Yu smiled nonchalantly, his gaze growing ever more contemptuous. The immovable king technique he had painstakingly acquired from the system was not something that could be easily countered. At that moment, the other 3 members of the Death God Squad were equally bewildered. All 4 of them possessed comparable strength, and witnessing their comrades' punches fail to inflict any damage left them in disbelief. One of them, with a hawk-like nose, shouted and swiftly closed the distance to Tang Yu, delivering a punch to his left cheek. Simultaneously, the short man leapt to strike Tang Yu's right cheek. After their combined assault, Tang Yu remained still, leaving the hawk-nosed man in shock. They had just executed a joint attack, yet it failed to budge this individual. Seeing their stunned expressions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and retaliated with 2 resounding slaps, each aimed at the respective attackers. "You want to help? You think you're assassins? You think you're masters of the Dragon Fist or the Tiger Fist?" After delivering the slaps, the 2 men felt a burning sting on their faces. While the physical damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. They quickly retreated, their faces pale as they glared at Tang Yu. As masters, why did he choose to insult them in such a manner instead of countering with his own strength? The Death God Squad, with a success rate of 98% in their missions, had never endured such disgrace. "Let us attack together," the hawk-nosed man shouted. They were formidable individually, and their combined technique was invincible. The other 2 men shouted in unison and charged at Tang Yu, surrounding him with a flurry of strikes. As peak masters of the Huangzi realm, their power was terrifying. The 4 of them unleashed their full strength, their movements swift as shadows, almost imperceptible to onlookers. At this moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding several dozen meters away, their hearts racing as they witnessed Tang Yu being besieged. "Father, those 4 must be peak masters of the Huangzi realm," Huang Juanxiao exclaimed, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He had only recently become a true ancient martial artist, and he estimated that he could not even contend with any of the 4 men. They were undoubtedly peak masters of the Huangzi realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Huangzi realm for 15 years, yet he was still far from the pinnacle. However, what terrified him more than these 4 was that Tang Xiao remained completely still amid their relentless assault. He seemed like a towering tree, impervious to the light rain of their attacks. What kind of strength must one possess to withstand the onslaught of 4 peak masters of the Huangzi realm unscathed? The Xuanzi realm? Surely more than that. The Dizzy realm? It seemed nearly impossible. Could it be the legendary Tianzi realm? Huang Juanxiao speculated about Tang Yu's level, his voice trembling. "Father, Do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the dizzy realm? At the very least, Huang Tianrui replied, his excitement palpable. For him, a master of the Xuanzi realm was a distant dream. A young master of the dizzy realm would be unparalleled. To be in the presence of such a powerful figure, if he merely pointed a finger, wouldn't their cultivation soar? Listen carefully. From today onward, we must obey Tang Xiao unconditionally. Even if he orders us to fetch electric poles, we must not hesitate. Do you understand? Huang Tianrui commanded his son. Understood, Huang Junxiao replied solemnly, aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But why did Tang Xiao not retaliate? Why did he allow these insignificant insects to act so recklessly? He turned to his father with a question. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding. Fool, can't you see Tang Xiao's intentions? As a master of his caliber, he deems it beneath him to engage with such lowly beings. He is allowing us to observe and learn. Now makes sense? Huang Junxiao realized, filled with regret for his previous doubts toward Tang Xiao. His previous attitude had been so poor, yet Tang Xiao was graciously teaching him. This kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 67. The vanished memory. The four men unleashed a tempest of attacks, yet Tang Yu felt not a thing. The immovable king technique at the perfected stage was extraordinarily effective. The unseen force enveloped him, rendering their strikes as gentle breezes that left not a wrinkle on his garments. As the horror grew on their faces, Tang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the Death God Squad was nearing their wits' end. Every human force has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans. Their energy and stamina would eventually deplete. The hawk-nosed man, with a cunning mind, saw that their combined attack had failed. Suddenly, he abandoned the assault and produced a military dagger, lunging it towards Tang Yu. Even the strongest man has vulnerabilities. Yet this time, he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger struck, yet failed to penetrate even an inch. Before he could react, a resounding slap landed on his face. Do you think I look down upon my own anatomy? Do you think I am as useless as Yi Chun? After delivering the slap, Tang Yu was about to make his move when the four men retreated at lightning speed, their faces pale and gasping for breath, unable to believe their eyes. They had combined their efforts for 5 full minutes, yet even their insidious ambush failed to harm this man. Was he a monster? As Tang Yu's hand slipped into his pocket, the four instantly tensed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Was he finally going to make a move? With their combined strength, would they even have a chance to escape? Then, they watched as Tang Yu leisurely pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He exhaled a smoke ring and calmly remarked, "You are all too weak. I have no interest in striking down the worthless. I fear that if I do strike, I might inadvertently kill you." What do you mean by that? The gaunt-faced man stammered, his teeth chattering slightly. The pressure emanating from Tang Yu was overwhelming, rivaled only by the elder in their organization. He had never experienced such an overwhelming pressure from anyone before. If the Dragon King were to replace him, standing still and allowing them to strike for 2 minutes would certainly lead to his demise on the spot. At this moment, the thoughts of the four individuals were quite similar. If this man were to take action, they would have long been lifeless corpses. What I mean is, everyone present is nothing but trash. Observing the four of them already weak and trembling, Tang Yu felt a great sense of satisfaction. His might is entirely dependent on your imagination. He raised one hand high, causing the four to instinctively retreat a considerable distance. Simultaneously, the long-ambushed Huang Tianrui and his son sprang into action. Charge! Young Master Tang has instructed us to eliminate the trash. Huang Tianrui waved his hand, and father and son swiftly dashed towards the 4 members of the Death God Squad. In terms of strength, any one of the 4 was superior to them. However, the recent fierce battle had depleted their true energy and stamina. Coupled with their sheer terror, they were now no different from ordinary people. Soon, the spirited Huang Tianrui and his son easily subdued the 4. Once the 4 were bound, Huang Tianrui and his son gazed at Tang Yu with admiration and respect. "Young Master Tang, what shall we do now?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to take the individuals to the police station, his gaze suddenly fixated on one of the man's hands. This man has 12 fingers? Suddenly, he recalled that a bodyguard from a certain prominent family possessed 12 fingers. with a description that matched this individual quite closely. This bodyguard belonged to the opposing forces and was naturally met with a fatal blow from Yichun. After staring intently at the man for a moment, Tang Yu inquired, "What is your name?" I am Deng He." In the presence of this formidable man, he had lost all fighting spirit. A dull blade is not worth a thin horse. What could he possibly use to contend with him? Tang Yu couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that he truly matched up? This plot is becoming too chaotic. Characters yet to appear are showing up ahead of time. Moreover, this one has become a member of the Long Han organization with a head full of questions. Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Take him to the police station." "Understood, young Master Tang." The admiration in Huang Tianrui and his son's eyes for Tang Yu grew even deeper, as expected of young Master Tang. A true expert who not only conceals his prowess, but also adheres to the law. Faced with these disrespectful individuals, he was unwilling to resort to extrajudicial punishment. After Huang Tianrui and his son took the four away, the Death God Squad, in an attempt to clear his name, knocked him out rather forcefully. What a great opportunity! Tang Yu chuckled and rushed up to this traitor, delivering punches and kicks. Since he was already unconscious, why bother being polite? He thrived on bullying the weak. As for killing this fellow, Tang Yu had no such intention. Why eliminate a teammate who was a hindrance? After several minutes of pummeling, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Ruoyu was left bloodied and battered. With a whistle, he dragged the fellow to the car and drove him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following him. She had been watching from the shadows the entire time. At this moment, her expression was one of utter shock. She was all too aware of the strength of the Death God Squad. Even when they combined their efforts to exhaustion, they could not inflict harm on Tang Yu. This strength was no laughing matter. She finally understood why young Master Tang, despite knowing her identity, kept her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed sufficient strength. With Tang Yu's capabilities, it would be a simple matter to eliminate her. Yet he showed no inclination to do so. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Ling Han murmured to herself, a faint blush crossing her cheeks. If not, how could young Master Tang know so much about her? Only a man of Tang Yu's caliber would feel that she ought to be an ordinary girl. Only he would be qualified to think so. If he asked her to rub his back again next time, she would gladly oblige. After delivering Tang Ruoyu to the hospital, the old fellow was rushed into the emergency room for treatment. The plot was becoming increasingly perplexing. Damn system, what is happening? Why are characters yet to appear showing up ahead of time? The cold voice of the system resonated in his mind. The plot has collapsed. Host, exercise caution. The system's voice was tinged with weakness. The plot has collapsed? What does that mean for the future? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. When the plot slips from control, it signifies that real danger has begun. At that moment, strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Each image depicted his death at the hands of different individuals. A crimson number appeared before his eyes, 299. His expression turned bewildered. Damn system, where's my reward? He cursed, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Ding, the reward has been delivered. The system's voice sounded once more, but this time it carried a hint of frailty. Tang Yu did not receive any new skills in his mind, nor were there any items around him. Delivered? To where? To whom? Damn system, you're just scamming me. Aren't you? Tang Yu vented his frustration for several minutes, but the system remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name was already on a plane bound for Africa. In Africa, Burkina Faso, which translates to land of honest men in Huaxia. After being entrusted with an important mission by young Master Tang, Heejin was quite satisfied with his work. With ample pay and minimal supervision, his daily tasks were easy, and he clocked out for tea at 3 in the afternoon. Until a few days ago, when he received news that the Tang family had suddenly begun spending money to recruit martial arts experts, specifically ancient martial artists. Learning of this development struck him hard. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, his own strength was woefully inadequate. He wasn't even an ancient martial artist. How could he protect young Master Tang? Determined to motivate himself to improve, he commenced rigorous training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Mr. He, there's a package for you, sent by young Master Tang. Sent by young Master Tang? Heejin immediately perked up, eagerly accepting the package and carefully unwrapping it. Inside was an exquisite Namu wooden box, and upon opening it, he discovered an ancient, fragrant book. Longxiangju. He cautiously flipped through a few pages, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Tang must be constantly watching over him. He knew that after his diligent training, he had procured an ancient martial arts manual for him. As a martial artist, he understood all too well the value of this manual. It was a treasure that money could not buy. Moreover, the requirements for practicing this Longxiangju were not excessively high. As long as one is willing to endure hardship, they could one day become an ancient martial artist. The gratitude He Jin felt towards young Master Tang was profound. He could only repay it with his life. Choked with emotion, he wiped away his tears and bellowed to his subordinates, "Starting tomorrow, find 100 young people with martial arts potential in the area for me. I will train an elite team for young Master Tang." At the He family's private hospital, Yichen lay on the hospital bed, his face marked by anxiety and an inexplicable sense of unease. The Death God Squad had approached their target 5 hours ago, yet he still had not received any news. This left him deeply puzzled and perplexed. After all, it was the Death God Squad, although the 4 of them were not as strong as he was. Their combined attack techniques were formidable. Even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Yet to this day, not a single one had reached out to him. With each passing minute, his anxiety multiplied. The individual, surnamed Tang, expressed his disbelief, asserting that he could not possibly possess the ability to retain the Death Squad. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, the surge of emotion immediately provoked a wave of pain from his wound. He inhaled sharply, hastily relaxing his body to avoid becoming overly agitated. The injury had already reopened once, and a second rupture would spell trouble. She gazed at Yi Chun, her voice light and melodious, inquiring, "Does Mr. Yi have business with me?" "Miss He, I would like to request your assistance in probing into a certain situation. I have dispatched 4 of my subordinates, but I have been unable to establish contact with them." Yi Chun forced a bitter smile, just as he was about to clarify the circumstances. A man's voice resonated from outside the door. "There is no need to search for them. They have already been incarcerated." Immediately thereafter, a handsome young man, exuding a hint of roguish charm, entered the room. Upon entering, he scrutinized Yi Chun with keen interest, his gaze laced with a playful mockery. The esteemed Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in utter disgrace? How utterly ludicrous! Upon seeing the young man, Yi Chun's expression shifted momentarily. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, were you not tasked with a mission in France? When did you arrive?" "I came today." Lu Junzuo smiled faintly and said, "Master has already learned about the incident concerning the Death God Squad and has sent me to assist you." Yi Chun's heart sank instantly. Had the Death God Squad truly encountered trouble? What is even more perplexing is that the old man has actually sent him here. What could this possibly signify? His expression shifted unpredictably, reflecting an exceedingly complex emotional state. The master has instructed him to rest and recover. Once his health is restored, he should travel to Yanjing, while matters concerning Shuang will be managed by me. Lu Junzuo remarked with a smile, his gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. Upon confirming this news, Yi Chun's face paled instantly. What on earth does the old man mean by this? After scrutinizing LJ and Zhu for a moment, his pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Have you achieved a breakthrough?" Lu Junzuo flashed a charming smile and nodded. His current strength had already reached the pinnacle of Xianzi realm, just a step away from the DZ realm. Yet Yi Chun's strength remains at the mid-stage of the Xuanzi realm. How could someone who has repeatedly failed and possesses lesser power still be deemed worthy of continuing as the Dragon King? Thus, the venerable master has personally dispatched himself. This presents a splendid opportunity for expression. The position of Long Wang shall undoubtedly be secured by Lu Junzuo. Yi Chun wore a sullen expression, remaining silent, as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. What a bold move by Lu Junzuo, attempting to usurp his position as the Dragon King. Once you have transcended your own limitations, prepare yourself for impending doom. Then, Shi Xiang, take your time to recuperate. I shall take my leave now. Lu Junzuo smiled and bid farewell before exiting the hospital room. Henceforth, will Mr. Lu be in charge of matters here in Shuang? Indeed, Lu Junzuo smiled with a charmingly sinister grin. As a senior brother, he too was adept at such a beguiling smile. The difference lay in the fact that Yi Chun raised the left corner of his mouth, while he raised the right. Attempting to salvage a disastrous game of chess is no simple task, and the current predicament of Longshan Group can only be described as tragic. The He family, after all, would not intervene, as there was no need to invite trouble. What Yi Chun is capable of, I too can achieve. What Yi Chun cannot accomplish, I, Lu Junzuo, shall also be able to attain. Lu Junzuo smiled proudly as he touched the dragon-patterned jade pendant hanging at his chest. This jade was a fortuitous acquisition he made at the tender age of 7. One day, while experiencing a nosebleed, he inadvertently let a drop of blood fall upon it. This serendipitous act activated the jade, bestowing upon him an ancient martial arts legacy. In his estimation, the preservation of this ancient martial arts legacy must be attributed to the legendary figures of the Tianzi realm, renowned masters of ancient martial arts. Thus, he possesses unwavering confidence that he will undoubtedly reach such a realm in the future. The position of the Dragon King is certainly within his grasp. Upon my visit to Suzhou and Hangzhou, I shall take it upon myself to play this dismal game on behalf of Yi Chun, that worthless individual. All that he covets, be it possessions or women, I shall seize for myself. Chapter 69. Are you gaming again? In the office of the Tang Group, the general manager's office, Qi was deeply engrossed in a shooting game, with a recently delivered KFC meal and a sugary beverage beside her. Upon entering, Tang Yu patted her shoulder and remarked, Qi, are you gaming again? You should take a break. Ugh, I died. This is all Tang Xiao's fault. Qi exclaimed, her small face etched with sorrow as she gazed at the darkened screen. Well, if you died, you died. You've been playing all day. It's time to rest for a bit, Tang Yu sighed. This foolish girl takes her gaming so seriously. Must she act with such intensity? Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Qi expression became slightly awkward. Has she perhaps been a bit too engrossed in her work lately? In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she clutched the bucket of fried chicken and inquired, Tang Xiao, would you care for a bite? No, thank you. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and asked, do you know what date is today? KFC's Crazy Thursday? Ting Wai reached out to touch her forehead. How could she let her play games every day, potentially dulling her senses? I recall that she did not seem particularly intelligent. With such looks and lacking intelligence, this child is doomed. Am I really not appearing intelligent? Qi wore a disgruntled expression. After all, her intelligence quotient was quite remarkable. While others took at least 3 months to complete these games, she managed to accomplish it in roughly 1 month. It has also shattered several records. Today marks your birthday. Tang Yu sighed, feeling compelled to remind her. Indeed, she had been so engrossed in work lately that she nearly forgot this significant date. However, as an assassin, the notion of a birthday held little relevance for her. Tang Yu's sudden mention of it brought a slight warmth to her heart. Such concern felt like an unattainable luxury to her. The company has a policy that mandates birthday celebrations for employees, and since I happen to be free today, let me celebrate it for you. Tang Yu looked at Qi and chuckled. This silly girl has been here for so long. She must have stolen enough information by now. Once these materials reach Yi Chun, that fool, it won't be long before they become useful. Given this, I need to find a way to win this silly girl over to my side. Qi stared at Tang Yu in bewilderment. Young Master Tang, is there really a chance to win him over? Such a fortunate opportunity? Since the moment she eavesdropped on Tang Xiao's heartfelt thoughts during their first encounter, she began to follow the clues to investigate the Tang family. Through a series of meticulous inquiries, she uncovered information about her father. Her father's name was Qi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he fell afoul of a powerful figure and was hunted down. In his moment of desperation, he was rescued by the patriarch of the Tang family and became the captain of their bodyguard team. He is unwaveringly loyal to the Tang family, having rescued old Master Tang on 2 occasions. The Tang family holds him in the highest regard and trusts him immensely. Tang Yu's father shared an exceptionally close fraternal bond with him. After dedicating over a decade to the Tang family, he mysteriously vanished. And despite the family's extensive search efforts over several years, his whereabouts remained elusive. A few years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang household, claiming to be the wife of Qi Hong. Naturally, The Tang family welcomed her with open arms and treated her with great generosity. However, less than 6 months after giving birth to a daughter, she too disappeared with the child. From that point onward, Qi was unable to uncover any further details, as the records from the Tang family were limited. Thus, she could confidently ascertain that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were certainly not her adversaries. They owe a great debt of gratitude to their family. How could Qi repay kindness with enmity? Would it be inappropriate for Tang Xiao to help me celebrate my birthday? What is inappropriate about this? You have been with the company for quite some time, diligently working here every day and making significant contributions to our organization. Thanks to you, the progress of our gaming projects is akin to that of a rocket, and you are undoubtedly the #1 hero of Tang Shi Group. On this special occasion of your birthday, I must personally arrange a celebration for you. Tang Yu declared with conviction. Indeed, I want you to experience what it means to have a truly benevolent boss. As for Yi Chun, that miser, he assigns you the most perilous tasks while offering a meager monthly salary. They speak of hardship as a means to cultivate resilience, but to hell with that. Even capitalists would shed tears upon witnessing your situation. Following Tang Xiao, one can indulge in 9 meals a day. Thank you, Tang Xiao, Qi expressed, her heart warmed by his evident concern. She had contemplated revealing her true feelings to Tang Xiao, yet she often found herself eavesdropping on Tang Yu's thoughts, leading her to believe that direct confrontation was inadvisable. Tang Xiao was known for his vivid imagination. Were she to confess her allegiance, he might dismiss it as mere theatrics. Thus, her only recourse was to assist him covertly, such as by delivering false information. As for the Long Hun organization, she was filled with nothing but questions and disdain. Despite knowing that the Tang family had shown her kindness, she found herself embroiled in a situation that felt like betrayal. All right, let us take a break before we set off. First, I'll help you pick out a birthday gift, and then we can enjoy a sumptuous feast. Tang Yu said with a bright smile. What should I get? Perhaps a year's supply of papaya milk? Though I've heard its effects aren't significant. There is a similar recipe in the Qing Nong Tianjing, but she needs to clear her meridians first. However, if I were to assist her manually, she might very well sever my hands. Alas, my kindness prevents me from seeing a girl remain unremarkable. It's a pity that my medical skills have no outlet. Qi shivered slightly. Tang Xiao, you truly care about me, don't you? Yet she had privately experimented with various remedies. In her past as an assassin, she had been indifferent, even finding such methods convenient. Now, as she sought a semblance of normalcy, she felt compelled to embrace her femininity. She had tried drinking papaya milk, but to no avail. Was Tang Xiao's suggestion regarding clearing the meridians genuinely effective? Her cheeks flushed as she scolded herself internally for such thoughts. After leaving the office, Tang Yu led Qi into a sports car, speeding towards a large shopping mall. First, we'll buy you a birthday present, and then we can shop for some clothes. As a young lady, you ought to learn to dress up occasionally, he teased while driving. This silly girl was quite competent as an assassin, yet as a girl, she remains rather unconventional. Her fashion sense is somewhat outdated. She has never been seen in a short skirt. With such beauty, failing to enhance her appearance is a crime against aesthetics. Hangzhu, Dangsao, Tiyin Ziplit, her face flushed with gratitude, feeling a wave of emotion. Throughout her life, Tang Xiao was the first to desire her to embrace a normal girl-esque life, rather than merely striving to be an exceptional assassin. Rest assured, your boss has impeccable taste. Today, you shall transform into the most radiant sister in Su Hang. Tang Yu chuckled. Be bold and open. Break free from your former self. Indeed, I believe a suitable outfit for her would be delightful. Considering her stature, that outfit from Qiong Mei should suit her perfectly. Paired with a pair of sheer black stockings, it would be stunning. Qi felt perplexed, somewhat disgruntled by her lack of understanding of such matters. The world of anime felt foreign to her, as her existence revolved solely around missions and death. Upon arriving at the mall, Tang Yu parked and guided Qi inside. This shopping center, a Tang family enterprise, catered to an upscale clientele, featuring a plethora of luxury brands. They ascended to the 3rd floor via the elevator, where Tang Yu confidently led Qi into a music store named Qin Yuda. As they entered, a female sales associate promptly approached, bowing and greeting them. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? I'd like to see some guitars, please. Tang Yu smiled. Of course, The associate nodded enthusiastically, momentarily captivated by Tang Yu's striking appearance. Upon reaching the guitar section, she inquired, "What type of guitar are you looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? Which one do you prefer?" Tang Yu asked Chi-in with a smile. Deep within, Chi-in yearned for a normal life. Days spent in the shadows of violence were hardly appealing. Her passion lay in music, particularly the guitar, though it had long seemed unattainable. Thus, gifting her a guitar for her birthday felt utterly appropriate. With joy sparkling in her eyes, she began to choose. After some deliberation, she settled on a light yellow handmade classical guitar. "This one," she declared, holding it with a childlike wonder, as if it were a priceless treasure. Her radiant smile resembled an iris blooming quietly in a secluded valley. Tang Yu stood beside her, momentarily entranced, feeling his heart race. "Why does this silly girl look so enchanting when she smiles?" he mused. Chi-in blushed at the thought, feeling a warmth from his sincere admiration. "Miss, you have exquisite taste. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. As it is custom-made, it takes nearly 2 years to acquire each one." The sales associate beamed with excitement. Selling this guitar would yield a substantial commission. "May I try it?" Chi-in inquired, her eyes bright with anticipation. "Certainly. It has already been tuned for you. Feel free to play," the associate replied with utmost politeness. Chi-in smiled, finding the right grip before she began to play. Soon, a light and cheerful melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat nearby, quietly admiring her, captivated by the purity of her focus and joy. In that moment, she was no longer an assassin, but rather a delightful neighborly girl. Once she finished playing a piece, Chi-in looked at Tang Yu with excitement. "What do you think, Dang Xiao?" "Quite impressive," he praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Your technique is commendable, with just a minor slip-up. You ought to strum the strings of the guitar rather than the strings of my heart." Hearing his thoughts, Chi-in's face flushed again. Must he always say such things? Can he hold back on the compliments for once? "How much is it?" he asked, pulling out his wallet and offering a credit card. "Hello, the total comes to 370,000, the sales associate replied promptly, activating the card reader. After the transaction was completed, as she presented the receipt to Tang Yu, a striking woman with wine-red hair entered the store. Her beauty was striking, and she drew attention as she walked. "Hello, how can I assist you?" The sales associate greeted her immediately. The woman produced a black membership card, stating, "I'm a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smorman available. Please bring it to me." Upon verifying the card, the associate's expression faltered. "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman was just sold." "Sold?" Xiao Meiyun's brow furrowed, her demeanor darkening. Spotting Chi-in cradling the Smorman guitar, she commanded the sales associate, "I visited 2 other stores searching for a Smorman for my upcoming live show. Bring it to me." The sales associate, caught off guard by the demand, replied awkwardly, "I'm afraid that would violate our store policy." Before she could finish, Xiao Meiyun slapped her across the face, scolding, as a black gold member. "You dare lecture me about policy? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your store? You'll never earn that in your lifetime." The associate, suddenly struck, felt her face swell with pain. She covered her face and took 2 steps back, her expression a mixture of humiliation and fear, and could only murmur an apology to Heroine. The piano shop where she worked was a prestigious national chain, and to become a black gold member, one had to spend at least 5 million. Such esteemed customers were far beyond the reach of a mere employee like her. She was supposed to be the mistress of a certain antagonist, meant to offend YCHN here. Then, in a fit of rage, the Dragon King YCHN would retaliate against her, escalating the conflict with the antagonist. Thus, the familiar sequence of pretentiousness, face-slapping, and building enmity would unfold. A splendid opportunity to set a trap for YCHN had presented itself. And deliberately sat there awaiting the development of the story. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over, inquiring, "Dear guests, I am the manager. What seems to be the problem?" Heroine, dissatisfied, directed her gaze at him. "How you train your employees? She is here teaching me the rules." Upon noticing Heroine's black gold membership card, CHN's expression shifted. He glared at the saleswoman and reprimanded, "Li Shi Qin, Are you out of your mind? Who gave you the right to speak to a customer like that? Apologize to this guest immediately. But these two guests have already paid for the guitar, and Miss Shi-O is asking me to refund it to sell it to her. Li Shi-Q sobbed, covering her face with tears. Before she could finish explaining, Ch and Zhu impatiently interjected. Do you not understand human language? Apologize to this lady at once, or you can get out. If you make her apologize from today onward, your shop can close its doors in Shing. Ting suddenly spoke up. Ch and Zhu shot her a scornful glance. And who are you to dictate whether our store can operate in Shing? Do you even know who our boss is? Xiom chimed in with biting sarcasm. Were you a pauper? Do you think you can dictate anything here? Do you think you are worthy? She then reached to snatch the guitar from Chyn's arms, exclaiming, Let go of my SMMN, dressed like a country bumpkin. Do you think this is something you can play? If you damage it and affect my live stream, I will expose you online and ruin your reputation. Having scolded her, she attempted to grab the guitar. Chyn's gaze turned icy. Just as Xiom reached out, Ting stood up and swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Chapter 71. Ingbi need not explain my actions to you. After being struck, Xiom staggered back, astonished. She then screamed and lunged at Ting, attempting to claw at her face. However, before Xiom's hand could reach her, Ting kicked her in the stomach. Struck down, Xiom clutched her belly and cried out in pain. Realizing the disparity in combat prowess between her and Ting, she screamed, How dare you hit a woman? Are you even a man? Ting took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, responding, I apologize, but I believe in gender equality. I shall strike anyone who acts foolishly. Coughing slightly, she added, though we are both antagonists. Your level is indeed quite deserving of a beating. Chyn nearly burst into laughter at that moment. Just then, a young man accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a tang suit entered. Upon seeing Xiom sprawled on the floor, the young man's expression darkened as he hastened over. HNSHO, please help me take revenge. This scoundrel hit me. Seeing the young man, Xiom scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she cried, This is my benefactor, the source of my arrogance. After becoming the man's woman, she had stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Yet, no matter the issue, HNSHO could resolve it with a single phone call. The young man, known as HNM, had prominent ears and a rather earnest appearance. Seeing half of Xiom's face swollen, he felt a pang of sorrow and quickly reassured her, There, I will help you take revenge, darling. Do not cry. Then his expression hardened as he glared at Ting, coldly declaring, You have quite the audacity to lay hands on my woman. Ashenmngxun? Upon hearing this name, Ting's heart leaped with joy. The main character had finally arrived. This fellow was not from Shing, but rather the second son of the HN family from New Jersey. The HN family was a top-tier clan in New Jersey, far surpassing any prominent family in Shing. He had come to Shing to attend an auction. However, before the auction even began, he had already made an enemy of YCHN. At the auction, he had deliberately contended with the Dragon King, YCHN, for treasures, leading to a clash between them. In the aftermath, he sought to eliminate YCHN from the shadows, who harbored the same intent, ultimately leading to HNM's demise. The HN family had connections to the massacre of the Y family, making them natural enemies of YCHN. An enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend. Thus, he resolved to make a decision that went against his ancestors, feigning allegiance to YCHN while declaring war on the HN family. He looked at his opponent with a cold smirk. Ingbi need not explain my actions to you. It seems you are quite brave. Zhulo, break his arms first. HNMXUN scoffed, raising his hand to signal the elderly man behind him to take action. He had encountered many self-important individuals, and he knew that discussing matters with them was futile. Only through suffering would they learn whom to truly respect. The elderly gentleman in the tang suit nodded and approached Ting. Upon seeing the elderly man advancing, Chyn's expression shifted. She recognized him as a martial artist. Although his strength was not overwhelming, he was at least at the Hu-Ing level. Ting Sho, an ordinary person, stood no chance against this elder. Just as she prepared to intervene, a middle-aged man entered through the door. It was Huang J. Nexi, the newly hired martial arts bodyguard for the T-Ing family. After witnessing T-Ing Sho's profound strength last time, he voluntarily became T-Ing Sho's personal bodyguard, or rather, his follower, fully aware that his own strength was insufficient to protect T-Ing Sho. What he could do was help T-Ing Sho eliminate some trivial nuisances. After all, experts at the D level, like T-Ing Sho, would not act lightly. He strode in and coldly glared at the elderly man, mocking, "You dare lay hands on our T-Ing Sho?" Oh, the elderly man's expression turned cold as he sneered at Huang J. Nexi. "How is it that I am unworthy to strike your family's useless young master?" With that, he unleashed a rapid series of strikes, aiming to hit T-Ing Y with a swift 5-hit combo. Chyn realized too late that she could not intervene in time due to their proximity. Just as she was about to unleash her killing intent to avenge T-Ing Sho, she noticed T-Ing Sho standing still, utterly unperturbed. He looked at the elderly man with a calm expression and remarked, "Is that all?" The elderly man staggered back, his expression shifting to one of caution as he regarded T-Ing Y. As a martial artist, he understood that his previous attack would have left anyone crippled for life. Yet, why had his opponent not so much as flinched? Not even a wrinkle appeared on their clothing, as if his strike had not connected at all. "Continue, Ting Biaixu in, do not bully the weak. I shall grant you 3 more chances to strike." De nove spoke gasu, zeta ulo. "What are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I will take care of it," and shouted from behind, clearly dissatisfied. The elderly man, known as Zhulo, found himself in a predicament. His previous strike had indeed been somewhat restrained. However, to inflict no damage at all was simply unacceptable. He took a deep breath, lunging forward to deliver a kick aimed at T-Ing Y's solar plexus. In that instant, the force behind his kick was immense, capable of shattering even a rock. Yet, T-Ing Y remained utterly unmoved. "You still have 2 chances." Tang Yu extended 2 fingers. And in that moment, the old man was truly dumbfounded. Just now, he had exerted an extraordinary amount of strength. Chien also stood in disbelief. Her prowess lay within the Xian realm, and her vision surpassed that of this elderly man by a considerable margin. If she had not defended herself against that blow, she too would have sustained severe injuries. "Young Master Tang, what in the world is going on? Could it be that he is the concealed master among us?" Huang Juanxia, however, was unfazed. He had personally witnessed young Master Tang withstand the combined assault of 4 formidable opponents for several minutes without a scratch. How could a mere Huang realm old man hope to injure young Master Tang? With Tang Yu's strength, even in the restroom, he could effortlessly withstand such an attack. Even if given 100 attempts, it would be futile. A master of the D realm like young Master Tang was not someone that insignificant beings could easily harm. He glared at the old man and whispered fiercely. The mention of the D realm caused Zhou Lao to tremble slightly, cold sweat soaking his back. After failing to move Tang Yu with his full force, he had already begun to suspect this possibility in his heart. He swallowed hard. Could there truly be such a young master of the D realm? No wonder he couldn't inflict any harm. No wonder he was disdainful of retaliating immediately. Would an ordinary person rush to retaliate against a child merely playing around? Of course not. Masters possess their own pride. He understood this mindset. At that moment, he no longer had the courage to strike. The gaze he cast upon Tang Yu was filled with fear and submission. To witness such an extraordinary young talent was a rare privilege in his lifetime. "Young Master Han, what is the D realm?" Perceiving the unusual atmosphere, Xiao Meiyun whispered a question. Silence. Han Mingxuan's face turned ashen, and he struck her several times across the face. Although her face was swollen from the blows, Xiao Meiyun dared not even cry out, trembling as she looked at young Master Han. What had come over him? Why was he so furious? At this moment, Han Mingxian was not only thinking of striking Xiao Meiyun, he was contemplating killing this wretched woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was well acquainted with the implications of a master in the D realm. Such a figure would warrant utmost respect, even from his grandfather. In the realm of ancient martial arts, a master of the D realm was undoubtedly a powerful figure. To offend such a master for the sake of a lowly woman was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the young man before him, claiming to be Tang Beixian, was so youthful and terrifyingly powerful. Seeing Zhou Lao drenched in cold sweat, he realized he had to step in. Otherwise, if the other party were to become enraged, he would undoubtedly face death today. He approached Tang Yu and spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Mr. Tang, I, Han Mingxian, am a member of the Han family from Yinjing. If Mr. Tang. Before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, fixating on him as he coldly interrupted. You are from the Han family of Yinjing? Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you perhaps know my elders? Han Mingxuan's heart leaped in joy, if that were the case. The matter at hand could be resolved smoothly. Ah, the illustrious Han family, Tang Yu sneered. Do you still remember the Yi family of Yinjing? Yi family? Han Mingxian pondered for a moment before recalling the once dominant Yi family in Yinjing. In Yinjing, they were the only family worthy of the name. Yet, the Yi family had been annihilated over 20 years ago. It seems you remember, Tang Yu continued. My elder brother Yi Chun will return like lightning, seeking vengeance against those families involved in the Yi family's tragedy. The first to face his wrath will be your Han family. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale with fear. Who was Yi Chun to have such a young master of the D realm refer to him as an elder brother? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Lao with a bitter expression. Zhou Lao, it is time for you to take action. Upon hearing that he could escape a calamity, Zhou Lao felt immense relief. He decisively approached his young master, delivering 2 punches that shattered his young master's arms. Well, the young master may perish, but I shall live. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. Zhou Lao hurriedly supported his young master, displaying a humble smile toward Tang Yu. Mr. Tang, may I take my leave now? You shall leave with both of your hands intact, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Zhou Lao, who had just felt relieved, stood in shock. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shattered his own left hand with a punch. Then, with a glimmer of hope, he looked at Tang Yu, pleading pathetically, Mr. Tang, I can only manage one arm. I cannot break it myself. Allow me. Huang Juanxiao immediately offered, stepping forward to deliver a ruthless punch. With that blow, Zhou Lao's arm broke with a resounding crack. Zhou Lao nearly coughed up blood, cursing under his breath. Damn it, well-meaning person. Tang Yu spoke coldly, and Zhou Lao could only slink away with his young master in tow. Having lost both arms, he was forced to use his teeth to grip his young master's collar, dragging him along like a cat carrying its kitten, his mood exceedingly grim. What was meant to be a trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou for an auction had turned into this calamity, and now they had no choice but to return to Yinjing. It seemed that peace would be a rare commodity in Yinjing from now on. Seeing her patron in such a dire state, the battered Xiao Meiyun hurriedly covered her face and fled. Tang Yu paid her no mind. He cast a benevolent glance at Huang Juanxia. This young man, ever since witnessing Tang Yu and the death squad in action, had transformed into an exemplary lackey, firmly believing himself to be a master of the D realm. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with this development. This was precisely the effect he desired. Keeping him close at hand would facilitate the act of impressing others. Once the word got out, he could return to Yinjing and play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. How amusing that would be. As for the Han family seeking trouble with him, it mattered little. If they sought Tang Beixian, what did it have to do with Tang Yu? Beside him, Qi-in shuddered. Young Master Tang, not only are you an unparalleled master, but your methods are also rather ruthless. At this moment, she had yet to fully investigate the truth of the past, but in her heart, she had already considered herself a member of the Tang family. Thus, she was pleased to see Yi Chun being dealt with. After all, he was at odds with young Master Tang, who was fighting here. At that moment, several security personnel in uniforms rushed in. The disturbance in the shop had alerted neighboring businesses, prompting someone to notify security. Upon their arrival, the lead security officer immediately recognized Tang Yu. He hurriedly exclaimed, Young Master Tang, what brings you here? I received reports of trouble in the shop. I am the troublemaker. Tang Yu pointed at the store manager, Chun Jizhuan. Contact their boss. Either dismiss this person from the store and appoint this young lady as the manager, or ensure that your music store does not continue business in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood, young Master Tang. The security captain promptly agreed. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu left, Chun Jizhuan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly. Hello, Mr. Wong. This is Chun Jijuan. You, Chun, listen here. Get the hell out of my store within 5 minutes, or this month's salary is forfeit. The voice on the other end erupted in a tirade. Chun Jijuan's face turned pale. He wished to plead, but the call had already ended. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuqin, a female sales assistant, received a message on WeChat, notifying her that she had been appointed as the new store manager. After verifying that it wasn't a prank, she was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, the handsome young man who had helped her was nowhere to be found, and she had no means to express her gratitude. After leaving the music store with Qi-yin, Tangyu took her shopping for clothes and dining, followed by a visit to an arcade. In past years, she had spent every birthday immersed in missions, but this year was different. Her attire had been changed into a uniform, and Tangyu had specially requested the staff to style her hair into twin ponytails. Now, she appeared more like a naive and sweet school beauty, her demeanor starkly different from before. The only aspect that left her slightly dissatisfied was the length of the skirt, which seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, she was filled with joy. Observing Qi Yin's radiant expression, Tangyu could sense that this was not mere pretense. She was genuinely happy. In his heart, he mused about her previous life, filled with indulgence and simple pleasures. Is there anything else you wish to eat or do? Tangyu inquired with a smile. Qi Yin, brimming with contentment, replied that she was already quite satisfied with her happiness today. Qi Yin resided in a luxurious apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the entrance, they carried their belongings inside. As they reached her door, Qi Yin unlocked it with her fingerprint scanner and welcomed Tangyu in. The interior exuded an air of emptiness and monotony. Aside from the furniture, there were no decorative items, making it feel far from a young woman's room. After casting a glance around, Tangyu chuckled. Ah, no need to fuss so much. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I am quite content now. Qi Yin quickly shook her head, accustomed to her surroundings. Why be polite with your boss? After lightly flicking her forehead, Tangyu bid farewell and departed. Once Tangyu left, Qi Yin found herself feeling inexplicably desolate in the vacant room. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved her phone and located a photograph, a snapshot of her and Tangyu taken during their shopping trip that day. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled widely and set the photo as her wallpaper. Chapter 73. Cultivating new underlings regarding the incident at the music store. He was not concerned that Qi Yin would inform Yi-chun. Whether he knew or not, it was evident that they could no longer endure their current situation. He planned to gather Qi Yin's parents' information swiftly to rescue her from her plight. As for Ling Han, Tangyu had yet to devise a strategy. The intricacies of her family's affairs were etched in his memory, and unearthing evidence would be cumbersome after all these years. For now, he would take a gradual approach, subverting one at a time. Tangyu exhaled a smoke ring, inwardly questioning the system about the rewards for the music store mission. Ding! The reward, Soul Capture Eye, has been issued. Please check, host. The system's voice resonated lazily. Oh, Tangyu had anticipated another trivial reward, but this announcement invigorated him. He quickly inquired about the function of this new item. It could be activated during the target's emotional instability to brainwash and control them. Upon reading the details, Tangyu gasped in astonishment. This system oscillated between the realms of the living and the dead with such ease. He felt the previously tense father-son dynamic with the system had momentarily eased. Brainwashing? He chuckled to himself. This was precisely a factory for creating underlings. It was high time to produce some subordinates from the opposing side. What a splendid asset to share with everyone. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed by Wani. Once connected, her voice came through. What is it? Didn't you send 4 people over last time? What happened to them? They're in detention, right? Didn't you say they had criminal records? I couldn't find anything. Bai Wanyi's tone was somewhat frustrated. A few days prior, Tangyu had unexpectedly sent 4 individuals her way, and after careful investigation, she had found nothing. Yet her instincts told her these were likely connected to Lanya. Isn't that my intuition? Can we go see them? Tangyu chuckled. Come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wan readily accepted, feeling indebted to Tangyu. After arranging the meeting, he drove toward the detention center. Upon arrival, Bai Wan was already waiting at the entrance, clad in a form-fitting black riding suit that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an air of authority. A formidable Harley motorcycle stood beside her, her mode of transportation. For Bai Wan, Her life diverged from that of other girls. While some aspired to be princesses, she yearned to be a fearless knight, vanquishing evil and advancing boldly. "Hey, gorgeous," Tang Yu whistled, grinning widely upon seeing her. "Do you believe I could detain you?" Bai Wan, he shot him a glare and retorted. "Complimenting me could land you in detention too. Is there no law left?" Tang Yu chuckled and followed her into the detention center. The formalities had already been completed, and Bai Wan trailed behind Tang Yu, eager to eavesdrop. After having previously overheard his thoughts, her curiosity had been piqued. What other secrets did this fellow possess? "What are you following me for?" "Go on, don't trail behind me. I still need to brainwash those four." "Fine," Bai Wan replied, her expression a mix of curiosity and intrigue. "If I'm not following you, I'll check the surveillance." She dashed off to the monitoring room, intent on uncovering how he intended to brainwash them. Entering the meeting room alone, Tang Yu found the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad already waiting. After being detained, they felt no remorse, but rather a sense of fortune for having survived an encounter with such a formidable adversary. However, as Tang Yu walked in, their expressions shifted to one of grave concern, their eyes reflecting fear. Hadn't this powerful figure already let them go? Why was he here again? They collectively swallowed hard, an instinct to flee rising within them. This was a master of the earthly realm, surpassing even Long Wang and Lu Xiao. Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on them with an icy demeanor. Under his intense scrutiny, the 4 felt an overwhelming pressure, as though facing a ravenous beast rather than a mere man. What did this formidable figure intend to do? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and their fear intensified. They sensed an aura of impending danger, their breaths becoming shallow. Just as their anxiety peaked, a purple gleam flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon witnessing this, the 4 felt dizzy, their consciousness beginning to blur. "Are you satisfied with your jobs?" Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly broke the silence. The bewildered quartet shook their heads. "Are you content with your income?" They shook their heads again. "Do you desire a stable and prosperous life?" They began to nod. "Would you like to lounge during the day and revel in lavish dinners at a club with a monthly salary of $1 million? They nodded vigorously. "Then what are you hesitating for? Join Tang's group, liberate the oppressed villains of the world, eradicate all inequality, and from this day forth, we shall become the Devilishur." With a commanding roar from Tang Yu, the clarity returned to their eyes. The old society, the Dragon Soul organization, turned people into ghosts. Tang's group transformed ghosts into underlings. "Do you now know what you must do?" Witnessing their transformation, Tang Yu realized the soul capture I was indeed effective. "Lounge around. Go to the club. Go to the club and enjoy lavish meals." Tang Yu pondered whether his brainwashing had been entirely successful. "Wrong. You are to reform yourselves first. Be good people before heading to the club. Understood?" He admonished the 4, his tone low. What a bunch of rascals calling themselves the Grim Reaper Squad. They should just be named the Club Squad. "All right, we will heed Tang Xiao," they chorused in unison. "Good. I see you have potential," Tang Yu responded. Satisfied with their attitude, he pulled a chair over and sat down, saying, "First, share with me what you know." The 4 immediately began to relay the information they possessed to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Wan, who was monitoring the surveillance, wore an expression of exasperation. What on earth is this? After listening for a while, she only heard a few people shouting about going to a club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room, uninterested in continuing to listen. After about 5 minutes, Tang Yu had grasped their general plan. To his surprise, Yi Chun was actually heading to Yanjing. The one responsible for taking over Su Hang was none other than Lu Junzhou. According to the original storyline, this character appeared midway through the novel. He was Yi Chen's junior disciple, possessing terrifying strength and talent, and had always sought to usurp Yi Chen's position as the Dragon King. In the later stages, he plotted against Yi Chen multiple times, causing Yi Chen to suffer significant losses, but ultimately, Yi Chen outsmarted him and eliminated him. Due to the narrative's disruption, this character's appearance was premature. Chapter 74. Where to place your hands. Is he here to usurp the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue. The development of the plot in this direction was naturally advantageous for him. A dog-eat-dog scenario. However, knowing that this individual intended to take over Su Hang, Tang Yu felt less pleased. If he aimed to take over Su Hang, he would undoubtedly become Tang Yu's primary target. This person operated similarly to Yi Chun, as they were both trained by the same master. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu looked at the four and instructed from now on. Yufer will closely monitor him, reporting any developments to me at any time. Understood, Tang Xiao. The four replied in unison. Additionally, you can subtly hinder his efforts. Once he fails at something, suggest he join forces with me to deal with Yi Chun. Understood? Got it. Tang Yu left the meeting room, satisfied. Assigning 4 lackeys to the other party assured his dominance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is certainly preferable to manage 2 Dragon Kings simultaneously. After Tang Yu exited the meeting room, the 4 members of the Death God Squad exchanged glances. The leader, Brother Deng He, spoke up from today onward. We must transform and work diligently for Tang Xiao. But how can Lu Junzhou, a mere character, be worthy of an alliance with someone as exceptional as Tang Xiao? We, the 4 brothers, must unite and clear the path for Tang Xiao, be it Lu Junzhou or Yi Chun. Otherwise, how can we face Tang Xiao at the club? Brothers, shall we shout out? Shout! Just as they stepped out of the detention center, Tang Yu felt a chill creep up his spine. Let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Baiwani approached from behind, offering him a motorcycle helmet. I have my own vehicle. Baiwani rolled her eyes. She was accustomed to a low-key lifestyle, and this person drove a luxury sports car worth millions. She would rather not be the center of attention while eating on the street. All right then. Tang Yu donned the helmet and hopped onto the motorcycle. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu climbed on, Baiwani pressed the throttle, only to find his hands wrapping around her from behind, positioned rather high. If they were at the bow of a ship, it would be akin to the Titanic. Where are you placing your hands? She quickly released the throttle and asked through gritted teeth. Weren't we told not to casually touch a woman's waist? Tang Yu feigned innocence. I'm afraid you're deliberately seeking trouble. If the waist is off limits, must you touch elsewhere? All right then, if I hold your waist. You can't claim I'm taking advantage of you. Tang Yu mumbled as he lowered his hand slightly. Well, it's still somewhat appealing. The waist is quite slender. Aside from the bad temper, everything else seems fine. Baiwani regretted allowing him on her bike. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she was heading to was just 3 streets away, and they arrived in a few minutes. She parked the motorcycle in front of the stall, and, as she habitually swung her leg off, she inadvertently kicked Tang Yu, who was just about to dismount, sending him tumbling to the ground. Did you do that on purpose? Tang Yu scowled as he got up. Not all. I'm used to riding alone. This is my first time with a passenger. Baiwani laughed heartily, pulling Tang Yu up from the ground. Rubbing his backside, Tang Yu could only accept his fate. Once inside the store, Baiwani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for food. Take what you want. I frequent this place. Their roasted taro chips and dumplings are delightful. You should try them. I'll order the expensive ones. I intend to leave you broke. Sure. You certainly look like you're lacking in vitality. Grab a few skewers of grilled kidneys. After they ordered a heap of barbecued items, they also requested a few bottles of beer. Soon, the steaming barbecue was served. Baiwani clinked her beer bottle with Tang Yu's and then focused on her meal. Across the street, a black car was parked at the curb. The man in the driver's seat was staring intently at Baiwani and Tang Yu through the window. After observing for a while, he took a photo of them and sent it out. Meanwhile, in an underground casino, Lu Junzuo sat in a private room, gambling against 2 dealers. They were playing poker, and both dealers were top-notch cheats. However, they were now sweating profusely from continuous losses. Having lost 15 rounds in a row, a middle-aged man next to him flattered, Lu Xiao, your luck is remarkable. The middle-aged man, who had only one arm, drew attention with his empty sleeve. He was Zhu Xiaowei, the casino owner and a significant figure in the underground world of Suhang. Given his status, he should not have been so courteous to a young man, but this particular individual was terrifying. When this man approached him, he demanded Zhu serve as a subordinate. Zhu refused and then helplessly watched as over 40 of his men fell to this man with ease. This man was truly invincible. He had even promised Zhu that if he became his subordinate, he would represent him in the underground world of Suhang. Such tricks were trivial. Cheating was merely a matter of speed and technique, lacking any real interest. Lu Junzuo, looking bored, tossed down the 3 cards in his hand, which all landed perfectly on the table. Those present gazed in awe at Lu Xiao's prowess. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at his phone and saw a photo sent by his subordinate. Upon recognizing the man in the photo, Lu Junzuo furrowed his brow. Isn't that the wealthy, second-generation heir from the Tang family? It is said that he failed to compete with Yi Qian for women. How is he now with Bai Wani? After arriving in Suhang, his first target had been Bai Wani. Her unique identity would significantly aid him if he could conquer her early on. After pondering for a moment, Lu Junzuo smirked coldly. Perfect, I can deceive her and take them both. He sent a text message. Bai Wani, deeply engrossed in her meal, suddenly heard her phone ring on the table. She picked it up and noticed it was a message. Underground Casino, B2 floor, Huangshui Hotel. After reading the address, her expression changed. Recently, she had investigated 2 loan shark cases and had traced clues to an underground casino, but she hadn't found the exact location. Seeing this address, her appetite vanished. She looked at the owner and asked, "How much?" "Exactly 120. All right." Bai Wani took out her phone and scanned the payment code. "Aren't you going to eat?" Tang Yu, who was busy with grilled kidneys, looked up at her, noticing her hurried demeanor. "I need to check on a casino. You enjoy your meal." Without waiting for a reply, Bai Wani turned and left. During dinner one evening, Bai Wani received a text message reporting an underground casino. Coincidentally, she was already investigating this establishment, and upon acquiring the address, she decided to infiltrate it for a covert visit. However, this excursion led to significant trouble. Her identity was exposed, and she was captured by the casino's personnel. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Long Wang Yichan, she would have found herself in a predicament reminiscent of Search Officer's Tale. Following this incident, her admiration for Yi Chun surged considerably, as she felt she had been quite captivated by him. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Yi Chun was no longer present. If she chose to disregard the situation, would her efforts be in vain? Or would the narrative unravel and take an unexpected turn? In her heart, Tang Yu silently inquired about the narrative's state. Once the plot derailed, often one had to rely solely on personal ingenuity. Reluctantly, he rose to follow her, declaring, "I will accompany you. You will join me?" Bai Wani glanced at Tang Yu with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I shall assist you in your investigation. I possess more knowledge of these locales than you do," Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. Internally, he thought, "If I do not accompany you, you are bound to fall into their trap." The casino was indeed a treacherous pit, and the individual who had messaged her was likely Yi Chun. The intent was to lure her into the casino, and once trouble ensued, he would emerge to rescue her, thereby garnering her favor. Yet, with Yi Chun absent, who was orchestrating this scheme? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani felt a profound shock. This fellow had discerned the truth. Recalling the clues she had previously gleaned from Tang Yu, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to proceed. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us go together." Tang Yu promptly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, his mind swirling with questions. He realized that even in Yi Chen's absence, certain plots would still unfold normally. Yet, who had sent that message? Originally, this scheme was meant for Yi Chen to execute. With him gone, had someone else taken over? Instantly, he thought of Lu Junzuo, who had assumed Yi Chen's role in Suhang. Let us move forward and ensure Bai Wani remains unharmed. Once we arrive at the casino, the orchestrator will reveal themselves, be it Yi Chen or Lu Junzuo. As they rode, Bai Wani silently absorbed Tang Yu's thoughts, feeling a tinge of gratitude. This fellow was rather considerate of her. She committed Lu Junzuo's name to memory, vowing not to allow anyone to scheme against her without consequence. The ride to Huangshui Hotel took approximately 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she dismounted. Tang Yu, struck to the ground, looked at her in bemusement. This time it was unintentional. Was last time deliberate then? Bai Wani chuckled sheepishly, adeptly pulling Tang Yu to his feet. Once inside the hotel, they ascended to the basement level via the elevator. Chapter 75. The Indomitable Man. To conceal her identity, Bai Wani donned a black mask. Tang Yu observed her from every angle, finding her resemblance to a certain sister uncanny. "What are you staring at?" Bai Wani inquired, noticing his gaze. "Nothing," Tang Yu replied with a grin. Upon reaching the basement, before the elevator doors even opened, Bai Wani took the initiative to link arms with Tang Yu. As they emerged, they encountered a billiards hall bustling with several imposing men. One of the men approached Tang Yu with a smile, asking, "Are you here to play billiards?" "Referred by a friend," Tang Yu responded. "All right, you know the rules?" The man extended his hand. Tang Yu promptly retrieved his phone, powered it off, and handed it over. The man then turned to Bai Wani, who followed suit. After surrendering their devices, they passed through the security checkpoint and were led through a concealed door into the casino. Upon entering, an acrid cloud of smoke elicited a few coughs from Bai Wani. The casino featured over 20 tables, each brimming with gamblers, some engaged in dice games. Additionally, numerous individuals were engrossed in slot machines and fishing games, the cacophony of shouts and curses rendering the atmosphere even more boisterous than a bar. Scantily clad waitresses meandered through the crowd, catering to the high-rolling patrons. "Let us exchange for chips first," Tang Yu suggested, leading Bai Wani to convert 200,000 into chips, half of which he handed to her. Bai Wani, however, was disinclined to gamble. Observing the throng of gamblers, she could not help but furrow her brow. How many lives would be ruined by this single day? As the two wandered through the casino, several cameras silently tracked Bai Wani. In the surveillance room on the first floor, Liu Junzuo stood with an air of arrogance, fixated on the screens displaying Bai Wani and Tang Yu's movements. Witnessing Tang Yu's presence, a flicker of joy sparkled in Liu Junzuo's eyes. Since this fool had taken a bait, today would surely yield a bountiful harvest. "Shall we proceed?" Zhu Xiaohui inquired with a smile, already aware of that evening's plan. "Make your move, but do not harm her. Eliminate the waste at her side," Liu Junzuo commanded. Unaware of Tang Yu's capabilities, he was oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun had not informed anyone about Tang Yu's prior injuries. The Grim Reaper squad had been captured before they could relay their report. He intended for the casino personnel to dispose of Tang Yu before he swooped in to heroically save the damsel, thus enhancing his own reputation. Moreover, after rescuing her, he would remain anonymous, vanishing from her life entirely, leaving her in a state of gratitude and curiosity. As preparations commenced, Zhu Xiaohui signaled to his subordinates, who sprang into action. After meandering around the casino for a while, Bai Wani felt she had gathered sufficient information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu, stating, "Shall we depart now?" "Let us go," Tang Yu concurred, perplexed by the narrative's apparent deviation. Just then, a throng of over 30 individuals brandishing weapons charged towards them. "It's them," shouted the leader, pointing at Tang Yu and Bai Wani. The casino patrons halted their activities and turned to observe the unfolding scene. "What is happening? Run!" Upon seeing the group, Tang Yu grasped Bai Wani's hand, retreating. In the underground casino, the only escape route was through the elevator. Rushing towards it would be tantamount to surrender. Standing in the open would only amplify the advantage of their numbers. Thus, Tang Yu decisively led Bai Wani into the restroom. "Quickly contact someone. I will hold them off," Tang Yu instructed, knowing Bai Wani's watch had an emergency contact feature. According to the original plot, Bai Wani had been seized before she could even utilize her watch. Bai Wani nodded and quickly pressed several buttons on her watch, activating the emergency contact function. This was a precaution her father had taken, fearing for her safety during missions. Once activated, help would arrive within 15 minutes. Tang Yu seized a hammer from the sink as a weapon. As a high-defense, low-attack individual, he had to rely on makeshift armaments. Just as he grasped the weapon, the assailants surged forward. Leading the charge was a long-haired youth wielding a cleaver. They had been instructed that this man could be killed as long as the woman was unharmed. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the doorway, he charged forward, swinging his blade at Tang Yu's shoulder. The blow landed with a resounding thud, akin to striking stone. "You dare strike me?" Tang Yu retaliated with a hammer to the youth's head, causing blood to splatter. The young man let out a scream as the knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground like a defeated minion in a game. "Are you all right?" Bai Wani, who had just completed an emergency contact, shouted at Tang Yu. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Bai Wani hurriedly picked up the watermelon knife and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Yu. Upon witnessing her boldness, the assailants hesitated, recalling their boss's orders to avoid harming her. "Two of you restrain her. The rest, take him down," commanded one of the cunning men. Immediately, two men wielding steel pipes charged toward Bai Wani, aiming to subdue her first, while the others advanced to attack Tang Yu. However, they quickly realized that this man was as unyielding as a stone. No matter whether struck with a watermelon knife or a steel pipe, he exhibited no reaction. Following the blows he sustained, Tang Yu wasted no time and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed directly at their heads. Unlike him, the assailants lacked his defensive prowess. A single blow to the head was sufficient to incapacitate them. The narrow hallway of the restroom further hindered their ability to employ tactics of overwhelming numbers, turning their efforts into a futile line of zombies in a game, each waiting for their doom. Meanwhile, the two attempting to delay Baiwani fared no better. They dared not lay a finger on her, and she, without restraint, unleashed her wrath upon them, with her martial prowess and disdain for scoundrels. It took mere minutes for the two to succumb to her onslaught and collapse on the ground. The situation thus grew increasingly awkward. One group could not be harmed, while the other could not inflict harm. Within mere moments, 12 or 13 of the 30 assailants lay defeated. "What the hell is going on?" one exclaimed. "How should I know? What kind of trick is this guy pulling?" They muttered in disbelief. This was not how things were meant to unfold. They were supposed to easily subdue this pretty boy before binding the woman. As comrades fell one after another, the group of thugs became thoroughly bewildered. What does one do when faced with an insurmountable challenge? From this moment forth, this casino would be known as Tang Yu's domain. Tang Yu discovered a perverse delight in vanquishing his foes. "It seems I have an invulnerability cheat," he mused, observing the thugs' reluctance to engage Baiwani. He boldly charged at them with 2 knives in hand. "Today, I shall teach you how to be villains." After witnessing several more of their companions fall, the group of thugs crumbled in despair. "Let's get out of here. I can't take this anymore," they cried, realizing they were no match for him. As the remaining thugs began to scatter, the casino patrons looked on in astonishment. Just moments ago, the thugs had pursued Tang Yu with ferocity. Now, he emerged bloodied, relentlessly hunting them down. Just as Tang Yu was about to pursue one of the fleeing men, Baiwani rushed forward and grabbed him. "Don't act recklessly. You're bleeding," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Having witnessed Tang Yu endure numerous attacks, she now saw blood covering him and regretted bringing him along. If it weren't for her need for protection, he wouldn't have been injured. "I'm fine," Tang Yu reassured her, offering a wry smile. "You're fine? You've taken so many hits. Let me see where you're hurt," Baiwani insisted, pulling up his shirt to examine his wounds. After searching for injuries and finding none, she attempted to tug at his pants. "I genuinely am fine. Please don't do this. Everyone is watching." Tang Yu hastily seized her hand to halt her frantic actions. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for surviving the casino scenario. Reward. Words become actions. Usable 5 times." Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. Damn system, not this again. He had recently noticed that the system's behavior was increasingly erratic. The plot had unraveled, and the rewards had become disappointing, leaving him with the unsettling feeling that it was eagerly anticipating his downfall. The previous rewards of ancient martial arts had been beneficial, but had he not utilized them wisely, he might have already fallen victim to Yi Chen's schemes. This new reward, words become actions, was not even an ancient martial art. According to the system, the power of his strikes would be determined by the words he uttered while attacking. What kind of nonsense is this? A gut feeling warned him that this bizarre system might not be his ally. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room, Lu Junzuo's expression darkened ominously. What is happening? Over 30 men can't even handle a rich second generation? He seethed. Even if Tang Yu were an ancient martial artist of the Huang level, you should still suffer some setbacks against such numbers. Are your subordinates all incompetent? Feeling frustrated, he glared at Zhu Xiaowei. He had meticulously orchestrated this encounter for a heroic rescue and to eliminate Tang Yu in one fell swoop. Yet it had devolved into chaos. I don't know either, Zhu Xiaowei stammered, equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? Was this man somehow on par with the esteemed Lu Xiao? "I'll handle this myself." Lu Junzuo's face clouded with anger as he exited. Once outside, he twisted his body, producing a sound akin to popping beans. In an instant, he seemed to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. After altering his appearance, he donned a human skin mask, instantly assuming a new identity. With this disguise, he would swiftly eliminate the young man named Tang, and then the remaining thugs could handle Baiwani. Once Baiwani was captured, he could revert to his original identity and perform the heroic rescue. Upon arriving at the casino's lower level, he witnessed one of the thugs attempt a sneak attack on Tang Yu, striking him with a knife from behind. However, the blade failed to pierce even his clothing. As a peak expert of the Xian level, Lu Junzuo quickly discerned the presence of an invisible force surrounding Tang Yu, shielding him. Is this immovable King Kong art? Lu Junzuo squinted, recalling the ancient martial arts he had learned from the dragon pattern jade. Immovable King Kong art was a long-lost technique renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It was said that once perfected, it could render one impervious to attacks from all but those of the Xian level and above. Yet he was a peak expert of the Xian level. Even with the immovable King Kong art protecting him, eliminating Tang Yu would pose no significant challenge. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his true energy, lunging forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, delivering a kick that sent Tang Yu staggering back several steps, pain radiating from his chest. The intensity of the pain shocked Tang Yu. Could it be that his immovable King Kong art was on the verge of being breached? He felt the vital energy within him diminish significantly. Should it dissipate entirely, he would lose the protection of the immovable King Kong art. He glanced at his assailant, a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. What does it matter if you've mastered the immovable King Kong art? Lu Junzuo sneered, deliberately lowering his voice to sound deep and menacing. At that moment, Bai Wani sprang into action, wielding her watermelon knife in an attempt to ambush Lu Junzuo from behind. However, with a mere flick of his fingers, he effortlessly severed the blade. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately confirmed the man's identity. Damn it, it really is Lu Junzuo. His skills in body alteration and disguise are as formidable as ever. Indeed, with Yi Chen absent, he has stepped in. At this moment, Bai Wani had lost all interest in listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt words. Upon witnessing the other party break the knife with 2 fingers, she decisively delivered a swift kick aimed at Lu Junzuo's groin. Just as her foot was about to connect, Lu Junzuo vanished from her sight. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lu Junzuo struck her neck with a swift chop, rendering her unconscious. After incapacitating Bai Wani, Lu Junzuo's gaze shifted to Tang Yu. Today, this individual was destined to perish. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of mastery. As Lu Junzuo advanced towards him step by step, Tang Yu's expression darkened. He could no longer rely on the Bu Dongming Wang Gong to withstand the blows. The system had recently granted him Yin Chu Fa Sui Quan, but its usage was limited to 5 attempts, and he was uncertain of its lethality. He would have preferred to utilize the Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong. Indeed, he felt a genuine sense of panic. It was his first time enduring for so long. He couldn't afford to falter now. Suddenly, peculiar images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Visions of himself being killed by various foes. It seemed he had survived longer in certain stories. Yet he couldn't recall when these events had transpired. In an instant, those memories faded away again. Seeing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Junzuo let out a mocking laugh. Such a worthless, rich second generation, and yet Yi Chen couldn't handle him? He charged at Tang Yu with a furious barrage of attacks. The henchmen who had been relentlessly pursued by Tang Yu began to cheer from the sidelines, their anger boiling after being chased earlier. With a skilled fighter stepping up to confront Tang Yu, they eagerly armed themselves, ready to take advantage of the situation. After enduring another assault, Tang Yu shook off his confusion. Realizing the energy from Bu Dongming Wang Gong was rapidly depleting, he understood that he could no longer remain passive. He still had 5 opportunities. After withstanding a punch from Lu Junzuo, Tang Yu initiated Yin Chu Fa Sui Quan. Ula! He shouted as he threw his punch, channeling all his energy into the shout. Upon striking Lu Junzuo, the latter staggered back 2 steps, a frown crossing his face. He recognized that this opponent possessed some merit. Although devoid of true energy, he had mastered Bu Dongming Wang Gong to perfection. The unexpected retaliatory punch exhibited a power akin to that of a peak Huang-level practitioner. Yet, that was where it ended. Lu Junzuo lunged at Tang Yu once more, this time with even greater ferocity. He knew that Tang Yu's Bu Dongming Wang Gong could only hold for a minute at most. After that, death was inevitable. When his punch failed to inflict damage, Tang Yu silently sent warm greetings to the ancestors of the system. As the energy from Bu Dongming Wang Gong threatened to dissipate, he unleashed 3 successive punches, attempting various incantations, yet to no avail. Lu Junzuo roared, kicking Tang Yu in the chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu finally extinguished. In a moment of desperation, an epiphany struck Tang Yu. He finally grasped the true essence of Yin Chu Fa Sui Quan. The damage was determined by the incantation. What kind of lines could deliver a critical hit? Was it even necessary to ask? Setting aside the facts, could a man truly be without fault? With that punch unleashed, Lu Junzhou stood still, scoffing as he allowed Tang Yu to strike him. You little waste, what can a single punch do? Then, he was sent flying a full 10 meters, crashing through 2 gambling tables before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of sheer terror. His chest in excruciating pain. What kind of martial art was this? Why was its power so terrifying? It even disrupted the flow of his internal energy. This punch contained at least 30 years of mastery. Had he not been clad in inner armor, it would have claimed his life. The henchmen in the casino were left dumbfounded. A single punch rendered someone in such a state. Was this fellow a monster? Previously eager to take revenge on Tang Yu, they now trembled in fear, realizing that such a man was beyond their capabilities. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. A squad of fully armed SWAT officers burst in, commanding everyone to the ground with their hands raised. As they stormed in, the patrons of the casino complied, as there was no escape with only one exit available. Leading the charge was Officer Wong from the West City Division. Upon spotting Bai Wani unconscious on the floor, his expression changed to one of alarm. Wani, are you all right? He rushed over to help her up. Bai Wani was only lightly unconscious, as Lu Junzuo had been gentle in his attack. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately opened her eyes and shouted, "Where is Tang Yu?" Officer Wong and his colleagues were taken aback. What was going on with this girl? Why did she awaken calling for the name of the young master from the Tang family? Previously at the police station, 2 stunning beauties had already been vying for his attention. Could it be that he had charmed Bai Wani as well? Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Lu Junzuo hurriedly made his way toward the restroom. He was genuinely injured and needed to escape. Once inside, he swiftly removed his human skin mask, discarding it into the toilet and flushing it away. He then released the constriction on his body, returning to his original form. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he hastily took a healing pill. Once the medicine took effect, he felt somewhat better. At this moment, he regarded Tang Yu with a growing sense of apprehension. That punch! Even he could not have delivered such devastating power. What realm was this person in? Shortly thereafter, SWAT officers entered the restroom, apprehending those who had sought refuge, including Lu Junzuo, who was promptly handcuffed and taken away. After sending Lu Junzuo flying with a single punch, Tang Yu was equally astonished. In a critical moment, he had experienced a flash of insight, not anticipating such destructive power. This punch was truly extraordinary, a supreme strike. Rubbing his sore chest, Tang Yu rushed to find Bai Wani. By the time he reached her, she had already regained consciousness. Are you all right? He asked. I'm Yufine. Upon seeing Tang Yu covered in blood, Officer Wong was startled. He hurriedly inquired, Young Master Tang, what happened to you? Are you truly uninjured? No. Tang Yu began to respond, but suddenly felt dizzy. The depletion of Bu Dongming Wanggong had drained his energy, and after sustaining some injuries from Lu Junzuo, he swayed and fell. Bai Wani, quick to react, caught him just in time. As he collapsed, his head landed against her chest, burying his face among her soft curves. In that moment, he experienced a profound sense of tranquility, gradually closing his eyes and drifting into unconsciousness. Oh, how soothing. Just before losing consciousness, his thoughts echoed. Bai Wani twitched her lips and effortlessly lifted Tang Yu in a princess carry. Officer Wong, I'll take him to the hospital. Please handle things here. If you find a man named Lu Junzuo, be sure to thoroughly investigate his identity. Understood. Chapter 78. Bear with it. After being taken to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially believed there would be no repercussions. He had intentionally reverted to his original form, ensuring no one would recognize him as the man who had clashed with Tang Yu. Being detained, he thought he would merely face charges of gambling, a trivial matter. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself enduring an entire night of interrogations and investigations. They didn't even offer him a glass of water. After enduring such torment for an entire night, no discernible issue could be uncovered. He was sent to the detention center under the pretext of participating in illegal gambling. Upon his arrival, he fortuitously encountered 4 familiar faces, those of the death squad. Amidst the vast multitude, the coincidence of their meeting evoked profound emotions within Liu Junzhou. This place was rapidly transforming into a club for the Long Hunt organization. Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Deng He, who possessed 12 fingers, promptly inquired upon seeing Liu Junzhou enter. I came to check on you all and to escort you out, Liu Junzhou replied, feigning nonchalance with his hands clasped behind his back. Then why does your face look a bit pale, Lu Xiao? The four queried once more. I'm just a bit sick. Liu Junzhuo's mouth twitched slightly. And why is there blood on you? They pressed further. I injured someone, he stated, not wishing to afford them any opportunity for further discussion. You all should rest for now. We will leave together tomorrow. I need your assistance in Suong. How foolish. They exchanged glances before responding in unison. With such trust from Lu Xiao, we shall repay it with our lives. Liu Junzhou nodded in satisfaction at their loyalty. Truly, they were the loyal soldiers he had cultivated. Their fidelity was a testament to their character. He pondered briefly before summoning the four to share his forthcoming plans in hushed tones. They listened attentively, though their expressions were somewhat peculiar. Today's blow had indeed left him quite injured. Recovery would take no less than 10 to 15 days. At that moment, Tang Yu was also being admitted to the hospital, drawing the astonished gazes of the entire medical staff. He was carried into the ward by Bai Wani in a princess carry, commencing his examination. Fortunately, after a brief assessment, the doctor handed the report to Bai Wani. Miss Bai, your partner is fine. He merely suffered from exhaustion and will recover with adequate rest. He is not my partner. Bai Wani's face flushed with embarrassment. The doctor merely chuckled, remaining silent. After all, how could one dismiss the intimacy of a princess carry? Watching Tang Yu lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Wani felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Having endured so many blows, how could he possibly be unscathed? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to remove Tang Yu's clothing for a more thorough examination, lest an unnoticed injury lead to infection. Before long, she had pulled off his shirt, gently wiping the blood from his body with a damp cloth. Upon revealing his solid 8-pack abs, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. As a female officer, she had a strong aversion to effeminate men. She believed her future partner must embody masculinity and possess combat skills. Abdominal muscles were non-negotiable. She cleared her throat and tentatively placed her hand upon his abs, feeling their firmness. After a few cautious touches, she felt a tinge of guilt, her heart racing. She then turned Tang Yu over to inspect his back, finding no injuries whatsoever. Yet, she still needed to check below. Recalling that Tang Yu had adamantly refused to let her examine him in the casino, she wondered if he had sustained an injury he was too embarrassed to reveal. Though the doctor had already conducted an examination, she decided to verify once more for safety's sake. Thus, she resolved to tug down his trousers. Just as she began, "Dan yi u awik, what the hell?" he exclaimed, startled at the sudden tug on his pants. However, upon seeing it was Bai Wani, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's not a man. What are you doing? He quickly asked, attempting to pull his pants back up, but his exhaustion rendered him powerless. Bai Wani was equally startled by his outburst. I'm checking to see if you're injured, she replied. Tang Yu sensed something was amiss. This is not an examination. You're clearly trying to take advantage of me. Had I not woken up, you might have taken advantage of my vulnerability. You seem fine. Just let me know if anything feels off, Bai Wani stated, her embarrassment growing as she realized the inappropriateness of the situation. Help me put my pants back on. I can't manage right now, Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling somewhat awkward. Bai Wani rolled her eyes but complied, helping him dress while adding, don't overthink it. I genuinely want to check your injuries. How come you can endure so many hits without a scratch? Stubbornness, he chuckled, resting for a moment as the energy from his Bumadu, Ming Wang Gong, began to restore itself. However, the events at the casino had indeed startled him. Liu Junzhuo was more formidable than Yi Chun. Collaborating with him against Yi Chun would be an uphill battle. Both were unsavory characters. More troubling still, Liu Junzhuo had already posed a tangible threat to him. Suddenly, a pressing urge to urinate surged within him. After drinking several bottles while dining with Bai Wani, he had not relieved himself since arriving at the casino. He attempted to rise from the bed to address this physiological need, but his exhaustion hindered him. What's wrong? Bai Wani asked, noticing his discomfort. I need to use the restroom. Tang Yu cleared his throat, feeling a tad embarrassed. Go ahead, she replied, then remembered his current state of weakness. A flush crept across her face. Did she need to assist him to the toilet? Having cared for children before, she knew how to help with such matters. Seeing his desperate expression, she bit her lip. All right, I'll help you. For her, stealing a few touches of his abs had already been quite daring. This felt like a breach of her comfort zone. However, recognizing that he had been injured while saving her, she was compelled to lower her defenses. After placing his arm over her shoulder, Baiwani guided him to the restroom. The space was small, making it a bit cramped for the two of them. Thank you. I owe you one. Next time, I'll treat you. Tang Yu coughed again. Don't worry. I'm a reasonable person and never take advantage of others, he joked. Baiwani felt a surge of irritation, but quickly composed herself. Resolute, she proceeded to assist him as she would her nephew. Yet, halfway through, she hesitated. Stop hesitating. Hurry up. I really need to go. My needs are substantial. Bear with me. In the hospital corridor, Su Muyu hurried towards Tang Yu's ward, her striking beauty drawing the attention of many along the way. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a neck brace from a basketball injury, accompanied by a nurse who was advising him. The nurse's words had yet to conclude when his eyes widened, fixating upon Su Muyu's figure, his head turning in her direction. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed down the corridor. Su Muyu moved swiftly. Having just received news that Tang Yu had encountered trouble at an underground casino and had been rushed to the hospital. Upon locating his ward, she found Baiwani, flushed, assisting Tang Yu as he emerged from the restroom. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. How did they end up coming out of the restroom together? Muyu, you're here. Just in time to help him. He feeling weak, Baiwani exclaimed with a sudden flash of inspiration. Of course, Su Muyu replied, hastening to support Tang Yu and guide him to the bed. It was then that she realized something troubling. This fellow was utterly drained, struggling even to walk. What had Baiwani been doing with him in the restroom? Watching Baiwani rush off to wash her hands, Su Muyu's expression turned peculiar. She wished she had arrived sooner. Turning to Tang Yu, she inquired, Are you all right? It's nothing, Tang Yu chuckled softly. Why did she arrive so quickly? Is she genuinely concerned about me? This woman seems increasingly different from the past. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyu paused momentarily. A bittersweet smile crossing her face. She had indeed changed. In days gone by, she would not have cared so much about him. You two can chat. I'll take a nap. I'm exhausted after a long night. Within minutes of lying down, she had fallen asleep, her gentle snoring audible to both Tang Yu and Baiwani. After she drifted off, Tang Yu and Su Muyu exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for common ground. Could you pour me a glass of water? I'm thirsty. Tang Yu finally broke the silence after a couple of minutes. Sure. Do you want hot? Cold will do, he replied. Su Muyu nodded, grabbing a disposable cup and filling it at the water dispenser. As Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, he found it rather difficult due to his lingering fatigue. Thus, Su Muyu set the water aside, grabbed a pillow, and propped him up against the headboard. You struggle to drink. Let me feed you, she said, holding the cup with sparkling eyes. Sorry for the trouble. Tang Yu opened his mouth slightly. Su Muyu brought the cup to his lips and slowly helped him finish the glass. Would you like more? She asked afterward. No, I'll just rest for a bit, he replied, shaking his head. Best to drink less until I recover. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the bathroom again. And I can't possibly ask you to assist me with that. Well, at least I didn't need help with anything more embarrassing. Su Muyu's lips twitched upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts. What on earth was this guy thinking? Did Baiwani really help him with that? She bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at her carefree friend. What were you thinking? You could have just called me for help. What is going on with you today? She asked softly, looking at Tang Yu. I just had a late-night snack with her, and we encountered some trouble during a covert visit to the casino. Nothing much, he responded, unsure what else to say. Being with Su Muyu, he struggled to find many common topics to discuss, primarily because his memories from those years were filled with being a mere sycophant, constantly met with indifference. They had never engaged in a conversation lasting over 3 minutes. After a brief silence, Su Muyu suggested, if you're tired, you should rest. All right. As he lay down, Tang Yu quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Su Muyu sat nearby, feeling a sense of contentment. Being by his side, listening to his musings, was quite pleasant. After half an hour of quiet, Baiwani finally stirred awake. After a brief moment of squinting, she turned to Sumuyu and asked, "Is he asleep?" Sumuyu nodded, signaling Thor's silence. Seeing Baiwani about to leave, Sumuyu hesitated for a moment before following her. "Aren't you going to stay with Tangyu?" Baiwani asked with a smile. "Let him sleep." Sumuyu repeated, shaking head heat. Just seeing him and sharing a few words was enough for her. "You're just bored, aren't you?" In the past, he wouldn't have given you the time of day, and now you're chasing after him like it's a funeral pyre, Baiwani remarked with a shrug, somewhat baffled by the whims of the younger generation. Sumuyu could only smile wryly, as she, too, found herself perplexed. Not long after the two women departed, Tangyu walked in. After resting for a while, he felt his body gradually regaining strength. "System, where's my reward?" he muttered inwardly. Reward system upgraded. Activating storyline hint feature to ensure that even if the plot derails, the host can still foresee the developments. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Surprised by this reward, Tangyu had expected something more substantial, like a skill or technique, following such a confronting experience. Instead, he received a feature to provide hints about the storyline, allowing him to stay informed even if the plot diverged. After a moment of contemplation, Tangyu asked, "Will the auction storyline proceed as normal?" Since Lu Junju had taken Yi Chen's place, the upcoming auction would be crucial. In the original narrative, Yi Chen had won an antique at a low price during the auction, which concealed a potion and an ancient martial arts technique, greatly enhancing his strength. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yinjing had been killed while competing with Yi Chen for this item. The system was becoming increasingly cunning, withholding effective ancient martial arts from him. If that were the case, he would seize the opportunity that rightfully belonged to the Dragon King. Yes, it will proceed as planned. The storyline hints have been provided. The system promptly conveyed the details of the auction storyline to Tangyu. As expected, the protagonist of the narrative had shifted. The opportunity was now in Lu Junju's hands instead of Yi Chen's. The system was unreliable. He would have to rely on himself. Chapter 80. One should not be so greedy. The auction would take place in a week, so there was no rush. Noticing Ling Han still in his room, Tangyu asked in surprise, "Why are you still awake? Do you plan to sleep here tonight?" "I had some matters to attend to during the day, and now I'm just tidying up the room," Ling Han explained, sticking out her tongue. She hadn't neglected to organize it earlier, as she was already aware of Lu Junju's arrival in Suhang. This individual was deeply embedded in the Dragon Soul organization and posed an even greater threat than Yi Chen. Although she understood that Tangyu's strength was profound, she couldn't help but feel concern. The Dragon Soul organization concealed itself so well that their 8 top generals were merely the visible elite. No one knew how many formidable beings the inscrutable elder had trained. However, a silver lining existed. She belonged to Yi Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization. Thus, she wouldn't need to intervene in Lu Junju's plans in Suhang. The downside, however, was her inability to gather intel on Lu Junju, leaving her unable to assist Tangyu. "Oh, working so diligently. Shouldn't I reward you? How about I take some photos of you tomorrow?" Tangyu said, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Ling Han's face flushed crimson as she vigorously shook her head. Previously, when she lost a game bet to Tangyu, he had insisted on taking photos of her, dressing her in a costume resembling a character from a popular game. The experience had been quite overwhelming. "Oh, young ladies should capture their beauty while they are still young," Tangyu lamented, feeling a sense of regret at her resistance. "I had hoped to have you model for several more sets. Never mind, I don't want to come off as some sort of creep preying on innocent girls." Upon hearing Tangyu's heartfelt sentiments, Ling Han felt a sudden wave of emotion wash over her. Tang Xiao was still preoccupied with his own affairs. At the Tung Wang group, Wang Yishua was leaning over her desk, smiling as she gazed at a picture frame. Inside the frame was a youthful couple, a snapshot of her and Tangyu during their university romance. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and inquired, "Zhou, why do you think Tangyu and I are so well-matched?" Zhou replied, "It must be fate." Wang Yishua gave a thumbs up in approval, responding, "I feel undeserving of such praise for merely stating a truth. Increase my salary by 20,000. Zhou, stifling a laugh, quickly redirected the conversation to business. "By the way, Miss, General Manager Lee from Mingzhu Siue Group wishes to invite you to discuss a collaboration. Bang Ishwa Rakayadli, a well-known affluent woman rumored to have 3,000 suitors. She owned an e-commerce platform and sought to merge with a subsidiary of the Tung Wang Group to vie for a top 3 position in the industry. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Sure. Did she mention a time? Zhou replied. She said, any time works. Then let us arrange it for this afternoon. With a snap of her fingers, Wang Yixue took out her phone and called Tang Yu. Once connected, she cheerfully said, Darling, come to my office. We're heading to Mingzhu this afternoon to discuss business. What is it about? He asked. It's regarding the e-commerce platform, she elaborated. The Tung Wang Group's platform pursued a high-end strategy, focusing on luxury and imported goods, while the second largest shareholder of this platform was the Tang Group. Therefore, a merger would necessitate discussions with Tang Yu. They agreed to meet at the airport. After hanging up, Tang Yu drove toward the airport, mentally repeating, just when I was about to face humiliation, Dragon King Yichun appears and vanquishes the antagonist. Following that, it's all about the antidote and so forth, a typical plot twist. Suddenly, the narrative shifted, and the system informed Tang Yu of the altered storyline. Indeed, Yichun's role had been replaced by Lu Junzhou. Contemplating this, he sent a text to the Grim Reaper squad. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already made it there first. This stunning beauty, standing at the entrance, caught the attention of many, compelling them to risk the wrath of their girlfriends for a second glance. Among them was a CEO from a publicly listed company, who was taken aback by Wang Yixue's presence. Approaching her with a smile, he introduced himself. Miss, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? I am Lu Pa, the owner of Jihua Group. However, his appearance resembled that of a toad, and he was older than her father. Wang Yixue retorted with disdain. Who gave you the audacity to approach me? Do you think you can court me like an old cow after tender grass? Your company is worth hundreds of billions. Yet what is there to boast about? Her scathing words left the middle-aged man trembling. Afterward, she joyfully ran over to Tang Yu, waving and calling out, Honey, I'm over here. Tang Yu, who was jogging toward her, nearly stumbled at the sound of her affectionate address, attracting envious glares from nearby men. The chastised businessman recognized Tang Yu and quickly turned away, realizing he was in the presence of the president of the Tang Group, who had come to sign contracts and secure orders during his trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou. I'm not your husband. Stop calling me that, Tang Yu said resignedly as he reached Wang Yixue. But you are. You bullied me last night, she replied, wrapping her arms around his. I was at home last night. He countered. True, but I dreamt of you, so you must take responsibility. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that so? Now, I have to bear the consequences of your dreams? Last time, I definitely shouldn't have been so greedy. I dreamt of 4 different women, he confessed. Wang Yixue shot him a fierce glare. Greedy? No one can take what's mine. In a suite at Mingzhu Siue Hotel, Lu Junzhuo swirled a glass of red wine. His complexion still pale from a recent injury. He had sustained a serious wound from a punch days ago, leaving him somewhat rattled. Junzhuo, I heard you're quite skilled in medicine. Could you please massage my shoulder? It's been bothering me, a woman across from him cooed. She was Li Xuefei, the owner of CU Group, whose name suggested beauty, but her appearance was far from it. Lu Junzhuo, hiding his disgust, approached her and began to knead her shoulder, feeling as though he was handling a mass of breathing flesh. The oily sensation made him feel nauseated. If not for the need to leverage her, he would have avoided her entirely. Unlike Yichun, he did not hold himself aloof. He would even flirt with a 70-year-old woman with a tumor on her face if it served his purpose. Oh, that feels nice. Put a bit more pressure. Li Xuefei sighed contentedly. Lu Junzhuo suppressed his urge to vomit. Have today as arrangements been finalized? All set, Junzhuo. I promise to give you whatever you desire, she purred, stroking his hand. He nodded, feeling slightly more satisfied. Previously, he had attempted to curry favor with Wani, but that plan had backfired. This time, he shifted his focus to Wang Yixue, as her closeness to the Tang family could be beneficial if she became his ally. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had disembarked from their flight. After stepping off the plane, Wang Yixue remained cheerful as she clung to Tang Yu's arm. Why do you cling to me like a koala? He teased, amused by her happiness. Koalas hang from trees. I'm not hanging from you yet, she replied, mischievously, leaning closer to whisper, "But I could treat you like a pole and dance around you in a bunny costume." Tang Yu imagined the scene, momentarily intrigued. Wait, that might actually be enjoyable, but no, we can't indulge in such thoughts right now. Wang Yishua secretly laughed at his inner turmoil, knowing he was trying to play coy. However, she had indeed brought along a bunny costume. It was a rare opportunity for them to travel together for business, akin to a mini vacation. Once they exited the airport, they boarded a vehicle toward the hotel. Regarding the merger, how do you think the shares should be allocated? They're proposing 30% for themselves, which seems unreasonable. Wang Yishua said, passing Tang Yu the document she held. He glanced through them and smiled. Let us discuss it when we meet. There's really nothing to negotiate, as this business deal is unlikely to materialize. Ultimately, it's all part of Lu Junzuo's scheme. Aiming to lure you in and concoct a scenario where he can play the hero, he thought, reflecting on the situation. Compared to him, Yichun at least resembles a genuine romantic warrior. Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yishue was momentarily taken aback. Lu Junzuo? Who might that be? It seemed he was of the same ilk as Yichun, and he had the audacity to scheme against her. Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly sent a message from her phone. 2 bodyguards were discreetly watching over her at that very moment. After dispatching the message, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. If he dared to play tricks on her, he would surely regret it. Yet, the thought of Tang Yu's concern for her brought her immense joy. Wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's, she gleefully leaned against him, suggesting they take a few days to enjoy themselves after this matter was settled. Tang Yu let out a wry smile. He was still focused on the auction proceedings, determined to seize this opportunity. All right then, just give me a kiss as compensation. Wang Yishue playfully pointed her cheek. "Dan yu hesti da," clearing his throat as he eyed her face. This mischievous girl was at it again. "Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know?" Wang Yishue urged, playfully slapping his thigh. "Breaking the law? How so? That would be violating a woman's wishes, wouldn't it?" She retorted, and soon both were in fits of laughter within the car. Amidst their laughter, Wang Yishue suddenly pulled Tang Yu close, leaving a lipstick mark on his cheek. "No wiping it off," she declared with a grin. "How can I face anyone like this?" Tang Yu replied, feigning a pained smile as he attempted to wipe it away. The driver in the front seat stole a glance in the rearview mirror, inwardly lamenting his own youth. Ah, if only I had such beautiful women throwing themselves at me back then. Upon arriving at the hotel, they found Li Shuefei waiting at the entrance. Seeing her ample figure from a distance, Tang Yu couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. This is quite the spectacle. She's astonishingly beautiful. He recalled her reputation as one of the many suitors, lamenting that such a life of luxury was hardly fulfilling. With that stature, if she enjoys playing the field, a monthly stipend of $1 million for a pretty boy seems only fair. Wang Yishue, overhearing Tang Yu's inner monologue, fought to suppress her laughter. "Mr. Wang, you've had a long journey. May I ask who this is?" Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yishue's. Her keen eyes darted around Tang Yu's form, almost as if she could see right through him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Even as she swallowed, she couldn't help but think, this handsome guy is far more striking than Lu Junzuo. This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who also heads the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our e-commerce platform. Wang Yishue introduced him, noticing the glint in Li Shuefei's eyes that ignited a spark of jealousy within her. "Oh, I see, the illustrious heir of the Suang Tang family. I've heard tales of your striking looks, and they certainly ring true," Li Shuefei said, extending her hand towards Tang Yu. He hesitated, awkwardly laughing. "I apologize, Ms. Li, but I just came from the restroom and didn't wash my hands. It would be disrespectful to shake hands under such circumstances." A flicker of resentment crossed Li Shuefei's gaze. Was he using this as an excuse to belittle her? She despised being looked down upon by men, and those who dared to offend her would quickly find themselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Tang Yu had now become her target, and she was determined to claim him by the end of the day. "Very well, we can shake hands after you've washed them," Li Shuefei replied, her smile unwavering as she gestured for them to enter. "Let us dine and converse." She was eager to facilitate Lu Junzuo's plans, which involved tampering with the drinks, ensuring that once consumed, even a mere sip would lead to utter loss of control. Her goal was Wang Yishue. but she intended to ensnare Tang Yu in her web as well. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Junzhou, who was drinking in a suite, received word of Tang Yu's arrival and was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this young man's presence. A hint of wariness crept into his expression at the thought of Tang Yu. This individual's strength was unpredictable, though he appeared unremarkable. His punch was formidable enough to rival those at the DZ level of cultivation. Lu Junzhuo was a cautious man, having learned from past mistakes. He resolved to avoid confrontation with Tang Yu until he himself reached the DZ level. Only then would he be ready to eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers, summoning his 4 loyal subordinates from the Shadow Squad. Prepare for the drugging plan. Once Wang Yixue is taken away, act your parts, but ensure that none of them touch her. Understood? Lu Junzhuo instructed, his tone firm. Like Yi Chun, he could not stand the thought of anyone laying a finger on his woman. Even in pretense, they could only intimidate her. Understood, Lu Xiao. The 4 responded in unison. Additionally, since Tang Yu is also present, if he falls victim, arrange for him to be entertained by a few unattractive women and capture it all on camera. Once he is exhausted from his indulgences, dispose of him. Lu Junzhuo continued, relishing the prospect of not only eliminating him, but also tarnishing his reputation. He preferred to let his loyal subordinates shoulder the danger that Tang Yu presented. Understood, Lu Xiao. The group affirmed once more. Go. With a wave of his hand, they departed the suite. As they exited, the leader, Deng He, quickly sent a text to Tang Yu. Once they reached a secluded corner, Deng He spoke in hushed tones. Lu Junzhuo is plotting against you again, young Master Tang. We must not allow him this opportunity. He outlined their plan in quiet whispers, and the others nodded in agreement, impressed by their leader's quick thinking. Upon entering the private room, Tang Yu received Deng He's message, and after reading it, his expression turned peculiar. So, Lu Junzhuo thinks he can drug me, does he? Not only that, but he wants to set me up with unattractive women and take pictures? He chuckled to himself. How audacious of him. Luckily, I have my own tricks up my sleeve. Wang Yixue, having listened to the unfolding tale, had already initiated inquiries into Lu Junzhuo's background in Suan. Once the investigation was complete, it would be time to act. What would you like to eat? Li Shuafei Yinkidat. Presenting the menu to Tang Yu and Wang Yixue, her gaze lingering on Tang Yu as she swallowed hard. No dish could compete with the allure of such a man. Wang Yixue casually ordered a few dishes, but none of them were truly focused on the meal. Once the orders were placed, the kitchen promptly delivered an array of delectable dishes. Li Shuafei refrained from mentioning any business dealings, instead engaging in light conversation with Tang Yu. Once the food was laid out, she smiled. It is a rare occasion for you both to visit Mingzhu. We must celebrate with a few drinks before discussing business. With that, she clapped her hands, and a server promptly brought a bottle of red wine. Li Shuafei, eager to pour, was ready to commence the evening's festivities. The sight of this handsome man yielding to his own pitiable state was quite a spectacle. I beg your pardon, Mr. Li, but I do not consume alcohol. Wang Yixue interjected suddenly. What? Li Shuafei was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend this unusual stance. She then chuckled. In business, how could one refrain from drinking? Mr. Wang, you must be jesting. Let us indulge in just a modest toast today, shall we? I am allergic to alcohol, Wang Yixue firmly stated, aware of the dubious nature of the beverage before her. Li Shuafei's expression turned slightly awkward as she feigned dissatisfaction. Mr. Wang, I know you are capable of drinking. There is no need to resort to such excuses. Are you truly unwilling to grant me this small favor? What do you mean by not granting you face? We are all partners here. Respect must be mutual. A simple inquiry would reveal my allergy to alcohol, yet you still press me to drink? What exactly is your intention? The one truly lacking in respect appears to be you. Wang Yixue slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold. The sudden outburst instilled a sense of tension in Li Shuafei. Realizing her ploy had failed, she forced a smile, acknowledging her miscalculation. I apologize, Mr. Wang. It seems I was mistaken. Turning to Tang Yu, she suggested, then perhaps we could share a drink. Tang Zone? Not having the opportunity to target Wang Yixue, her loss was minimal, for she was still eager to engage with the handsome man. I'm afraid I'm also allergic, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Li Shuafei's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated such a significant obstacle so early in her scheme. Had she foreseen this? She would have ensured the food was tampered with. Let us proceed to dinner then. Afterward, we can take a brief respite and discuss matters later. Surely you all drink coffee or tea. If not, there is always mineral water. I'll find a way to accommodate you. At that moment, Lu Junzuo remained in the suite, eagerly awaiting favorable news. Since returning to Huaxia, he had yet to fully indulge himself. Anticipating the imminent pleasure, he found himself increasingly restless, feeling something amiss within his body. How could this be? Just as his last vestiges of rationality clung on, he cast a sudden glance at the red wine nearby. Had someone spiked his drink? At this juncture, a knock resounded at the door. Junzuo, I'm coming in. Entering was Li Shuifei, oblivious to the beast that awaited her. Chapter 83. Disguising as Tang Yu to take the hit soon, wails reminiscent of slaughtered pigs echoed from the suite. This was a 6-star hotel, renowned for its soundproofing. Yet the high-decibel commotion penetrated through doors and walls, alarming guests throughout the building. The first to react were neighboring patrons, who had never encountered such a cacophony in their lives. It was indeed akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Within minutes, a crowd began to gather in the hallway. The hotel manager, alerted to the disturbance, made his way over. Upon hearing the ruckus, he bravely knocked on the door, calling out, "Could you please keep it down?" Inside, the pig-like cries continued unabated, interspersed with a muffled "get lost." Hearing that, the manager dared not speak further. Guests residing in such suites were not ones he could provoke. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad stood outside the corridor, with the leader, Deng He, grinning widely. Thinking to trick young Master Tang? Today, let us set you and this fat pig ablaze with passion. Boss, what is the plan now? One of the members asked quietly, witnessing their scheme's success. No worries. If Lu Junzuo inquires later, we'll simply blame this woman, Deng He replied confidently. It was evident to anyone that this woman had been flirting with Lu Junzuo daily. Placing the blame on her was foolproof. Boss is brilliant, the others praised, raising their thumbs in admiration. Brothers are tough, Deng He echoed, equally proud. Young Master Tang is tall and strong. They chorused together. Just then, Tang Yu, ascending from downstairs, sneezed unexpectedly. Rubbing his nose, he stepped out of the elevator, immediately greeted by the pig-like wails. During dinner, the Grim Reaper squad had sought Tang Yu's opinion, and he had decided to reciprocate their tactics. Thus, he instructed the 4 to drug Lu Junzuo in turn. It must be said that utilizing such substances proved both convenient and effective. Hearing the pig-like cries, Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel at his own benevolence. As for eliminating Lu Junzuo, he considered it rather challenging. After all, this fellow was, in a sense, a child of fortune, destined for survival through trials and tribulations. What was occurring? Wang Yishue, who had accompanied Tang Yu upstairs, feigned ignorance, aware of the truth. Nothing much. One should not begrudge those they have loved passionately. Tang Yu replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue's lips curled into a slight smile. Playing along before striking back? Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Swiftly, she sent a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare for a thorough beating of the fallen. Should they take action, they were advised not to hold back. Having sent the message, she turned to Tang Yu and said, "All right." With the objective achieved, Tang Yu left, in high spirits. Due to the overwhelming noise, after 3 hours, the hotel could no longer tolerate the disturbance. Nearly half the guests were aware of the situation and had lodged complaints. Reluctantly, the hotel management dispatched several security personnel to knock on the door and intervene. Should this continue, the hotel would be forced to shut down. As the security guards approached, several social media influencers had also gathered, eager to capitalize on the commotion. "Please make way," a few security guards urged, pushing through the influencers to knock heavily on the door. "Dear guest, could you step out for a moment?" As they knocked, the ruckus inside began to subside. Finally regaining consciousness, Lu Junzuo's face turned pale. Gazing at the scene before him, he could not suppress his nausea and retched. Once, during a mission, he had concealed himself in a sewage pit for 3 minutes, emerging with a mouthful of filth. Yet compared to now, that was mere child's play. What was this? He pondered, utterly mortified at the thought of being live-streamed by influencers outside the door. He had heard tales of the booming, streaming industry in the country. but never had he imagined it would reach such depravity. If they were to broadcast this online, how does one conduct themselves while remaining in their homeland? Perhaps by then, he would even earn a nickname, Mr. Gio E. Lu. Fortunately, he had always been remarkably clever, aware that this group would not be able to enter immediately. Thus, he hurried to the window, preparing to take an unconventional route. Upon opening the window, he suddenly recalled that he was situated on the 40-something floor. Even at his peak, jumping from such a height would surely lead to his demise. As the knocking at the door grew increasingly insistent, he realized he could no longer remain in the room. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a human skin mask. Given that everyone's facial structure differs, it was impossible for the mask to fit perfectly. Once donned, the mask bore only a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. Yet that would suffice. He clenched his teeth firmly. Since he could not evade the predicament today, he resolved to let this young man bear the brunt of the embarrassment on his behalf. Before departing, he retrieved a black pill and placed it into the unconscious mouth of Li Shuefei, compelling her to swallow it. This pill was a slow-acting poison. It would not cause immediate death. Rather, it would lead to a sudden heart failure approximately 1 week later. Such a desecration of his own soul. He would never permit her to continue existing in this world. Having accomplished all of this, he opened the door with an expression of resentment and stormed out. Upon seeing a group of individuals regarding him with a gaze typically reserved for a clown, he was instantly filled with indignation. "Get lost," he exclaimed, swinging his hand and sending the phones of several streamers flying. He hastened towards the emergency exit, consumed by a singular desire to escape the hotel that made him feel utterly nauseated. Seek a place to thoroughly cleanse your body. It is utterly unpleasant. As he rushed breathlessly to the 20th floor, he discovered the 4 members of the death squad guarding the emergency exit. Upon seeing them, he halted his movements, poised to issue a command. However, the leader, Deng He, charged forward, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lu Junzhuo's face. Caught completely off guard, Lu was struck by Deng's fierce blow, staggering back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Lu Junzhuo was instantly filled with rage. How could his subordinate dare to strike him? "Tang Yu, today shall mark your demise." Deng He let out a furious roar as the 4 assailants charged forward in unison. At this moment, Lu Junzhuo was in a severely diminished state, having suffered significant depletion of his vital energy. Despite his valiant attempts to counterattack, he found himself enduring several blows from their combined assault. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was still wearing a human skin mask. Consequently, he hastily created some distance, tore off the mask, and shouted with fury at the 4 individuals, "Fools, it is I." Chapter 84. Yet another beating. The 4 members of Deng He finally ceased their onslaught, their faces reflecting astonishment as they exclaimed, "Our subordinates are doomed. We believed it was Tang Yu who had descended upon us." Lu Junzhuo was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. He had indeed orchestrated for the 4 to lie in wait, ambushing Tang Yu. Yet, who could have anticipated such a significant deviation in their plans? Instead of Tang Yu and Wang Yixue succumbing to poison, it was he who fell victim. After being ensnared, in order to deceive Tang Yu, he donned a mask that masqueraded as Tang Yu. It is better not to wear it. Once donned, one is ambushed by one's own kin. He feels akin to a jester. How absurd. Lu Junzhuo gestured towards the members of the death squad, and after a moment of restraint, he managed to suppress his anger. "This is not your fault. There was a minor hiccup in the plan, and your loyalty is commendable. After all, you are merely fulfilling your orders with unwavering dedication. It would be rather unjust to penalize you for this issue. It is only to be expected." The 4 knelt on the ground in unison. "I'm feeling a bit unwell and must excuse myself for a moment. You all remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and his companions. If successful, do inform me." Despite the circumstances, Lu Junzhuo remained resolute. After instructing the 4 to stay at the hotel in search of an opportunity, he dashed away, yearning to find a place to wash away the discomfort of the greasy odor that clung to him. As he sprinted out the back door of the hotel, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the side of the road. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, one delivered a punch while the other executed a kick, both striking him with precision. They were indeed the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards following Wang Yixue. both possessing formidable strength, each at the pinnacle of the Huangzi realm. They had long been lying in ambush, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Lu Junzuo was in a state of mental disarray. After successfully executing their initial assault, they relentlessly pursued him with fervor. Subjected to a series of unrelenting attacks, Lu Junzuo was consumed by rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. Here he was, a distinguished master at the pinnacle of the Xian character realm. In the Dragon Soul organization, one can be regarded as a prodigy of extraordinary talent. In comparison to himself, Yi Chun feels utterly diminished. When has he ever endured such a profound humiliation? Being bullied by two worthless individuals who have yet to reach the realm of Xuanzi? Under ordinary circumstances, with a single hand, he could effortlessly slay two individuals. However, his current condition is exceedingly dire. The injury sustained previously has yet to heal, and today he has suffered a significant depletion of energy. For 3 continuous hours, he has not had a moment's respite, and he has just endured a brutal assault from the infamous Death Squad. At this moment, his limbs feel as weak as noodles. Faced with the onslaught of 2 pinnacle-level adversaries, he can only watch helplessly as they gain the upper hand. What is more alarming is the malicious intent of these two, clearly intent on inflicting fatal harm. After sustaining multiple injuries, Lu Junzuo once again spat out a mouthful of blood, sensing that his physical condition had become increasingly perilous. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he decided to cast aside his pride. Gathering his energy, he let out a desperate roar. Help! After all, this is a high-end hotel, and there are plenty of security personnel present. Following his cry for help, patrolling security guards quickly rushed to the scene. What's going on here? Who permitted you to fight in this place? Let us head to the dance studio, a security guard shouted. Upon the arrival of the guard, the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguard from the Huang family felt a sense of helplessness. In front of such a large crowd, it was indeed impossible to continue their lethal assault on this individual. The 2 could only abandon their offensive and swiftly retreat. Once they had departed, Lu Junzuo plopped down on the ground, his face etched with humiliation. How could he, Lu Junzuo, have been reduced to crying for help by 2 practitioners of Huang character martial arts? He had already endured 3 beatings. Are you all right? Do you need me to call the police for you? One of the security guards approached with concern. Leave, it's none of your business. If you dare to speak of today's events, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Junzuo glared at the guards, threatening them fiercely. If this matter were to leak, how could he continue to exist within the Longhun organization? Several security guards instantly turned pale, muttering curses as they turned to leave. Had they known they would encounter such foolishness, they would not have bothered to come. After the security guard departed, Lu Junzuo hastily drove to the hospital. Upon returning to the hotel room, Tang Yu sat on the sofa, inwardly reciting, "Dog system, where is my reward?" With a chilling voice from the system, Tang Yu immediately sensed a transformation within his body. A viscous, black liquid, reeking of a foul odor, began to seep from his pores. Goodness! Which author conceived the notion of marrow cleansing? As he inhaled the unpleasant odor, Tang Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had been unceremoniously tossed into a cesspool to perform a freestyle swim. He hurriedly dashed to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. The suite's bathroom was equipped with an indoor hot spring. After scrubbing away the grime from his body, Tang Yu settled into the warm waters with a look of contentment. According to the system's assertions, after this round of cleansing and refining, he had achieved a physique of unparalleled martial prowess. Furthermore, his strength had surged to the Huangzi realm, transforming him instantaneously from an ordinary individual into an ancient warrior. Although this newfound power was still somewhat insufficient to effortlessly dispatch individuals like Yi Chun, it significantly raised Tang Xiao's threshold for bullying the weak. Henceforth, should he encounter any impertinent fools during his outings, he could easily dispatch them with a single punch. This canine system has finally deemed it appropriate to bestow some valuable offerings, yet an unsettling sensation lingers. Tang Yu stroked her chin, deep in contemplation. It seems she did not exert herself excessively against Lu Junzuo today. From whence, then, does this generous reward arise? At that moment, his phone, which had been resting on the side, rang. Ting Wai picked it up to take a glance. It was a message from the Ing team, reporting the situation to him. He learned that the four individuals had given LJ in Zhu a sound beating. Ting was taken aback. Was there really such a tactic? Pretending to be oneself, only to take a beating? Indeed, the double agents were dedicated to their tasks. To express his gratitude for their performance, he enhanced their system rewards. Ting presented each of them with a premium club membership card, each loaded with 1 million, sufficient for their enjoyment over the course of a year. Furthermore, this was a nationwide chain, making it convenient for them wherever they went. Upon receiving the membership cards, the four were overjoyed. A club is a gathering of the elite. They collectively exited the hotel to indulge in merriment. As for LJ in Zhu's arrangements, they were merely Ing Xiao's tasks. After contacting the Ing team, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Ting open up. I need to talk to you, came the voice of Ing Su from outside. Looking for me? Ting felt a strange sensation in his heart. What would you want at this late hour? He hurried to the door and opened it. Ing Su stood outside with a somewhat pained expression. Once she entered, she clutched her stomach and collapsed on Ing's bed. Ting my stomach hurts. You must be here to relieve yourself, right? Chapter 85. The WN Family. Mind your language, Ing Su retorted playfully, giving Ting an adorable roll of her eyes. He had just glanced at her stomach and found nothing amiss. She appeared quite healthy. All right, I confess, I came to find you for a massage. Ing Su patted her shoulder and said, help me knee my shoulders. They're so sore. What happened to your shoulders? Did you not sleep well? Not really. It's just that my figure puts a strain on my shoulders, she lamented. Ting instinctively glanced over. Indeed, they were rather ample, though still a tad smaller compared to Xiaoyu. It's only natural for such shoulders to feel sore. Fine, I'll help you out. Okay. Placing his hands on Ing Su's shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure, eliciting soft sounds of comfort from her. After a few minutes, he ceased his actions, saying, could you keep it down a bit? But I can't help it. I'll try to be quieter. Just don't stop. Keep going. After about 10 minutes, Ting found it increasingly challenging to endure. Damn, you're feeling good now. If I keep this up, my blood might just rush elsewhere. That's enough, Ting said, releasing her shoulders. With a satisfied stretch, Ing Su remarked with a sly smile. You're being so nice to me today. Are you hoping for some reward? What reward? Ting asked eagerly. Come on, you beast. Don't think I'm a delicate flower to be pitted, Ing Su teased, causing him a chuckle. She scrutinized Ting for a moment before saying, check your phone in a bit. With that, she bounced out of Ing's room. Confused, he sat on the bed, waiting with his phone in hand. After a few minutes, Ing Su sent a message. Can't sleep tonight? I can help you, just ask me. Ting inhaled sharply. Did she underestimate a man's dignity? Would she really make him beg for such a thing? I beg you, he sent back angrily. Almost immediately, the dialogue box indicated she was typing. A few seconds later, a photo arrived. It was of her sitting on a hotel bed, clad in a bunny girl outfit. Enjoy it, but take care of yourself, she added thoughtfully after sending the photo. Once done, she tucked away her phone, feeling a mixture of amusement and shyness. She had intended to show him the bunny outfit in person, but after putting it on, she felt a bit bashful. After all, she was a girl, and sometimes found it hard to be too forward. So, she resorted to sending a picture instead. After sending the photo, she occasionally glanced at the door. After waiting for about 10 minutes with no sign of him knocking, a hint of disappointment crossed her exquisite face, and she huffed in discontent. The next morning, as they went downstairs for breakfast, Ing, clearly sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, appeared somewhat sleep-deprived, yawning intermittently. Someone didn't sleep well last night, Ing Su remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Serves you right. Who told you not to understand my hints? Don't think of asking me for shoulder massages next time. Ing huffed, sipping his milk. Just you wait, Ing Su teased, sticking out her tongue. After finishing their meal, she cheerfully asked, I need to handle some matters at the branch office. Are you going to stay here for a few days? Ing shook his head. Ing Su pinched Ing's cheek playfully, stretching it. After bidding farewell to her, Ing awaited the upcoming auction event. According to the original plot, an antique jade lion would appear at the auction. It caught the eye of the Dragon King YCHN, leading to a fierce competition with the HN family from Y New Jersey Yang. After a fierce battle, YCHN successfully obtained the Jade Lion and activated its mechanism, unveiling a 9-transformation pill and an ancient martial arts manual, BJB Ing Chu In. The one to seize this opportunity on his behalf was LJ Inju. The 9-transformation pill could significantly enhance an ancient martial artist cultivation. Fair. Why should all the good things belong to the protagonist? After completing the check-in procedures, T-Ing-Y rested in the waiting area for his flight. A young woman wheeled a chair over. In the chair sat a middle-aged man with a square face and a commanding presence. Even seated in a wheelchair, he exuded a certain formidable aura, reminiscent of a once mighty lion in its twilight. The girl pushing the wheelchair drew the attention of many men. She was strikingly beautiful, with short hair grazing her ears, radiating vigor. Her sun-kissed skin added to her vitality. Surprisingly, her arms displayed perfect muscle definition, with every exposed part showcasing the ideal amount of muscle. The blend of feminine grace and muscular strength in her was strikingly harmonious, embodying a unique charm. Dad, the plane 1T arrive for another half hour. Should I grab you a bottle of water? The girl inquired, looking down at her father. No need. I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much is a hassle for the restroom. Just sit and rest. The middle-aged man waved his hand, a hint of a smile gracing his face. All right, the girl nodded, refraining from further comment. They sat next to T-Ing-Y. Upon noticing him, the father and daughter exchanged smiles and nods as a greeting. T-Ing-Y reciprocated the gesture, recognizing the pair. They belonged to the WN family, the foremost ancient martial arts clan in SHN. Seated in the wheelchair was WNRNUNSHN, the current head of the family, who was renowned for his unmatched prowess in SHN by the age of 30. By 40, he had achieved the Earth-level realm, with both strength and talent being exceptional. Such ancient martial arts families carried an air of arrogance, looking down upon nobility. Even upon recognizing the esteemed Tang Yu of the first family of Suong, they merely exchanged casual greetings. In the realm of ancient martial arts, only the strong are revered. Tang Yu's gaze soon fell upon the young lady. She was Wenren Yage, the daughter of the Wenren family, whose talent and strength surpassed even that of her father. At the tender age of 20, she had already reached the Xuanzi realm. In terms of innate ability, she was indeed a prodigy, far exceeding her father's prowess. Such an exceptional daughter of destiny was, of course, not immune to the allure of the Dragon King. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yu mused that girls practicing martial arts ought to be mindful of their direction. If only she would cultivate her true energy and pursue internal techniques instead of building a muscular physique. Look at Qi Yingling, she is all soft and fragrant. As Tang Yu silently criticized, Wenren Yage's expression darkened upon hearing his thoughts. She noticed that Tang Yu's lips did not move, prompting her to glance around. The last man who dared to comment on her in such a manner had ended up hospitalized for 3 months. After searching around without finding her target, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Had she misheard? Noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor, Wenren Yuanshan inquired, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing." Wenren Yage hesitated to reveal the strange remarks she had overheard. Wenren Yuanshan comforted her by stroking her hair. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, that young man named Lu Junzuo possesses remarkable medical skills. Following his treatment, I can already move one of my toes. Soon, I shall be able to stand, and we can spar together as we used to." Initially, he had lost hope for his legs, resigning himself to a life as a cripple. However, after undergoing an unknown acupuncture treatment, he felt sensations returning to his legs, reigniting his hope of standing once more. His gratitude towards the young man named Lu Junzuo was profound. "Dad, I have faith in Brother Lu's medical expertise. He is indeed outstanding," Wenren Yage expressed openly, her admiration for Lu Junzuo evident. He was only a few years her senior, yet his abilities far surpassed hers. She held a deep respect for strength, which led to her genuine appreciation for him. Tang Yu, sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing their conversation. In the original storyline, it was Yi Chun who treated Wenren Yuanshan. To conquer Suong, he needed to secure not only the 4 great families to build a commercial empire, but also to dominate the ancient martial arts forces. ensuring that Suong would submit wholly to him and serve as the foundation for his revenge. The Wonrin family, being the foremost family in Suhong's ancient martial arts, served as a crucial stronghold for this endeavor. Lu Junzuo's medical skills are indeed commendable. He can even treat paralysis. However, healing may come at a price. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts again, Wonren Yabe's gaze finally zeroed in on him, as the person who had been sitting beside her had departed. Within a 10-meter radius, they were alone. She could hear this man's inner voice. What is this foolish girl staring at me for? Tang Yu thought. Is she trying to leer at me with her eyes? How indecent. Can't women have a little self-respect? I'm just trying to maintain my chastity here. Noticing Wonren Yabe's penetrating gaze, Tang Yu felt a surge of amusement. Wonren Yabe nearly lost her composure and struck him, but she was more concerned about his previous remarks. How did he know about Lu Junzuo? What did he mean by exchanging life force for treatment? Having revered her father since childhood, she had a particular admiration for strength and was drawn to capable men. If anyone dared threaten her father's life, she would not let them escape unscathed. Taking a deep breath, she confronted Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, my father. As she attempted to voice her concerns, the words caught in her throat, as if an invisible hand were stifling her speech. Observing her sudden stammering, Tang Yu inquired, Miss Wenren, what troubles you? What is this woman babbling about? He wondered, chuckling to himself. No need to be so anxious. I am merely a charming gentleman. Are you all right, Yabe? Wenren Yuanshan, noticing his daughter's peculiar behavior, furrowed his brow. He would never suspect that his daughter would be intimidated by a mere, spoiled rich kid. It's nothing. Wenren Yabe finally regained her composure after a few moments of hesitation, realizing she couldn't voice the thoughts she had just heard. Yet, being an exceptionally gifted martial artist, her intellect was sharp. She then attempted to rephrase her inquiry. Young Master Tang, your family must know several renowned doctors. Could you recommend a few? I wish for them to examine my father's legs. Yabe, there's no need to trouble young Master Tang. Lu Junzuo is sufficient for my needs, Wenren Yuanshan interjected, slightly frowning. He disliked imposing on others and had little interest in the likes of Tang Yu. Noticing the flicker of disdain in Wenren Yuanshan's eyes, Tang Yu rolled his own internally. This was the standard trope of a narrative. Antagonists are invariably unlikable, and supporting characters naturally harbor disdain for them. Why are you acting so high and mighty? I owe you nothing, he thought. And expecting Lu Junzuo to heal you? After 3 treatments, you'll still be counting the days until you can stand again. Despite his irritation, Tang Yu replied, I have a good relationship with old Master Jiang. Uncle Wenren should consider consulting him. We've already visited old Master Jiang. His methods did not yield significant results. Wenren Yabe replied with a wry smile, though her mind was racing with shock. Lu Junzuo had indeed claimed that her father's legs would recover after 3 more treatments. Perhaps we should let old Master Jiang examine him again. He may have insights that surpass those of lesser practitioners, Tang Yu suggested delicately. Come now, I've laid it all out for you. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Hurry and let old Master Jiang take a look. He can certainly diagnose this issue. Otherwise, when the banquet comes, don't blame me for not contributing. Wenren Yabe's expression darkened slightly. Consulting old Master Jiang seemed like a reasonable idea. However, Wenren Yuanshan was already growing displeased. Holding Lu Junzuo in high regard and considering him an exceptionally talented young man, he cast a sideways glance at Tang Yu, dismissively saying, Young Master Tang, this world is filled with hidden talents. Merely sitting in a well and gazing at the sky will only lead to ridicule. Tang Yu forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. Honestly, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. If I didn't want to see your family become a pawn of Lu Junzuo and turn around to cause trouble for my family, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. Being outsmarted, losing a daughter, and surrendering a family to another. Your supported characters are worse off than I am. Upon hearing Tang Yu's mockery, Wenren Yabe felt a tinge of embarrassment. She understood that Tang Yu meant no malice and was genuinely trying to help. She turned to her father, All right, Dad, let's not say any more. Young Master Tang is only trying to assist. Wenren Yuanshan fell silent, his expression darkening. Could it be that his daughter had truly lost her senses, developing a crush on such a feckless young man? If that were the case, he would never consent to it. His daughter was a paragon of excellence. How could he possibly be worthy? Chapter 87. the untroubled moonlight as the conversation grew increasingly unfruitful. Tang Yu found little reason to engage with Wenren Yuanshan. He could not simply stand by while the Wenren family leaned towards Lu Junzhou. However, if they were resolute in their stubbornness, he would do his utmost and accept the outcome. If all else failed, he could always take a seat at the table with the girls during the banquet. At this moment, Wenren Yage was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. If Lu Junzhou truly harbored ill intentions, she would not hesitate to respond in kind. The atmosphere between the two parties became increasingly awkward and silent. Once aboard the plane, they found themselves seated apart. After securing her father's seatbelt, Wenren Yage addressed him. "Dad, I am heading to the restroom. If you need anything, feel free to call the flight attendant." "Go ahead," replied Wenren Yuanshan, a hint of displeasure evident in his demeanor. Though his character was somewhat rigid, he valued loyalty above all. Lu Junzhou had aided him in healing his leg. Thus he regarded him as a benefactor. The earlier remarks by Tang Yu lingered unpleasantly in his mind. If not for his current incapacitated state, he would have ensured that Lu Junzhou faced some consequences. Wenren Yage, however, did not actually head to the restroom. After a brief stroll, she found her way to Tang Yu's seat. "Do you need anything, Miss Wenren?" Tang Yu casually inquired, engrossed in a novel. "Tang Xiao, I wish to apologize on behalf of my father for his earlier remarks. It was inappropriate to address it in his presence," Wenren Yage said, bowing slightly in a gesture of apology. Her demeanor surprised Tang Yu, as she was typically a wild and untamed spirit, yet here she was, exhibiting such courtesy. Much of his earlier annoyance dissipated, and he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding resolved." Her attitude is rather commendable. "I had initially intended to expose Lu Junzhou, but I possess a few remedies from the Qing Nong Tianjing that can treat paralysis. Once cured, your father will experience relief, and it may also serve to protect the Tang family." Wenren Yage felt both confused and excited. This man had a method to heal her father's leg? But what did he mean by relief? She found herself wanting to challenge him. "I shall not disturb you further. Tang Xiao, here's my business card. You may add me on WeChat for any matters that arise," she said, producing a card bearing her name, phone number, and company details. Most ancient martial families like theirs ran security companies, which served as their primary source of income. Very well. Observing Wenren Yage's courteous demeanor left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled. The auction was set to commence in a couple of days. He needed to prepare himself without delay. Upon disembarking, a driver was already present to escort Wenren Yage and her father to Jiang Laosher's clinic. She instructed the driver. "What business do we have with Jiang Laosher?" Wenren Yuanshan inquired, perplexed. "Has that Tang boy said something to you? Why trust his words?" He was averse to being indebted to others and saw no need to trouble Jiang Laosher with his condition. With Lu Junzhuo's assistance, he believed he could manage his ailment. "It's merely for an examination. Nothing more, Dad," Wenren Yage replied, her tone unwavering. "We will know if there's an issue once we test." Recognizing his daughter's determination, Wenren Yuanshan reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arrival at the clinic, Wenren Yuanshan opened the car door and hopped into his wheelchair. As Wenren Yage pushed her father inside, they encountered a long queue at the entrance. The clinic held free medical consultations daily, providing treatment for the impoverished who could not afford health care. This often ruffled the feathers of many, but under the protection of the Tang family, those who dared to cause trouble had mysteriously vanished. Jiang Xiaoya was busy taking a patient's pulse when she spotted the Wenren duo. She remembered them well, as they had previously donated 10 million to the clinic after their visit, which was utilized for charitable purposes, allowing them to treat affluent clients as well. "Miss Wenren, brought your uncle for a consultation?" she greeted with a smile. "Indeed, I would like to see Jiang Laosher. Is he available?" Wenren Yage inquired politely. "He is in the back, reading." "You may go ahead," Jiang Xiaoya replied, her smile brightening. "Thank you." Wenren Yage nodded and led her father towards the back of the clinic. Upon arrival, they found Jiang Laosher, donned in a green robe, engrossed in an ancient medical text. "Welcome. What ailments bring you here today?" Jiang Laosher greeted them. "Apologies for the trouble, Jiang Laosher. I feel well, but she insisted I come for a checkup." Wenren Yuanshan lamented with a sigh. "You've been treated for your leg?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Laosher appeared both surprised and excited. With his expertise, he could not fathom a solution to such a condition. Such a remarkable practitioner exists? He promptly began to examine Wenren Yuanshan, closing his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, "This is outrageous. Who would dare be so reckless? What is wrong?" Both father and daughter were taken aback by Jiang Laosher's sudden outburst. Known for his good temperament, this was quite uncharacteristic. The skills of this individual are indeed impressive, even slightly superior to mine, yet their intentions are vile. I cannot comprehend the method they employed for your treatment. With his abilities, if he were willing to conduct acupuncture bi-weekly for a year, he could surely heal your leg. Yet even if healed, you would not survive beyond a year. Jiang Laosher's face flushed with rage. Incompetent medical practice might render one merely a quack, but malicious intent was far worse. When Renye's expression shifted dramatically. Was Tang Yu's warning truly accurate? When Ren Yuanshan was equally stunned, realizing that the young man he admired harbored sinister motives. Alongside his indignation, guilt began to swell within him. Fortunately, they had encountered that Tang boy who had offered a timely warning. Otherwise, his fate may have been sealed. Yet, he had treated Tang Yu with such disdain, he slapped himself in regret, lamenting his actions. Chapter 88. Adding a bit of fuel, Wen Renye, filled with concern, asked, "What can we do?" Her father's health took precedence over thoughts of vengeance. "Very well, I will perform acupuncture and then prescribe a remedy. A week's course of treatment should suffice. Thankfully, you arrived early. Had that individual treated you once more, I would have been powerless to assist." Jiang Laosher gestured for the father and daughter to follow him into his room, preparing to treat Wenren Yuanshan. "Thank you, Jiang Laosher. The Wenren family shall forever remember this kindness," Wenren Yage said, bowing in gratitude. As her father underwent acupuncture, Wenren Yage stood outside the door, her fists clenched in anger. How dare Lu Junzuo humiliate the Wenren family in such a manner? She vowed to avenge this affront. Yet considering her current strength, she felt a twinge of frustration. The Wenren family had significantly declined over the years, primarily due to her father's misfortune. The remaining skilled members of the family had stagnated at the initial stages of the Xian realm. Even if they joined forces, their chances against Lu Junzuo seemed slim. The chasm between the pinnacle of the Xian realm and its nascent stage was vast. She began to devise a plan for retribution, regardless of the cost. She would not let this man escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wenren residence. A few days ago, after enduring a significant setback, he lay in the hospital for 2 days before finally recovering. Meanwhile, he was preparing to seize the opportunity presented by the Wenren family. Yi Chun, that useless fool, was overly fixated on making quick profits from the 4 great families. Unlike him, he placed greater emphasis on strength. The Wenren family served as a stronghold for conquering the ancient martial forces of Su Hang. At this moment, he sat by the artificial lake of the Wenren estate, fishing, in quite a pleasant mood. The treasure he had his eyes on at the upcoming auction had already been photographed and sent to him. He was certain that within this jade lion lay the elusive Jiuzhuan Dan, a long-lost elixir. The Dragon Soul organization had documented relevant information about it. The effects of the Jiuzhuan Dan were immensely beneficial to him. With this item, he could effortlessly break through to the DZ realm. At that point, the young man surnamed Tang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Why should he concern himself with that inexplicable power of his? After killing him, he planned to have his way with his fiancée, Yi. This way, he could also humiliate Yi Chun in the process. Thus, this item was a must-have for him, regardless of the price. In the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrived, the new manager was already waiting for him. Since Zhao Gao Shun had been dispatched to the South Pole, an elderly gentleman, well-versed and knowledgeable, had taken over his position. Tang Xiao. He greeted respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous towards Tang Yu. The previous manager, Zhao, was rumored to have secured a 10 billion reward for Tang Xiao after successfully completing a task, subsequently ascending to a position abroad. Now, to be able to serve Tang Xiao was a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. "Old Peng, how is the jade lion you were working on for me?" Tang Yu inquired with a smile. "Oh, that is nearly finished. Tang Xiao, please take a look." Old Peng promptly led the way. A few days prior, upon receiving Tang Yu's notification and a photograph, he had immediately gathered several experts to carve the jade lion Tang Xiao desired. After several days of intensive work, the finished product was ready albeit with minor imperfections. Upon entering and observing the size of the jade lion, akin to that of a coconut, Tang Yu felt quite satisfied. Although the cost was somewhat high, it was inconsequential. Even the intricate mechanism, the 9-palace lock beneath it, had been perfectly replicated as per Tang Yu's request. The original jade lion contained this mechanism, which only the Dragon King Yichun could operate. Damn it, that fortunate son of destiny. It seemed that all the best things in the world were preordained for him. Fortunately, having perused the original storyline, Tang Yu remembered how to unlock it. It was satisfactory enough. Content with the finished product, Tang Yu instructed them to package it and send it to the auction house. I want to compete with you directly. I'll employ a trick of deception instead. Old Pung, here, a bag of powder medicine. Please assist me in turning it into pills. It's fine to encase some unpleasant substances within them. Once done, please ensure they are delivered to Wanbao Tower for prioritizing this item at the auction. After issuing his orders, Tang Yu patted the old gentleman's shoulder and left with a chuckle. In the original plot, the Dragon King Yichun saw the Jiuzhuan Dam for the first time. Now, with Lu Junzhou in the picture, it should unfold similarly. The bag of powdered medicine he concocted was specifically designed so that its scent could not be easily identified. Unless tasted, one could never discern it as poison. Just like excrement, one can see and smell it, but without tasting, how could one dare to assume it was indeed excrement? Old Peng rubbed his bald head, drawing on decades of accumulated wisdom to ponder this matter. After a moment's thought, his gaze shifted towards the restroom. Once he completed the task assigned by Tang Xiao, he emerged, blushing from the restroom, having engaged in such mischievous acts in his youth. He found it amusing to relive the innocence of childhood at his age. He placed the processed pills inside the Jade Lion and personally delivered it to the Wanbao Tower auction. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was held at the Sishui Mountain Villa on the outskirts, nestled in a picturesque location by the mountains and water. This villa was frequented by the affluent of the city. Tang Yu was quite familiar with the area, encountering many acquaintances as he disembarked from his vehicle. "Hello, Tang Xiao. Oh, you've come too. What are you here to buy today? It's the first time I've seen you at an antique auction." Many greeted Tang Yu warmly. Upon entering the venue, he spotted Wenren Yage, accompanied by a handsome young man exuding a charming smile, strikingly similar to the Dragon King Yichun. However, the young man's smile was on the right side of his mouth, while Yichen's was on the left. If their mouths were to merge, it would create a rather ludicrous sight. Strictly speaking, this was Lu Junzuo's first encounter with Tang Yu in person. Hence, upon spotting Tang Yu, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no concern of being recognized. Lurking in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries was his forte. This was also Tang Yu's first glimpse of Lu Junzuo's face. Upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. This scoundrel is grinning just like Yichun. If you were to merge their mouths and add a cross-eyed expression, it would be quite the spectacle. Hearing Tang Yu's internal musings, Wenren Yage's lips twitched. She too found Lu Junzhou's charming smile appeared a bit foolish, as if there were an issue with his facial nerves. After her father received treatment from the esteemed Jiang Laosheng, she had spent the past few days contemplating, still refraining from immediate vengeance. Patience was key. She needed to lower his guard before delivering a decisive strike. Today, hearing Lu Junzhou mention attending the auction to seek precious medicinal materials for her father's ailment, she decided to accompany him. The three of them deliberately avoided drawing each other's attention, opting not to greet one another. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu took out his phone to check. Today, the Grim Reaper squad had not accompanied him. Lu Junzhou had assigned them other tasks. After being thoroughly beaten by the Grim Reaper squad last time, Lu Junzhou had developed some reservations about them. As for suspicions, he had yet to harbor any. For the four had loyally executed his orders, and the beating was merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? This auction attracted a considerable crowd today. The items for bidding included not only antiques, but also various rare treasures, such as centuries-old medicinal herbs, which were standard fare in such narratives. The tropes of snatching bargains and antagonists driving up prices were also included, allowing the Son of Destiny to flaunt his prowess while acquiring magical artifacts. Anticipating his role as the antagonist who would inflate prices today, Tang Yu felt a sense of eagerness. As he popped a pistachio into his mouth, he stole a glance at Wenren Yage from the corner of his eye. She was seated beside Liu Junzhou, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to his earlier remarks. They are truly dim-witted teammates. And here she is, giggling alongside Liu Junzhou. Even with my clear hints, if she doesn't understand. Perhaps I should let Jiang Laoshe pay her father a visit. Tang Yu sighed internally. Separated by less than 3 meters, Wen Ren-Yage, hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, felt a spark of curiosity. How could she hear Tang Xiao's inner voice? Was there a connection between them? Yet, when she attempted to converse mentally moments ago, he had not reacted. After approximately half an hour, the guests had mostly arrived. An elderly gentleman dressed in a white Tang suit took the stage to address the guests. This elderly gentleman was the local head of Wanbao Tower in the Suhang region. WNBOLU stands as the largest auction house in Hu 11, naturally becoming one of the staunch allies of the Dragon King in the later stages, providing them with intelligence on numerous occasions. The first item presented for auction was Dong Qichong's Guanshan Shueji Tuesday. The elderly gentleman on stage began to enthusiastically elaborate on the painting's origin, with an opening bid set at 30 million. Soon, bids were made from the audience, and the piece was ultimately purchased for 80 million. As a wealthy and handsome individual, Ting Wai found little interest in such a purchase. He thought to himself, art is merely for appreciation. It cannot sustain life. What purpose is there in spending such a fortune? He mused, art that benefits humanity is true art, citing the artistic film stored in his Guiyun disc, and chuckling internally at the notion of indirectly undermining the Eastern economy. While Ting Wai mentally criticized the art world, WNRNYG beside him could not help but display a look of exasperation. Was he performing a stand-up routine in his mind? Noticing WNRNYG's sudden change in demeanor, LJ Inju flashed a charming smile and inquired, what troubles you, YG? Are you feeling unwell? Upon catching a glimpse of LJ Inju's smile, WNRNYG genuinely felt discomfort. She shook her head and replied, it's nothing. If you're unwell, do tell me. Seeing you in distress causes me pain as well, LJ Inju remarked, tapping his chest with a tender gaze. WNRNYG felt a wave of nausea rising. You're the one in pain, she thought. If not for the fact that I can't take you on right now, I would certainly give you a taste of your own medicine. Half an hour into the auction, the Jade Lion was finally brought to the auction block. Upon seeing this exquisite artifact, many guests cast curious glances. Such an antiquity seemed to be a first for them. Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is this white Jade Lion, a piece of art whose master I am unable to discern due to my limited knowledge. But its artistic value is undoubtedly high. Thus, the starting bid is 5 million. Interested guests may wish to try their luck, as you might just find a hidden treasure. The elderly gentleman concluded, chuckling at his own words. In all the years of their auctions, they had never encountered a true bargain, for they employed the finest antiquities appraisers in all of Hu 11. Rarely could a counterfeit deceive them. The guests laughed, but anyone attending this auction had a net worth of at least 10 billion. For them, a few million was hardly a significant sum, and soon bids began to surface. I bid 5,500,000. Then I shall bid 6 million. Hearing these bids, LJ Inju's heart raced, yet he refrained from rushing to bid. He preferred to either abstain from bidding or make a decisive offer. Today, the Jade Lion was his for the taking. Once secured, he would promptly consume the elixir, which boasted remarkable efficacy, showing results in merely 3 minutes. After reaching the pinnacle of the Su-In character realm, he felt as though he was on the threshold of a breakthrough after enduring a few skirmishes. Coupled with this 9 turns elixir, transcending barriers would be effortless. Upon breaking through, his first task would be to disguise himself and assassinate that teeing fellow. As the price escalated to 9 million, no further bids emerged. Excessive prices for collectibles were unnecessary. Wealthy individuals were not foolish enough to squander their money frivolously. 9 million for the first time, 9 million for the second. The elderly gentleman raised his gavel to call for the third time. At that moment, LJ Inju interjected, 9,100,000. He realized that this price was the psychological limit for the other bidders. Thus, he was willing to add just 1 more thousand, for anything beyond that would be wasteful. His bid drew immediate attention from the crowd. "Sir, the minimum increment for bidding is 10,000. Please revise your offer." The elderly gentleman responded awkwardly, frowning in displeasure. LJN adjusted his bid. "Then I shall bid 9,110,000. The individual who had previously bid 9 million rolled his eyes and chose not to continue bidding. 10 million, T-Ing-Y suddenly called out. As he spoke, LJN turned sharply to T-Ing-Y, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Did this man inherently oppose him? Was he truly intent on competing for something at the auction today? 10 million for the first time, the elderly gentleman noted, surprised that T-Ing-Y was bidding on his own item. What was he attempting to accomplish? Yet he remained indifferent. Their profit was based on the final sale price. And as long as they secured payment, it was all that mattered. 11 million. LJN was compelled to raise his bid, unwilling to permit the jade lion to fall into T-Ing-Y's hands. His eyes gleamed with apprehension. Could it be that T-Ing-Y had uncovered the secret of the jade lion? 20 million, 21 million, 50 million. When T-Ing-Y announced 50 million, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Young Master T-Ing, that's an extravagant expenditure, isn't it? To spend such a substantial amount on a seemingly useless jade lion? Witnessing T-Ing-Y's reckless bidding, LJN became convinced that T-Ing-Y had indeed discovered the jade lion's secret. His vision blurred with rage. You dare to covet the opportunity one have my eye on? 100 million, he declared, standing up and shouting. To compete in monetary terms? He had no fear. The Dragon Soul organization possessed resources that transcended imagination. Even their publicly listed companies boasted assets starting at 500 billion, collectively amounting to trillions. The two began a frenzied bidding war, leaving the audience in shock. In merely 5 minutes, they had escalated the price nearly to 1 billion. To them, 100 million was no longer a small target, but rather a casual remark. Some self-proclaimed wealthy individuals began to feel embarrassed. They understood T-Ing-Y's madness. The T-Ing family was indeed wealthy. However, who was this individual bidding against him? Was it truly necessary to escalate to such extremes merely for pride? As the price reached 1 billion, LJN's vision narrowed with fury. This opportunity was far too critical. However, 1 billion was undeniably exorbitant. I withdraw my bid. Just as he was consumed by rage, T-Ing-Y unexpectedly relinquished his bid. Congratulations to this gentleman, the elderly man exclaimed, swiftly striking his gavel, jubilantly reveling within. Their auction house earned a 3% commission, which meant a clean 300 million profit. He regarded T-Ing-Y with admiration, recognizing him as a commercial genius. This young man had effortlessly turned what could barely be called a work of art into a substantial profit through sheer bidding. Truly, he was the heir of the T-Ing family, achieving what others could only dream of. Pathetic? Is this all you can manage? Although he had successfully acquired the treasure, LJN was seething with rage, glaring at T-Ing-Y. This man dares to waste my money to such an extent. His life is hardly worth the cost. Excuse me, could the staff please deal with this uncouth individual who has insulted me? T-Ing-Y raised his hand, resembling a child reporting a grievance. The staff appeared uncomfortable as they approached LJN. Sir, please maintain decorum. Personal attacks are not permitted at the auction. Lu Junzuo's face darkened as he let out a cold snort, making a gesture of slicing his throat towards Tang Yu. The item had already been secured, and he was eager to exact revenge on Tang Yu. He promptly rose from his seat and requested the staff to escort him to settle the payment. According to the auction house's regulations, once the item was won and payment made, it could be taken away. He was determined to consume the Jiuzhuan Dan immediately, breaking through on the spot and then eliminating that brat. Upon hearing that he was ready to pay, the staff eagerly led this esteemed patron to the VIP lounge to await his transaction. 1 billion. This had shattered their auction's historical records. Although this distinguished guest was somewhat uncouth, the commission of 300 million earned in a short time left them with little to complain about. As he followed the staff backstage, he produced his card to finalize the payment. In accordance with the conventions of popular fiction, even the most substantial transactions would be completed in mere minutes. Thus, within a few moments, the sum of 1 billion was transferred to the auction house's account. Esteemed guest, here is our auction house's platinum membership card. You are now a top-tier VIP of Wanbao Lu, the staff said after receiving the payment, promptly presenting Lu Junzuo with an exquisite membership card. With a scowl, Lu Junzuo accepted the card, feeling no satisfaction from the deal. Damn it, what a loss. Hurry up and give me the item, he urged impatiently. Of course, Mr. Lu, the staff replied, immediately arranging for the careful delivery of the Jade Lion. Once the item was in Lu Junzuo's hands, the staff exhaled a sigh of relief. This was a hot item worth 100 billion. If it were to accidentally slip from their grasp, who would bear the responsibility? Well then, Mr. Lu, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Should you require our transportation services, please do not hesitate to call, the staff said respectfully. Go on, and ensure no one enters without my permission. Lu Junzuo pointed towards the door, dismissing them with impatience. The staff quickly exited the VIP lounge, shutting the door carefully behind them. Once alone, Lu Junzuo examined the Jade Lion, and indeed, he discovered the mechanism of the Jiugong lock beneath it. A cold smile crept across his face as he manipulated it, swiftly unlocking the mechanism. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. Upon seeing it, Lu Junzuo's excitement surged. The Jiuzhuandan. This miraculous elixir had been lost to time, and even with his medical expertise, he could not replicate its formula. Now that he had finally obtained one, his exhilaration was boundless. Consuming it would allow him to break through to the DZ realm. At that point, there would be no doubt that Tang Yu would meet his demise, and he would claim the position of Dragon King for himself. He brought the pill close to his nose for a sniff, detecting a medicinal aroma mingled with a hint of foulness. As a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was unfazed. Herbal materials came in countless varieties, each with its own scent. The ability to embody both fragrance and stench was an astonishing alchemical feat, comparable to the coalescence of ice and fire. He genuinely admired the master who had crafted the Jiuzhuandan. With a smile and a self-affirming murmur, he placed the pill into his mouth and savored it, relishing the experience. It bore a slight bitterness, a notion he understood well. Good medicine is often unpleasant. After chewing it thoroughly, however, that bitter taste began to transform, and a strong foul odor erupted in his mouth, reminiscent of a stifled flatulence. Is that excrement? Lu Junzuo's expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the familiar scent. Years ago, while on a mission, he had hidden in a sewage pit for 3 minutes, swallowing a mouthful of its contents. There was no mistaking it. This was the same wretched odor. Could it be that the Jiuzhuandan contained feces? Which kind? As he contemplated the nature of the ingredients, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. The anticipated surge of qi and breakthrough did not manifest. As a person well-versed in medicine, he quickly recognized the issue at hand. Poisoned. The excrement contained toxins. Lu Junzuo's face paled, and he immediately began to vomit, expelling the remnants of the Jiuzhuandan. After heaving up the contents, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a cesspool, a noxious stench assaulting his senses. Worse still, the toxins had already begun to spread within him. He quickly consumed an antidote he had prepared, which offered some relief. Damn, I've been played. Realization struck him, and with reddened eyes, he bolted from the VIP room. By the time he dashed out, the auction for the Jade Lion had concluded. Tang Yu was now toying with the very Jade Lion, a smile plastered across his face. Just after Lu Junzuo's departure, the auction for the genuine Jade Lion had commenced. Observing the simultaneous appearance of 2 identical items, the attendees were left puzzled. After Tang Yu made the first bid, no one dared to raise their offer further, knowing that Tang Yu had already bid into the billions. To raise the price now would only invite offense, a foolish endeavor indeed. Seeing Tang Yu play with the Jade Lion ignited a fire within Lu Junzuo. That scoundrel dared to mock him. Not only had he stolen his Dan, but he had also concocted a counterfeit to swindle him. Such maliciousness was unfathomable. Yet, observing Tang Yu merely toying with the lion, Lu Junzuo felt a slight easing of his tension. It seemed unlikely that this fellow could unlock the mechanism. After all, there were fewer than 5 individuals capable of opening the Jiugong lock, and this brat was certainly not one of them. This man was destined to perish. That fool has likely consumed the Dan within the Jade Lion. The child of fortune is indeed blessed. He has not met his demise. Tang Yu silently reveled in the misfortune of Lu Junzuo. Upon acquiring the Jade Lion, he promptly opened the Jiugong lock and retrieved its contents, one Jiuzhuandan and an ancient martial arts manual. Without hesitation, Tang Yu consumed the Jiuzhuandan, knowing it would enhance his cultivation and effortlessly elevate him to the initial stage of the Xianzi realm. As Tang Yu reveled in his fortune, Wenren Yage's expression shifted. Had Lu Junzuo truly been poisoned? She turned to glance, confirming that Lu Junzuo was indeed unsteady. If this man were truly poisoned, an opportunity for revenge had presented itself. Her heart leapt at the prospect of swift retribution. Thus, she feigned concern, asking, "Mr. Lu, you appear to be feeling unwell." Lu Junzuo, grateful for her concern, replied, "I consumed something slightly off. It's a minor issue." However, as soon as he spoke, Wenren Yage was met with an overwhelming stench, prompting her to gag. The others nearby also caught a whiff, wrinkling their noses in disgust. "Good heavens, what is that smell? Who has soiled themselves?" they exclaimed, bewildered. Lu Junzuo's face turned a sickly green. The foul stench emanated from his own mouth, a reality he could not escape. That wretched Tang Yu, not only poisoning him, but also adding filth to the mix. Was this something a human could do? His resolve shifted again. He was determined to incapacitate this scoundrel and toss him into a cesspool to drown. "I need to use the restroom." Lu Junzuo had barely spoken when Wenren Yage retched again. Humiliated to an extreme, Lu Junzuo nearly ground his teeth to dust in rage as he hurried to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom offered disposable mouthwash, and he gargled for nearly 5 minutes. Yet the rancid taste lingered stubbornly. In a fit of fury, he shouted and smashed a fist against the restroom mirror. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay with your life." Meanwhile, Tang Yu, reclining in his seat, felt a sudden sneeze coming. Noticing Lu Junzuo had left for the restroom, Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark. The auction was nearing its end, and it was time to make his escape. After all, facing off against someone at the peak of the Xuanzi realm in a furious state was not wise. With a sigh of resignation about the limitations of the Bu Dongming Wanggong, he grasped the Jade Lion and made his move. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage pondered for a moment before swiftly following in Tang Yu's wake. Given her understanding of Lu Junzuo, she knew he would not let Tang Yu slip away. This would present her with the perfect opportunity for retribution. Upon realizing Tang Yu had vacated his seat, Lu Junzuo's eyes flared with fury. After a quick scan of the area, he spotted Tang Yu stealthily making his exit. Trying to escape? He seethed, charging forward with burning determination. Today, he would not allow this brat to leave with the Jiuzhuandan. As he burst out of the auction hall, Tang Yu was already sprinting toward the parking lot. "You can't escape," Lu Junzuo roared, pushing himself to the utmost limits of speed. When he was just 2 meters away, his vital energy surged wildly, propelling him like a spear into the air as he delivered a powerful kick to Tang Yu's back. The force caused Tang Yu to stumble, nearly losing his footing, and the Jade Lion slipped from his grasp. Lu Junzuo's face lit up with triumph as he seized the Jade Lion. "Tang, how dare you attempt to steal from me? Today shall be your final day." Initially, he had planned to bide his time and eliminate Tang Yu discreetly, but he had crossed the line. This insolent fool had dared to plot against him. With that, he swiftly opened the mechanism of the Jiugong lock beneath the Jade Lion. Inside, he discovered a precious elixir. He sniffed the pill. This time, it bore only the fragrance of medicine, devoid of any foul odor. Indeed, this was the genuine Jiuzhuandan. Elated, he consumed the pill, resolved to break through right here and now, and then render Tang Yu a cripple, throwing him into a cesspool to drown. Without this, his resentment would never abate. However, upon swallowing the elixir, he felt no change within. Instead, the excruciating pain he had previously experienced returned with a vengeance. His pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that this was yet another poison? How could this scoundrel have unlocked the Jiugong lock? This was a secret known only to the Long Hun organization. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had been feigning panic, wore a radiant smile. If this fool had not pursued him, they would have been at peace. Yet here he was, eagerly consuming the pill. While it might not kill Lu Junzuo, it would undoubtedly severely impair his combat abilities. Thus, Tang Yu would show no mercy. With determination, he charged at Lu Junzhou. In this contest of comparable powers, he had the advantage of the Bu Dong Ming Wang Gong. As the toxin spread through Lu Junzhuo's body, panic set in. He quickly swallowed the last two specially formulated antidotes he had on hand. Moments later, he and Tang Yu collided with their fists. Upon impact, both retreated a step. Though Lu Junzhuo was in a poor state, he still held a slight upper hand, being at the peak of the Xuanzi realm. A frail camel is larger than a horse. Yet, the previous toxins had not fully dissipated, and now he faced renewed poisoning. With his condition worsening, he realized that continuing this fight would spell disaster for him. Just as he contemplated retreat, he noticed Wenren Yage rushing toward him. His expression shifted to one of joy. Assistance had arrived. Yage, you're just in time. Help me deal with this bastard. At that moment, he cast aside his pride and urgently sought her aid. With her fondness for him, surely she would join forces against Tang Yu. All right, Wenren Yage, eyes ablaze with fury, dashed to his side and unleashed a powerful punch. This strike caught the unsuspecting Lu Junzhuo squarely in the back. The surprise attack sent him hurtling away like a deflated ball. He coughed up blood as he crashed to the ground. Rising from the ground, he glared at Wenren Yage, a mixture of astonishment and rage etched on his face. Why? He roared. This woman, who clearly harbors feelings for me, why betray me? Because you deserve it. Don't think I am unaware of your plot against my father. Wenren Yage shouted back, her murderous intent directed at Lu Junzhuo. Wait, she knows. Lu Junzhuo thought, astonished. Impressive. I do favor those of sharp intellect. As he heard Wenren Yage's words, Tang Yu felt a surge of relief. He had genuinely feared that she would join forces with Lu Junzhuo against him. Seeing her take action, he swiftly joined the fray. At this moment, Lu Junzhuo was engulfed in a storm of hatred. Faced with the dual onslaught, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. Minutes passed, and he bore several injuries from their relentless assault. Even more infuriating was that Tang Yu had targeted his most vulnerable areas with insidious precision. As the pain within him intensified, Lu Junzhuo began to panic. He had come alone today. The Grim Reaper squad had been dispatched to investigate a matter at a high-end establishment. He had no idea how they fared. In this dire predicament, suffering both internal and external injuries alongside poisoning, he felt death looming closer. Had he known this would occur, he would have summoned some skilled fighters from the organization to assist him. Just as despair washed over him, a large truck approached from the road behind. Spotting the vehicle, his eyes lit up with hope. An opportunity had arisen. Feigning a weakness, he allowed himself to be struck by both Tang Yu and Wenren Yage. The force propelled him backward, landing him on the roadside. At that moment, the truck passed by him perfectly. Stifling his pain, he leapt up and seized the chance, grasping the moving truck as a means of escape. Two fools, this is my escape route. Did you not anticipate this? He taunted, having caught the proverbial tailwind. Even in this perilous situation, he was determined to flee. Once he recovered, the Wenren family would bow before him. As for Tang Yu, having assessed their recent encounter, he surmised that this individual was merely at the initial stage of the Xuanzi realm. Their next encounter would surely mark his demise. Wenren Yage wasted no time in her pursuit, hastily driving after the departing truck. However, it was too late. She was left with no choice but to relent. A look of frustration crossed her face as she contemplated letting him go. Just a moment ago, I was on the verge of avenging myself upon that scoundrel. There will be opportunities, and you are already aware of your father's situation, correct? I'm aware, and I must once again express my gratitude to Tang Xiao. This kindness shall remain etched in my memory. Wenren Yage bowed deeply towards Tang Yu. Had it not been for Tang Xiao, my family would have faced dire consequences at the hands of Lu Junzhou. Had it not been for Tang Xiao, I would not have had the chance to exact my revenge so swiftly. Although, allowing Lu Junzhuo to escape was indeed regrettable. It is trivial. I will continue to seek information regarding Lu Junzhuo, and when the opportunity arises, we shall deal with him together, Tang Yu replied with a smile. This splendid opportunity must be seized to enlist the assistance of the Wenren family. Wenren Yage's mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance. She could not bear to let Lu Junzhuo off so easily. Tang Yu reminded her, Tang Xiao, do you have time now? If it is convenient, could you visit my home? To your home? Tang Yu expressed his confusion. Yes, My father is already aware of this matter and wishes to apologize to you in person. Wenren said with a bitter smile. Earlier, she had overheard Tang Yu mentioning his ability to heal her father's leg. Since that is the case, it will be prudent to have him take a look. Very well, Tang Yu nodded, and the two drove towards the Wenren residence. Noticing that Tang Yu and the others did not pursue him, Lu Junzuo had no intention of hiding. Foolish. Lu Junzuo sneered dismissively. If it were he would have left no stone unturned to ensure a clean kill. Allowing himself to escape would be the gravest regret of their lives. However, his current condition was exceedingly poor. Internal injuries caused his vital energy to surge, hastening its spread. Had he not consumed an antidote and practiced a unique cultivation technique, he would have already succumbed. When the vehicle approached a park, he could no longer endure. As the car halted at a red light, he stumbled out and staggered into the park. This park was relatively secluded, making it a safer refuge for the time being. At this moment, venturing to hotels or hospitals might lead him directly into a trap. Reaching a bench deep within the park, he was on the brink of collapse. He then took out his phone and messaged the Reaper squad, providing his location for them to come and retrieve him. After sending the message, he collapsed onto the bench and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Reaper squad, consisting of 4 members, was leisurely relaxing at a club. Upon receiving the message, Deng He glanced at his phone, frowning. Brother, Lewis sent a message. The other 3 chimed in unison. Ignore him. Pretend you didn't see it. Deng He tossed his phone aside and patted the thigh of the nearby technician, saying, Xiao Li, let us go have seafood tonight. After Lu Junzuo fainted on the park bench, he caught the attention of 2 young men with shifty eyes. Brother, that person seems to be drunk. One of the shorter youths whispered, pointing at Lu Junzuo. Daytime drunks like him are the dregs of society, contributing nothing. The other man, with a scruffy beard, scolded. He then turned to his companion and reprimanded. Therefore, we must not emulate him. We need to change our previous ways of laziness and rejuvenate ourselves. The bearded man cast a glance toward Lu Junzuo. Soon, the 2 stripped Lu Junzuo of his wallet and phone, discovering 2 unopened boxes of a product he had purchased at Mingzhu. He had thought 1 box would not suffice after Wang Yishue's incident, yet it remained unused. Brother, today we truly encountered a benefactor. The shorter youth chuckled. Thank you, Mother Nature, for this gift. The bearded man grinned widely. It was rare to find someone carrying such a sum of cash these days. With this money, they could indulge, stimulating the domestic economy and contributing to society. Shall we leave? The shorter youth chuckled. We must adhere to the principles of the underworld. We cannot take things without giving back. The bearded man scoffed and opened a box, saying, A drop of kindness repaid with a fountain. Let us repay our benefactor with a few billion first. Understood. You go ahead. Go keep watch for me. Thus, the unconscious Lu Junzuo vaguely felt a pain in his posterior. Chapter 93. I am Tang Xiao's person. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious. When Lu Junzuo awoke, he felt parched and dizzy, his condition severely deteriorated. He instinctively reached for his phone, but found nothing, realizing his pockets were empty. Damn it, where's my fire dragon fruit? Lu Junzuo's face turned pale with anger. How could someone steal his belongings while he was unconscious? In a panic, he checked his chest pocket. Fortunately, his Longwen jade remained. He could not fathom why it had not been taken. The poison within him had also been suppressed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although his injuries were still grave, he was unexpectedly delighted to find that the bottleneck at the pinnacle of the Xuanzi realm had loosened slightly. A certain acupuncture point, which had previously resisted his efforts, suddenly felt more pliable. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Tang Yu, you shall await your demise. He burst into raucous laughter. Even without the Jiuzhuan Dan, the DZ realm was now within reach. In high spirits, he stood up and prepared to leave the park. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his backside. At He Family Private Hospital, Yi Chun had fully recovered from his injuries. Just days ago, even the slightest movement had caused him excruciating pain, as if a firecracker was lodged within him, ready to ignite. But today, he had finally taken a significant step forward in his cultivation, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the Xuanzi realm. Defeat was merely nourishment for growth. At this moment, he stood in the small garden beneath the private hospital, contemplating the plans ahead. Suddenly, two figures approached swiftly from behind. When they were about 3 meters away, they halted and called out in unison, Dragon King. The approaching individuals were Ling Han and Qi Yin. Upon seeing the two women, Yi Chun felt a surge of desire. However, he knew that the time was not yet ripe. Once he had completed his tasks, devouring both of them would pose no difficulty. Yi Chun habitually flashed a charming smile and inquired, "We have successfully infiltrated the Tang family and obtained critical confidential information from the Tang group." The two women reported in unison, "Excellent. You both are truly remarkable. With your assistance, it is as if I have a pair of Phoenix and Dragon by my side." Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction. The Reaper Squad's useless members betrayed me to follow Lu Junzuo, and Longya is still in prison. Thankfully, these two remain as reliable as ever. He then looked at the two women and said with a smile, "Recently, our plans encountered minor setbacks, but overall, they remain under control. After being besieged by numerous experts, I unexpectedly experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation and have now reached the pinnacle of the Xuanzi realm. Thus, I have decided to alter our plans. We shall not head to Yanjing just yet, but remain in Suzhou and Hangzhou." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women shifted slightly. This man, has he truly achieved a breakthrough through adversity? However, out of habit, the two women still replied in unison, "Congratulations, Dragon King, on your breakthrough. What shall we do next? It is time to retaliate. Both Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo must perish." Yi Chen's expression suddenly darkened with resentment. Both of them deserve death. One has disrupted my plans, while the other seeks to usurp the Dragon King's position. He looked at the two women and commanded, "Qi Yin, continue gathering crucial confidential information. Ensure that we can strike a decisive blow against the Tang group. Ling Han, you will act from within the Tang family. I want chaos to ensue at the moment of their downfall, igniting a great fire that shall erase this family from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood. Go. I will notify you when I have taken control of the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and you may act then." Yi Chen waved his hand, indicating the two women could depart. For instance, preparing for the impending ancient martial arts conference, seizing the ancient martial arts powers of Su Heng as leverage for his own resurgence. Currently, in Su Heng, the four prominent families have united around the Tang family to confront him. Faced with this predicament, he must alter his strategy. After acquiring the ancient martial arts forces, his first order of business will be to shatter the Tang family. He aims to fracture this so-called alliance, even inciting internal strife for the sake of profit. By muddying the waters, he can regain control over Su Heng. As for Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo, he has already devised plans for them. He has meticulously arranged for their demise. Contemplating this, he cannot help but let out a hearty laugh, mocking Tang Yu's lack of insight and Lu Junzuo's lack of strategy. After departing from the family's private hospital, Ling Han and Qi Yin fell into a silence, each unwilling to speak. Their relationship had been relatively amicable, yet at this moment, their sentiments towards one another had shifted. Both considered themselves to be under the influence of Tang Xiao, while viewing the other as affiliated with Yi Chun. This realization positioned them as adversaries. The orders given by Yi Chun today had left them both feeling anxious. It was time to eliminate the threat for Tang Xiao. "I need you to follow me, Ling Han. There's something I wish to discuss," Qi Yin stated. "Alright," Ling Han did. A smile gracing her face as she trailed behind Qi Yin. Upon reaching a relatively secluded spot, Qi Yin suddenly turned and launched an attack. With an unmistakable glint of murder in her eyes, she thrust a gleaming dagger towards Ling Han's throat. Simultaneously, Ling Han retaliated with a military dagger of her own. The two weapons clashed before they swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Their gazes were filled with mutual caution. Had they both been contemplating a surprise attack against one another? "What do you mean?" Ling Han glared coldly at Qi Yin. Why would she wish to ambush her? Had she discovered Ling Han's betrayal of the organization? "It's quite simple. You are Yi Chen's lapdog, and I am loyal to Tang Xiao. It is only natural to eliminate you," Qi Yin retorted with a sneer. For Tang Xiao, that feigned sisterly friendship is utterly trivial. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. "You're loyal to Tang Xiao?" She furrowed her brow. "Of course. My father was once the head of Tang's bodyguard team, and Tang Xiao has treated me exceptionally well." Upon saying this, Qi Yin surged forward to attack. Ling Han nearly coughed up blood in shock. After fending off several strikes, she exclaimed, "Stop! I am also loyal to Tang Xiao. Spare me your charade. Do you think I would fall for your trickery? Why would I deceive you? Does Tang Xiao often compare you to me, pondering if our treatment differs, hence the disparity?" Qi Yin's expression turned icy in an instant. She had indeed overheard Tang Xiao muttering such thoughts in the office. It dawned on her that Ling Han, like herself, could hear Tang Xiao's inner thoughts. Chapter 94. The two women decide to confront each other. "We are on the same side. Let us cease hostilities," Ling Han sighed helplessly, a sense of inexplicable joy washing over her. It appeared she was not alone in her subterfuge. There were indeed other insiders capable of hearing Tang Xiao's thoughts. Qi Yin awkwardly sheathed her dagger, initially believing she had switched allegiances, only to find herself working alongside former colleagues in a new environment. The feeling was quite peculiar. Did you truly send confidential information from the Tang group to that scoundrel Yi Chen? Ling Han raised an eyebrow at Qi Yin, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Do you think I am like you? I certainly provided him with false information." "So did I. That's a relief." Ling Han exhaled, her teeth clenched. "We must ensure that Yi Chen does not harm the Tang family or Tang Xiao." Qi Yin vigorously nodded, her brow furrowing. "Should we inform Tang Xiao? Tell him the news? You may speak. Tang Xiao might not yet realize I am on his side." Ling Han felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had been waiting for Tang Yu to confront her and perform a show of loyalty. "Me too," Qi Yin admitted, equally embarrassed. Cough. "Everyone is waiting for Tang Xiao to extend an invitation to form a team. Let's forget about that. We should go directly to Tang Xiao and lay everything on the table. I recorded everything Yi Chen said. It can serve as evidence." "I recorded it too." The two women exchanged knowing smiles, all unspoken understanding. The Wunren family, as the foremost ancient martial arts clan in Suhang, boasts a legacy spanning a century. Their martial arts school is renowned throughout Suhang, and they also operate the largest security company in the region. As Tang Yu followed Wunren Yage, she noticed the martial artists of the Wunren family practicing diligently. Upon seeing Wunren Yage, these young martial artists eagerly greeted her, their eyes shimmering with unabashed admiration. Their young lady was exceptionally outstanding. Not only was she beautiful, but her martial arts talent was the highest in the Wunren family's history. Everyone believed she would surely break through to the D level before turning 40, surpassing her father's record. However, upon noticing Tang Yu accompanying Wunren Yage, their gazes turned disdainful. Wasn't this the most renowned sycophant in Suhang? What was he doing with their young lady? Surely he did not intend to bring her misfortune. This thought provoked a series of smirks among the group. Their young lady only favored men stronger than herself. This pretty boy could flatter her for 100 years and still not earn her attention. Then, they witnessed Wunren Yage bestowing a sweet smile upon Tang Yu, standing beside him and whispering something. Instantly, the expressions of the group turned ashen. Tang Yu remained oblivious to their reactions, his thoughts preoccupied with contemplating the rewards bestowed by the system. Following the conclusion of this auction plot, the system had granted him a rapid mastery technique. This technique was remarkably straightforward. It allowed for the swift comprehension of a single item. Thus, Tang Yu promptly decided to utilize the rapid mastery technique on the ancient martial arts manual Ba Ji Beng Quan that he had extracted from the Jade Lion. This would allow him to perfect this martial art and further enhance his combat prowess. This rapid mastery reward was indeed formidable. The only drawback was that the system had imposed a limitation. It could only be used 3 times, meaning he could only directly elevate 3 martial arts to their maximum level. If there were no restrictions, Tang Yu would have first sought out Su Hang's ancient martial arts forces to learn from each one. Wunren Yage suddenly spoke. "Dang Sao, my father is already waiting for you inside." Tang Yu nodded and followed Wunren Yage into the small courtyard where her father resided. Upon their entrance, Wunren Yuanshan was seen reading a book. Upon noticing Tang Yu, his expression shifted to one of deep embarrassment, and he clasped his fists in greeting. "Dang Sao, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness." A few days ago, he had misinterpreted Tang Yu at the airport and had even made some sarcastic remarks. Reflecting on it now, he felt greatly remorseful. Had it not been for Tang Yu's kind reminder, he might have met a dire fate. "Uncle Wunren, you are too polite. There's no need to dwell on it." Tang Yu replied with a gentle smile. Let's put it behind us. After all, one must be magnanimous. However, it was not a trivial matter. Your character has indeed proven commendable. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wenren Yage was slightly taken aback. This man seemed to understand her father quite well. Sigh, I had truly misjudged him. Wenren Yuanshan sighed and said, Tang Xiao, I shall never forget this life-saving grace. Should you ever require assistance from the Wenren family, do not hesitate to ask. I appreciate it. I will not hold back. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. He indeed needed the support of the Wenren family. Wenren family is the foremost lineage of ancient martial arts in Suong, having once boasted a formidable presence with a practitioner of the D-character realm during its zenith. It was during this pinnacle that Wenren Yuanshan flourished. However, now Wenren Yuanshan is paralyzed from the waist down, and his strength has significantly diminished. Yet, the Wenren family remains a force to be reckoned with, possessing 6 practitioners in the Xian character realm and over 20 in the Huang character realm. Without such a substantial foundation, they would hesitate to claim the title of the premier ancient martial arts family in Suong. By the way, Tang Xiao, I once accompanied my father to seek the help of the venerable Jiang, the divine physician. Jiang helped my father address the issues left by Lu Junzhou. However, to cure my father's legs, even Jiang's exceptional skills proved insufficient. Therefore, I seek your assistance, if you possess any means to restore my father's legs. The Wenren family shall acquiesce to any terms you propose. Wenren Yage implored suddenly from the side. She had overheard Tang Yu's thoughts and knew him to be remarkably skilled in medicine, capable of healing her father's legs. Yet for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to relay what she had gleaned from his thoughts. Thus, she opted for a more tactful approach. Wenren Yuanshan cast an expectant glance towards Tang Yu. Should his legs be restored, he could regain his former prowess within 3 months. Tang Yu had indeed come with this very purpose in mind. With Wenren Yage's initiative, the conversation became more straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I can attempt to treat Uncle Wenren's illness, but I have one condition. Please, Tang Xiao, go on. Wenren Yage responded with excitement. If our family finds itself in need, I hope that the Wenren family can extend their support to ensure our safety, Tang Yu stated solemnly. However, let it be understood from the outset that the enemies we deem troublesome are rather perilous, be it Yi Chun or Lu Junzuo. Both hail from the Dragon Soul organization, a mysterious entity akin to a dragon hidden in the heavens, elusive and enigmatic. Their true strength remains shrouded in secrecy. Tang Yu required not only the means for self-preservation, but also assurances for his family's safety. I swear, as long as Tang Xiao can restore my father's legs, the Wenren family shall stand united with the Tang family, Wenren Yage promised earnestly. Tang Xiao, if I can stand again, regaining my strength in the D-character realm will suffice to protect the Tang family, Wenren Yuanshan added with a smile. The gratitude he felt towards Tang Yu transcended any danger they might face. With their assurances in hand, Tang Yu nodded and said, Now, please provide me with silver needles and paper. I shall write a prescription, and then the necessary medicinal materials must be procured. He had already scrutinized Wenren Yuanshan's legs. Having been paralyzed for several years, the meridians were nearly completely deteriorated. Yet, this did not preclude the possibility of treatment. The Qing Nong Tianjing contains several methods to heal his legs. The rewards from the system, as long as they do not directly enhance combat power, are remarkably reliable. Wenren Yage promptly arranged for the silver needles to be delivered. Once Tang Yu had composed the prescription, she personally went to gather the herbs. Uncle Wenren, please come inside. I will begin the acupuncture, Tang Yu said with a smile, holding the silver needles. Wenren Yuanshan nodded and, maneuvering his wheelchair indoors, began to cooperate with Tang Yu's treatment. Due to years of paralysis, there was slight atrophy in the muscles of Wenren Yuanshan's legs. After sterilizing the silver needles, Tang Yu inserted one into a specific acupuncture point on Wenren Yuanshan's calf. Upon receiving the needle, Wenren Yuanshan exclaimed with surprise, I can feel a prickling sensation. Due to the degeneration of nerves, he had long-lost sensation in his legs. This prickling feeling was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for him, indicating that his condition was not overly severe. However, the subsequent treatment may be more painful, Tang Yu warned with a smile. Seeing Wenrun Yuanshan's reaction eased his concern significantly. The unnamed acupuncture technique from the Qing Nong Tianjing had indeed lived up to its promise. Following Tang Yu's instructions, she boiled the medicinal herbs, allowing them to cool before submerging Wenrun Yuanshan's legs for soaking. Before long, Wenrun Yuanshan's face contorted in pain, as though countless fine needles were piercing him. Soaking for another hour should suffice. Uncle Wenren will need to do this daily for 3 months to expel the accumulated toxins from the meridians. Tang Yu instructed cheerfully from the side. Will I be able to stand after 3 months? Wenren Yuanshan, undeterred by the pain, yearned to rise again. I will return for acupuncture once more, and that should do the trick, Tang Yu affirmed. The primary issue with Wenren Yuanshan's legs was the blockage of toxins following the deterioration of the meridians. As long as the toxins are expelled and acupuncture is used to guide his vital energy back into the meridians, his legs would naturally begin to recover. It is akin to a river blocked by silt. Once the silt is cleared and a water source is introduced, everything will return to normal. Thank you, Tang Xiao. With a positive response, Wenren Yuanshan exhaled in relief. Just then, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered from outside. He was Wenren Yuanshan's brother, Wenren Zheng. What's the matter? Second uncle? Wenren Yage inquired upon noticing Wenren Zheng's urgency. The Lu family has come to provoke us, Wenren Zheng replied, his expression grim. The Lu family? The one that claims to be the second best in the ancient martial arts world of Suong? Tang Yu questioned, slightly taken aback. The method by which the two sides establish superiority is rather straightforward. Through the ancient martial arts tournament, held once every 5 years. Every faction in the ancient martial arts community of Suong participates. The Wenren family has maintained their position as the leading family precisely because they have emerged victorious without contest in every tournament. Are they here concerning the ancient martial arts tournament? Wenren Yuanshan asked with a darkened expression. Yes, Wenren Zheng nodded, his face clouded with concern. 5 years ago, Wenren Yuanshan was at the peak of his strength, having already entered the D character realm. Thus, that year's tournament was one of the easiest victories for the Wenren family. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, challenged Wenren Yuanshan and lost without lasting a single move. This incident deepened the Lu family's resentment towards the Wenren family. Upon learning about Wenren Yuanshan's misfortune in recent years, they even celebrated publicly. Now, with Wenren Yuanshan incapacitated, the most formidable member of the Wenren family is the young Wenren Yage. Yet her strength still pales in comparison to that of the cunning elder from the Lu family. Father, you focus on your recovery. I will ascertain the situation, Wenren Yage declared. All right, go ahead. Do not dwell too much on the ancient martial arts tournament. Once your father is well, the Wenren family will still be the Wenren family. Wenren Yuanshan sighed, offering his counsel. Wenren Yage nodded and turned to leave, with Tang Yu and Wenren Zheng following closely behind her. System, what does the plot of the ancient martial arts tournament entail? He silently pondered. According to the original storyline, the Lu family's provocation was due to the presence of a formidable expert they had invited. With such a powerful figure supporting them, they dared to confront the Wenren family. Once the tournament commenced, the expert they had summoned would sweep through the Wenren family. Just as the Wenren family faced utter humiliation, the Dragon King Yichan would step in and defeat that expert, earning the respect of everyone within the ancient martial arts community of Suong, regarded as a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Warning, spoiler failure, please ensure your safety, the system's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu inwardly cursed in frustration. This wretched system is unreliable. Didn't it upgrade already? Why is there still a spoiler failure? What a troublesome system, according to the normal course of events. Lu Junzuo should have stepped in to help the Wenren family instead of Yichun. Now that Lu Junzuo is also absent, how is the plot supposed to progress? If memory serves, the expert invited by the Lu family is likely at the mid-level of the Xian character realm. Suddenly, hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, the narrative took an unexpected turn. WNRNYG furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of reaching the mid-Su end stage. If that were indeed the case, her prowess would be insufficient to contend with it. Was it true that the GWD who would culminate in a blatant defeat at the hands of the Li family? Upon their arrival, they found the Li clan members comfortably seated on the sofa, indulging in tea. Among them was a slightly portly man, the patriarch Li Chngxn, nearing 50, whose ancient martial arts skills remained at the initial stage of Su-in. While not comparable to the top-tier geniuses, he was certainly formidable within the ancient martial arts circles of Shang. Upon noticing WNR-NYG's presence, he let out a derisive chuckle. Where was WNR-NUNCHN? Had he come to fear confrontation? What reason did he possess to face a defeated foe? Vnumer N-Ig retorted sharply. At the mention of defeated foe, the Li clan members rose in unison, casting furious glares at WNR-NYG. Li Chngxn, equally incensed, fixed his gaze upon her. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the middle-aged and impoverished. I am here to issue a challenge to your WNRN family. Chapter 96. YCHN's backup plan a challenge? Vnumer N-E inquired, her brow furrowing. What does that entail? Quite simple. Li Chngxn replied with a cold smirk. During this GWD, our families will inevitably clash. The losing side must serve the victor for a decade. WNR-NYG retorted. By your logic, given the Li family's repeated losses over the years, should you not be our family servants for 100 years? The members of the Li family turned pale at her words. Li Chngxn glared at her. What? Has the WNR-N family now resorted to mere verbal sparring, lacking even the courage to confront me? If you had the audacity, why did you not speak up in the previous GWD? WNR-NYG looked upon him with disdain. What? Do you wish to accuse me of taking advantage of the situation? Li Chngxn dismissed her concerns, stating, I have heard that a formidable expert has joined your WNRN family. Someone by the surname L? That is precisely why I am here to challenge you. The WNRN family may let him take the field. No matter the skill, my Li family will accept the challenge. If you are too afraid, consider this as if I never spoke. We have no interest in bullying a coward. What is happening? Why is this becoming a problem with LJ Nzu? What a bizarre turn of events. Ting-Y found herself utterly bewildered. The Li family had no knowledge of LJ Nzu's existence. System. What on earth is happening with this plot? As the storyline deteriorated, Ting-Y silently appealed to the system. Beep. Plot reveal failed. Please ensure the host's safety. While Ting-Y pondered the situation, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Li Chngxn had been cursed. A bizarre insect lay near his heart. Is this a curse? If it is not he, then it must be YCHN. This fellow likely intends to deal with LJ Nzu while simultaneously targeting the WNRN family. A dog-eat-dog narrative is about to unfold. Realization dawned upon Ting-Y. Given YCHN's petty nature, how could he tolerate LJ Nzu competing for his position? He likely sought to retaliate, seizing the moment to eliminate LJ Nzu, the obstacle in his path. Thus, he chose to manipulate the Li family as a pawn against LJ Nzu. Ting-Y welcomed this development. Yet it was absurd that LJ Nzu had already severed ties with the WNRN family, whether he was healed or not. It was improbable that he would assist the WNRN family in the GWD. You are mistaken. The individual you seek has no connection with my WNRN family, WNRNYG said coldly, her confusion deepening. Who exactly was YCHN? How did his grievances with LJ Nzu entangle the WNRN family? Caught in a maelstrom of inexplicable events left her feeling quite unsettled. Regardless of the circumstances, the GWD who will determine superiority, Li Chngxn scoffed before departing with his kin. His visit was merely to deliver a message. As per YCHN's instructions, he had stated that by following his directives, the current GWD who would not only allow the Li family to dominate, but also exact vengeance upon the WNRN family. He intended to consolidate the entire SH in ancient martial arts influence under his control. In time, the Li family would serve as his emissaries, significantly enhancing their power, rendering the WNRN family superfluous. After Li Chngxn's departure, Ting-Y also spoke up. While on the road, she continued to contemplate YCHN's scheme. What assurance did he possess that he could eliminate LJ Nzu this time? Merely relying on the Li family seemed woefully inadequate. Upon seeing the two women together, Ting-Y was suddenly filled with questions. How had they come to join forces? As double agents, shouldn't they conceal their identities? Ting Sho. The two women greeted Ting Y, their expressions slightly awkward. How did you end up together? Ting Y asked, his guard instinctively rising. Could it be that YCHN, that mad dog, commanded them to do something? Never mind. I shall confront them directly. I have gathered sufficient evidence. Upon hearing Ting Y's thoughts, CHYN spoke first. Ting Sho. I have come to reveal everything regarding my father. After sharing her identity and investigative findings, Ting Y was initially taken aback. Then a look of paternal pride crossed his face. I misjudged. I should not have doubted your intelligence. You are merely intelligent in a less conspicuous manner. He then turned to LHN. Ting Sho. I too have uncovered the truth regarding the Dragon Soul Organization's role in my family's demise. Therefore, in pursuit of vengeance, I beg you to accept my loyalty. LHN explained, biting her lip. Upon finishing, she produced her phone and played a recording of her conversation with YCHN. After listening, Ting Y's brow furrowed deeply. What audacity! After eliminating Jane Zhu, he intends to target the Ting family? He aims to seize control over the ancient martial arts forces in Shing. The ancient martial arts factions in Shing are formidable. There are over 30 masters at the Su In stage and more than 100 at the Huing stage. This collective power should not be underestimated. But what gives him the right to achieve this? Solely through personal martial prowess? Even if he were to break through to the D stage, he would not withstand such a throng. After a moment of contemplation, Ting Y suddenly grasped a crucial detail. LCHNGXN had been cursed. Without this leverage, what audacity did he possess? Only with such a multitude of pawns at his disposal could he confidently seek to eliminate Jane Zhu. Having pieced together these revelations, Ting Y felt a singular sensation. This scoundrel had resolved to stake everything. Would he still be able to summon additional forces from the Dragon Soul Organization? Ting Y sat down, looking at the two women. Have you received any news? CHYN shook her head. After being sent to infiltrate the Ting Corporation, my duties have primarily involved data theft. I too have no updates, but the organization is unlikely to dispatch further personnel to Shing to assist him. LHN asserted. Following a series of failures, the elder within the organization had tasked Jane Zhu with overseeing Shing affairs, effectively sidelining YCHN. At such a juncture, even if he wished to make inquiries, he would find it impossible. While the Dragon King appeared to hold significant authority within the organization, everyone understood that the true power lay with the elder. Ting Y nodded, concluding that the situation aligned with his assumptions. In light of this, he must take proactive measures to alter the unfolding narrative of the GWD Who. YCHN must not be permitted to seize control of the ancient martial arts forces in Shing. Otherwise, the Ting family would be in peril. Chapter 97. The Ancient Martial Arts Tournament. After contemplating, Tang Yu looked at the two women and said, I will need your assistance moving forward. If there are any developments, please inform me immediately. Understood, Tang Xiao, they replied. Additionally, once the Ancient Martial Arts Tournament commences, I require both of you to take action. We cannot allow Yi Chun to escape this time, Tang Yu instructed. Upon hearing Tang Yu's intent to eliminate Yi Chun, the two women nodded excitedly. Yi Chun's demise would serve as the most fitting retribution against the Long Han organization. After finishing his instructions with them, Tang Yu proceeded to call Wang Yixue and Wen Renyage, reaching out to each of them. This time, he aimed to amass all available forces, seizing the opportunity presented by the tournament to eradicate Yi Chun once and for all. Otherwise, once Yi Chun gained control over the ancient martial forces in Suong, it would be Tang Yu himself who would face dire consequences. Since survival was no longer an option, he resolved to eliminate the son of destiny first. In the days leading up to the tournament, Yi Chun behaved precisely as Tang Yu had anticipated. Coupled with his own peak martial prowess at the Xian level, it was difficult for others to resist submission. Of course, he did not merely demand sacrifices from these individuals. While controlling them, he also provided certain benefits, such as offering guidance on their martial arts or assisting with ailments. With all his plans meticulously arranged, Yi Chun eagerly awaited the arrival of the ancient martial arts tournament. At that moment, he envisioned leading a collective charge against Lu Junzuo, determined to slay him on the spot. Anyone who dared to vie for the title of Dragon King would not escape unscathed. As for the consequences of killing him, Yichen remained unperturbed. His mentor had long instilled in him the principle of to the victor belongs the spoils. To achieve great ambitions, one must possess the resolve to risk everything. With great anticipation, the day of the ancient martial arts tournament finally arrived. According to tradition, this year's event was hosted by the Lu family, making the Lu Martial Arts Hall the chosen venue. As a second-ranked family in Suhong's ancient martial arts realm, the Lu family was quite formidable, boasting 3 Xian-level martial artists and a remarkable 14 at the Huang level. While they may not rival the Wenren family in strength, they were significantly superior to many other clans. Today, the Lu Martial Arts Hall was adorned with festive decorations, celebrating the commencement of the tournament. Various factions from the Suang ancient martial arts community arrived in succession, and notably, the turnout was larger than usual. Typically, a family or sect would send only 3 or 4 representatives, but today, numerous martial artists from various clans had come. Several clan leaders wore expressions of discontent. These individuals were the unfortunate souls under Yi Chen's influence. With their fates in his hands, it was hardly a source of joy. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, greeted the arriving factions with a smile at the entrance. However, his expression shifted slightly when the Wenren family arrived. In previous years, the Wenren family would send around 10 participants, but today it appeared they had come en masse. Aside from Wenren Yuan Shan, who was unable to travel, it seemed every capable member of the Wenren family was present. Wenren Yage, does your family intend to employ a strategy of attrition this year? That hardly adheres to the rules, Lu Qingxin remarked with a peculiar expression. Is it not permissible for me to bring them for observation and learning? Wenren Yage raised an eyebrow in response. Of course, why not? Even if they are merely here for a free meal, the Lu family welcomes them. Lu Qingxin replied with a broad smile, gesturing for them to enter. The more people you bring, the better. After all, it is your Wenren family that will bear the embarrassment today. With a cold huff, Wenren Yage led her family members inside. The Lu Martial Arts Hall featured a dedicated arena capable of accommodating hundreds of spectators, so the gathering of over 100 attendees today did not feel cramped. Observing the noticeably larger turnout for the tournament, the attendees sensed an unusual atmosphere, a palpable heaviness that no one could quite articulate. Wenren Yage occasionally checked her phone. According to her prior conversation with Tang Yu, once the timing was right, Tang Yu would enter to launch an attack on an individual named Yi Chun. But where was he? At that moment, Yi Chun stood outside the Lu Martial Arts Hall, accompanied by Ling Han and the 2 women. I will need you to remain here. Should Lu Junzuo attempt to flee, you are to detain him, he instructed the 2 women. Their strength was nearing the mid-Xian level, and they possessed remarkable speed. Together, they would only need to stall Lu Junzuo for a moment, allowing Yi Chun to pursue and eliminate him. Understood, Dragon King. They replied in unison, their faces betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Observing their fierce spirit, Yi Chun felt immense satisfaction. This was the vigor he desired in those serving him. After arranging matters with the 2 women, he confidently strode into the Lu Martial Arts Hall. As he entered, Lu Qingxin was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Chun, he hurriedly approached with respect, saying, Yi Xiao, the participants have arrived. The Wenren family is here, but I have yet to spot the individual you mentioned. Yet to see him? Yi Chun mused for a moment before smirking. He must be disguised and lurking in the shadows. My incompetent junior brother has always preferred to avoid the spotlight. He then walked in with a swagger, declaring, no matter, once I make my presence known, he will undoubtedly reveal himself. If he seeks to eliminate me, he must expect I will do the same. With his arrogant demeanor, he certainly underestimated the fact that he had already achieved the peak of the Xian level. While he could not guarantee victory over Lu Junzuo, the majority of those present were his allies. Faced with dozens of martial artists alongside him, Lu Junzuo would have no chance of escape unless he had transcended to the D level. Today, should Lu Junzuo dare to show his face, not even a deity could save him. Once everyone was assembled, Lu family members promptly served tea and refreshments to the guests. Following customary protocol, Lu Qingxin addressed the gathering from the arena before representatives from each faction stepped forward to participate in the tournament. The Liu family's chosen representative was, of course, Yichun. According to tradition, the representatives would draw lots to determine their opponents. Yichun's opponent, drawn from the Xinshui sect, was its leader, Gu Sanqian, a renowned figure within the Shuang martial community and a formidable Xian-level expert. However, as the unfortunate soul selected by Yichun, he was also under a curse. Upon realizing he would face Yichun, Gu Sanqian felt utterly demoralized. "Please guide me," he said, cupping his fists in greeting before launching an attack. Yichun, exuding an air of nonchalance, chose to defend, occasionally offering pointers while showcasing his prowess. As the audience witnessed such a young man effortlessly handling Gu Sanqian, those unaware of Yi Chen's identity gasped in astonishment. His capability far surpassed that of the Wenrin family's celebrated young prodigy. Meanwhile, those in the know felt no surprise. After all, he was a peak Xian-level martial artist, a force to be reckoned with in the Shuang ancient martial arts realm. The disparity in their levels was evident. After nearly 3 minutes of combat in the arena, Yichun, demonstrating his expertise, struck Gu Sanqian, sending him tumbling off the stage. Yichun smiled and cupped his fists in acknowledgement to the audience, his gaze landing on the Wenrin family. Today, Wenrin Yage stood as their representative, yet he pondered. Where had Liu Junzuo hidden himself? Was he perhaps wary of revealing himself, fearing Yichun had prepared a trap? Chapter 98. The situation spirals out of control. He let out a cold snort, directing his gaze toward Wenrin Yage. Was Liu Junzuo not intent on targeting her? If he were to strike at Wenrin Yage, surely Liu Junzuo would be compelled to act. Meanwhile, the other attendees quietly sipped their tea, awaiting news from Yichun. They received Yichen's command that he would initiate the attack as soon as a certain Liu Junzuo appeared. At that moment, they would collectively confront him. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Liu Junzuo never showed up. Instead, the tea in their hands tasted remarkably delightful, leaving them with a sense of overall comfort after finishing it. With an effortless demeanor, Yichun triumphed in 3 consecutive rounds, becoming the most dazzling presence in this year's Ancient Martial Arts Conference. Originally regarded as the most talented of the younger generation, Wenrin Yage appeared somewhat overshadowed in his presence. In the 4th round, Yichun faced an elderly man in his 60s who possessed decent strength at the initial stage of the Xian level. Yet, compared to such an extraordinary talent as Yichun, he was clearly lacking. To facilitate his performance, Yichun even fought with one hand and successfully subdued his opponent. After a few minutes of combat, the elderly man, realizing his defeat, voluntarily conceded the match. Yichun's next opponent was none other than Wenrin Yage, who had also won 4 rounds. In contrast to Yichun, Wenrin Yage did not seem to be in the best condition. The disparity in their strength was evident. After a 10-minute break, they stepped onto the stage. Yichun scrutinized Wenrin Yage with an unabashed gaze and inquired with a smile, "Where is that useless Liu Junzuo hiding?" "You would know if you went to look for him," Wenrin Yage retorted, her irritation evident at the mere mention of Liu Junzuo's name. "Once I knock you down, he will naturally appear." Yichun scoffed, fully aware of Liu Junzuo's character, who was fond of rescuing damsels in distress to impress women. He then beckoned to Wenrin Yage. "Come, I will use only one hand against you." With a cold snort, Wenrin Yage adjusted her stance and initiated her attack, launching a punch directly at Yichun's throat. Yichun placed his left hand behind him and, while countering with his right fist, continued to survey his surroundings, curious to see if Liu Junzuo would remain hidden after he sent Wenrin Yage flying with a single blow. Just as their fists were about to collide, Yichun suddenly let out a scream and retreated several steps. His cry left the audience in shock. What was happening? Could it be that Yichun was not a match for Wenrin Yage? It seemed implausible. As Yichun stumbled back, his face contorted in pain. He glanced at his fist, where 4 needles had been deeply embedded. They say the fingers are connected to the heart, and this indeed hurt terribly. After pulling out the needles, he noticed their darkened tips. As a skilled practitioner of medicine, he concluded that he had been poisoned. "You vile witch! How dare you play dirty?" He bellowed in rage, attempting to expel the toxin from his body. However, Wenrin Yage seized the opportunity to charge at him. Simultaneously, Members of the Wunran family surged forward. Today, there were a full 30 members of the Wunran clan present, among whom 9 were sent by the Tang, Qin, and Wang families, all masters of the Xian level. With the addition of Wunran family members, their combat strength was formidable. Faced with such a collective assault, Ye Chan's contenance darkened. He realized that this was undoubtedly a trap set by Lu Junzuo. This fellow possessed a serpentine nature. He must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Get away! After forcibly expelling some of the poison, Yi Chun roared, kicking Wunran Yage back. However, 3 other Xian-level masters were already closing in from all sides. Yi Chun no longer concealed his strength. He had initially intended to feign being at the mid-Xian level to bait Lu Junzuo, but the current situation left no room for reservations. His eyes bloodshot. He unleashed a punch that struck one of the Xian-level masters, followed by a kick that sent another flying, and then a swift elbow strike that repelled yet another. After neutralizing these 3 attackers, an even more ferocious wave of assaults awaited him. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. After being ambushed by Wunran Yage's poisonous attack, Yi Chan felt his injured hand beginning to numb after 2 minutes of struggle. Meanwhile, those ancient martial artists he had previously controlled began to grow restless. What was happening today? Wasn't Yi Chun supposed to deal with a man named Lu Junzuo? How could he be the one getting overwhelmed before Lu Junzuo even appeared? What are you waiting for? Everyone attacked together. Feeling increasingly precarious, Yi Chun kicked one person away and shouted at the crowd below. Upon hearing his command, the controlled martial artists rose with grim expressions, preparing to assist him. If it had not helped Yi Chun, they would face death. Just as they were about to spring into action, a petite girl suddenly raised a megaphone and shouted, "Dear uncles and aunts, please rest assured. I have already resolved the poison that Yi Chun placed on you. So do not heed his words. As long as you eliminate this man, the parasites within you will naturally perish. If you doubt me, you may check for yourselves." The girl shouting was none other than Jiang Xiaoya, the renowned little divine doctor. Upon hearing her, the more than 10 individuals affected by the poison promptly closed their eyes to assess their condition. The parasites within them had been causing occasional mild, stinging sensations, signaling a threat of death. But now, it seemed they felt nothing at all. No wonder they had felt significantly better after drinking the tea. They then cast glances of hatred toward Yi Chun. Being controlled by someone else and forced into servitude was a debt that could not simply be overlooked. Upon witnessing their expressions, Yi Chun felt a surge of panic. These individuals were originally his trump card to deal with Lu Junzuo. How did they become weapons aimed at him instead? He quickly attempted to activate the parasites. Then, among the crowd, Lu Qingxin clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Throughout the ordeal, he hadn't consumed a single drop of tea. Thus, when Yi Chun attempted to activate the parasites, he became the sole unfortunate victim. Observing Lu Qingxin's convulsions, those affected by the poison became increasingly certain. The parasites within them had indeed been influenced by the herbal tea. Now, if they seized this opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun, they would regain their freedom. Charge! A middle-aged man clad in Tang attire bellowed, leading the charge toward Yi Chun. The others followed suit, determined not to let him escape today. As the group advanced, Yi Chun fell on the verge of spitting blood. His greatest trump card had inexplicably turned into the enemy's weapon. Who orchestrated this scheme from the shadows? Lu Junzuo? When did he collaborate with Jiang Xiaoya? Faced with the onslaught of so many Xian-level experts, even if they were all at the initial stage, they could easily wear him down. Yi Chun found himself with no path of retreat. After fending off 2 attackers, he fished a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it. This pill could forcibly elevate his combat power to the D level for a short duration. Only in this way could he break through the encirclement. This had originally been one of his secret weapons against Lu Junzuo. Now, with Lu Junzuo still absent, he had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. This filled him with fury, and his attacks grew increasingly lethal. With each strike, he aimed directly for vital points. Those who dared to strike at him would pay a bloody price today. In a matter of moments, 2 Xian-level masters fell to his fierce blows. His ruthless onslaught instilled fear in the hearts of the spectators. This man was indeed a ferocious beast. The more fearsome he became, the more determined the others were not to let him escape. The intensity of the battle escalated, and within a mere 3 minutes, 8 lives succumbed to Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen, having endured numerous assaults, realized that remaining in this perilous situation would jeopardize his life. After fending off 2 adversaries, he prepared to flee. With his current strength forcibly attained at the DZ realm, he knew that once he broke through, none could pursue him, especially with Ling Han and her companion outside ready to assist. Just as he was about to break free from the encirclement, a hunchbacked middle-aged man suddenly leapt forth, delivering a swift kick to his chest. The man's speed was astonishing, akin to that of a venomous snake poised to strike. A metallic taste flooded Yi Chen's throat as blood surged forth. Forcing himself to swallow the crimson liquid, he rose and glared furiously at the hunchbacked man. Lu Junzuo. Recognizing his identity, Lu Junzuo displayed no surprise. Compared to the incompetent warriors of the Su Heng ancient martial arts realm, his pinnacle strength at the Xianzi realm was undeniable and glaring. Moments later, he returned to his normal stature. A wicked smile gracing his features as he addressed Yi Chen. Senior brother, as the Dragon King, is there any reason to flee? You cunning beast. Was this all your scheme? Yi Chen retorted with venomous resentment. Lu Junzuo merely smiled faintly, remaining silent, though he too was perplexed by the day's chaotic events. After being injured previously, he fortuitously had a certain acupoint partially unblocked. Coupled with his unique ancient martial arts training, he had not only recovered physically, but also gained an increase in power over the past few days. Upon learning that Yi Chen was attending the ancient martial arts tournament, he initially intended to observe the so-called waste. However, upon witnessing Yi Chen offend so many, he resolved to deliver a ruthless blow to the floundering dog. Then you shall perish. Yi Chen understood that Lu Junzuo was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for the effects of his medicine to wear off before turning on him. Once those effects faded, he would be unable to utilize his Xianzi realm strength for a while. Thus, he would not be foolish enough to wait for death. He needed to eliminate Lu Junzuo and escape this cursed place. With a powerful shout, the two began to engage in combat. At that moment, one relied on the DZ realm strength gained from the pill. Though he bore numerous injuries, the other was just a hair's breadth from the DZ realm, making their combat capabilities evenly matched. As they fought fiercely, it was primarily Yi Chen who took the offensive. Lu Junzuo, however, was not in a hurry to fight to the death. His goal was simply to wear Yi Chen down. Others attempted to assist him in dealing with Yi Chen, seeking revenge for the curses he had placed upon them. Yet, the disparity in strength was too great, and once drawn into battle, they were swiftly eliminated. Witnessing this, the onlookers retreated from the arena, allowing the two to continue their clash. At this moment, Wenren Yade's complexion had turned pale, blood trickling from her lips. She too was significantly injured, though fortunately, Jiang Xiaoya was there to provide healing. Miss Wenren, you must sit here and rest. Do not move recklessly, or it may worsen your injuries, Jiang Xia urgently advised upon seeing the murderous intent in Wenren Yade's eyes. Understood, Wenren Yade replied, her gaze filled with unwillingness as she watched Lu Junzuo. Killing Yi Chen was Tang Yu's demand, and Lu Junzuo was her sworn enemy. Now that he had appeared here, she was determined to make him pay. The other ancient warriors observed the battle on the stage with complex expressions. The two had gone into a frenzy, their figures becoming mere blurs as they clashed. Yi Chen, constrained by the effects of the medicine, had to take the initiative to secure a swift kill against Lu Junzuo and leave. Lu Junzuo, initially more defensive, aimed to prolong the fight and exhaust Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen's reckless strategy of trading injuries forced Lu Junzuo to abandon his defense. After Yi Chen's fist shattered 2 of Lu Junzuo's ribs, Lu Junzuo retaliated with a punch to Yi Chen's chest. Both recoiled 3 meters, and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Junzuo sneered. How much longer can you hold on? Your mother knows that answer better. Yi Chen cursed as he charged forward again. The two entangled in battle once more. This time, their blows grew increasingly fierce. After 1 minute of relentless combat, they had exchanged well over 100 punches. After Yi Chen struck Lu Junzuo in the chest, the latter was sent flying several meters, spitting blood. Internally, Lu Junzuo cursed, this lunatic is truly insane. Does he intend to perish alongside me? Just as he hit the ground, a figure suddenly leapt onto the stage, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Lu Junzuo with blinding speed. The assailant was none other than Tang Yu. Her timely intervention caught Lu Junzuo off guard, leaving him no opportunity to defend himself as he was once again sent flying. Rolling on the ground, he spat another mouthful of blood, his expression one of terror as he gazed at Tang Yu. How did this person end up here? Tang Yu, having successfully ambushed, flexed her wrist and smiled at the two. At last, you two brothers are reunited. Surprised? Unexpected? She had meticulously orchestrated this opportunity, initially intending to keep Yi Chen here. Little did she anticipate that Lu Junzuo, hiding to recuperate, would emerge to engage in battle with Yi Chen. It was a perfect scenario, allowing her to capture both brothers in one fell swoop. Yi Chen and Lu Junzuo finally grasped the situation. While they had been preoccupied with their own schemes, Tang Yu had been secretly targeting them all along. Their current conditions were dire. One faced the expiration of the medicine's effects, while the other had 6 broken ribs. So was your trap all along? Yi Chen glared at Tang Yu with deep resentment. He could hardly fathom that this so-called waste would dare to turn the tables on him and Lu Junzuo felt equally resentful. He had intended to ambush Yi Chen, only to be ensnared by Tang Yu, confronted with the imminent threat of death. He had no choice but to propose a temporary truce with Yi Chen. Shall we join forces against this girl? Given their current states, their only chance to escape lay in using her as a hostage. Agreed. Yi Chen nodded before turning to leap from the stage, stepping on the heads of several individuals as he made his swift exit. With less than 2 minutes left of the medicine's effects remaining, there would surely lead to his demise. Lu Junzuo clearly intended to use him as bait. Seeing Yi Chen make his escape, Lu Junzuo scrambled to follow. Don't let him get away, Tang Yu shouted as she dashed from the stage to pursue Yi Chen. Neither of them would be allowed to escape today. In truth, there was no need for Tang Yu's warning. How could Wenren Yage, witnessing Lu Junzuo's serious injuries, allow him to flee? With a wave of her hand, the ancient warriors of the Wenren family surged forward to mercilessly attack the floundering dog.